In the geomorphic forces, we have two. One is endogenic, one is exogenic. Endogenic refers to those forces which come from interior of the earth. Why forces should act on the earth's surface from the interior? But moving to the western part of Africa, they doesn't create any precipitation. It means trade winds are onshore to eastern margin, offshore to western margin. Everyone is accepting this? This region, when it is experiencing tide, the same opposite face on the earth will also experience tide. दोनों के अंतर 120 डिग्री, 120 इंटू 480, 480 डिवाइडेड बाई 60, 8 आवर का डिफरेंस है. 1 PM प्लस 8 आवर 9 PM. तो 1 AM कहां से आया भाई? रिवर ऐसा जा रहा है. क्लियर? इफ रिवर इट इज लेफ्ट, इट इज राइट. ब्रह्मपुत्र ऐसा आ रहा है, इट इज राइट, इट इज लेफ्ट. ओके, ये 4 फिगर, मतलब जो फिगर्स में दिखा रहा हूं, ट्रायंगुलर शेप और जो भी शेप आप मान सकते हैं, दिस माइट ऑल्सो हेल्प यू बाई सीइंग द इमेजेस. दैट्स व्हाई आई एम शोइंग द इमेजेस सो दैट यू कैन रिजेंबल इट परफेक्टली. एंड वो शिपकिला पास से एंटर होने के बाद में इसके ऊपर डैम बनेगा, बाकरा नंगल डैम, इंडियाज हाईएस्ट मैसनरी डैम. देन बियास रिवर merges, slowly it enters into Pakistan. Factors affecting Indian climate: Himalayas would be impacting Indian climate, shifting of ITCZ, El Nino, heating up of Tibetan plateau, tropical easterly jet, subtropical westerly jet, La Nina. Until then, we will start up with the key concepts present in geography. So geography में दो हैं. One, static concept. Second, factual. Third, contemporary. Questions are going to come from these 3 segments. Either static concept के ऊपर पूछेंगे, नहीं तो कुछ fact के ऊपर पूछे जाएंगे, नहीं तो contemporary aspect, whatever would be in the news, उसके ऊपर क्वेश्चन पूछा जाएगा. And the most interesting thing which you have to believe is, if the question which is going to come within the geography, it doesn't mean that question will only come from geography itself. Questions would be coming from static portion, purely geography. Question would be coming from static plus contemporary. So mix, like consider the following statements regarding with the wheat cultivation. Wheat crop grows in those particular areas where rainfall is more than 100 centimeter. That is static. That is static word which you have to know. Recently, the wheat production of Uttar Pradesh has crossed Punjab. This is contemporary. So static plus contemporary based questions would be coming, or else only contemporary. Recently, which of the following crops have been given up with GI tag? Or recently, which of the following crops were declared under minimum support price? Or recently, for which of the crops government has given an approval that it is going to include in the food grain system? मतलब ये purely contemporary. When you are aware with all the news, contemporary aspects, current issues, you can easily attempt these questions. See, generally contemporary based questions are very easy. If you know it, you will answer it very quickly. If you don't know it, चाहे भले आप 3 घंटे बैठ जाओ एग्जाम में, you are not going to answer it. तो इसका मैजिक यही है. If you know it, you will mark it within 2 to 3 seconds. अगर नहीं पता, आप 3 घंटे बैठ जाओ एग्जाम में, you are not going to attempt it. So this part you have to compensate. Are you getting this point? Next, interlinking. This is most worst thing happens in UPSC. Most worst thing happens in UPSC is interlinking of the subject. Geography with environment, with agriculture, with disaster management. तो भगवान को प्रणाम करो, बोलो भारत माता की जय. हम ये क्वेश्चन सॉल्व करने वाले नहीं है. You move to next question. Why this happens is like, I'll share you a question. For example, let's say they've asked a question on environment. They have given the options of geography. Consider the following statements related with Desert National Park. This was question in 2020. So question is on environment. Desert National Park का मतलब question क्या था? Environment के ऊपर. Options देखो अब. Desert National Park is extended in 2 districts of Rajasthan. Option क्या है? Geography. Second option, no human habitation is there in the Desert National Park. So population geography. Geography से. Third, the most important fauna is Great Indian Bustard. Question environment से, options geography से. They'll give a question in written way. Consider the following statements regarding with the monsoon, Indian climate. Monsoonal winds will impact the Indian climate, and monsoons only enter into India when ITCZ shifts. And the shift of ITCZ is associated with El Nino conditions. ये दोनों geography options हो गया. Now environment option mix करेंगे उसमें. El Nino conditions are becoming drastic. Recently, a report given by United Nations Framework of Convention on Climate Change saying that there has been a drastic behavior of El Nino. So in this way, interlinking based questions are the most worst thing which will hit us in the UPSC. So we have to be very careful regarding with this. पहले तो ये static वाला portion जो है उसको आप दिमाग में आराम से बैठ, like make sure that you clear all the concepts. 90% of the concept is clear. Then while you read the static, also mix it with contemporary reading. Then जाके previous year question देखो. Then you will understand. अच्छा, questions are going to come and they are going to hit us within the interlinking aspects. Okay. Shall we move into the concepts? How many of you know about the seasons, latitude, longitude, calculation of time? Latitude सबको पता है? An imaginary line drawn on the Earth's surface. Most important latitude, equator, Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn, Arctic Circle, Antarctic Circle. ये सबको पता है. But question इससे नहीं आएंगे. Question आएगा, from which of the following countries equator passes? From which of the following country Tropic of Cancer passes? From which of the following country Tropic of Capricorn passes? इससे भी हम खुश हो जाएंगे क्योंकि मैं बताऊंगा ना, लाइक ये पढ़ लीजिए. ये आज का असाइनमेंट है आपका, देख के आइए. व्हाट आर द कंट्रीज विच आर पासिंग थ्रू इक्वेटर, कैंसर, कैप्रिकॉन. एंड बहुत सारे लोग ये पढ़ के खुश हो जाएंगे, वाओ अब मुझे यूपीएससी सॉल्व करना आ गया. बट क्वेश्चन आएगा, फ्रॉम विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग कंट्रीज आर्कटिक सर्किल पासेस. दिमाग खराब करेगा आपका, दिमाग खराब होगा. बिकॉज यू हैव लर्नड इक्वेटर, कैंसर, कैप्रिकॉन. क्वेश्चन आने वाला है आर्कटिक सर्किल. सो यू हैव टू फोकस ऑन आर्कटिक सर्किल, इक्वेटर, कैंसर, कैप्रिकॉन. आज यही प्रोग्राम है, बायहार्ट करके आइए. क्वेश्चन इज गोइंग टू कम फ्रॉम दिस. इवन इफ आई कॉल यू एट मिडनाइट 2:30 ऑल्सो, आपको फोन उठा के मैं पूछूंगा क्वेश्चन, फ्रॉम विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग कंट्री ट्रॉपिक ऑफ कैंसर पास हो रहा है. आपको गुड मॉर्निंग, गुड नाइट बोलना नहीं है, आपको बोलना है कैंसर पासेस फ्रॉम मेक्सिको, माली, मॉरिशियाना, वेस्टर्न सहारा, इजिप्ट, लिबिया, अल्जीरिया, सऊदी अरेबिया, यूएई, वमन एंड इंडिया, बांग्लादेश, म्यांमार, ताइवान. तब गुड मॉर्निंग बोलो. फर्स्ट यू हैव टू से दिस एंड से गुड मॉर्निंग. Sir, from where equator passes? Ecuador, Colombia, Brazil, Gabon, Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda, Kenya, Somalia, Maldives, Indonesia. And you have to remember them in a sequence. Capricorn, similar way. Arctic Circle, similar way. UPSC यहाँ तक नहीं छोड़ेगा आपको. UPSC will kill you almost how Indian Army kills a terrorist. उससे भी ज्यादा मार के, मतलब इट विल पिंच यू, इन दैट रिगार्ड. लाइक आप तो ये पढ़ लिए, यू विल रिमेंबर ऑल द कंट्रीज. नाउ क्वेश्चन आएगा, यूपीएससी इटसेल्फ विल बी सेइंग इन द क्वेश्चन, इक्वेटर पासेस फ्रॉम द फॉलोइंग कंट्रीज गिवन. Arrange the following countries from west to east, east to west. आपका दिमाग बहुत खराब होगा. Your ego won't satisfy. इतना पढ़ने के बाद भी I am not able to attempt this question. Sir, why? क्योंकि आप जब पढ़ने के टाइम पे you are not doing this. That's why remember it in a sequence way. And the most worst question you will experience in UPSC. From certain countries, equator will pass. Okay. From certain countries, equator will pass, and given following are the capitals of it. Capitals of those countries from where equator passes. Arrange the following capitals from east to west. इससे worst question तो UPSC नहीं पूछेगा. So prepare for the deadliest. You will feel very comfort in UPSC. Prepare for the worst. Never you will have a regret that मैंने अच्छा नहीं पढ़ा. Are you getting this point? Hope everyone will remember these things from latitudes. And within the latitudes, as everyone know, उस हिसाब से ही longitude भी है. Longitude का मतलब imaginary vertical line on the surface, उसको longitude बोलेंगे. First 0 degree longitude draw किए थे, that we call it as prime meridian. And it is also called as Greenwich meridian. Why? It passes through Greenwich and London. 6th class kid भी यही बोलेगा, because 6th standard first chapter में यही है. I think so, it was in one of the mock test in 2017-18 time. He was a very clever person. So he was attempting the same question. Consider the following statement regarding with the 0 degree latitude. 0 degree latitude is drawn from, the longitudes are drawn from so and so. And option number B mein, he has given that we call this particular prime meridian as Greenwich meridian because it passes through Greenwich. The same statement which you have said, everyone will be reading the same. But पाप उस बेचारे ने लास्ट का कीवर्ड नहीं पढ़ा. They have given the statement like the Greenwich meridian is given its name because it passes through Greenwich at Washington DC. Greenwich is located in London and option में दी है Washington DC. So he has read the question until this mark and he has marked it, right? That's why completely cleanly reading the question is also very, very important. So whenever you read one keyword, make sure that you read the entire word, otherwise leave it off, don't read it at all. Are you getting this? Hope everyone know why it is called as Greenwich and how the rest of the longitudes are drawn. The angular distance made from the 0 degree has made the rest of the longitudes to be drawn. And by using this prime meridian, we can calculate the time. Everyone know it. Earth rotates 360 degrees in 24 hours. Yes or no? For 1 hour, 15 degree. For 60 minutes, 15 degree. It means for every 1 degree, 4 minutes. Earth takes 4 minutes of time to rotate 1 degree. So by using this, we can calculate the time. For example, at 0 degree, they have given 10 AM and they have asked the time at 90 degree east. First, what you have to do is you have to check the difference between 0 to 90. What is the degree difference? 90 into 4, 360. 360 minute divided by 60, 6 hour. So इस दोनों के बीच में 6 hour की अंतर है. So are we going to add or subtract? Why? Because he has given east. तो add करेंगे 10 AM plus 6, 4 PM and the time here is 4 PM. Just a simple calculation. If he has given it 90 degree west, minus 6 hour, 10 AM minus 6 hour, 4 AM. Are you getting this? Everyone? Everyone would calculate this? Anyone have doubt in time calculation? No one. Very good. Clear. If the time at 60 degree west is 1 PM, what is the time at 60 degree east? If the time at 60 degree west is 1 PM, what is the time at 60 degree west? 1 AM, right? This is the trap opened by UPSC for you. Everyone will mark 1 AM. Is it 1 AM? 60 degree west के पास 1 PM. I have asked 60 degree east. दोनों के अंतर 120 डिग्री, 120 इंटू 4 480, 480 डिवाइडेड बाई 60, 8 आवर का डिफरेंस है. 1 PM प्लस 8 आवर 9 PM. तो 1 AM कहां से आया भाई? इट इफ 90 डिग्री ईस्ट इज एक्सपीरियंसिंग 4 PM, 90 डिग्री वेस्ट में 4 AM हुआ, इसीलिए कि वो दोनों के बीच में 180 डिग्री का अंतर है. 60 एंड 60 के बीच में 180 डिग्री का अंतर नहीं है, 120 का अंतर है. सो मेनी पीपल विल फॉल ओपन ट्रैप. ऐसे बहुत सारे एस्पिरेंट्स फेल हो जाएंगे. एंड मोस्टली इन पॉलिटी दे डू दिस. जितने भी पॉलिटी लक्ष्मीकांत टेक्स्ट बुक पढ़ लो, एक ही याद रहेंगे आपको, 2/3 मेजॉरिटी. हाउ डज द प्रेसिडेंट इम्पीच्ड? 2/3. स्टेट्स डिवाइडेड 2/3. प्रेसिडेंट का बिल इंट्रोडक्शन के लिए कितने चाहिए भाई? 2/3. भाई 1/4 की जरूरत होती है, 1/4 की जरूरत होती है इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ बिल ऑफ इम्पीचमेंट ऑफ प्रेसिडेंट. बट व्हाट वी डू, वी विल हैव सम ब्लाइंड सिग्निफिकेशंस, and UPSC examiner who will be giving the question, he knows this thing that you will make this aspect to be attempted wrong. So what he would be doing is 100% he will make this particular option to be present in the paper. So don't fall in that particular trap. Would you remember this? Would you remember this time calculation? And मैं तो थोड़ा अच्छा आदमी हूं तो 4 PM 3 PM दे रहा हूं. UPSC ऐसा नहीं देगा. If the time at 67 degree east is 14:38 PM, what is the time at 38 degree west? So only thing is, when you know the exact calculation, you can do it right, otherwise you will do wrong. Got this point everyone? Clear? Time calculation clear? And one more point, 180 degree longitude is called as international dateline, right? You do remember that also, because on both sides of it we have North America and Russia. One is eastern corner, one is western corner. तो दोनों के बीच में 24 आवर की अंतर है. So 24 आवर का मतलब एक डेट की अंतर आएगा, इसीलिए 180 डिग्री लॉन्गिट्यूड इज इंटरनेशनल डेट लाइन. एवरीवन क्लियर विद दिस? एवरीवन क्लियर विद दिस? चल. एंड अगर ऑप्शन में इफ 180 डिग्री इज नॉट देयर, देन ऑप्शन में 180 डिग्री नहीं है, 0 डिग्री दिए, वुड यू मार्क 0? नो. Don't think it as a protractor that एक एंड पे 0 एक एंड पे 180, दोनों इक्वल नहीं है. If it is 180 then only mark it, otherwise none of this becomes the option. Okay, clear everyone? Shall we move further everyone? And also make sure that you check from which countries this prime meridian is passing. Prime meridian, Greenwich meridian is passing, and also check that from which aspects 180 degree is passing. If you check out the 180 degree longitude, it is bit zigzag in this way. Why it is zigzag? No. Yes, very perfect. To not make this international dateline to pass through a small island. If it is passing through a small island, half of the island would be experiencing one date and the other half would be experiencing the other date. That's why they have not made this 180 degree longitude to pass through island nations. Only they have made it pass through maritime boundaries. That's why ye zigzag ki kahani. Got this point? Make sure that this 180 degree longitude passes through one water body, that is Bering Strait, followed by Pacific Ocean. So their Bering Strait divides North America with Europe. That is also most important water body. You make sure that you mark it. Bering Strait, very very important. Okay, done. Shall we move further? And everyone know summer solstice, winter solstice, autumn equinox, spring equinox. Everyone know this? Earth is tilted on its own axis and sun rays would be falling at one particular location directly on the Earth's surface. Sun rays shall be falling at one particular location. अगर यहाँ पे देखेंगे southern hemisphere, यहाँ पे देखेंगे equator, यहाँ पे देखेंगे northern hemisphere, फिर इधर equator, फिर इधर southern hemisphere. So the date of December 22nd, March 21st, June 21st, September 23rd. Hope you remember these dates, everyone. So this is called as winter solstice. This is called as summer solstice. This is called as spring equinox. This is called as autumn equinox. And how many still believe that when earth is closer to the sun it would be summer and far away from the sun it is winter? How many still believe this? This is completely wrong. जो हमने स्कूल में पढ़े थे, when earth is closer to the sun summer रहेगा, दूर है तो winter नहीं. So because of the tiltness of the earth axis rotating around, we are experiencing the seasons. Otherwise we won't experience season. अगर मान लेते कि like earth is not in a tilted way, earth ऐसा है, what will happen? Sunrise shall fall at the equator, sunrise shall fall at the equator, sunrise shall fall at the equator, sunrise will fall on the equator. So every time equator might have experienced maximum insolation and temperature, and moving away from the equator we might have experienced reduction of temperatures. So just because of the earth tiltness and revolution around the sun, we are experiencing seasons. Everyone is clear with this? Everyone is clear? Done. And do remember two more dates, that is Jan 3rd. Jan 3rd phenomena is called as perihelion. July 4th phenomena is called as aphelion phenomena. Aphelion phenomena. So Jan 3rd earth would be closest to the sun, that is perihelion. July 4th earth shall be far away from the sun, called as aphelion. Perihelion, aphelion, perihelion, aphelion. Do remember this. Almost if you see in the last 5 to 7 years, the question regarding with this seasons itself, it has been occurred twice. Regarding with June 21st, December 22nd. So don't forget these dates, they are very, very important. Hope everyone know the concept of 6 month day and night. North Pole shall experience 6 month day and night, everyone know it? Okay. Norway is called as land of midnight sun. Japan is called as land of rising sun. Everyone know these facts, right? Chalo. Moving into geomorphology. In geomorphology, hope everyone know about interior of the earth. What are the layers which we have? Crust, upper mantle, lower mantle, outer core, inner core. 0, 30, 700, 2900, 5150, 6371 kilometer. 0, 30, 700, 2900, 5150, 6371 kilometer. Crust is solid, mantle molten state, again solid, liquid, solid. These are the mediums which we have. So topmost crust is solid, next layer is molten state, next again lower mantle solid, then outer core is liquid, followed by inner core is solid again. Okay, and there are some discontinuities which are present in between them. Everyone know about discontinuity? मोहरोविसिक याद रख लो. Gutenberg discontinuity between crust and mantle and core. Lehmann's discontinuity, Reparty's discontinuity, and upper crust and lower crust Conrad discontinuity. Do remember these 5 discontinuities which we have: Conrad, Mohorovicic, Reparty's, Gutenberg, Lehmann's discontinuity. Got this point clear, everyone? Everyone clear with this? And how we have known about the interior of the earth? is generally we have various sources like volcanism, earthquake, mining, drilling, but this doesn't give us complete information regarding with the interior of the earth. That's why we have used seismic wave studies. What are seismic waves? Seismic waves are earthquake waves, and in that earthquake waves we have PSLR, primary and secondary, longitudinal love waves and Rayleigh waves. P and S waves are body waves, L and R waves are surface waves. This you have read it, right? So body waves doesn't create much destruction on the earth's surface. It is surface waves which shall be creating. Everyone clear with this? Surface waves which shall be creating the disturbances. So by using these body waves, primary waves and secondary waves will have one behavior. What is it? Primary waves pass through solid, liquid and gases. Secondary waves only pass through solid, they doesn't pass through liquid and gases. So once we have sent secondary waves, so they have passed through crust, they have passed through the upper mantle, they have passed through the lower mantle, but reaching outer core they did not pass, they have deflected from that zone. And that zone we are calling it as a shadow zone. And in the similar way, when we have sent the primary waves which can pass through all the mediums, solid, liquid and gas, it passed through crust, mantle and it has passed through all the layers, but differences in velocity. Are you getting this point? S waves like solid, liquid, gaseous state में pass हुए थे primary waves, but they have shown deflections in velocities and speed. You know this concept, right? P shadow zone, S shadow zone, P shadow, S shadow, P shadow, S shadow. Everyone directly given in 11th NCERT. S shadow zone का figure है, P shadow zone का figure भी है. Okay. Now, what will happen to the temperature when we move into the interior? Increases, decreases, stays constant? Increases. Pressure? Density? Increases. Moving into the interior, temperature increase, pressure increase, density increases. Do remember these keywords, that's it. Okay. Nothing much to remember in this chapter exclusively for prelims. Only remember these few facts. Remember the seismic wave activities. And these seismic waves which are earthquake waves are mechanical in nature. Mechanical in nature. Okay. Now, coming to the point, like actually we don't use crust, mantle or core on and often. So we use the term called as lithosphere, asthenosphere. Lithosphere and asthenosphere. The topmost layer of the earth's surface which has crust, continental crust, oceanic crust and also the upper portions of upper mantle which shall be there, they are also included in the solid portion. That solid portion we are terming it as lithosphere. In lithosphere what are the elements included? Continental crust, oceanic crust and also upper portions of upper mantle also included. So these lithosphere which is there, they are floating, they are taking rest on the next layer, that is asthenosphere, which has magma in it. Okay, this lithosphere which is there, this is floating, and lithosphere is not a continuous single body. Lithosphere, if you see from the top, it is broken like an egg shell. So whenever we break the boiled egg, the outermost shell portion, so how it will come out in different layers. In the similar way, the lithosphere is broken into different segments, and that particular segment is called as plate. And that particular segment, it is called as plate. Are you getting this point, everyone? So these plates, they are floating on asthenosphere. They are floating on asthenosphere. Got this point? Clear, everyone? Now I will draw a flow chart entire geomorphology is this flowchart itself, the entire geomorphology section. Okay, so you make sure that you remember every key corner of that particular flowchart. Okay. Geomorphic movements. In this we have endogenic and exogenic forces acting. Endogenic has again two, diastrophism and sudden forces, and this particular diastrophism again has two, epirogenic and orogenic, and epirogenic again has upward and downward, orogenic has tensional, compressional, cracking, faulting, folding, volcanoes, earthquakes, so this is entire geomorphology which you have to learn, including some theories like continental drift, seafloor and plate tectonics. Now coming to the forces, generally geomorphology refers to the modification which happened on the Earth's surface since millions of years. And why the modification has happened on the Earth's surface since millions of years? Certain forces have acted. What are those certain forces? They are geomorphic movements or geomorphic forces. In the geomorphic forces we have two, one is endogenic, one is exogenic. Endogenic refers to those forces which come from interior of the Earth. Why forces should act on the Earth's surface from the interior? Because of the temperature gradient. So because of the temperature gradient in the interior of the Earth's surface, this is the actual culprit. We have development of endogenic forces. Endogenic forces का मतलब है जो forces अंदर से निकलेगा, those shall be called as endogenic forces. Okay. So in the endogenic forces we have two, one is diastrophism, one is sudden. Diastrophism का मतलब है gradual, मतलब इसका जो implementation है, the force acting on the earth surface and the resultant, जो दिखने का resultant है, that takes lots and lots and lots and lots of time. Can you sit here at Ashoknagar crossroad and see a mountain building process? No. It takes thousands of years. People will see you like a fool. So, the mountain building process, all these come under diastrophic forces. But sudden forces we can see a volcanic eruption. We can visualize it. We can see earthquake, we can experience it. उसके बाद बचेंगे नहीं वो अलग है. Clear? That depends upon ऊपर जो अल्लाह बैठा है उसके ऊपर डिपेंड होगा कि हम धरती पे रहेंगे नहीं तो धरती के नीचे, है ना. So this we can experience. So through these particular forces we have certain part of that surface which got modified. So if you go deeper into the diastrophism का मतलब है हल्लुज्जा, like slowly, gradually, बहुत slow forces. It takes thousands and thousands of years. उसमें दो forces है again. One is epirogenic, one is orogenic. Epirogenic का मतलब है vertically acting on the earth surface. अगर ये earth crust है, let's say vertically some force is acting from beneath, what will happen to this earth's crust? We shall be having some upliftment of it. इसको हम upliftment of crust बोलेंगे. नहीं तो it's some portion, it might subside under when downward epirogenic movement is acting. Epirogenic movement में upward है, downward है. Either upliftment of land or subsidence of land or emergence of the coast along the coastal region or submergence of the coast. Are you getting this point? Either emergence of the coast or submergence of the coast. Are you getting this point? In this way, this modification you are observing due to epirogenic movements. Then what are orogenic movements? Orogenic movements are horizontal movements acting on the earth surface. उसमें दो हैं orogenic में. What are they? Tensional and compressional. Tension का मतलब क्या है? Forces which act away from each other. एक point से when forces are acting away from each other, इसको क्या बोलेंगे? अगर same force if it is acting towards each other, compressional. For example, let's say tensional forces are acting on earth's crust. First we shall be having cracking of land. Land crack होगा. वो crack develop होगा rift valley में. Slowly the land subsides under and we shall be having a process of faulting which generates here. So initially cracking of land, और ज़्यादा tensional, fracture of land, और ज़्यादा tensional force, faulting of land. Faulting का simple definition, large movement of mass of rock if it is displayed. The displacement of mass of rock is faulting. Very simple definition. Displacement of mass of rock, उसको हम faulting बोलेंगे. Either the faulting might happen on the earth or in the earth surface. On the earth surface, if the faulting is happening, that shall form a valley like structure and it is called as rift valley. So rift valley is a faulting feature which is observed on the earth surface. Direct question, if UPSC wants to ask you to test, they want to test your static knowledge of geomorphology, they will be asking a question, which of the following are the consequences you would be observing on the earth surface when tensional forces are applied, or when compressional forces are applied, or when epirogenic movements are applied. So they might ask this particular static wala portion. Make sure that you remember this particular aspect. Tensional force की वजह से क्या हो रहा है? Cracking of land, fracture of land, faulting of land. Faulting अगर resemble है, that will be resembling rift valley. And if rift valley is resembling, then adjacent to it, block mountains will be resembled. Adjacent to it, block mountain. If rift valley is there, block mountain would be there. If block mountain would be there, rift valley would be there. India में Vindhyas and Satpuras, the best examples of block mountains. So whenever you are reading the examples of different mountains, fold, block, volcanic, residual, my sincere suggestion is just Google it. Ego आपका कुछ मरेगा नहीं. Google कर दीजिए. List out as many as block mountains. क्योंकि एग्जाम में नॉर्मल सा क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे. Which of the following refers to block mountains? तो उसमें जरूरी नहीं कि आप सब कुछ याद रखो. You are not a Wikipedia there. Yes or no? So try to remember as many as block mountain examples this year. अगर मैं पेपर दे रहा होता इस साल, I might have given this question to you. That which of the following are block mountains? Because students तो block mountain को carry नहीं करेंगे. Students को carrying एक ही mountain है, fold. यंगेस्ट फोल्ड माउंटेन हिमालय, बस. ब्लॉक माउंटेन का जिक्र नहीं लेते. रेसिडियल माउंटेन को भिखारी तरह देखते हैं. मतलब दे डोंट इवन केयर ऑफ रेसिडियल माउंटेन. इट इज ऑल्सो ए फॉर्म ऑफ ए लैंड फॉर्म, राइट? देन व्हाई डोंट यू केयर इट? दैट्स व्हाई आई वांट एस्पिरेंट्स टू केयर ब्लॉक एंड रेसिडियल माउंटेन. दिस ईयर अगर क्वेश्चन आ गया, बाकी सब लोग गए काम से. नो वन विल रीड इट. नो वन विल रीड व्हाट इज ब्लॉक माउंटेन, व्हाट इज रेसिडियल, बट आप पढ़ो. एग्जाम्पल जितना चाहिए उतना लिख लो. ब्लॉक माउंटेन्स. ओजेस ऑफ फ्रांस, ब्लैक फॉरेस्ट इन जर्मनी, इंडिया में विंध्या सतपुरास, नीलगिरी हिल्स, एग्जाम्पल ऑफ ब्लॉक माउंटेन. वेस्टर्न घाट इज अ ब्लॉक माउंटेन. मेनी डोंट नो दिस. मेनी पीपल थिंक वेस्टर्न घाट, वाओ, वेस्टर्न घाट मतलब कूर्ग, मुन्नार, ऊटी, वाओ. मतलब इतना याद रखेंगे, ब्लॉक माउंटेन बोल के याद नहीं रखेंगे. So make sure that you see the examples of block and residual also. Okay, got this point everyone? Clear? Now, अगर compressional force apply हो रहा है crust पे, what will happen? Very good, folding. Very simple. ये तो सबको पता है. Crust will fold, and if this fold is excessive, that results into fold mountains. Example: Himalayas, Urals, Rockies, Andes, Great Dividing Range. All these examples come under this particular picture. Okay, got this point everyone? Clear? Everyone clear with this? Everyone? Shall we move further? Everyone? ज़्यादा फास्ट तो नहीं हो रहा है ना? Is it bit fast? No? Pace is good? Okay, done. फिर बाद में गाली नहीं देना बाहर जाके. सर क्या बक रहे थे, मतलब वंदे भारत एक्सप्रेस से भी स्पीड जा रहे थे. मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, इट इज माई फंडामेंटल ड्यूटी टू आस्क यू, एंड इफ यू वांट राइट देन यू शुड ऑल्सो फॉलो सम ड्यूटीज. ये ठीक है, एपिरोजेनिक, ओरोजेनिक, ठीक है एवरीवन. सडन फोर्सेस का वी शैल सी सेपरेटली. ओके, सो उससे पहले, ये स्टार्ट करने से पहले, लेट मी डिस्कस विथ यू द 3 इंपॉर्टेंट थियरीज विच वी हैव. दैट इज, तो ये कहानी स्टार्ट करने से पहले वो बता देता हूं. कॉन्टिनेंटल ड्रिफ्ट थ्योरी, सी फ्लोर स्प्रेडिंग थ्योरी, प्लेट टेक्टोनिक्स थ्योरी. कॉन्टिनेंटल ड्रिफ्ट थ्योरी सबको पता है. अपना अंकल अल्फ्रेड वेगनर, काम धंधा नहीं था, मेट्रोलॉजिस्ट था, जर्मन मेट्रोलॉजिस्ट. काम क्या होता है मेट्रोलॉजिस्ट का? स्टडिंग अबाउट मीटियर्स. What is the work of meteorologist? Studying the meteors which are coming into the space. Then वही है ना, meteors जो आएंगे. It is the work of meteorologist. Studying about climate. Studying about climate. उसको meteorologist बोलेंगे. सर क्लाइमेट पढ़ने का इसका जियोमॉर्फोलॉजी में क्या काम है? एक्चुअली एक लंबा कहानी है. आई डोंट वांट टू एक्सपेल that all kahani, what he has did, what all the nonsense he has committed. Just you focus on the forces given by Alfred Wegener. One is tidal force, one is buoyancy force, one is pole fleeing force. ये 3 पागल कहेगा, मतलब इसको एक्चुअली एर्रागड्डा में ज्वाइन होना था. ये आया ये 3 पिक्चर लेके. क्लियर? देयर इज सम रोमांटिक स्टोरी बिहाइंड इट, बट आई डोंट वांट टू एक्सप्लेन, टाइम वेस्ट हो जाएगा बहुत. सो इतना याद रख लो, फोर्सेस याद रख लो कि पागल का. एविडेंसेस याद रखो. यू नो अबाउट साइनोग्नाथस, मीजोसॉरस, सॉरोस्ट्रेटस, याद है आपको? एनसीईआरटी में पढ़े. यू हैव रेड द फॉसिल एविडेंसेस, जिग्सॉ फिट. क्या क्या थे एविडेंसेस? एविडेंसेस में क्या क्या थे? जिग्सॉ फिट था, अफ्रीका को साउथ अमेरिका को लिंक लगा रहा था बीच में, है ना, जिग्सॉ फिट पजल. फॉसिल्स एविडेंसेस, फॉसिल्स एविडेंसेस, सुनो. सो उस फॉसिल यहां पे मिल रहा है, ये फॉसिल वहां पे मिल रहा है. साइनोग्नाथस, मीजोसॉरस, लाइस्ट्रोसॉरस, ऐसे बहुत सारे नाम हैं. रॉक एविडेंसेस, ये पत्थर उधर मिल रहा था, ये पत्थर उधर, टाइम वेस्ट कर रहा था हमारा. माउंटेन रेंजेस एविडेंसेस, है ना, ऐसे एविडेंसेस दिए. पैलियोक्लाइमेटिक एविडेंसेस सेइंग दैट व्हाई रीजन ऑफ जर्मनी हैज मोर अमाउंट ऑफ कोल. Equatorial region should have more amount of coal, right, because of vegetation, but why that particular region have maximum amount of coal? Reason behind it is continental drift. Clear? So प्रीलिम्स में तो कुछ क्वेश्चन नहीं निकलेगा कॉन्टिनेंटल ड्रिफ्ट थ्योरी के ऊपर, बट एक बार एविडेंसेस एंड फोर्सेस पढ़ लो. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग वेयर द एविडेंसेस और फोर्सेस गिवन बाय अल्फ्रेड वेगनर. अदरवाइज कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट्स रिगार्डिंग विद द कॉन्टिनेंटल ड्रिफ्टिंग. उसमें एक आधा स्टेटमेंट they might be giving from this particular theory. एंड ये थ्योरी का आउटकम कुछ नहीं था. अगर मेंस में अगर आपको आंसर लिखना है तो कंक्लूजन में आप गाली नहीं देना है अल्फ्रेड वेगनर को. बहुत सारे लोग मॉक टेस्ट में देख रहा था मैं, अल्फ्रेड वेगनर ने हमारे को पागल कर दिया. मतलब तू पागल क्यों बन रहा है भाई? Yes or no? Alfred Wegener has said all the nonsense कहते. मतलब who said you to listen first? Yes or no? अगर तेरा मन मर्जी है पढ़ लो, नहीं तो your optimism comes there. You have to write despite this theory is unsound, like scientifically having no sound, but this has given a path for us for the upcoming theories to arrive. बहुत अच्छा optimism है ये. Like you can write this optimistic way. ऐसा नहीं लिखना है अल्फ्रेड वेगनर मिलने दो मुझे, मतलब बोलता हूँ उस पागल को, मतलब हैदराबाद में बगल बगल के मारता हूँ. मतलब why you have that much personal grudge on अल्फ्रेड वेगनर? Not necessary, right? तो मेंस का आंसर लिखने के टाइम पे make sure that you follow most of the optimism. Okay, then go this point next. Seafloor spreading actually has built on the theory called as convectional current theory. Who has given convectional current theory? Arthur Holmes. Why Arthur Holmes has given? Because this भाई ने कुछ बोल के गया है ना, टाइडल फोर्स, buoyancy फोर्स, पोल फ्लिंग फोर्स. So इस फोर्सेस के ऊपर if continents are drifting, then earth might have influenced its rotation of the earth also. But ऐसा कुछ हुआ नहीं. So what is the actual force for continental drifting given by Arthur Holmes? What Arthur Holmes says is the crust, the lithosphere which is there, the lithospheric plate that is floating on asthenosphere. So within the asthenosphere we have movement of magma, and that movement of magma he is naming it as convectional cell, and this convectional cell will be moving continuously, ascending, diverging, descending, converging, converging, ascending, diverging, descending. It has limbs. तो जैसा जैसा मैग्मा मूव होता जाएगा इसके ऊपर जो प्लेट है मूव होगा. दिस इज द मेन रीजन. ये थियरी में बताया था. आर यू गेटिंग दिस पॉइंट एवरीवन? सो असेंडिंग लिम्ब के पास लाइक वी शैल हैव वन प्लेट बाउंड्री, डिसेंडिंग लिम्ब के पास वन प्लेट बाउंड्री, डाइवर्जिंग के पास वन प्लेट बाउंड्री, कन्वर्जिंग के पास वन प्लेट बाउंड्री. सो दिस इज द एक्चुअल रीजन व्हाई वी आर हैविंग द मूवमेंट ऑफ प्लेट्स. ये रीजन नहीं था. द रीजन विच वॉज सेड बाय अंकल जो बोला था, ये रीजन नहीं था. रीजन ये था. दिस इज द एक्चुअल रीजन. कन्वेक्शनल सेल इज द एक्चुअल रीजन. सर व्हाई कन्वेक्शनल सेल? कन्वेक्शनल सेल मतलब why it is rotating? Climate change, gravitational pull of sun and moon. It is very simple. Like see, moving into the interior, temperature increases. The temperature of this magma, both differs. Both shall differ. There is temperature difference between both these magmas. This magma is more hotter relatively than this, more denser than this. So due to the temperature gradient, there are density differences. Due to these density differences, the magma which is there that moves from higher denser medium to lower denser medium, high density medium to lower denser medium. In this way the magma tends to move and hits the earth's crust. Are you getting this point? In this way the force from the interior of the earth's surface is acting. Temperature gradient, density different, उसकी वजह से convectional cell. Convectional cell, plates are floating, plates are moving. Everyone is clear with this? In this way, on basis of this, he has given the seafloor spreading concept. So seafloor spreading concept by given by Harry Hess. उसके पीछे भी लंबा कहानी है. गाजी 2 निकाल सकते हैं आप. गाजी 1 राणा का मूवी है. You can even take गाजी 2.0 also. तो वो कहानी आपको जरूरत नहीं है. This Harry Hess wanted to prove that the seafloor is spreading. What he says is, on the oceanic crust in general, he only speaks about sea and the oceans. On the oceans, beneath that oceanic floor is relatively thinner. Beneath that, wherever we have ascending limb of convectional cell, उसके बगल में डाइवर्जिंग लिम्स कहां पे भी हैं. What will happen? What is the force which is been applied at diverging limbs? Tensional forces. What Harry Hess says is, at the ascending and diverging limb, there is tensional stress. Due to the tensional stress, we are having the oceanic crust thinning itself. And the oceanic crust thins and breaks. The magma from it comes out. And this particular magma which is coming out, that is creating a small hill-like structure which is called as a ridge, and that ridge is extended for some thousands of kilometers, that he is naming as mid-oceanic ridge. Are you getting this point, everyone? So once the mid-oceanic ridge has created, again the first chain moves away from it. Now the second chain will be formed. Now second chain would be moving. Why? These plates are continuously moving. First plate move हुआ, second plate move होगा, then third वाला, then fourth वाला. So what is happening? The mid-oceanic ridge which has been created, that is moving away, spreading across the next basin. So in this way the seafloor spreading is happening. Are you getting this point? And now questions will raise. इतना सारा seafloor spread हो रहा तो जा कहाँ रहा? Then the seafloor might have been spread completely. It might have been increased continuously since these million years. Then what is happening to it? Then Harry Hess explains, भाई रुको जरा, थोड़ा सब्र करो. मतलब he still has explained only half of the theory. The next half what he will explain is the amount of crust which is being created. It is coming in convergent boundary along the opposite plate, where we are experiencing the oceanic slab moving inside into the mantle. This process he is naming it as subduction. He is saying that we are having the oceanic crust subduction on the opposite margin, where a trench has been formed. So the amount of crust created, the amount of crust is being dismantled at the trench. This is how the rotation is happening. But in lieu of compensation, slightly 6 centimeter, 8 centimeters per year, the Atlantic Ocean is bit increasing its size, Pacific Ocean is decreasing its size. Because Pacific Ocean is subducting at the trench on the opposite margin, Atlantic Ocean is increasing along the mid-oceanic ridge. And along the Atlantic Ocean you will find a huge S-shaped structure, that we call it as mid-Atlantic ridge. So along the Atlantic Ocean, at the central Atlantic Ocean, you have a huge S-shaped structure of ridge which has been formed over there. Is this clear, everyone? Mid-Atlantic ridge, would you remember? Same type of ridges are there in Indian Ocean, Pacific Ocean also. But the most best example is at Atlantic Ocean. Got this point, everyone? In this way, this seafloor spreading also did not answer every question. So then comes the plate tectonics theory. What do you mean by a plate? What do you mean by a plate? The part of lithospheric segment floating on the asthenosphere, it shall be called as a plate. The part of lithosphere floating on asthenosphere is called as a plate, or if you want you can call it as a lithospheric plate. And these plates as floating on asthenosphere, they shall be moving, that everyone know. And these plates can be of different type categories. We may have continental plate, oceanic plate, or combination of both. Continental plate, oceanic plate, or combination of both. Okay. So we have many plates in that regard. You know the list of all plates: American plate, South American plate, Eurasian plate, Australian plate, African plate, Antarctic plate, Pacific plate. ये सारे मेजर प्लेट हो गए. छोटे छोटे माइनर प्लेट्स भी रहेंगे. व्हाट आर दे? कैन यू नेम सम? अरेबियन प्लेट, वेरी गुड. नज़ाका प्लेट, वेरी गुड. कोकोस प्लेट, फिलीपाइंस प्लेट, वेरी गुड. जुआन डिफुका प्लेट. Yes or no? What are these minor plates? They are nothing but they are part and parcel of major plate itself. During the movement थोड़ा बहुत टुकड़ा केक से निकल के बाहर पेस्ट्री की तरफ आ गया बस. माइनर प्लेट्स का कहानी कुछ नहीं है, दे आर द पार्ट ऑफ मेजर प्लेट इटसेल्फ, बट you have to know the location of these minor plates, don't neglect them while you write the answers in UPSC. many people since like last 2 years से पहले भी बहुत सारे aspirants पता नहीं था कि like why Indonesia and Philippines were formed. Many people used to think that Pacific plate subducted under the Asian plate, but वो कहानी नहीं है. वहाँ पे Philippines plate, Japanese plate, Eurasian plate, Indo-Australian plate, Sunda plate, so ऐसे बहुत सारे plates हैं, they are involved over there. So make sure that you remember the minor plates also and their location. Chances are very high that question is going to come. नजा का प्लेट कहाँ है, जुआन डिफू का, मतलब पेयरिंग दे देंगे. जुआन डिफू का प्लेट लोकेटेड इन अटलांटिक ओशन, नजा का प्लेट अंटार्कटिक प्लेट, मतलब ऐसे माइनर प्लेट देके उसका लोकेशन पूछेंगे. एंड यू गेटिंग दिस पॉइंट. एंड दीज प्लेट्स एज दे आर फ्लोटिंग ऑन एस्थेनोस्फीयर दे हैव सम इंटरैक्शंस, एंड वो इंटरैक्शंस हैं कन्वर्जेंट, डाइवर्जेंट, ट्रांसफॉर्म. कन्वर्जेंट का मतलब प्लेट अगर if it is moving towards each other, divergent moving away from each other, transform bypassing each other. Are you getting this point? So in which locations we shall have convergent plate? Wherever the convectional portion is there, the convectional cell, so along the descending and converging limbs, जहां पे भी डिसेंडिंग एंड कन्वर्जिंग लिम्ब है कन्वेक्शनल सेल का, वहां पे कन्वर्जेंट प्लेट बाउंड्री. वेर एवर वी हैव ascending and diverging limb, there we shall find divergent plate boundaries. Transform plate boundary might be individual or it might have the correlation with these particular two plates. मतलब ये two plates कहाँ पे हैं, वहाँ पे ट्रांसफॉर्म प्लेट बाउंड्री हो सकता है. इससे ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं बनेंगे. पीपल हु हैव ज्योग्राफी ऑप्शनल दे ओनली डू मोर फोकस ऑन ट्रांसफॉर्म बाउंड्रीज. एनीवन हैव ज्योग्राफी एज ऑप्शनल हियर? नो वन. So if you have that optional, then only focus on transform, otherwise leave it off if you are reading it for general studies. Now coming to convergent plate boundaries, generally this convergent plate boundaries will again have ocean ocean, ocean continent, continent continent. Ocean ocean अगर है, so one plate will subduct under. So what are the resultants? Trench, island, archipelagos. Trenches, island, archipelagos. And there is one more aspect like accretionary prism. Accretionary prism. Got this point? And what are the resultants of oceanic continent? Trench, trench बनेगा, fold mountain, continental arcs, accretionary wedge. And most common thing in these three is seismic activities. Okay. Done. इसमें कुछ डाउट है? Anyone have how the formation आइलैंड आर्क, आइलैंड्स कैसे फॉर्म होंगे, इसमें कुछ डाउट नहीं है ना? एवरीवन नो दैट द ओशनिक प्लेट विच सबडक्ट्स अंडर द ऑपोजिट प्लेट अंडर द ओशन ये मेल्ट होगा and this melted portion will come off from the opposite slab and generation by generation accumulation will happen and that accumulation will result into formation of island and ये एक island नहीं बनाएगा एक आर्क की तरह बनाएगा उसको हम आइलैंड आर्क बोलेंगे है ना ये याद है ना सबको लाइक उसमें जापान इंडोनेशिया फिलीपाइंस ये सारे आ जाएंगे जापान इंडोनेशिया फिलीपाइंस ऑल दीज सेगमेंट्स कम इनटू पिक्चर इन आइलैंड आर्क सेम वही कॉन्टिनेंट के ऊपर भी होगा वॉल्केनिक एरप्शन but not extensively like that on ocean because on the ocean the volcanic activity is very easier but on the continent as continent crust is thicker the volcanic magma to come out onto that particular crust it is very difficult there that's why it won't come in that place very easily it will come but एक बार आ गया तो बहुत catastrophic event होगा that's why the volcano on water like beneath the water on the oceanic floor is not that destructive but that particular volcanism which happens on the earth's crust that is on the continental crust where we are living that is highly destructive in nature okay and what will happen at continental collision no trench no volcano only fold mountain एग्जाम्पल हिमालयास ओशनिक का एग्जाम्पल दिया ओशनिक कॉन्टिनेंट के एग्जाम्पल्स रॉकी एंडीज कॉन्टिनेंट के एग्जाम्पल हिमालयास एंड अरल्स डन You haven't heard accretionary prism. This is a slab. This is one slab. This slab is moving in. इसको subduction बोलेंगे. Trench formation, you know. Along the trench, what will happen is only there shall be a place of movement of oceanic slab. But on this oceanic slab, we may have different rock, debris, or small hill-like structures which might have been formed. So while this oceanic slab is subducting, it will scrap off all these extra parted material. So and this scrapped off material will be deposited along the trench. And once it deposits along the trench, the next deposition it shall happen on the opposite slab. The debris which deposits onto the opposite slab, उसको हम एक्रिशनरी प्रिज्म बोलेंगे ओशनिक में अगर वही सेम ओशनिक कॉन्टिनेंट में हो रहा है इसको हम एक्रिशनरी वेज बोलते हैं ओके क्लियर एवरीवन सो दिस इज व्हाट विल हैपन इन कन्वर्जन प्लेट बाउंड्री एवरीवन नो दिस राइट व्हाट विल हैपन इन डाइवर्जेंट सेम कहानी डाइवर्जेंट क्रैकिंग ऑफ क्रस्ट faulting of crust, development of rift valleys, and these rift valleys once they develop block mountains, yes or no, and still the divergent plate applied, the central portion would be more subsided where the sea water from adjacent location enters in when the land is completely subsided down and a new sea would be created. This is called as nascent sea. The same sea-like structure has been created between Africa and Arabia. The divergent plate boundaries have generated Red Sea-like margin. It has generated Red Sea. So once the Red Sea is been formed, what will happen? Again, oceanic floor. Again the volcanism, again the seafloor spreading process. So divergent plate boundary is leading to construction of crust, convergent plate boundary is leading to destruction of crust. So that's why it is destructive plate boundary, this is constructive plate boundary. Got this point everyone? Clear with this? So in convergent and divergent, make sure that you remember maximum. Chances are there question will be coming. Coming to the volcanism, everyone know about Pacific Ring of Fire, right? Everyone, if anyone don't know, please let me know. Pacific Ring of Fire, the belt where the Pacific Ocean will be subducting under, giving rise to huge volcanism entirely along the Pacific Ocean. As a garland, we have this particular volcanic belt which is called as Pacific Ring of Fire. Everyone know this? Everyone? Okay. Coming to the volcanism. So what do you mean by volcanism? Eruption of magma. Very simple. That is actually volcano, but not volcanism. Volcanism refers to formation of magma, movement of magma, eruption of magma, consequences of that eruption of magma. All these processes are included in volcanism. If anyone asks you a question, what is volcano? Then you say it as eruption of magma. If anyone will ask you what is volcanism, then you say it is formation of magma, movement of magma, eruption of magma, consequences of magma. Is this clear, everyone? And these type of volcanoes which we would be having, the volcanoes can be divided on the basis of their frequency. We can divide the volcanoes into three major categories: active, dormant and extinct. If there is continuous eruption of magma, gases, dust particles from that particular volcano, it is called as active. Generally, active volcanoes we shall be observing along Pacific Ring of Fire, mid-oceanic ridge, India में Barren Island. Hope everyone have heard about this. Barren Island, Norcondam and Barren Island which are there, they are very, very important. Along that particular Barren Island, we shall be finding the volcanic activity. Okay. Got this point clear, everyone? Next, coming to the dormant category, those which had erupted continuously, but suddenly they have stopped. Don't know are they going to erupt in future or not. Recent past तक वो eruption हुआ था actively, but suddenly they have stopped. Don't know why. And future eruption होगा कि नहीं उसमें, ये ऊपर भगवान बोल सकता है. So such kind of volcanism, I will be taking it under the category of dormant. Generally along the Great African Rift Valley, you shall be finding this dormant. The best dormant is in front of us, that is Hawaiian Island. Recent past तक erupt हुए थे बहुत ज़्यादा, but suddenly they have stopped. Recently stop हुआ था. Recent का मतलब 30-40 साल भी हो सकता है. Clear? In geography, 1 million year is just a casual thing for us. Yes or no? Recently Himalayas were formed 30 million year ago. मतलब पागल है मेरा, मतलब to live this 60 year of life मैं तक जा रहा हूँ. And in geographers say just now 30 million year ago Carboniferous पागल. मतलब geography में ऐसा होता है. That's why no one can prove geography and no one can catch a mistake in geography. आप जो चाहे लिखो. See, हिस्ट्री में अगर गांधी के बारे में लिख रहे हो, यू कांट राइट गांधी लिव्ड इन 17th सेंचुरी. लिख सकते हैं? कैन यू राइट दिस? गांधी फॉट इन रिवोल्ट ऑफ 1857? नहीं. ज्योग्राफी में लिखो, हवाईयन आइलैंड्स वेर फॉर्म्ड समवेयर अराउंड एट 12,000 BC. 12,000 ईयर का BC में फॉर्म हुआ था. तो लोग तो पीछे जा नहीं सकते टाइम मशीन पकड़ के, आगे आ नहीं सकते, है ना? The most irony thing which I have observed, daily I'll travel the route in front from Gandhi Hospital, जो सिकंदराबाद में है. Daily I'll travel. I tend to see all the patients and the attenders. मतलब वो स्क्रैच का जो इमोशन है डेली देखता हूं मैं. इतने साल में एक मिस्टेक को पकड़ा नहीं, बट आज एक 1-2 months पहले पकड़ा था वो मिस्टेक को. मिस्टेक था, गांधी हॉस्पिटल वॉज एस्टैब्लिश्ड इन 1851. What is the date of birth of Gandhi? 1869 अक्टूबर 2। चलो एटलीस्ट 1870 भी मैं मान लेता हूँ, लाइक 1 साल की उसका उम्र के ऊपर हॉस्पिटल बनाया। गांधी हॉस्पिटल एस्टेब्लिश्ड इन 1851। इफ एनीवन ट्रैवल अलोंग दैट रूट यू वंस चेक इट आउट। द बिगेस्ट मिस्टेक ऑफ अवर फादर ऑफ नेशन इटसेल्फ, 1851 में गांधी took birth, then how Gandhi hospital came? हो सकता है नाम they might have changed, hospital might have existed then, they might have changed the name, but that is illogical. If now I can't prove it as a wrong aspect, right? UPSC में भी यही होता है। How many want to crack 200 out of 200? No one. And if I speak, they will be the utter fool. They will be the biggest fool on this planet. But see, UPSC में, out of all my 15 years of experience with UPSC as a student, as a teacher, मैं स्टूडेंट था पहले, उसके बाद में मेंटर बना, फिर टीचर बना, फिर ऑथर बना, गाइड बना, सब कुछ बन गया यूपीएससी में। एंड बाकी अभी एक ही है, यूपीएससी चेयरमैन की पोजीशन है ना। व्हाट आई हैव ऑब्जर्व्ड इन यूपीएससी इज, साफ सीधा क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछेंगे, स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड क्वेश्चन दे विल नेवर आस्क। बट वन थिंग आई हैव ऑब्जर्व्ड इन यूपीएससी इज, जो भी ईयर का साल कट ऑफ ले लो आप, आउट ऑफ 100 क्वेश्चंस मान लेते, लाइक 100 क्वेश्चन, कौन सा सब्जेक्ट से कितने आएंगे ये मैं नहीं बोल सकता हूं, बट व्हाट आई हैव ऑब्जर्व वेरी क्लीनली इज 30 क्वेश्चन इजी रहेंगे, 30 मॉडरेट रहेंगे, थोड़ा 30 shall be tough, 10 even the person given who has given the paper he don't know the answer, ऐसे क्वेश्चन भी मिलेंगे आपको। People who have prepared for one complete year, learnt all the basics, read all the basic things, have good knowledge on all the subjects equally, he can solve these 30 questions। ये 30 तो बन जाएंगे उससे, जो अच्छा पढ़ लिया, लक्ष्मीकांत रट लिया, स्पेक्ट्रम रट लिया, एनवायरमेंट शंकर पीएमएफआईएस का रट लिया, कॉन्सेप्चुअल क्लैरिटी है, कंटेम्प्रेरी है, 30 क्वेश्चन तो उसका ऑलरेडी हो गया। दिस इज माई जस्टिफिकेशन, इट माइट बी रॉन्ग इन मेनी केसेस ऑल्सो। 30 into 2 60 मार्क तो ऑलरेडी आपका प्रिपरेशन के ऊपर भरोसा लगा के आप लगा दीजिए, लाइक यू आर गोइंग टू सिक्योर 60, तो बाकी लाना कितना है 40, मतलब मान लेते कि 100 इज अ टारगेट। 30 मॉडरेट क्वेश्चन में अगर थोड़ा बहुत आप पढ़ लिए, कंटेम्प्रेरी कर लिए, मॉक टेस्ट कर लिए, डिफरेंट इंस्टीट्यूट से, डिफरेंट कोचिंग सेंटर से मॉक टेस्ट यू हैव डन, 15-20 तो आराम से बन जाएगा। 30 विल अटेम्प्ट, 15-20 सही बन जाएंगे उसमें। सो लेट्स से 20 यू हैव डन इट राइट, 20 into 4 और 20 into 2 40, 10 क्वेश्चन गलत, 10 into 2 by 3 6 मार्क्स हटा दीजिए। सो 40 minus 6 10 हटा दीजिए, 10 हटा दीजिए आउट ऑफ 30, 60 plus 30, तो इसकी जरूरत है नो। इफ यू डू द बेसिक्स राइट, if you want you can open you'll find a book by name called as previous year prelims question, authored by Mr. Mrunal Patel, दिशा पब्लिकेशन का बुक मिलेंगे, उसका एनालिसिस देख लो एक बार, कितने क्वेश्चन यूपीएससी विल प्रिपेयर सम स्टफ रिगार्डिंग विद दिस। जब इजी का लेवल बढ़ जाएगा, 30 becomes 40, then cutoff will be more than 100. When this level would be there, cutoff would be between 90 to 100. So already when you have prepared the things, you are almost selected in prelims. Only when you don't commit mistake, only when you stick to the basis, only when you revise the things perfectly. No need to do extraordinary things to crack prelims. Do normal things, you will crack it. But many people have this blush of making the things complicated. Many people complicate. सर हिंदू पढ़ लूँ या इंडियन एक्सप्रेस? अरे कुछ तो पढ़ ले भाई. He will be in this चर्चा, चाय पे चर्चा के नाम पे. हिंदू अच्छा है कि इंडियन एक्सप्रेस? First of all, when he enters into the coaching industry as a student, he will ask his senior or faculty the same question. And when he enters into the classroom, जो बगल में बैठे उससे पूछेंगे तू क्या पढ़ रहा है, हिंदू या इंडियन एक्सप्रेस? फिर एक साल फेल्यूर के बाद जब जूनियर्स आएंगे, they will ask the same question to juniors, तू क्या पढ़ रहा है? Finally, he will be that person who can analysis हिंदू better है कि इंडियन एक्सप्रेस. He will make a YouTube video for you. कौन सा पढ़ना है यूपीएससी क्रैक करने के लिए? 30 दिन में यूपीएससी तैयारी कर लो. These things are not going to work at all. See, the biggest questions, these are frequently asked questions in UPSC field. Sir, old NCERT पढ़ लूँ या न्यू? This is one biggest question which many aspirants think daily for 20 hours. Second biggest question, sir, would optional would be there or eliminated? Third, sir, prelims preparation और prelims के बाद mains. Fourth, sir, optional कौन सा लेना? ये मुझे, how I can say? Am I a person who came from the UPSC अग्रवाल सर के बच्चा हूं मैं, UPSC चेयरमैन का नहीं. So I will be knowing it. Next question, sir, notes prepare करना कि नहीं? The surrounding these 5 frequently asked questions, people will be wasting their time. If they might have invested this time in reading some or the other book, they might have secured this very easily. That's why you don't waste any time at all. Make sure that read, जो पढ़ने का मन है पढ़ लो. Don't ask anyone. पढ़ लो. How some or the other how it will give knowledge to you. Clear? So shall we move further? Hawaiian Island. Coming to the extent category. Extent category में those volcanoes which did not erupt since centuries and there are no chances of future eruptions, least chances of future eruptions, they fall under extent category. African Rift Valley में जितने भी volcanoes हैं, they fall under this particular category. And while you see the African Rift Valley in African location, you do remember the African Rift Valley and the lakes which are attached with it. Try to check out Lake Victoria, which is surrounded by Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and also try to see the lakes which are located adjacent to this particular African Rift Valley. They might ask you this question, which of the following lakes are part of African Rift Valley? So make sure that you remember the lakes which are attached with African Rift Valley. And also in North America you have 5 great lakes. Can you name them? Can you name them? Lake Superior, Lake Michigan, Lake Huron, Lake Erie, Lake Ontario. Remember it from east to west. East to west. Lake Michigan is the one which falls completely in USA. The rest 4, they will be bordering USA with that of Canada. These lakes you remember, okay? And volcanoes can be divided on the basis of lava. On the basis of what type of lava it is flowing out? Basaltic eruption and andesitic eruption. So basaltic eruption में generally we shall have basic lava. Basic lava has less silica, and this basic lava has a less silica, mostly available at divergent boundaries. It has high fluidity. Less viscosity. Domes, shields, plateaus are formed. they have silent eruptions. इसका सिर्फ सीधा ऑपोजिट एसिडिक लावा, हाई सिलिका, convergent, less fluidity, high viscosity, violent eruptions, and the resultant would be island arcs. So on basis of lava, we divide it as basaltic eruption and andesitic eruption. So generally along the divergent plate boundaries we shall find basaltic eruption. At the convergent plate boundary we shall find andesitic eruption. Basaltic eruption will give basic lava, andesitic eruption acidic lava. So basic lava में क्या होता है, less silica content, less sand की वजह से like it shall have high fluidity, less viscosity, and due to that flat shaped structures, dome, shield और plateau shaped structures would be formed. इसका opposite कहाँ नहीं है, acidic lava का मतलब जिसमें जो high silica content है. So in that particular high silica content we shall have less fluidity and high viscosity. They are violent in nature, and these particular less fluidity lavas which are there, they build huge cone like structures, mountainous structures like island arcs wherever they are formed, or composite cones they shall be created. Okay, got this point everyone? Done? Moving further, if you see some landforms attached with this volcanism, generally we have intrusive and extrusive landforms which are created. So let's say if this is the land surface, and not every time through that volcanic magma can come onto the earth's surface. So what volcanic magma sometimes would be doing is, it tends to spread out within the interior of the earth and solidify there itself, creating different shapes and landforms over there. In that way, a horizontal shape structure is called as sill, a vertical shaped structure is dike, and a saucer shaped structure lopolith, a dome shaped structure attached with a separate pipe is called as laccolith, and a lens shaped structure is phacolith, and a huge mass lava deposition is batholith. Okay, got this point clear? So make sure that you remember these intrusive landforms, and the extrusive landforms, obviously they depend upon lava. Extrusive landforms are those which are resembled on the earth's surface. They generally are dependent upon the type of lava which is coming out. If the type of lava is basic, then dome, shield, lava plateau. If the lava which is coming out that is basic, then basic acidic and acidic lava, island arcs and composite cones, huge kind of composite cones. And do remember one more point in the extrusive landforms, we have certain cones which form on the cone. Some huge composite cones would be there, in that the main pipe which shall be there, from that main pipe to the adjacent bypass route annatidi. So it is like an outer ring road. So along that bypass route, the magma when it comes out, it creates a cone like structure, cone on a slope of a cone. These kind of cones are called as parasitic cones. Do remember this also, parasitic cones. Okay. Next, on the top of a volcanic cone, in most of the time, you shall find a funnel shaped structure, and that particular funnel shaped depression which shall be there, that is called as crater. The funnel shaped depression, it shall be called as crater. Funnel shaped depression, it shall be called as a crater. So most of the volcanoes have it, and these craters are generally filled with water, either from the rainfall or from the adjacent snow which melts. So most of the volcanoes, they shall be having attachment with that of crater lakes. So most of the volcanoes, they have crater lakes attached with it. Got this point clear, everyone? Clear with this, everyone? So this crater, if it is extending, then it shall be called as caldera. The extension portion of crater is caldera. अगर crater extend हुआ तो उसका portion we call it as caldera. Okay, got this point, everyone? Clear? And we have some more structures which are attached with the volcanic activities. They are geysers and hot springs and fumaroles. Have you ever heard fumaroles? Fumarole. So for example, if this is a volcanic cone, it has exhausted, now it is not erupting. So once it shall exhaust, घर में हम कुकर लगाएंगे, कुकर बंद करेंगे तो क्या होगा? कुकर से आवाज निकलेगा, वाटर वेपर निकलेगा. इसमें से भी सेम, इसमें से भी सेम. Water vapor mixed with gases, it shall be released as a smoke. So which is called as a fumarole. So if there is a fumarole, then it gives a resemblance that the volcano is not going to erupt as of now in the near future. As of now in the near future. Are you getting this? There is one more key term, geyser. Geyser का मतलब क्या है? घर में पानी गर्म करने का, वही. Have you heard about geyser? हाँ, क्या होता है geyser? Eruption, hot water fountain, very simple. In general, sometimes the magma which doesn't have the ability to come onto the earth's surface, they shall adjust somewhere near closer to it. When they come near closer to it, they shall be heating up the rock. They shall be heating up the rock. So when they shall be heating up the rock, the water which are adjacent to that rock, they will also be heated. That water, after reaching boiling point, it will have enormous pressure, and to release the pressure, the water tends to sprout out onto the earth's surface as a hot water fountain. This kind of hot water fountains are called as geysers. These are called as geysers, geysers. So Old Faithful geyser in Yellowstone National Park is the best example in this regard. Yellowstone National Park के पास जो Old Faithful geyser है, that is the best example which we have. Okay, and we have a concept called as hot spring. Hot spring का मतलब है the hot water lake which releases vapors from it. So these hot water lakes are called as hot springs. Generally, they are also heated through this particular underground water table itself. The heated water comes onto the lake surface, it tends to cool down, and the cooled water again goes back into the underground water table, again it would be heated, again it tends to come back. In this way, we have thousands of hot springs, hot water lakes in our Uttarakhand region also. So while you travel to Kedarnath, Badrinath, you can see these visualizations. लोग वहाँ पे they boil aloo to eat within this water. तो रास्ते में the terrain is very difficult. People carry food along with them. तो आलू एक 4-5 किलो ला लेंगे. They will boil aloo in it. कट करेंगे, नमक मिर्ची डाल के खा लेंगे। क्लियर? सो दिस विल हैपन। ओल्ड फेथफुल गीजर। तो ये तो मैं लाइव देखा था यूएसए, व्हेन आई वेंट टू यूएसए इन 2017। तो मेरा सिस्टर के पास मैं गया था। सो आई वॉज हैविंग वेरी फैंटेसी टू गो टू येलोस्टोन नेशनल पार्क विच इज 670 किलोमीटर्स फ्रॉम, वो माइल्स में बोलेंगे, 670 माइल्स फार अवे, बट स्टिल वी वेंट टू देयर। तो वहां पे जाने के बाद मैं कोशिश कर रहा था कि साला एक बार इतना दूर आया तो एक बार तो फाउंटेन दिखाओ। मतलब मेरा इतना किस्मत खराब था, वी सैट समवेयर अराउंड 2-3-4 आवर्स, द हॉट वाटर फाउंटेन वॉज नॉट कमिंग आउट। तो लास्ट में पाप भगवान ने थोड़ा बोला कि इतना बेचारा भारत से इतना दूर आया तुझे देखने के लिए, सो इट फाउंटेड आउट। एंड डोंट थिंक दैट इट विल, फाउंटेन का मतलब जो नेचुरल आर्टिफिशियल फाउंटेन देखेंगे 1-2 मीटर उतना नहीं है, 100-200 मीटर तक। यू गो एंड वॉच इन यूट्यूब, you'll find a video 100-200 meters high up in the sky, the water raises, hot water fountains, they are geysers. Sir, ये पढ़ के क्या फायदा? You will know that the region shall be experiencing the weakest zone, having the volcanic magma, that's it. Apart from that कुछ भी नहीं है। But hot springs जो भी हैं उस जगह के आसपास में आपको बहुत सारे medicinal plants मिलेंगे। So the region is very rich for medicinal plants, and these hot springs are also the zones where we can हैव जियोथर्मल एनर्जी। जियोथर्मल एनर्जी का मतलब वो पानी में जितना हीट हॉटनेस है, थ्रू यूजिंग दैट हीट वी कैन जनरेट इलेक्ट्रिसिटी एंड वी कैन सेंड बैक द वाटर इनटू द लेक। सो दैट इज जियोथर्मल एनर्जी। इंडिया में उत्तराखंड, हिमाचल प्रदेश आर द स्टेट्स वेयर विच हैव द एबिलिटी फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर जियोथर्मल एनर्जी। डू रिमेंबर दिस पॉइंट, ओके? एवरीवन वुड रिमेंबर दिस, एवरीवन? If you see the distribution of volcanism, Pacific Ring of Fire, Mid-Oceanic Ridge याद रख लो, Mediterranean Sea याद रख लो, and African Rift Valley and hotspots. How many know about hotspots here? Hotspot volcanism. Hotspot volcanism. Madhya Pradesh. ఎవరండి అది మధ్యప్రదేశ్ అన్నది? మధ్యప్రదేశ్లో హాట్స్పాట్ ఎట్లుంది? హ్యావ్ యూ ఎవర్ హర్డ్ అబౌట్ హాట్స్పాట్ వాల్కనిజం? Don't bring the same definition of biodiversity hotspot. That is environment, this is geography. No one has heard mantle plume? वो तो भगवान 2017 already 6 years खत्म हुआ। See, in some locations of the world, there are some fixed locations. At that fixed locations, what will happen is, from mantle core boundary, 2900 किलोमीटर की डेप्थ बात कर रहा हूं मैं, वहां से हॉट रॉक ऑफ मैग्मा रेजेस, हॉट रॉक ऑफ दिस मैग्मा रेजेस, and this raising structure reaches the crust. This is called as mantle plume. Plume का मतलब है raising column, जो mantle में हो रहा है, I am giving it as mantle plume. ये उसका tail है, and near to the crust when it reaches, clear, it spreads along the location having the head of it. We shall be having the tail and we shall be having the head of it. Sir, इससे क्या? Here, when this magma is spreading, if there are cracks which are present in between them, okay, so this magma tends to come out and create volcanic activity there. Point number 1. Point number 2, if there is no crack, it tends to melt this particular plate and weaken this particular plate and makes the magma to come out. And this magma which is coming out, it is having huge fluidity structure. It won't create a cone shaped structure through volcanic activity, rather it shall generate flood basalt. मतलब plateaus जो बनेंगे ये flood basalt से बनेंगे। This kind of volcanic activity is called as hotspot. मतलब ये जो mantle plume है, इसके ऊपर जो land है उसको हॉटस्पॉट बोलेंगे। अगर वहां पे वॉल्केनिज्म हो रहा है, हॉटस्पॉट वॉल्केनिज्म बोलेंगे। सो एट सम फिक्स्ड लोकेशंस ऑफ द वर्ल्ड वी हैव दिस हॉटस्पॉट्स विच नेवर मूव। एग्जाम्पल, रियूनियन हॉटस्पॉट, येलोस्टोन हॉटस्पॉट, गैलापागोस हॉटस्पॉट, अफर हॉटस्पॉट, Azores hotspot, Icelandic hotspot. Along the different locations of the world, we have different hotspots which are located. Are you getting this point? Have you ever heard? How many did not hear about this until now? Not even heard. 1, 2. Okay. You haven't heard regarding with hotspot. तो अब सुन लीजिए. Hotspot का मतलब है these are fixed location. Convectional cell might not be fixed. वो चेंज हो सकता है, बट ये फिक्स्ड है। एंड मोर इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग इज, अगर फॉर एग्जाम्पल दिस इज द लैंड विच इज देयर अंडर हॉटस्पॉट, नाउ दिस रीजन इज एक्सपीरियंसिंग वॉल्केनिज्म एंड दिस प्लेट वुड इट बी स्टैग्नेंट देयर, कांस्टेंट देयर, दिस प्लेट मूव्स फर्दर, तो आगे जाने के बाद इसके ऊपर वॉल्केनिक लैंडफॉर्म रहेगा, बट डज वॉल्केनिज्म वुड बी देयर ऑन इट? नो, बिकॉज ये हॉटस्पॉट क्रॉस होके बहुत दिन हो गया। इन द रिगार्ड, Deccan Plateau which has been formed on India, that has been formed because of such kind of hotspot called as reunion hotspot located near to the Madagascar location when Indian plate was part of southern landmass। तो वो जब reunion hotspot cross हो रहा था, the magma has spread on to Indian landmass and Deccan Plateau create हुआ। When Indian plate has moved northernward, now there is no volcanism. In India, do we have volcanism apart from Barren Island and Norcondam? No. फिर Deccan Plateau कहाँ से बना? Answer is reunion hotspot. Are you getting this point, everyone? My guess is this year you might be getting a question regarding with which of the following are hotspot locations of the world. So make sure that you just Google it. The important hotspot volcanoes of the world, you will find different hotspots. Just once cross check it out. Point number 1. तो डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे, इससे ज्यादा जबरदस्ती नहीं करेंगे आपसे। विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग आर हॉटस्पॉट वॉल्केनोस ऑफ द वर्ल्ड? अगर जबरदस्ती क्वेश्चन पूछा रहे हैं, like if they are asking, they will ask like consider the following statement regarding with upper hotspot. Upper hotspot is located so and so, upper hotspot is responsible for so and so, इसका responsibility ये है। मतलब ऐसा क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे, वो फालतू में टाइम वेस्ट है। we don't remember that. If they are going to ask which of the following are hotspots, then mark it, otherwise leave that question. Direct thing. Okay, if you want to read now also you can have time, 27 days, तो इतने में पढ़ लेंगे तो पढ़ लीजिए। So 2 things you can do, either skip that and concentrate on various topics where you have strength, or go deeper into it, understand it for 3 couple of days. This is point number 1 which you have to remember. Wherever you find this mantle plume and hotspot, those are the locations which are contributing to the divergent plate boundary, क्योंकि magma which is coming out, so it is spreading the crust, yes or no? So these crustal regions which are located under the hotspot, they are creating the divergent plate boundaries over there. They are creating the divergent plate boundaries over there. Okay, would you remember this, everyone? So please make sure that you remember this hotspot also. Chances are high that you might get a question from this particular hotspot location. Okay, got this point, everyone? Clear with this, everyone? Clear with this? Yes, any doubt? Yes, sir.
Sir, how does the volcanic area influence the surroundings of the
Like consequences. इसमें you can write many consequences. Like first of all, landform development. एक तो या पत्थर बनेगा या मध्य भारत पत्थर बनेगा, डेक्कन प्लेट्यू बनेगा, नहीं तो कौन। पॉइंट नंबर 1। पॉइंट नंबर 2, क्लाइमेट चेंज। इस क्लाइमेट चेंज में इंक्रीज इन टेम्परेचर, दे कंट्रीब्यूट टू एसिड रेन्स आर द इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट्स, एंड लॉस ऑफ वेजिटेशन कवर। बायोडाइवर्सिटी लॉस, तो उसके आसपास में बायोडाइवर्सिटी shall be losing out, and consequences mostly climate and landformic development में ही रहेंगे.
Temperature will obviously increase, right?
हम्म.
But Saturday there was a question regarding that. They told that temperature will decrease.
किस में क्वेश्चन क्या था?
Volcanic activity.
You say the question just. क्वेश्चन पूरा पढ़ लीजिए. Yes. No worry, if you don't have now, later on also you can. है क्वेश्चन पेपर?
I got so confused about that answer, sir.
नो नो. टेम्परेचर कम होने का
For that, the portion, the reason is that due to eruption, when smoke particles will.
high cloud formation might reduce the amount of that's the aspect where the question has to be read. Sir, please. Have you found the question? Actually what will happen is we have to check out in two possibilities. Possibility number one, increase in temperature. Possibility number two, if the volcanic eruption every time it doesn't mean that it has to release smoke. Every time is it necessary that it has to release huge amount of smoke so that the sunlight doesn't reach the ground surface? That might not happen. That's the reason why insolation is not the reason for temperature. It is terrestrial radiation which is the reason for temperature, but in the explanation in what context he has given and what is the question exactly, if you could say, we can justify or we can debate on that particular question and answer. You just get it back post the class.
Consider the following statements with respect to volcanic eruptions.
Okay.
First option, the gases associated with volcanic eruptions are sulfur dioxide, dust, water vapor, and ash. Second option, the volcanic activity index measures the density of emitted volcanic gases. Third option, the gases erupted from volcano increases the temperature of that particular area.
What was the third option?
The gases erupted from volcano increases the temperature of that particular area. Which are the following are correct?
तो उसमें आंसर में क्या दिए थे?
None.
नन ऑफ दिस आर करेक्ट. नन कैसे हो सकता है? पहला ऑप्शन तो सही है ना, वाटर वेपर रिलीज करेंगे.
Yeah, that's what water vapor also will be released, but they told it is not going to get released.
नहीं नहीं, वाटर वेपर 100% रिलीज होगा. But once I'll cross check with the question and I'll speak. Okay, the person who has prepared that question, I have to speak what is his notion regard with the question. We can't comment directly. Once let me speak and I'll get back to you. Okay, but however 100% water vapor 100% would be released, no doubt, whatever it might be. So नहीं नहीं, ऐश 100% रिलीज होगा. So उसमें कुछ नोशन टाइप में गलत हुआ होगा. That I'll he has asked it correct or incorrect. So let me speak. Question number किस कौन सा आर्टिकल था? खत्म का मतलब क्या है? तो वो in that context, when there is intensive, you know about Vesuvius eruptions, right? So Vesuvius eruptions will release huge mud and ash and dust into the atmosphere. So that will reduce the insolation. The same happened in the ancient Greece. When the Vesuvius have erupted, approximately 3,000 people to 5,000 people died. So and approximately for 30 days, that particular Greece was not able to see the sunlight due to this intensification. So वो third option might be right in this regard. Third option गलत भी हो सकता है, right भी हो सकता है, but option number one is right, right? So उसके ऊपर बात करने का है. Once I'll cross check and I'll get back to you. Question number 6, right? 58, 58, right? Okay. Is this clear for everyone until now? So coming to the earthquake aspects. So what do you mean by earthquake? What do you mean by earthquake? Earthquake. Vibrations or tremors released onto the earth surface. Sudden vibrations or tremors released onto the earth surface. So on the earth surface, generally within the interior of the earth surface, what will happen is we shall be having internal dynamism. Okay. Like we shall be having movement of different rock like structures, or the adjustment shall happen in the interior of the earth surface. Due to that, the pressure which shall be released onto the earth surface, that shall be released as part of waves, and that waves already we have seen the body waves, which includes P and S waves. So these body waves, once they reach the solid surface of the earth, they convert themselves into surface waves. Okay, body waves reaching this particular region, they convert themselves into surface waves, and these surface waves release onto the earth surface in the form of tremors or vibrations. They release onto the earth surface as tremors or vibrations. Do remember this particular point. And these tremors or vibrations which generally happen, these tremors or vibrations which generally happen, they destruct the aspects which are present in and around that. So that will lead to loss of life and property. So here you have to check what are the reasons for earthquakes. So general reason is like faulting अगर है, नहीं तो tectonic activity, faulting, tectonic activity, volcanism. These are the three natural reasons why generally earthquakes would occur. But we also have some man-made reasons why generally earthquakes occur, which includes deep mining, quarrying, tunneling around the mountainous region to reduce the gap between two important locations. Generally they shall be creating certain tunnels. So that particular tunnels which shall be there, so those tunneling, quarrying, mining, and we have a special notion that we call it as RIS, reservoir induced seismicity. So wherever we tend to obstruct the riverine water and construct dams, so the weight and pressure which has been created in that region, there might be a chance that that particular region shall be experiencing with earthquakes. So on Koyna river, which is a tributary of river Krishna, we have constructed a dam somewhere near to 1965. So during that particular dam construction over there on Koyna river, the name itself is Koyna Dam, we had experienced earthquake in and around that particular region. So that particular earthquake which happens through construction of reservoirs, उसको हम reservoir induced seismicity बोलेंगे. And nuclear testing is also one of the aspects through which earthquakes shall be released. You do write these man-made reasons like mining, quarrying, tunneling, reservoir induced seismicity, and nuclear testing. Mining, quarrying, tunneling, reservoir induced seismicity, and nuclear testing. Done. Generally, the place where earthquake originates, the place at which the waves start moving, so that particular point we refer it to as focus point, and from this particular focus point the waves shall be released into different directions, but the closest perpendicular which is there, it is called as epicenter, where the first waves would be reaching. It is called as epicenter, where we shall have the maximum destruction. So like if Shimla has epicenter, so Shimla will be experiencing huge amount of intensity of earthquakes. It doesn't mean that should not receive earthquake. Delhi will also receive earthquake, but with less intensity. So we generally calculate the earthquake on two bases, magnitude and intensity. Magnitude we are going to calculate it with Richard's magnitude scale, yes or no? Intensity we are going to calculate it with Mercalli's scale. Magnitude we are going to calculate it on the basis of Richard's magnitude scale, and intensity we are going to calculate it as Mercalli's scale. Okay. Is this clear until now? So generally earthquakes are of three major categories. On the basis of focus point itself we divide earthquake. One is shallow focus earthquake, second is intermediate focus earthquake, third is deep focus earthquake. So shallow focus earthquake have a depth of up to 30 kilometer in the earth surface. Intermediate focus earthquake 300 तक, मतलब 30 से लेके 300 तक, and 300 to 700 kilometer depth tak we call it as deep focus earthquake. Out of all these three, shallow, intermediate and deep focus earthquake, we shall be experiencing maximum destruction with that of shallow focus earthquake. Maximum destruction which shall be there, that shall be because of shallow focus earthquake. Do remember this point. With intermediate focus earthquake, nominal disturbance would be created, and with deep focus earthquake, even the waves sometimes doesn't reach the earth surface also. Even the waves which would be there, they doesn't reach the earth surface. Got this point? But according to my guess, there might be a question regarding with consequences of earthquake. They might ask you like, which of the following are the consequences of seismic activities? So what all you are going to quote there? What all shall be experienced with the earthquake appearance? Loss of life and property, ये तो सबको पता है, like ये normal कहानी. Apart from that, landslides. Landslides is one consequence, yes. तो आप क्या बोल रहे थे? Pollution. How? Pollution कैसे pollution? नहीं नहीं, earthquake. हाँ हाँ, लैंडस्लाइड वो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी तो लॉस ऑफ लाइफ एंड प्रॉपर्टी, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कोलैप्स होना, बिल्डिंग वाइब्रेट होना, ये सब हैं. टेक्टोनिक एक्टिविटी में एक्चुअली व्हाट ऑल विल हैपन, दैट विल हैपन. सो हियर यू कैन राइट लैंड फॉर्म मॉडिफिकेशन. तो उस लैंड फॉर्म मॉडिफिकेशन में इन द एग्जाम ही माइट गिव एनी particular example, like as you have said, formation of a lake or change in course of river. Clear? ऐसा कुछ दे सकते हैं, है ना? So landslides दे सकता है. अगर landslides नहीं दिया तो he might give avalanches. Okay. Soil liquefaction. Soil liquefaction. Clear? So the change in course of river. Floods. Floods are also one aspects, like in Uttarakhand region, due to these earthquakes, we might experience flash floods. Generally, three reasons are there why we shall experience flash floods in Uttarakhand. एक reason directly cloud burst, एक reason glacial outburst, एक reason earthquake, because of which generally in the mountainous regions we shall be experiencing the earthquakes. Okay. Tsunamis, the deadly dangerous one. The harbor waves, जो पानी horizontally coastal regions में enter हो जाएंगे, tsunamis. So they are also the consequences of these particular earthquakes, the tsunamis. Okay. So accordingly, if they are going to ask any question regarding with the earthquake, this is what they are going to ask. Are you getting this? Otherwise, they might ask about this particular mountain building process. तो माउंटेन्स में कितने माउंटेन्स रहेंगे? फोल्ड, fold, block, volcanic and residual. So how fold mountains are formed? Compressional forces along the convergent boundaries. Along the convergent boundaries you shall be having the fold mountain formation. Yes or no? So like oceanic continental collision में Rocky mountains, Andy mountains, कॉन्टिनेंटल ऑलरेडी बोल दिया मैंने एग्जाम्पल इसका, हिमालयस एंड अरल्स, these are the examples which we have. So make sure that you mark this. Where are Urals? रशिया यूरोप के बीच में, एंडीज साउथ अमेरिका, रॉकीज नॉर्थ अमेरिका, वेस्टर्न कॉर्डिलेरास. ओके. How block mountains are formed? Generally along the divergent plate boundary. Already I have said, right, whenever tensional forces are applied, cracking, fracture of land, displacement of rock, rift valley formation, and this rift valley formation will lead to block mountain formation, and this rift valley is called as graben. This rift valley in geographical language, it shall be called as graben, and the block mountain which is been attached adjacently, it is called as horst. The block mountain which is present, it is called as horst. Already I have said you to mark different examples. Remember as many as examples. Jitna yaad ho. How many you can remember regarding with the block mountain example, regarding with the residual mountain example, उतना ज़्यादा याद रख लो. Maximum, as many as you can. Then volcanic mountains तो आपको पता है. Wherever there shall be volcanic activity, volcanic mountains would be found. Very simple. Mount Fujiyama in Japan, Mount Kilimanjaro, Mount Kenya. Where is Mount Kilimanjaro and Kenya? Along the African region, right? So Mount Kilimanjaro, Mount Kenya, Mount Fujiyama of Japan, they are the examples of this particular volcanic mountain. Okay. Coming to residual mountain. What is residual? It is very, very important. Generally, already let's say existing mountain range has been created. On this some external force have acted, and due to that external forces they have reduced their heights. And now these particular mountains are not of their original heights. They have completely drastically reduced their heights. Such kind of mountains are called as residual mountains. Best example is in India itself. Aravalis, when they were formed, they were having the height more than that of Himalayas. And Aravalis have completely reduced their heights, and earlier when they were formed their average elevation was 6000 meter. But right now Aravalis elevation average is 300 to 500 meter. So it means they have worn down their heights, they have reduced their heights. Such kind of modified rocks, modified height structures which are there, they are called as residual mountains. Are you getting this, everyone? Everyone clear with this? Coming to the aspect of, so you need a break so that you can have some coffee and पानी पीने के लिए 5 मिनट टाइम दे रहा हूँ. टाइम स्टार्ट्स नाउ 4:12. I'll start the class by 4:17. You can drink coffee. कॉफी इधर पीना है या कलेक्टर ऑफिस में? तो कल से फ्लास्क में कॉफी टी डाल के लाइए, ब्रेक नहीं दूंगा. 5 मिनट टाइम ऑलरेडी 30 सेकेंड्स डन. From tomorrow, make sure that you get your tea, coffees along with the flask itself. Okay. Again, I am not going to give any break. तो मुझे नहीं बोलने का फिर सर आपने नहीं बोला. Because like if I give a break, the name of this program itself will break. The rapid revision program. है ना. तो 5 मिनट की ब्रेक तो आप लेंगे नहीं. तो हैव यू took the coffee or came just like that? नहीं कोई बात नहीं, आप जब कलेक्टर बनेंगे तो कैबिन पे कॉफ़ी आ जाएगा, है ना. तो कॉफ़ी इधर नीचे पीने का मतलब नहीं है 20 रुपए देगा. नहीं उतना खास भी नहीं रहता. जब कलेक्टर सीट के ऊपर बैठेंगे, एसपी के चेयर में बैठेंगे, तब बहुत गंदा चाय भी बहुत अच्छा लगने लगेगा. समोसा मिलेगा आपको, टाइम खाने का नहीं मिलेगा. एंड समोसा अब खाए तो फिर नींद आएगा, तो आप काम कब करेंगे. A district collector generally gets sleep not more than 5 to 6 hours. Accordingly, with my friends whom I have seen, नहीं, in general 5-6 घंटे. One interesting story is like my friend has done with his all 6 attempts in 2017 itself. So उसका 6 attempt हो गया. And in 2017 attempt, the cutoff was 826 after the final call list, मतलब interview के बाद में. And his marks were 826 was cut off. His marks were 825. Last attempt था, geography optional था. He scored good in it, but 1 mark से रह गया. So UPSC will select some provisional list, so that if anyone won't take the service, they will opt from the provisional list. He was in the list. He was some 13th or 14th candidate. So उस year भगवान ने पता नहीं क्या उसको आशीर्वाद दिया. So some 20-25 members did not took the service at all. People who have selected. तो ये जितने लिस्ट में हैं सब लोग को चांस मिला. All the people. And that was the only year 2017. तो मेरा दोस्त he was bit lazy person. Later on क्या हुआ था, lazy का मतलब not in terms of work, but हाँ करेंगे देखेंगे बाद में, मतलब applying the UPSC at the last date, ये ऐसे काम करता रहता है. So last finally he got a call. तो मेडिकल के लिए बुलाया गया दिल्ली को. And if they are calling for medical, obviously select हुआ है. When they have called for medical, 104 was his weight. So he was, if he want to get into service like IPS, Indian Ordnance Defense Services, Indian Railway Protection Force Service, there is also a service in this way. If you want to select, there is some weight as a criteria accordingly with your height. So he was supposed to reduce some 12 to 13 kgs within the given 40 days span of time, and again he was supposed to report to DOPT, Department of Personnel and Training. He reduced his weight. तो कीड़ा कैरेट खाया कि पुदीना जूस पिया पता नहीं, he reduced it because finally उसको मरना था सिविल सर्वेंट बन के. Almost 6 attempts he has finished off. And उस साल वही 2017 में I also went to interview. मैंने सेलेक्ट नहीं हुआ, बट मुझे स्टाफ सिलेक्शन कमीशन का वो लेटर आया था CGDA में ऑडिटर का. सो आई वॉज हाउएवर नॉट ज्वाइनिंग द सर्विस. मुझे उतना इंटरेस्ट नहीं है वो ग्रेड टू ग्रेड बी एग्जाम में. सो ही वॉज अलॉन्ग विद मी. डेली सुबह उठता था 5 बजे. ही यूज्ड टू वेक मी अप. 5 किलोमीटर की रन, 1 आवर की स्विमिंग, 1 आवर की जिम, फिर शाम में योगा, मतलब कर करके 40 डेज में ही रिड्यूस्ड हिज वेट एंड ही वाज सीइंग द यूपीएससी वेबसाइट डेली। मैंने बोला ऐसा नहीं है, तुम डीओपीटी जाओ, देयर यू स्पीक। उसने बोला नहीं, दे हैव सेड दैट इंटीमेशन विल बी कमिंग फॉर द नेक्स्ट मेडिकल एग्जाम बिफोर पीपल एंटर टू मसूरी। 1 महीने हुआ नहीं है, 2 महीने हुआ नहीं है, 3rd महीने हुआ नहीं है, 4th महीने नहीं है, 5th महीने नहीं आया। पीपल वेंट टू मसूरी ऑल्सो। ये बंदा बैठ गया। So when he has approached DOPT, then they said that already service list तो हम भेज दिए, you are not there in the service list, you are not medically fit then। बाद में हम 40 days को आने के लिए बोले थे ना, आप नहीं आए थे। So तब से शुरू हुआ इसका कहानी। He started working as a faculty, as a teacher, current affair पढ़ा रहा था, इधर घूम के उधर घूम के लॉयर को एक 10-15 लाख रुपए दिया केस के लिए। जैसे इसका केस पहुंचता है ट्रिब्यूनल के पास, जज रिटायर्स ऑन द सेम डे। द केस वेंट टू कैट, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ट्रिब्यूनल। फाइनली ही लॉस्ट हिज होप। लोकल पीसीएस ग्रुप 1 एग्जामिनेशन लिखा, ही लॉस्ट, हिज प्रीलिम्स हैज बीन क्लियर्ड इन एपी, तो मेंस क्लियर नहीं हुआ, पूरा जिंदगी लॉस्ट हो गया। मतलब अभी हो गया जिंदगी, अभी जो भी है यही है। फाइनली इन द सितंबर लास्ट ईयर, सितंबर एंडिंग में फाइनल जजमेंट था। पता नहीं क्या चमत्कार हुआ उस दिन, जज रिटायर नहीं हुआ उस दिन। जज हैज गिवन द डिसीजन टू गिव हिम द सर्विस after a long wait of 6 years. Now he has been posted in Baramulla. सुबह व्हाट्सएप पे डीपी लगाया था, मैंने बोला तू इतना दिन वेट किया बारामूला जाने का। बारामूला इज द नॉर्थन मोस्ट रेलवे स्टेशन ऑफ इंडिया। He has sent me this pic. Now he is under training in the Mussoorie. Now he is under the field rank, Indian Railway Protection Force Service. After a long wait of 6 years, he went into service. So, UPSC is going to give you every choice to get selected. So you have to sip that cup of tea. तो आप ये नहीं बोलेंगे कि लाइक चाय पत्ता अच्छा नहीं है, मुझे दार्जिलिंग की चाय पत्ता के चाहिए, ये बोलना नहीं है। बट ही इज़ वेरी इंस्पिरेशन स्टोरी। ही हैज़ वेरी, मतलब वो बंदे का कमिटमेंट देखो, 2017 से 2022 तक ही वॉज रोमिंग ऑल अराउंड द कोर्ट, अराउंड द लॉयर। सो फाइनली ही हैज़ अलॉटेड विद द सर्विस। वंस आई एंड यू नो दैट पर्सन हैज़ क्लियर्ड प्रीलिम्स फॉर 6 times in a row। 6 बार अटेम्प्ट था, 6 times he has cleared prelims। बहुत बार पूछा था मैंने, प्लीज से मी द सीक्रेट ऑफ इट और हिंट ऑफ इट, बट कभी बोला नहीं वैसे। बट वंस इफ आई गेट टाइम, ही इज गोइंग टू कम टू हैदराबाद समवेयर अराउंड May 15th। इफ आई हैव ए चांस, आई विल मेक दिस गाय टू स्पीक विथ यू, ओके। ही माइट हेल्प यू। जस्ट नाउ आई वॉज गेटिंग हिज टेक्स्ट मैसेज, सो आई गॉट एन आइडिया दैट ही कैन इंस्पायर यू मोर then, because in society only successful persons are recognized। फेलियर की कहानी सुनेंगे, थोड़ा इमोशन बनाएंगे, फिर चले जाएंगे, बट सक्सेस का स्टोरी बनता रहेगा, है ना। सो दैट पर्सन विल से हाउ इम्पॉर्टेंट 1 minute ऑफ वैल्यू और 1 minute ऑफ जजमेंट इज। तो May 15th के बाद ही इज कमिंग। आई विल ट्राई हिम, कन्विंस हिम टू स्पीक विथ यू फॉर half an hour or 1 hour। दैट माइट हेल्प यू विद दैट सेशन, ओके। कमिंग टू द नेक्स्ट टॉपिक, एंड कल से प्लीज माई सिंसियर रिक्वेस्ट, चाय पानी जो भी है, ग्रीन टी का पूड़ा लेके आओ, पार्ले बिस्किट जो भी है लेके आके बैठ जाओ। वॉशरूम यूज़ करना है जाओ, यूज़ कर लो, आ जाओ। मैं तो ब्रेक नहीं दूंगा, फिर मुझे गाली मत देना, है ना। 100% ब्रेक देने वाला नहीं हूँ। वेदरिंग एंड एरोजन। सो मेनी पीपल स्टिल हैव अटर कंफ्यूजन रिगार्डिंग विथ व्हाट इज वेदरिंग एंड एरोजन। वेदरिंग का मतलब है सिंपली डिसइंटीग्रेशन ऑफ रॉक। disintegration of rock, and what factor has made it disintegrated? that depends upon the type of weathering, physical, chemical and biological. Physical factor में temperature, moment of rainfall, pressure, ये physical factor में आ जाएंगे. Chemical factor में all the gases which are involved, oxygen coming in combination with the iron, it generates iron oxide and that shall lead to rusting. Generally when you park your vehicle outside and exposed to the climatic conditions for 6 months, why we shall be having rusting? Because oxidation is happening there, where the atmospheric oxygen is reacting with the metal. Are you getting this? So there iron oxides are being created. Those iron oxides which are being created, those iron oxides are creating the rusting process over there. In similar way, the oxygen when it is mixed with the iron based rock, we shall also have rusting of rock, which is nothing but disintegration of rock. That's why I have kept chemical aspect also as part of weathering. And biotic factors like vegetation, the deeper roots, and certain animals, they generally dig the base land to hibernate themselves. So in this way, all the biotic factors, if they are involved in the disintegration of rock, that is called as biological weathering. But question is not going to come from this segment 100%, no doubt at all. अगर क्वेश्चन आ गया तो पेपर फाड़ के आ जाओ कि बोलो कि यूपीएससी मैंने लिखूंगा एग्जाम इस पर. 100% क्वेश्चन इसमें से नहीं आएगा, बट क्वेश्चन आएगा इसमें से. What is erosion? Many people still have utter confusion regarding with weathering and erosion. Simply, due to some physical factors, if the rock has disintegrated, this is weathering. So this weathered material may be under the gravity, it might move down the slope. That's it. The last portion where it can move down the slope. अगर already slope area is 0, तो वो movement तो होगा ही नहीं. In this regard of condition, what will happen is, whenever we have this particular sediments which settled there, if any external force comes, like running water, river, glacier, wind, underground water, sea wave, if it makes this weathered material to move from one location to another location, that is erosion. Erosion refers to movement of weathered material by some external agent. Weathering refers to disintegration of rock. Erosion refers to movement of weathered material. Movement of weathered material. That is called as erosion. That is called as erosion. Got this point? So in this particular erosion, what are the factors which shall be included? River, underground water, glacier, sea waves and wind. These are the aspects which generally tend to do the erosion aspect. Okay. So while doing the erosion, it creates one landform, and these eroded material, it tends to deposit at some location. It tends to create some depositional landform. Okay. So in this way, river creates erosional and depositional landform. Underground water creates erosional and depositional landform. Glacier, sea waves, wind shall create erosional and depositional landform. So you have to remember the list of all this. River, erosion. What landforms river would be creating because of erosion? So these are the landforms which are attached with this particular river erosion. Generally, river meandering is not a landform. River meandering is a process in which the river moves. So river doesn't move in a straight line on which you draw. River, whenever there would be some obstruction which river wouldn't be in a position to cross, the river tends to shift. So that longitudinal course of bend action which you see in river, so it is called as river meandering. So when you see the aerial view of a river, river doesn't move in a straight line. It tends to create this curvature paths, it tends to move. Are you getting this point, everyone? So during this formation of river meanders itself, sometimes the meander loops extends in this way, and these extended meander loops which would be there, clear? So that shall result into formation of oxbow lakes. So oxbow lakes are also the features attached with the river movement. Okay. Coming to river deposition. Whenever the river deposits, river tends to create alluvial fans and cones, floodplains, river deltas, so river, when it loses its capacity, so that whenever it can't erode, what river does? It has carried the sediments until now, slowly the river starts depositing, and it tends to create some depositional landforms like that of alluvial fans, alluvial cones. Generally they shall be deposited at the foot. While its movement, some elevated adjacent regions which are called as natural leaves, and those particular natural leaves, when they are crossed, that results into floodplains, and that creates the riverine deltaic structures. At the last, river tends to create the deltas. River tends to create the deltas. Okay, got this point, everyone? Everyone clear with this? In the similar way, every landform, every erosion agent shall be creating. For example, underground water, what does it erode? It creates sinkholes, swallow hole, doline, uvula, ponar, caves. They are erosional landforms. Depositional include stalactite, stalagmite, cave pillars, and all these happens in limestone rocks. So these features, they resemble karst topographies. So generally the underground water, whenever it tends to dissolve the limestone rock, it tends to create different landforms, and that topography which you can observe, that shall be called as karst topography. In that you shall be finding these particular landforms like sinkholes, swallow hole. Have you heard these terms earlier? Sinkhole, swallow hole, doline, uvula, stalactite, stalagmite. Have you heard these words, everyone? No? You remember them? So reaching the caves, you shall be finding a hanging cones. उसको हम stalactites बोलेंगे. जो cone like structures on the floor, stalagmite. When they meet together, cave pillars बोलेंगे. Generally the guides tend to misguide us. सेइंग दैट यहाँ पे ऋषि रहते थे, तपस्या करते थे, है ना, वही बोलते थे ना. सो व्हेन आई वेंट टू बेलून केव्स दैट इडियट वाज सेइंग द सेम, शोइंग द स्टैलेक्टाइट. ये बोलता था कि लाइक ये ऋषि का आत्मा है. मैंने बोला उसको बुलाओ एक बार, है ना. सो वो स्टैलेक्टाइट एंड स्टैलेग्माइट आर डिपोजिशनल लैंडफॉर्म. जब पानी गिरेगा, so that which has limestone included in it, when the water evaporates, the limestone lifts out and it forms a cone shaped structure reaching the surface. From the surface it reaches up to the roof. So in this way, agar beach mein if they meet, they will form as a pillar. So ऐसे topography जहाँ पे भी रहेगा उसको हम karst topography बोलेंगे. We call it as karst topography. Okay, do remember regarding with underground water. ये अगर ग्लेशियर का देखेंगे आप, सो ग्लेशियर का एरोजन लैंडफॉर्म्स देखेंगे. सिर्क, हैव यू हर्ड दिस? सिर्क, हॉर्न, आर्टिस और कोम्ब्रिजेस. ग्लेशियल ट्रफ, hanging valleys, ये सारे इरोजनल फीचर्स हैं. विद इन द डिपोजिशनल So whenever glacier creates, it creates these landforms. If you are not aware of this, don't poke into it now because it becomes completely new. But once you want to revise, just once cross check the images of these particular landforms. You can just Google it and check out the images, so that when you see the image, clear, that prints in your mind. So some or the other way, whenever you will attempt the question in prelims, that thing comes into your mind. Okay. So these are the landforms which generally are made by glacier. याद रहेंगे सब कुछ. थोड़ा फैक्चुअल इंफॉर्मेशन ज्यादा है बट फिर भी चल जाएगा. हाँ, बास्केट्स ऑफ एक्टोपोग्राफी का मतलब है, फॉर एग्जाम्पल लेट्स से दिस इज द ग्लेशियर पाथ विच इज मूविंग. दिस ग्लेशियर एट इट्स एंड, wherever beyond that when the glacier can't move, it deposits the sediments at its mouth, creating a elevated sand deposition structure. Now this glacier has left off. Now second glacier comes, again it deposits one more aspect. Third glacier come, fourth glacier come. In this way, this debris of deposition, after course of time, grass starts growing on it. So which when we see it from top, they appear like a basket of egg. So that kind of baskets of egg topography, they are called as drumlins. Generally in the old Telugu Hindi movies, तो स्विट्जरलैंड जाके गाना शूट करते थे, उसका पीछे जो लैंडस्केप होता था, so the greenery landscape, almost a wavy structures, so that is nothing but the drumlin which has been created because of the deposition made by the ग्लेशियर. बट उसको हम बास्केट्स ऑफ टोपोग्राफी इसीलिए बोलते हैं कि लाइक व्हेन यू सी इट फ्रॉम द टॉप, क्लियर, इट अपीयर्स लाइक दैट वे, दैट्स इट. ओके, क्लियर एवरीवन? याद रहेंगे सबको, एवरीवन? अगर यही आप सी वेव्स का देखेंगे, सी वेव्स का एरोजनल लैंडफॉर्म्स, सी क्लिफ, सी केव्स, मेराइन आर्क्स, स्टैक्स, स्टम्प्स, बेस एंड केप्स, ब्लो होल्स एक्सेट्रा, ये सारे इरोजनल है। डिपोजिशन में बीचेस, मैराइन ड्यून्स, स्पिट बार्स, तोम्बोलोस, बैरियर बार्स एक्सेट्रा. So sea waves will also have some depositions which shall be created along with the erosions. So the erosions and depositions which it creates, that shall also determine the coastal topography. Sea waves generally tend to dominate the coastal topography. Are you getting this point, everyone? Everyone clear with this? Everyone? Tombolos are nothing but along the coast. If you see, if this is the beach, and let's say there is some sand based island which has been created, or any island, not only sand based. If this particular island is connected with a strip of sand where you can freely walk to that particular location, तो इसको हम tombolo बोलेंगे. That is called as tombolo. Okay, clear with the sea waves? The last one, wind. तो wind का कहानी जो भी है, so wind actually moves very furiously and it is very active agent of erosion everywhere. But wind is very active within the desertified regions because of the open landscapes. And the landforms which winds creates in the deserts, it shall be called as alien topography. The landforms which winds generally tend to create, उसको हम alien topography बोलेंगे सर. We call it as alien topography. And this wind which would be there, this wind, erosional landforms में the first most common one, mushroom rocks, जो mushroom rock resemble करेंगे उस shape का, उसको mushroom rock बोलेंगे. And ज़्यूगेन, यार्धंग, इंसेलबर्ग, deflation basins, attached oasis, mesas and buttes, etc. These are erosional landform. डिपोजिशनल लैंडफॉर्म में सैंड ड्यून्स मिलेंगे. सैंड ड्यून्स का शेप बारकन्स, लाओस, for this point, everyone clear? Everyone clear with this? Everyone clear with this? तो ये याद रख लो, जियोमॉर्फोलॉजी में the work would be done. जो भी क्वेश्चन पूछा जाता है जियोमॉर्फोलॉजी में, you can address it. Shall we move to the next task? Climate. Climate. So climatology में Everyone know about the structure of atmosphere? So within the structure of atmosphere, if you see, we have different layers. In that, the lowest layer is troposphere. So within the troposphere, the most interesting thing is, with rise in height, temperature decreases, and temperature decreases at 6.5 degree centigrade at every 1000 meters. उसको हम क्या बोलेंगे? We call it as normal lapse rate or environmental lapse rate. The reduction of temperature of 6.5 degree centigrade per every 1000 meters. So that shall be called as normal lapse rate or environmental lapse rate, sir. Very, very important to remember this. Okay. And this particular normal lapse rate is only applicable to troposphere. Okay. And one more important point is, within the troposphere, 99% of greenhouse gases are present, and greenhouse effect or weather related phenomena. So weather का जो भी phenomena है, whatever the weather related phenomena like cloud formation, precipitation, cyclones, air masses, whatever it would be, all the weather related phenomena that occurs in the troposphere itself. Do remember this point. All the weather related phenomena would occur in troposphere itself. जो भी weather related phenomena हो. Okay. And most interesting thing regarding with the troposphere is its height. So its height is not constant everywhere. It is 8 km at the poles, 18 km at the equator. So उसका height 8 km at the pole and 18 km at the equator. Do remember this point. Okay. And the mediating layer between the stratosphere and this particular troposphere, it is called as tropopause. तो उसको हम tropopause बोलेंगे. Yes or no? So very, very important. That is a transition layer. उसका height जो 1.52 km तक रहेगा. And within this tropopause, the most interesting thing is the temperature within this tropopause, it will not increase, it will not decrease. It shall be constant. Within the tropopause, we shall be having constant rate of temperature. Temperature decrease नहीं होगा, increase नहीं होगा. Okay. So many people have a little confusion regarding with this. That is like, the temperature of the tropopause is least at equator, tropics, poles. The temperature of the tropopause is least at equator, tropics and poles. Tropopause का temperature जो है, out of these three given locations, equator, tropics and poles, where the temperature is less. Why? The temperature decreases for 18 kilometers at the equator, but at the poles it decreases for just 8 kilometers. So obviously the temperature of that particular tropopause is least at the equator. You can write this valuable point. The temperature of the tropopause is least at the equator. Least at the equator. Okay, got this point. And this particular, after this particular tropopause in the stratosphere, the temperature starts increasing. The temperature shall start increasing within this particular stratosphere. Why the temperature is increasing here? In this region we have ozone layer. Ozone layer presence is there. So यहाँ पे we have ozone layer. So this ozone layer protects us. It tends to absorb the harmful UV rays from the insolation, and those particular filtered rays जो भी हैं, that it tends to send to the earth surface, and that is the reason behind why we are experiencing the living conditions, yes or no? So within this particular ozone layer we shall be experiencing the absorbing of temperature. That's why within the stratosphere, with the height, temperature normally has to decrease, but the temperature tends to increase within this particular ozone like stratosphere. And many people still have a confusion, sir, flights, why do they fly in stratosphere? Yes, because the air columns which are there, those particular air columns are not present in stratosphere, the vertical or horizontal air, which can disturb. So the jet planes, fighter planes, spy planes और जो भी international flight है, it shall find very easy escape velocity, and en route में accidents बहुत कम हो जाएंगे. That's why they take this route. इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि ट्रोपोस्फियर में फ्लाइट्स फ्लाई नहीं होंगे. En route टेक ऑफ तो ट्रोपोस्फियर में ही होना चाहिए ना भाई. En route चलो भले स्ट्रेटोस्फियर में मूव हो. सो टेकिंग ऑफ, लैंडिंग तो ट्रोपोस्फियर में. अगर अपने को फ्लाइट पकड़ना है तो हम स्ट्रेटो में जाके पकड़ेंगे नहीं. सो troposphere also have the conditions for the flight moving, but jet planes, fighter planes, spy planes, to escape from radar, to have very swift movement, they travel here, that's it. अगर बेंगलुरु जाना है आपको, लाइक वो फ्लाइट ऊपर लेके नहीं जाएगा आपको. बेंगलुरु है सफर 45 मिनट. सो इफ यू आर taking the flight which is going from Hyderabad to Bangalore into the stratosphere, तो उसका मतलब नहीं है. So domestic flights, I think so it was in the movie of Mr. Surya. So Akashame Nihadra movie lo. So Mr. Surya says the idea of the flight traveling at lower heights will have less consumption of fuel, and through which we can provide the prices at very cheaper cost. So the very simple logic, flights can fly everywhere, okay. And after this stratosphere, again we shall have the zone called as stratopause. तो इसको हम stratopause बोलेंगे. So stratosphere extends up to a height of 50 kilometer. And what happens in stratopause? Temperature increase, decrease, constant. Constant. Now the next layer, mesosphere, extends up to 80 kilometer height from 50. Within this mesosphere, the temperature tends to reduce. Within this mesosphere, the temperature tends to reduce, and that shall be reducing drastically, that almost reaching the topmost layer of the mesosphere, temperature shall be minus 100 degrees centigrade. This is the coldest layer of the atmosphere. Mesosphere, it is the coldest layer of the atmosphere. And sir, how it is important for our human community is, the other celestial bodies which are coming from the outer space, entering into this mesospheric layer, they will burn away. Sir, as temperatures are low, why they will be burning away? Because they come with huge furious velocities catching up the fire. Once they enter this coldest layer, they shall be burning away. Very simple logic. If you keep a bottle of thumbs up or coke within the deep fridge, so after reaching some freezing point, it tends to burn away with the density differences. In the similar way, when these particular other celestial bodies come, out of the density differences and the change in rapid temperature, they tend to burn away, and these burnt away material will be left out as ashes here, and for these ashes the moisture shall be sticking out, and they shall be forming noctilucent clouds, and they shall be forming noctilucent clouds. They shall be forming out noctilucent clouds. हाँ, लोएस्ट लेयर एटमॉस्फेयर माइनस 100 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड, तो मॉइस्चर तो रहेगा ही, बट उतना ज्यादा मॉइस्चर नहीं है जो आप इक्वेटोरियल रीजन पे सोच रहे हो. मॉइस्चर रहेगा, बट डोंट थिंक अबाउट द डेंस मॉइस्चर. परसेंटेज इज वेरी डेसिमल ओवर देयर. सो जो क्लाउड्स यहाँ पे दिखेंगे उसको नॉक्टिलुसेंट क्लाउड्स बोलेंगे. Done. And the next layer between the transition after the 80 kilometer, again we shall be having mesopause. यहाँ पे टेम्परेचर क्या होगा? Again neutral. And after this mesopause, temperature starts increasing within this particular ionosphere. Temperature starts increasing within this particular ionosphere. Temperature starts increasing within this particular ionosphere. Temperature continuously increases. Okay, within this particular ionosphere range. Got this point, everyone? Clear with this? Everyone clear? So why they have named it as ionosphere is like, here the small amount of gaseous molecules which are present, they have absorbed the sun rays and they have converted into charged particles called as ions. So due to presence of these charged particles called as ions, we call it as ionosphere, which generally tend to help us in radio communication waves. So the radio communication waves which we generally send and use, all these happens because of presence of the ionosphere. So the ions which are present over here, and within these ions you have D layer, E layer, F layer, Appleton layer. No need to remember all this D, E, F or Appleton. अगर उधर जाने का है तो याद रख लो, otherwise छोड़ दो. So no need to remember that stuff. And ionosphere generally it extends up to 640 kilometer. Generally 640 kilometer के बाद we consider it as exosphere. But recently NASA ने और एक बात बोला था कि like somewhere around 800 kilometer we have Karman line, and after Karman line they are considering it as outer space. चाहे भले NASA consider करे या कुछ भी हो जाए, but in general geographical prediction is like after 640 kilometer we shall be having the starting up of exosphere. अगर सब बात NASA का सुन के बैठे तो कल NASA ये भी बोलेगा कि like मैं सन के ऊपर बैठ के आया हूँ, तो वो लोग ग्राफिक्स भी उठा लेंगे. नील आर्मस्ट्रॉन्ग का ग्राफिक बहुत अच्छे से किए थे. नील आर्मस्ट्रॉन्ग लैंडिंग फर्स्ट पर्सन ऑन मून. मतलब नील आर्मस्ट्रॉन्ग खुद बोला था ये बात, दैट आई डिड नॉट गो, इट हैज बीन शॉट इन द स्टूडियो. सी, डज वी हैव एनी एयर और मास ऑफ ग्रेविटी ऑन मून? नो. देन व्हेन नील आर्मस्ट्रॉन्ग हैज केप्ट हिज फर्स्ट फुट, तो प्रिंट कहां से आया भाई? बिकॉज इट इज इन ए मार्वल स्टूडियो में किए थे. वो नीचे आशीर्वाद नमक था. चलो, डू वी फाइंड एयर? मून के ऊपर एयर है, ऑक्सीजन है. देन व्हाई द फ्लैग इज होस्टिंग वेरी फास्टली विथ डिजाइन्ड वे? चलो वो भी छोड़ देता हूं. स्टार को छोड़ो, स्टार वीर तो क्रिएट कर लेंगे, फिर ऐड कर लेंगे ग्राफिक्स में. See, if this is earth, this is moon, this is sun. If sun is falling on me, मेरा shadow कहाँ पे गिरना है? पीछे. Then why did Neil Armstrong shadow is falling in front? Because पीछे से focus light लगाए थे उसको. अब देखो, मैं सच बोल रहा हूँ. I am saying the truth. But why no one will ask a question to NASA? Because it is a big brother for us. तो उसको कुछ क्वेश्चन पूछे तो तुरंत बोलेगा मेरा बजट डेफिसिट जो भी है दे दो, करंट अकाउंट डेफिसिट तू देना है, पहले पैसे दे दो, बाद में बात करेंगे. तो सब लोग चुप बैठ जाएंगे. हाँ ठीक है भाई, आप जो बोले सही है. तो उस हिसाब से ही करमन लाइन बोले थे. बट 100 किलोमीटर के हिसाब से इट इज नॉट दैट फेयर. लाइक उसके ऊपर जो एक्सोस्फीयर है, इन जनरल 640 किलोमीटर इज बीन गिवन बाय द जोग्राफर्स हु हैव सेड दैट इज समवॉट नियर क्लोजरली ट्रू. बट इसके ऊपर करमन लाइन के ऊपर आप करंट अफेयर में पढ़ेंगे और थोड़ा डीपली पढ़ लीजिए करमन लाइन के ऊपर. So what actually it is, how it will be helping us in understanding the Karman line. Maybe chances are there that question might come on this Karman line. Okay, clear everyone? So in this way, if you move to the composition of atmosphere, so atmosphere is generally composed of 3 variables. One is gases, one is water vapor, and one is particulate matter. तो gases में like you have nitrogen, oxygen, argon, carbon dioxide, neon, helium, krypton and methane. इतने सारे हैं. सो 78, 21, 0.93 एंड बाकी सब कुछ याद रखेंगे की जरूरत नहीं है परसेंटेजेस, जस्ट सीक्वेंस याद रख लो। नाइट्रोजन, ऑक्सीजन, आर्गन, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड, नियॉन, हीलियम, क्रिप्टॉन, मीथेन। नो एसी ऑन नेशनल हाईवे विल गिव एक्सेस किलोमीटर, तो ऐसा कुछ याद रख लो न्यूमोनिक के हिसाब से। नो एसी नेशनल हाईवे KM। Got this point? So every oxygen, generally what people would be doing is like they think that only nitrogen and oxygen having 99%, they are very important for us. Yes, they are important, true. But along with that, other gases also play important role. Their percentage might be least, but doesn't carbon dioxide has an important role? It will have. Nitrogen has important role, equally carbon dioxide also has important role. Nitrogen fixes in the soil as nitrates and helps in generation of protein. Nitrogen helps in stopping the fire. Oxygen will give us life. Oxygen is a life giver. Carbon dioxide is very essential for the plant and tree community, and carbon dioxide acting as a greenhouse gas is very important. बट पता नहीं बचपन से कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड के ऊपर पूरा नेगेटिव कर दिए पूरे, मतलब कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड नहीं कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड नहीं, मतलब विदाउट कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड, विदाउट ग्रीन हाउस गैसेस अवर लाइफ एग्जिस्टेंस इज नॉट हैपनिंग। बट वो पागल कह के साइंस फेयर में बोलते थे ये ग्लोबल वार्मिंग, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग। कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड एक्सेस परसेंटेज इज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड। जितने कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड है अगर वो नहीं है, सुबह इफ यू आर एक्सपीरियंसिंग 40 डिग्री टेम्परेचर, रात को आप -40 एक्सपीरियंस करेंगे। सो ग्रीन हाउस इफेक्ट इज हैपनिंग, ग्रीन हाउस इफेक्ट इज गुड। बट पता नहीं बचपन वो साइंस फेयर ज्वाइन हुए, साइंस फेयर में नो 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 ग्रीन हाउस इफेक्ट, मतलब लोग भी बोलते थे मैं नहीं करूंगा ग्रीन हाउस इफेक्ट, उससे मेरा हेल्थ खराब हो जाएगा। मतलब इसीलिए टीचर ने मुझे सोलर सिस्टम करने का दिया था। आई ओनली पार्टिसिपेटेड वंस एंड आई हैव डिड सोलर सिस्टम। मतलब अपना दिमाग में वो बैठ गया, greenhouse effect, global warming, carbon dioxide, only carbon dioxide. But carbon dioxide has very essential role in life existence on the earth surface. अपना life अगर exist हो रहा है, उसका every gas का role है, every gas has equal importance, including carbon dioxide. And और ज़्यादा बात बोलूँ तो water vapor is the biggest culprit than carbon dioxide in greenhouse effect. बट वाटर वेपर को पता नहीं सॉफ्ट कॉर्नर ना चुन्नू इधर आओ थोड़ा, मतलब वाटर वेपर को एक सॉफ्ट कॉर्नर, वाटर वेपर अरे तू अच्छा है बच्चा तू इधर है, मतलब वाटर वेपर को ऐसे ही बोलते थे सॉफ्ट कॉर्नर, बट इट इज बिगेस्ट कल्प्रिट। द वेरिएबिलिटी ऑफ वाटर वेपर फ्रॉम इक्वेटर टू पोल्स व्हेन वी मूव, परसेंटेज ऑफ वाटर वेपर डिक्रीजेस। पॉइंट नंबर 1, 95% of water vapor is present up to the height of 5 kilometer itself. So it is contributing as much as it can to the greenhouse effect. More interesting thing is other greenhouse gases only will trap the radiation from earth, but water vapor will trap radiation, insolation, both. Biggest culprit of greenhouse effect. It shall absorb the insolation as well as terrestrial radiation. Are you getting this? In the similar way, within the atmosphere we have particulate matter. So what are particulate matter in general sense if we speak? The solid suspended particles, the solid suspended particles present in the atmosphere are called as particulate matter. And solid suspended particle might be ash, pollutant, salt, anything, dust, any solid suspended particle present in the atmosphere, that is called as particulate matter. And this particulate matter generally helps in two aspects. एक तो condensation, cloud formation में, because this particulate matter present in the atmosphere will have the water vapor sticking to it, and that water vapor when it sticks, then only cloud formation will happen. This is one role which it does. Role number 2, during the sunset and sunrise, it scatters the light, and the orange reddish color, the sky appears bluish color just because of the scattering which is happening from this, just because of the scattering which is coming from this. Okay, sky doesn't have any color, but it is appearing blue because of scattering. During the sunset, sun rays, the sky appears reddish orangish color. It is because of this scattering due to this particular particulate matter which is present. Okay, got this point? Do remember this composition. Shall we move further? Generally, whenever we read the climatology as a chapter, make sure that you remember 5 keywords. These are the 5 elements of climate: temperature, pressure, winds, humidity, precipitation. These are the 5 key elements. जब भी आप क्लाइमेटोलॉजी पढ़ेंगे, इसका आगे पीछे का पूरा पढ़ लीजिए. क्वेश्चन जो भी आएगा इसके पीछे आगे आएगा, पक्का, नो डाउट एट ऑल. ओके, फर्स्ट लेट्स स्टार्ट अप विद द फर्स्ट एलिमेंट. फर्स्ट एलिमेंट स्टार्ट करेंगे. टेम्परेचर का मतलब क्या है? हाउ यू विल डिफाइन इट? अमाउंट ऑफ degree of I'm sorry, amount of degree of, what is the main source of temperature? Main source of temperature is sun. This is the biggest mistake. Insolation is not the reason for temperature. Rather, once the insolation falls onto the earth's surface would be heated completely, and once it is heated, it acts like a radiating body, and once it acts like a radiating body, it releases heat into the atmosphere, which is trapped by greenhouse gases acting like a blanket, and that is recording the temperature or atmospheric temperature. So, insolation is not the reason, or sun is not the reason for temperature. It is terrestrial radiation which is the actual reason for temperature. It is the terrestrial radiation which is the actual reason for temperature. Okay, got this point, everyone? Everyone clear with this? So, you have to understand 3 keywords. One is radiation, one is convection, and one is conduction. You have to understand these 3 keywords. One is radiation, one is convection, one is conduction. What do you mean by terrestrial radiation? Generally, when the insolation comes onto the earth's surface, it shall be reaching the earth's surface in the form of short waves, and when it reaches on the earth's surface in the form of short waves, the earth shall be heated, and once heated, the earth emits the heat in the form of long waves. This is called as long wave outgoing terrestrial radiation. This is called as long wave outgoing terrestrial radiation. So, radiation refers to the transfer of heat without any medium involved. Radiation refers to the transfer of heat without any medium involved. It is called as radiation. Are you getting this point? Radiation refers to the transfer of heat without any medium which shall be involved in it. So, this is radiation. Okay. Second process is convection. Convection refers to, for example, there is intense insolation falling at one particular region. Here we shall be having certain air masses which are present over there. So, obviously that particular air masses would also be heated, yes or no? So these particular air masses which shall be heated, whenever air heats, it becomes warmer and once it becomes warmer, it increases its volume, it becomes lighter, and as it becomes lighter, it rises upward and rises upward. There pressure falls and low pressure conditions develop there. Whenever air shall be heated, it increases, it becomes warmer, increases its volume, becomes lighter, and once it becomes lighter, it rises upwards. Pressure उसमें जो है वो गिरेगा and low pressure condition experience करेंगे. This is clear, everyone? In this regard, when there is a low pressure condition which shall be developed, इसका मतलब है this raising air column को हम convection बोल रहे हैं. The vertical air column which is raising upwards, we are calling it as convection. And this raising air column is transferring the heat from the surface to the atmosphere. From the surface to the atmosphere. So that vertical movement of air and transfer of heat is called as convection. Is called as convection. What do you mean by terrestrial radiation? इसमें कुछ medium जुड़ा नहीं है. So we don't have any medium in it. But in convection, we have medium involved in it, that is vertical air column. Then what do you mean by conduction? You have read it in 12th class thermodynamics, right? Chapter number 6. Conduction. What do you mean by it? Transfer of heat from? Through medium. What you were saying? It is not every time true of solid to solid. If you take a pan, heat it up, if you drop water into it, doesn't the water be heated? Through contact. Very good point. See, for example, if my body has some heat and if I am coming in contact with this, the heat transfer which is happening due to this contact is called as conduction. And the heat shall be transferred until both the heat in both the objects shall be balanced. That is called as conduction. But air is very bad conductor of heat. Clear? So it doesn't take the heat. Wood is the worst conductor of heat. Usse bhi worst air. But only small amount of percentage is transferred through conduction. Generally, conduction and convection comes hand by hand. Convection and conduction comes hand by hand. Have you understood these three processes, everyone? Now I'll explain you the heat budget concept. बजट का मतलब क्या है? बजट का मतलब बैलेंसिंग है ना, बैलेंसिंग. So generally, what do you mean by heat budget? I'll explain here. Let's assume the amount of insolation reaching the topmost layer of the atmosphere. The amount of insolation reaching the topmost layer of the atmosphere, let's assume it as 100%. Do you think the entire 100% comes and falls onto the surface? Entire 100% would come and fall onto that surface. Why? We may have some reflection by clouds. That is 27% reflection from clouds will happen. Very good. Particulate matter से 6% reflection है ना. 2% immediate earth reflection. Immediate earth reflection. Immediate earth reflection 2%. कितने हुआ? 35 तो वही गया. 35 is not been utilized. 14% absorbed by ozone and water vapor. बचा कितना? 27, 6, 2, 35, 35, 14, 49. What is the left out amount? This 51% only will be received onto the earth surface. Only 51% of the amount is reached to the earth surface. Rest 49% is not at all used by the earth surface. Earth surface को मतलब it doesn't have any connection with that of rest 49%. Okay, clear with this everyone? Now comes the actual story. This 51% earth shall be using and it sends the heat in different components. Like 23% it sends through terrestrial radiation. 23% it sends through terrestrial radiation out of 51. 23 terrestrial radiation ka medium through it shall send. And within this 23% which is been released by the surface of the earth, उसमें 6% shall be trapped by greenhouse gases. 23% में 6% shall be trapped by greenhouse gases, and उसमें जो बचा 17%, 23 में 6 गया, 17% moved back into the space. Are you getting this point? अब तक space में कौन सा गया था? एक 27 गया, एक 6 गया, एक 2 गया, एक 17 गया, ठीक है? ओके, एंड 19% it is transferred into the atmosphere through process of convection and conduction. सॉरी ये 19 नहीं है, 9 है, सिर्फ खाली 9. 9% is transported to the atmosphere through process of conduction and convection. Convection and conduction. 19% it is utilized as latent heat of vaporization. It is used under latent heat of vaporization. Okay, so in this particular aspect it shall be used. Are you getting this point? So कितना हुआ? 23, 9, 32 plus 19 कितना हुआ? 51. 51% has reached the earth surface, 51% has been used and sent by the earth surface. Here there has been a balance of heat budget by earth surface. Okay, but now this is still there in atmosphere, right? What all are the elements there in atmosphere? 6%, 9% and 19%. 6%, 9% and 19% is there in atmosphere, yes or no? So count it. 19 plus 9, 28 plus 6, and already 14 was absorbed by UV and water vapor and ozone. So 48. This 48% will be sent from the atmosphere slowly. Okay, that is heat budget of atmosphere. What is heat budget of earth? 51% आया, 51% गया. Atmosphere में 48% है. That 48% would be transported from atmosphere to space slowly later on. Okay. So first of all कितना गया था? 27 plus 6 plus 2, 35 did not reach the earth surface. 17 went through terrestrial radiation. 48 is going from atmosphere. Calculate करो उसका. 35 plus 17 plus 48, 100. कितना आया था? 100 atmosphere में. 100. We were supposed to assume it as 100%. कितना वापस गया? 100. This concept of heat budget, which includes the heat budget of earth surface and the atmosphere, is the concept called as heat budget, which includes heat budget of earth surface as well as atmosphere. Have you got this everyone? Calculation ठीक है, याद रहेंगे. मे बी प्रीलिम्स में कुछ क्वेश्चन आने का नहीं है, मेंस में आ सकता है, बट वैल्यूज होप सो दे माइट आस्क दिस क्वेश्चन. ओके, नेक्स्ट शैल वी मूव फर्दर एवरीवन. In this way, there are some factors influencing the temperature. Factors influencing temperature distribution on Earth's surface. Okay, there are some factors which shall influence the temperature distribution. So, in that factors we have latitude, altitude, distance from sea or continentality, so generally everywhere only due to insolation or only due to radiation the temperatures doesn't appear. So there are many factors which would be influencing the temperature distribution. Are you getting this point? Like for example, let's say this is a latitude of 20 degree. On that particular latitude, what do you think the same amount of insolation would be falling? At a given latitude, does the insolation would be same? Why not? Mostly 95% insolation falls same on that particular latitude at 20 degree or 10 degree. Entire latitude experience almost similar insolation, but entire altitude, like entire region, does it experience the same temperature? No, because many factors will act on it. In such a way, the first factor which shall be influencing the temperature distribution is latitude, whereby latitude wise when we move, as the insolation reduces and that insolation will further reduce the radiation, terrestrial radiation. So in general, sign of latitude, that is moving from equator to poles, that is moving from lower latitudes to higher latitudes, in general temperatures would be reduced. While we move from equator to polar regions, in general temperatures will reduce. Many people have this confusion. The confusion is like, sir, is the equator would receive highest temperature? Answer is yes, but my complete answer is no. Why? The reason behind it is, near equatorial region insolation might be high, radiation and evaporation might be very high, but that shall be compensated with the rainfall near the equatorial region. So hence equatorial region doesn't experience the highest temperatures. I will say later on which region shall be experiencing the highest temperature. So this is one factor, latitude as a factor. Now altitude as a factor. At a given same latitude, we may have a mountain, plateau, plain, valley. We may have different topographies. So at the mountain peak, if you go and sit, would you experience the same temperature like that of a plain or a plateau? No. Why? Under normal lapse rate, for every 1000 meter, you shall be having 6.5 degrees centigrade of temperature reduction. So as you have 6.5 degrees centigrade of temperature which is present over there, mountains experiences bit less temperatures comparatively to that of plains. Yes or no? Plain regions bit experience moderate temperatures. Are you getting this point? So in this way, altitude would also determine the temperatures of the region. That's why when we go to hill stations, we feel bit freezing cold. అదే మీరు వ్యాలీకి వెళ్ళండి, యూ విల్ ఫీల్ బిట్ వార్మర్. ద రీజన్ బిహైండ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ altitude will be acting as a factor. Next, distance from the sea, continentality. This is most important factor influencing the temperature. Likewise, say, for example, we have Hyderabad and Visakhapatnam, or Bangalore and Chennai. Okay. Almost Hyderabad and Visakhapatnam are located near to the closer latitude. But do they experience the same temperature conditions, same seasons? Why not? Why not? Influence on Visakhapatnam from sea breezes or from maritime influence. Visakhapatnam is experiencing the maritime influence. Hyderabad is very far away from the sea, hence it doesn't have maritime influence. So hence summers are hot in Hyderabad, winters are cold. But in Visakhapatnam, summers are hot, winters are less hot under the maritime influence. Are you getting this? The more continental you move, the more distance from the sea you move, the more extreme the climate would be. That's why if you see, if you go to Delhi, summers are very hotter, winters are very cooler. If you go to Punjab and Haryana, located continental wise, summers are very hotter, winters are very cooler. The reason behind it is, as you are moving far away from the sea, the maritime influence doesn't act. So we shall experience extremes of climates under continentality. So that extremes of climate you shall be experiencing. Sometimes these extremes of climate may also result into desert formation. Desert like Gobi Desert. No reason at all, Gobi Desert has been formed. No reason at all. The reason is far away from the sea. Continentality is the reason. Are you getting this point? So this shall be one determining factor. One more determining factor is land-sea differentiation. In general, any region, if it is dominated with land, that region experiences bit harsh temperatures. Any region experiencing more water bodies or more maritime influence, that region experiences bit normal moderate conditions. Yes or no? For example, that's the reason why in and around villages when you go, so there you will be completely having the vegetation cover, the water bodies in and around it. So villages pretend to experience bit less temperatures. The same you come near to the urban areas, you have lack of vegetation, lack of water bodies, complete high infrastructures, concrete jungles, land domination is there. Hence we shall experience harsh climates. This is the reason why northern hemisphere dominating with land is warmer relatively to the southern hemisphere which is dominated with oceans. Are you getting this point? In this way, when you see the temperatures change, when for example, when you are traveling from Mumbai to Pune, it means you are traveling from sea to land, coast to land, you shall experience increase in harshness of the climate. The same when you travel from Pune to Mumbai, you start experiencing that breezing coolness. So land and sea differentiation will give the temperature differences and the temperature anomalies of that particular region. Are you getting this point, everyone? Okay. And the next aspect which we have, that is albedo, sir. What is albedo? For example, on that surface, we have different surfaces. We have a region covered with dense vegetation, we have one region covered with normal vegetation, one region with grass, one region with river, one region with pond, lake, estuary, dark soil, black soil, red soil, alluvial soil, marshy soil, peaty soil, one region covered with mountain, one region covered with plateau, one person wearing white shirt, one person wearing black shirt, one person wearing orange shirt. In this way, we have different surfaces on that surface. Everyone has different absorption rates. That's the reason why during summers, our mother used to ask us to wear cotton and white color clothes so that absorption rate shall be less. वही समर में आप ब्लैक एंड ब्लैक पहन के जाओ, वापस आते तंदूरी चिकन बन जाएंगे बारबेक्यू वाला, है ना. सो the shed itself is giving you differences in temperature. Then think about different surfaces. So albedo refers to diffuse reflectivity. Please do mention this point. Albedo refers to diffuse reflectivity, which means the amount of reflection which a surface can do. The amount of reflection which a surface can do, which is highest for snow, because snow reflects 80 to 90%, which is highest for snow, lowest for dark soil, because it absorbs mostly. That's why dark bituminous roads, when you go adjacent to that during summers, आपको इतना इरिटेशन आएगा, मतलब दिमाग खराब करेगा कि बगल वाले को एक मारो अभी खड़ा खड़ा. The same when you go on mud roads, you won't feel that. The reason behind it is the surface reflectivity. Okay, so this shall also determine the temperature of that region. Next, coming to the nature of ground slope in general, let's say if we have a mountain, okay, let's say this podium itself is a mountain, okay. Now this is front face of podium, front face of a mountain, back face of a mountain. So obviously front face of this mountain is exposed to the sun. So obviously this slope will be experiencing more temperatures comparatively to that of back slope. In this way, in northern hemisphere, southern slopes are exposed to the sun. In southern hemisphere, northern slopes are exposed to the sun. So that's why due to differences in the nature of slopes, we shall find differences in temperatures. Himalayas, if you go, anyone have visited Himalayas, Manali, Shimla regions? No one, right? So when you go for training, you will understand it, Mussoorie. So all the settlement patterns and the hill stations are located on south of Himalayas, along the southern slope of Himalayas. Along the northern slopes, completely it is covered with vegetation and it is left for wildlife. No settlement patterns will be done on northern slope of Himalayas because the extreme climate doesn't give a prior condition for the settlement pattern to happen. That's why if you go to Shimla, you can see the Shimla step-like structures, right? तो मैं एक बार मतलब बहुत पहले 2011 में जब मेरा सिविल सर्विसेज की तैयारी नहीं हुआ था, तो जब शिमला गया था मैं I was just asking because our hotel was completely at the down valley. मैं सोचता था कि like भाई लैंडस्लाइड हो गया तो क्या? I was like out of anxiety I was asking. इतना सारा लैंड है, like you have a point called as Kufri point in Shimla. Kufri is a location which is located back to the mountain, back to Himalaya. Shimla is at the front. तो मैंने उससे पूछा, भाई इतना सारा लैंड फालतू में पड़ा है, why you have constructed the home very congested? जाके उधर भी कंस्ट्रक्ट कर लो ना. सो तब मुझे ज्योग्राफी पता नहीं था ना, लाइक एल्बिडो होता है, नेचर ऑफ ग्राउंड स्लोप होता है. दीज स्लोप्स शेल बी एक्सपोज्ड टू द सन, बट बैक टू द माउंटेन्स दे वोंट बी एक्सपोज्ड टू द सन. आर यू गेटिंग दिस पॉइंट? दैट्स व्हाई इन नॉर्थर्न हेमिस्फीयर आप जाके देखो, ऑल द सदर्न स्लोप्स आर फिल्ड विद सेटलमेंट. वही सदर्न हेमिस्फीयर में जाके देखो, ऑल द नॉर्थर्न हेमिस्फीयर लाइक नॉर्थर्न स्लोप्स आर फिल्ड विद द सेटलमेंट्स. So differences in slope will give differences in temperature. Coming to the next factor like winds and oceanic currents. Wind मतलब generally wind में cold wind हो सकता है, warm wind हो सकता है. Winds generally tend to determine the temperature of region. For example, एक बार मैं हरियाणा में था, So I was supposed to attend a marriage. So it was in the winter season. So whenever Haryana comes into our mind, why we will think about the freezing winter? मैंने सोचा कि लाइक नॉर्मल विंटर रहता होगा हरियाणा में, लेट्स गो विदाउट अ स्वेटर. मुझे बहुत बल्कि लग रहा था, मैंने फेंक दिया जर्किन को. शादी अटेंड हुए, बाकी 10-11 हुआ, 2-3 पेग मार रहे थे एंड द टेम्परेचर्स हैव ड्रॉप्ड अप टू 2 डिग्री 1 डिग्री इन हरियाणा. मैंने सोचा क्यों? द रीजन बिहाइंड इट इज साइबेरियन कोल्ड विंड्स फ्रॉम सेंट्रल एशिया, they tend to reach India crossing Himalayas, reducing the temperatures. Government will give a warning then the cold waves are going to hit, please be aware of these particular cold waves. इसीलिए पूरा कंबल बांटेंगे, बहुत सारे अच्छे अच्छे लोग, अच्छे दिन वाले कंबल बांटेंगे, प्यार से मोहब्बत से खिलाएंगे. Like this is what generally happens, right? If you see the same in rivers in summer, along the Rajasthan region you will be having a wind which shall start, which is a local wind name called as Lu. It starts from Rajasthan and enters into Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh belt, and it suddenly increases the temperature. तो इसका मतलब क्या है? Warm winds reaching the cooler areas increases the temperature. Cooler winds reaching the warmer areas will decrease the temperature. The same thing happen along the wind system. In the global wind system, equator से या lower latitude से जो भी wind निकलेगा towards the polar region, they go there and increase the temperature there, and those winds which are coming from there to the lower latitudes from high to low, they decrease the temperature, maintaining the latitudinal heat balance on the earth surface. Maintaining the latitudinal heat balance on the earth surface. Okay, in this way winds generally tend to dominate. In the similar way, ओशनिक करंट. ओशनिक करंट का मतलब आपको शायद पता है, बल्क मास ऑफ वाटर ओशन में, जैसे लैंड के ऊपर रिवर रहेगा, ओशन में बल्क मास ऑफ वाटर एक ही डायरेक्शन में, व्हेन इट इज मूविंग इन वन डायरेक्शन अंडर इन्फ्लुएंस ऑफ विंड, दैट पर्टिकुलर मूवमेंट ऑफ बल्क मास ऑफ वाटर इन ए पर्टिकुलर डायरेक्शन, उसको हम ओशनिक करंट बोलेंगे. उसमें दो टाइप है, warm oceanic current, cold oceanic current. Those oceanic water moving from lower latitude to higher latitude, warm oceanic current. Higher latitude to lower latitude, cold oceanic current. Okay, so warm oceanic current presence in any region will make the region to have high temperature, evaporation, cloud formation, precipitation. Cold oceanic current presence, no evaporation, no cloud formation, no precipitation, desert बनेगा. So that's why cold oceanic current presence, wherever it is there, that region shall be experiencing with either arid or semi-arid condition or deserts. Atacama desert जो चिली में है, that is because of Peruvian Humboldt cold oceanic current. Peruvian Humboldt cold oceanic current. Are you getting this point, everyone? In this way, all these are the factors which in general tends to influence any particular region in determining the temperature of that particular location. Okay, and coming to the major point now, after all these factors, you might be knowing that equator doesn't experience temperature now. So it is 20 degree north latitude which experience the highest temperatures in the month of July. 20 degree north latitude in the month of July. 20 degree north latitude in the month of July, they generally tend to experience 20 degree north latitude in the month of July, they tend to experience the highest temperatures. Okay, and lowest temperatures कहाँ पे रिकॉर्ड होगा? पोल्स पे. But more than poles, the lowest temperatures are recorded in the continental interiors of Russia. You do mention this point. The lowest temperatures are recorded in poles and subpolar regions. Poles and subpolar regions along the continental interiors. along the continental interiors. Okay. So which hemisphere is warmer? Northern hemisphere, very good. Next point, eastern margins of the continents experience bit high temperatures and low temperature gradients, bit high temperatures and low temperature gradients due to presence of warm oceanic currents, and the western margins experience low temperatures and high temperature gradients. What do you mean by temperature gradient? Maximum difference between the temperatures of two particular regions. Very good. Next point, desert shall experience highest diurnal ranges. Desert shall experience highest diurnal ranges. Where cold deserts experiences highest annual ranges. Cold deserts experience highest annual range. What do you mean by diurnal range of temperature? Difference between the temperatures within the given day and night in a given region. Annual range of temperature? What is annual range? In a given year. Maximum and minimum difference in a given year. Oceans experience less annual ranges. Oceans experience less annual ranges than land. Next point. Coastal regions experience less annual ranges under the influence of maritime influence. Next, coastal deserts have bit less temperatures due to the maritime influence. Is this clear, everyone? That is, temperature inversion. Regarding with the temperature itself, we have a concept called as temperature inversion. So what do you mean by it in general? Temperature inversion. Name itself is suggesting something, right? So in this, what generally happens is, altitude wise, when we rise, in general the temperature decreases with height. That we have called it as normal lapse rate, which is somewhere around 6.5 degrees centigrade per every 1000 meters. So instead of decrease of temperature, if the temperature starts increasing, and increase का मतलब ये नहीं होता कि like पूरा global warming आ जाए उसमें. So increase relatively. So that is called as temperature inversion. Why this actually happens? For example, let's say during winters. Okay. So and everyone know that during winters we have longer nights, shorter days. So shorter days का मतलब less amount of insolation. So first of all, we are having very less insolation, and the amount of insolation which falls onto the surface, it is priorly low, and the surface which would be heated, that is still low, and the radiation which it does, it is still low. It means that particular heat which is present within the earth's surface, very minimum amount of heat, the entire heat shall be radiated back. the very less amount of heat which is present over here. So that heat which shall be radiated, completely the heat would be lost. And due to losing of this particular complete heat, the surfaces would be cooled down completely. That's the reason why during winter seasons, in the month of November, December, January, when you observe somewhere around post 6 p.m., 7 p.m. during the evenings, the surfaces tend to cool down. So due to that cooling process, these surfaces act as a source region, and from these cool air masses generally tend to start up. And cool air masses generally are dense in nature. That doesn't allow the warm air masses which are present near to the surface to stay there. Those warm air masses tends to reach upward in the atmosphere. They tend to go into the atmosphere due to the high denseness which this particular cool air masses will have. So it means there shall be no warmness at all. So all the warm air masses, they have settled within the atmospheric range. So when these warm air masses are present here, due to this consideration, let's say the temperature here is 10 degrees centigrade. So when we move above in the atmosphere, the temperature has to decrease at 6.5 degree per every 1000 meter. For every 1 kilometer it has to be reduced, right? Rather than reduction, due to presence of this warm air mass, the temperature starts increasing. 11 degree, 12 degree, 13 degree. It is also less temperature. 13 degree का मतलब less temperature है, but relatively it is more when compared to the surface. So this typical aspect which generally happens, this concept is called as temperature inversion. Are you getting this point? So this particular temperature inversion happens near to the surface, also happens high in the atmosphere also, but which happens in the atmosphere that bit stays bit for a longer time. But this temperature inversion, once again the next day morning when the sunrise come, this temperature inversion would be left out. So this temperature inversion happening near to the surface is of very shorter duration, but those which happens above in the atmosphere, let's say in stratosphere, that stays for bit longer span of time. So in this regard, this temperature inversion has some 3 ideal conditions because of which it will happen. One is longer nights, second is stable air, third is clear skies. So when these particular 3 conditions are satisfied, generally we can observe the temperature inversion. Okay. And these particular 3 conditions you can observe normally in winter season itself. So during the winters we shall be experiencing the concept of temperature inversion which generally happens. Is this clear, everyone? Everyone clear with this point? Now, we can't every time go into the atmosphere and check out the temperature, right? So there has to be something because of which we can justify that temperature inversion has happened, and that justification can be done by the conditions including foggy conditions. In urban areas we shall find the smog conditions. Generally dew conditions are observed. What do you mean by dew? The sticking of water to the surface. The sticking of water to the surface, it is called as dew. So in lower latitudes generally water sticks to the surface, but in higher latitudes the water which sticks to the surface, where temperatures fall below freezing point, that water would be frozen. So the dew like condition in higher latitudes, it shall be called as frost. But sir, what is the major difference between the dew and mist? The major difference is dew has bit less moisture content, mist has bit more moisture content. So the invisibility pattern which we generally observe during the fog, dew and mist, invisibility is bit more higher in the mist condition, and in smog we have complete invisibility. Delhi like cities, due to high rate of pollution, the particulate matter present in the atmosphere sticks the foggy condition to it, which doesn't allow the fog to be removed for 1, 2, 3, 4 days. So for more than one day, that particular smog like conditions can be seen. If you go to Delhi during the winter season, smoggy conditions prevail. That's the reason why last time the Delhi government, it has given 2-day holidays for school going people and office going people because of the high invisibility. So it has one positive effect also. तो आपको ये लिखना नहीं है 2 दिन का छुट्टी मिल रहा है, मतलब ये लिखेंगे तो पेपर काट के आपके हाथ में लगाएंगे, है ना. So what is the measure which Delhi government has opted recently? That is, they have established smog towers, so that this particular smog towers, generally it shall be cleaning the air, so that the smoggy conditions which generally occur, they would be on a lesser note. I think so it was some 4 to 5 years back. Completely Delhi was struck with smog, so for a span of week completely, and on Delhi Chandigarh highway approximately 200 vehicles have hit each other, and that has resulted into huge traffic jam. I think so it was in 2018 or 19 scenario. Clear? So इंश्योरेंस कंपनी वाले को बहुत काम मिला था तब. 200 गाड़ी थे. सो दिल्ली सोनीपत पानीपत की रूट में. क्लियर? पहले एक एक्सीडेंट हुआ था, पीछे गाड़ी आ रहा था, सो दैट हैज हिट द स्टॉप्ड व्हीकल. इन दिस वे कंटिन्यूसली 200 गाड़ी थे, सोनीपत से लेकर कंप्लीट अप दिल्ली तक, मतलब 200 गाड़ी का एक्सीडेंट ट्रायल था वो. So this kind of possibilities will happen, but इसमें से क्वेश्चन प्रीलिम्स में नहीं आएगा. The question will be coming in mains. Like in India, metropolitan cities like Mumbai, Delhi and Kolkata experience huge amount of pollution, but the pollution rate is bit higher comparatively in Delhi. Discuss the reasons. उसके बहुत सारे reasons है दिल्ली में. So along with the pollution which human activities are releasing, we also contribute from agriculture sector. Stubble burning करके पंजाब में, pollution, water body को पूरा ख़त्म करके, यमुना river को जाके देखो एक बार. Clear? You will feel shy of yourself, like why we have polluted this river. Completely the industrial effluents joined to that particular Yamuna river. So no vegetation, very less amount of vegetation in and around Delhi, concrete jungles, lack of water bodies, stubble burning issue, pollution issue, all these have contributed for more pollution in and around Delhi, creating high amount of smoggy conditions. Okay, so mains का क्वेश्चन है, प्रीलिम्स में तो कुछ निकलेगा नहीं, बट अगर प्रीलिम्स में कुछ निकलेगा इसके बारे में निकलेगा, स्मॉग टावर के बारे में. एंड ये क्वेश्चन तो पूछेंगे नहीं, लाइक रिसेंटली इन विच ऑफ द रीजन स्मॉग टावर्स हैव बीन एस्टैब्लिश्ड. ये तो 6th स्टैंडर्ड वाले जीके क्वेश्चन भी नहीं है, है ना. तो ये क्वेश्चन एक्सपेक्ट मत करिए. सो क्वेश्चन माइट बी लाइक रिगार्डिंग विद द टेक्नोलॉजी विच इज यूज्ड इन इट, लाइक द प्रेसिपिटेटर्स विच आर यूज्ड इन इट और द कॉपर कंटेंट विच इज यूज्ड इन इट. तो उसका बीच में जो साइंस का इंक्लूजन है, फ्रॉम दैट एरिया क्वेश्चन विल कम. सो वंस गो एंड क्रॉस चेक आउट द स्मॉग टावर, what technology is used in it to purify the air. Clear? एंड दिल्ली में कितने स्मॉग टावर एस्टैब्लिश किए, रिबन कटिंग किसने किया था, ये छोड़ दो, है ना. तो ये क्वेश्चन यूपीएससी का काम की नहीं है. जस्ट सी द टेक्नोलॉजी विच इज देयर इन इट. मोस्ट प्रोबेबली इफ अगर क्वेश्चन आएगा प्रीलिम्स में तो वो स्मॉग टावर के ऊपर यही क्वेश्चन आएगा, नहीं तो डायरेक्टली दे आर गोइंग टू पोज ए क्वेश्चन ऑन टेम्परेचर इन्वर्जन. डन. एंड यू पार्क योर व्हीकल्स आउटसाइड ड्यूरिंग द विंटर्स. सो सुबह उठते ही पूरा पानी आ जाएगा उसमें, है ना. एंड आप काम वाले को गाली देंगे, मेरे गाड़ी के ऊपर पानी क्यों डाला, मतलब. सो यू एक्सपीरियंस दैट वेटी कंडीशंस ऑन द ग्लास, ऑन द सरफेसेस. dew-like conditions are prevalent during temperature inversion. And in one more aspect, dew conditions shall be formed. If they are going to ask a question on dew, एक तो ये option डाल देंगे उसमें. During the temperature conditions, the moisture content in and around the air condenses by taking the surface regions as obstacles. ये option डाल के second option डालेंगे, like along the coastal areas due to the maritime influence and the humidity impact, dew conditions are common. So generally whenever Dhoni wins the toss in Chapak, what he will opt? Generally chasing opt करेंगे. 2 दिन पहले I think so Punjab has opted to bowl first. So no, Punjab has won the match with Chennai. Why generally sports person will opt chasing in it? Because during the late nights the dew condition starts. In Mumbai Wankhede Stadium, when India has won the World Cup, क्लियर पूरे श्रीलंका बॉलर टॉवल लेके घूम रहे थे, है ना, बॉल क्लीन करने के लिए. सो इवन मुते मुरलीधरन, द लेजेंडरी बॉलर्स हु वर देयर, दे कुड नॉट टेक द विकेट ऑफ मेनी इंडियन बैट्समैन, वेयर इंडिया फाइनली हैज वन द वर्ल्ड कप. सो इन दिस रिगार्ड ड्यू शैल बी हैपनिंग एट द कोस्ट, पॉइंट नंबर 1, एंड ड्यू शैल बी हैपनिंग ड्यूरिंग द विंटर सीजन. And if the same is in higher latitude, like above 40, 45, 50, 60 degree latitude, there we experience frost. Are you getting this? And if you see fog versus mist, near to the water bodies, mist. Near to the dry regions, very less water bodies, foggy conditions prevail. Are you clear with this? And now you have to say, is it during the foggy condition or clear sky? You will feel more coolness or the degree of coolness जो भी है, तो वो when you will experience? During the foggy condition or during the clear sky? During the foggy condition. This is absolutely false. Clear sky है, ठंडा हवा ज़्यादा आएगा. Fog है, you will feel bit humid and warm condition. सुबह when we try to jogging, running, जो लोग करेंगे 5 बजे उठ के, they know very well. During the foggy condition, you sweat a lot, and during clear skies, you won't sweat a lot. The reason behind it is the foggy condition is nothing but the condensation process happening over there. So that humid conditions make the warm conditions to prevail in that particular region. So these are the consequences which are associated with this particular temperature inversion. Are you getting this point, everyone? Everyone? Clear? Now, let's move into the next aspect, the pressure systems, atmospheric pressure. So in general, atmosphere has some composition. It has gases, it has water vapor, it has particulate matter. So due to its mass and weight, atmosphere, what it would be doing is, it shall be exerting its weight onto the earth's surface, creating pressure. So any weight added upon any object, it generally generates pressure. So atmospheric pressure refers to the amount of weight which the air column is putting at one particular area, unit area, उसको हम atmospheric pressure बोलेंगे. The amount of weight which that particular air column is putting on that particular unit area, that is called as atmospheric pressure. And on that surface we have different relief features and different topographies like mountain, plateau, plain, valley. And along different regions we shall be experiencing different atmospheric pressure. तो हर जगह calculate नहीं करेंगे. So we will calculate the average pressure. So average pressure acting on the surface, the mean sea level pressure, it is 1013.25 millibar. Okay, 1013.25 millibar. If in any region, if the pressure which is there, if it is more than this, then that region has high pressure. If the pressure is less than this, then that region has low pressure. So इससे ज़्यादा high pressure, इससे कम low pressure condition. Are you getting this? And what factors will be making high pressure or low pressure in that area? We have two certain factors. एक thermal factor, second हो गया dynamic factor. Many people still have confusion. What is the thermal factor or what is the dynamic factor which we have? What is the thermal factor? Hello? నేను 6 o'clock కాల్ చేస్తాను. హలో క్లాస్లో ఉన్నా 6కి కాల్ చేస్తాను. అదే నేను 6 o'clock కాల్ చేస్తాను. దండ నేను కాల్ చేస్తాను 6కి. దండ. So there are two factors which shall determine the pressure of that particular region. एक हो गया thermal, एक हो गया dynamic. Many people have confusion, sir what is dynamic factor? हमें तो पता ही नहीं है. Dynamic factor कुछ नहीं है, जो thermal factor नहीं है बाकी सारे dynamic factor है. Many people have this confusion. We used to read a chapter, you know, the chapter by name called as. तो मेरा सवाल इतना था इंटरमीडिएट में 11th एंड 12th में. आफ्टर कंप्लीटिंग 12th मैंने एंट्रेंस एग्जाम इंजीनियरिंग का क्रैक भी किया, 814 रैंक भी है. स्टिल हैव कंफ्यूजन व्हाट इज डायनेमिक फैक्टर. डायनेमिक फैक्टर का मतलब है वॉट एवर थर्मल फैक्टर इज नॉट देयर, बाकी सारे फैक्टर डायनेमिक फैक्टर में आ जाएंगे. आर यू गेटिंग दिस पॉइंट? सो इसमें ज़्यादा पढ़ने की ज़रूरत नहीं है आपको. आई विल एक्सप्लेन डिफरेंट प्रेशर बेल्ट्स ऑन दैट सरफेस. वहाँ पे कंडीशन क्या है, व्हाट इज द अमाउंट ऑफ एस्पेक्ट विच इज हैपनिंग ओवर देयर, वो याद रख लो बस, उससे ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं. ओके. सो ऑन दैट सरफेस अगर आप देखेंगे 0 somewhere near 23 end of degree, somewhere near 66 end of degree, 90 degree. 23 एंड ऑफ डिग्री, 66 हो गया, फिर 90. एक एक लैटिट्यूड के पास देखेंगे कौन सा प्रेशर है, व्हाट इज द प्रेशर बेल्ट एसोसिएटेड विथ इट. तो यहाँ पे ये चैप्टर का नाम ही प्रेशर बेल्ट है, बट ऐसा नहीं कि बेल्ट का मतलब इट डजंट एक्सटेंड कंप्लीटली. देर आर सम स्पेसेस वेयर डिफरेंट ऑक्यूपेशंस वुड बी देयर, बट वी शैल बी कंसिडरिंग इट एज अ बेल्ट itself. Okay, first calculating near the equatorial region. Okay, near equatorial region what happens? Maximum insolation would fall at the equator. In a year, for maximum time we shall be experiencing highest insolation at the equator. बाकी tropic of Cancer, Capricorn पे तो experience करेंगे ही. Now let's say the air masses which are present near the equatorial region, what happens to them? They shall also be heated from the process of conduction and direct heating. So what will happen to this air? Warmer, increases its volume, it starts rising upwards. This air starts rising. Yesterday I have given you a flow chart. So air when it is heated, it gets warmer, it increases its volume, it starts rising upwards. Pressure within it falls and we shall be having low pressure areas, right? So this rising air column I have given the name called as convection. वर्टिकल एयर कॉलम राइजिंग अपवर्ड्स इन द एटमॉस्फेयर, उसको क्या बोलेंगे हम? कन्वेक्शन. एंड ड्यू टू दिस कन्वेक्शन एट द इक्वेटोरियल रीजन, द प्रेशर एट द इक्वेटर फॉल्स. हेंस इक्वेटोरियल रीजन एक्सपीरियंसेस इक्वेटोरियल लो प्रेशर बेल्ट. Near the equatorial region we shall be experiencing equatorial low pressure belt. So through which factor this low pressure belt has been created? Thermal or dynamic? Very simple, thermal factor. Because of maximum insulation, because of heating up of air that is increasing its volume, that is becoming lighter, that start rising upwards, pressure within it falls, low pressure condition. And this rising air column, as obviously it has moisture content in it due to evaporation, this air column raises vertically upwards in the atmosphere and creates cloud formation. Whenever there is a convectional ascent which has moisture in it, so this air column rising upwards will be reducing its temperature, and that particular temperature reduction in this happens because of adiabatic lapse rate. What is normal lapse rate? Rising with the height, if there is fall in temperature, उसको हम क्या बोल रहे हैं? Normal lapse rate 6.5 degree for every 1000 meter. But for raising air column, that is not the rate with which the temperature shall reduce. For a raising air column, we shall be having the change of temperature internally for a raising or descending air column. So, and that particular reduction of temperature is called as adiabatic lapse rate, whereby adiabatic as a word refers to internal process. It means there is no heat exchange in the air, no heat is entering the system or no heat is leaving from the system. All the changes which are happening, they are happening in the internal itself. Due to that internal process, the temperatures are being reduced for a raising air column. For a raising air column, the temperature shall be reduced at a zone of adiabatic lapse rate. The temperature shall reduce at the zone of adiabatic lapse rate, which can be explained through गैस लॉ. इंटरमीडिएट में बहुत ये लॉन्ग आंसर क्वेश्चन था, है ना. गैस लॉ, इट्स डेरिवेशन. गैस लॉ का फाइनल अंतर है टेम्परेचर इज डायरेक्टली प्रोपोर्शनल टू प्रेशर. ये पढ़ने के लिए दिमाग खराब कर करके 2-3 पेज पढ़ लिए. फॉर ए रेजिंग एयर कॉलम, एज प्रेशर फॉल्स टेम्परेचर फॉल्स. इट्स वेरी प्रैक्टिकल एग्जाम्पल लाइक व्हेन यू टेक ए गैस बैलून. गैस बैलून में क्या होगा? क्लियर, इट स्टार्ट्स रेजिंग अपवर्ड्स. बट ये तो स्ट्रेटोस्फीयर मेसोस्फीयर पे तो जाएंगे नहीं, है ना. whenever there shall be reduction of temperature within that gas balloon, it tends to fall. Why that particular gas balloon is rising upwards? That can be explained by gas law. So temperature is directly proportional to pressure within the gas law, through which adiabatic lapse rate is derived. No need to go deeper into the physics content again, but just remember the adiabatic lapse rate, which is an internal process which is happening. Are you getting this point? Adiabatic lapse rate. So whenever the air column will reduce its temperature, obviously जो भी moisture उसमें बचा है, it tends to create cloud formation and it tends to create precipitation here. Near the equatorial region, equatorial low pressure belt, we generally tend to experience huge amount of rainfall. We generally tend to experience very high amount of rainfall. Very high amount of rainfall. Daily, out of 365 days, approximately more than 320 days, every day, we shall be experiencing rainfall because of this rising air column. And that rainfall which happens near the equatorial region, उसको हम convectional rainfall बोलेंगे. And this is also called as 4 PM rainfall. Every day 4 बजे से लेके 5 बजे बारिश गिरेगा ही गिरेगा. 100%. More than 320 days. इतना ज़्यादा बारिश गिर रहा है तो we shall find huge amount of dense vegetation over there. So this is what the climatic aspects which we observe near the equator. Days are bright and sunny. Afternoons are humid. Condensation will happen during the shorter span and we shall experience shorter span of rainfalls and the nights are warmer. The above described climatic condition refers to which of the following climate? Clear cut answer, equatorial type of climate. Question number 18, 2016, set B. So 2016 में ये question पूछा था. They tend to describe the position and they tend to ask you what is the climate prevalent over there. Answer is equatorial type of climate. Every day 4 बजे बारिश गिरेगा. Equatorial low pressure belt बोलेंगे इसको. Is this clear? Everyone clear with this? Now, the air column became lighter, raised upwards. Raising air column is cooling down under adiabatic lapse rate. Now it has to become denser and denser air column has to descend somewhere, and this particular denser air column diverges from the equatorial region and descends somewhere near closer to subtropical location. But हमें 23 एंड ऑफ डिग्री पता है तो मैंने 23 एंड ऑफ लिखा था, बट समवेयर बिटवीन 25 टू 30 डिग्री लैटिट्यूड के बीच में वो एयर कॉलम डिसेंड होगा. आर यू गेटिंग दिस पॉइंट? whenever there is raising air column, pressure within it falls. Whenever there is descending air column, pressure is high. So in this region we shall be experiencing high pressure belt. So can I call this belt as subtropical high pressure belt? Can I call this subtropical high pressure belt? Everyone, subtropical high pressure belt बोल सकता हूँ. Why this subtropical high pressure belt has been created? Which factor? Thermal or dynamic? जो thermal नहीं है बाकी सब dynamic factor. So this particular high pressure belt has been created because of the descending air column, which is a dynamic factor. On this, Coriolis force impact would also be there. Moving further, I will explain what is Coriolis force in the wind system. अभी आप उसको छोड़ दीजिए. Clear? Along with the descending air column, amount of Coriolis force have made this particular wind to descend at subtropical location, creating high pressure belts over there. Are you getting this point? So raising air column, cloud formation, precipitation, everyday rainfall, vegetation high. So descending air column mein do you experience cloud formation? No. There is no cloud formation. When there is no cloud formation, rainfall nahi hoga. Yes or no? When there is no rainfall, no vegetation. Lack of vegetation, it is desert. So that's the reason why, due to this descending air column and high pressure conditions at subtropical locations, we experience deserts. World's hot and dry deserts जो भी हैं, most 95% of hot and dry deserts, they are associated with subtropical high pressure belts. Are you getting this point? Example, Sahara Desert, Sonoran Mojave Desert, Daste Kavir, Daste Lut deserts, Atacama Desert, Namib Desert, Kalahari Desert, Thar Desert, Gibson Desert, Great Australian Desert. So जितने भी hot and dry deserts हैं, that leads to desert. Yesterday I was saying one reason why the deserts would be found. What was it? Cold oceanization मैंने बोला था. Continentality. Gobi Desert का example दिया ना. So in and around China and Mongolia region we have Gobi Desert, which is located very far away from the sea. Hence that has resulted into desert. वो एक reason हुआ. ये second reason है. So because of descending air column at the subtropics, hot and dry deserts of the world, they are attached with this particular subtropical location. They are attached with this particular subtropical location. Clear with this, everyone? Now, the air column which is descending near to the subtropical location, this particular air column diverges from this zone in this way. The air diverges from the main belt. The air diverges from the main high pressure belt, and now the air is moving horizontally. Yes or no? Now we can call it as wind. The air is moving horizontally. Now we can call it as wind. So that wind we shall discuss on the next slide. So these winds again going from high pressure to low pressure areas, again they shall be heated up, again they rise up, again they descend, again they move. So there is a complete circulation pattern which is happening over here. Are you getting this point, everyone? So this particular circulation which is happening between the equators and tropics, this particular circulation we call it as Hadley cell. This circulation we shall be calling it as Hadley cell. Hadley cell. Okay. Thanks. Okay, got this point? They might ask you this question. Which of the following circulations are involved in Hadley cell? When the wind system chapter would be completing, you will be knowing what all are the aspects which are being involved over there. सो एक तो कन्वेक्शनल एसेंट इन्वॉल्व हुआ, एक तो डिसेंडिंग इन्वॉल्व हुआ. ये विंड का अभी पता नहीं है. वी हैव टू डिस्कस. वंस वी डिस्कस यू विल कम टू नो अबाउट दिस पर्टिकुलर पॉइंट्स. ओके, नाउ यहां पे देखेंगे. वन विंड इज मूविंग टुवर्ड्स द इक्वेटर, क्लियर, एंड वन विंड शैल बी मूविंग टुवर्ड्स द सबपोलर लोकेशन. सो ये विंड का कैरेक्टर क्या है? वार्म और कोल्ड. विंड का कैरेक्टर क्या है? वार्म. व्हाई? मूविंग फ्रॉम सब ट्रॉपिकल हाई प्रेशर जोन, वार्मर जोन, हॉटर जोन, वार्म रहेगा. एंड सिमिलरली द विंड विच कम्स फ्रॉम पोलर रीजन दैट शैल बी cold. Both shall have density differences, temperature differences, hence both these winds never would be mixing up. Cold wind and warm wind, due to density and temperature differences, they never mix up. They will come along a confluence zone, that's it, they never mix up. So along this confluence zone we shall be having formation of a inclined bench or a vacuum like structure, where these warm winds struck here. Along this inclined bench, cold winds struck here. When there shall be overriding, that is different story, but as of now there is only confluence, both are not mixing. So this vacuum like structure which has formed in between them, that shall be called as front. That shall be called as front. Formation of front is called as frontogenesis, and the front disappearance is called as frontolysis. Formation of front, it is called as frontogenesis. Disappearance of front is called as frontolysis. Okay. And along this front, what happens is our point of concern now. Warm wind has some ladder like structure. So warm wind, obviously being lighter, it raises upwards. And what will happen to the rising air column? Adiabatic lapse rate, temperature shall reduce. If it has moisture, then it creates cloud formation. If it has moisture, it shall be creating cloud formation. Yes or no? So this particular cloud formation which it creates, and the precipitation which happens. Why this rainfall is happening? Because of rising air column. Why air column is rising? Because of front formation. And due to front, we are having rainfall. Yes or no? That's why this kind of rainfall, which generally happens along the higher and middle latitudes, the most commonest form of precipitation, we call this as frontal rainfall. This is the second type of rainfall which we have. This shall be called as frontal rainfall. This is the second type of rainfall which we have, the frontal rainfall. Okay. Got this point clear, everyone? Now, is this clear? What is the pressure which should be present at subpolar? कौन सा प्रेशर रहना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे? Why? Rising air column के पास low pressure condition. So here we call it as subpolar low pressure belt. Very good. Subpolar low pressure belt. Why this subpolar low pressure belt has been formed? Thermal or dynamic factor? Thermal or dynamic? Thermal or dynamic? Dynamic factor. Dynamic factor. Next. This particular rising air column, it has to descend somewhere else. Yes or no? So this rising air column, which generally tends to rise, again one branch descends at subtropical high pressure belt, and one branch again descends at polar regions. One branch shall be descending at subtropical high pressure belt, one branch descends at polar region. So due to descending at polar region, what pressure should be present here at polar region? So here can I write polar high pressure belt? Can I write polar high pressure belt? Yes or no? So this particular polar high pressure belt, is it dynamically formed or thermally formed? Again, this is also dynamically formed. So at descending air column, do we experience cloud formation? Here also no cloud formation and no precipitation. No cloud formation, and in this zone we shall not experience any precipitational aspects. So hence we should experience deserts. Both the poles are deserts. North pole and south pole is completely a desert. Desert का मतलब है lack of vegetation, high temperature नहीं है. Desert refers to lack of vegetation, high temperature, low temperature ये नहीं है. Sand, पत्थर ये नहीं होता है. Desert का मतलब होता है lack of vegetation. वो lack of vegetation can be because of any reason, but lack of vegetation is the main theme of desert. Are you getting this point, everyone? So here एक circulation form हुआ. This is called as Ferrel cell. Here एक circulation form हुआ. This is called as polar cell. Headley cell, Ferrel cell, polar cell. Headley cell, Ferrel cell, polar cell. Got this point clear, everyone? And these three cells together, they are called as tricellular model of circulation. These three cells together, they are called as tricellular model of circulation. Got this point, everyone? Everyone clear with this? Clear with this, everyone? Everyone? There are two more things which you have to learn here. One is the equatorial low pressure belt which has been formed. What is the factor which is influencing its formation? Thermal factor, yes or no? And do you really think the insolation falls on equator throughout the year in the same way? No. During the solstice times, with the shifting of sun's pattern, there shall be difference in insolation. During the month of summer solstice, Tropic of Cancer regions experience maximum insolation. During the winter solstice time, we shall be experiencing maximum insolation here. तो इसका मतलब ये low pressure belt भी permanent नहीं है. So this low pressure belt which is there, that tends to shift within the tropics, yes or no? That's why equatorial low pressure belt has been given a name called as ITCZ, which is intertropical convergence zone. Intertropical convergence zone. So उसको हम ITCZ बोलेंगे, equatorial low pressure belt को. Okay. And this equatorial region has one more name. That is like the winds which are coming towards the equator from the high pressure belts. Do you think they come near zero and rise? They come near zero. मतलब ये हुसैन बोल्ट का 100 मीटर स्प्रिंट नहीं है कि वो 0 मीटर तक पहुंचे, है ना? So somewhere these winds reaching 5 degree, 4 degree latitude itself, they start heating up. They rise upwards at 5 degree or 4 degree latitude itself. तो इसका मतलब जो 4 degree and 4 degree का region है, that is not experiencing the horizontal wind. So we shall experience very calm climatic conditions over there. Without the winds, there shall be no disturbances. That calm climatic conditions, the calm air masses, the calm weather patterns which are seen at equatorial region, that particular belt, because of that calmer conditions, it has been considered as doldrums belt. It is considered as doldrums belt. Okay. So as there is no horizontal air, the horizontal air absence would make stable climatic conditions near the equatorial regions. That's why we are referring that particular region as doldrums belt. Okay, is this clear, everyone? Done? Next, one more point to be noted. Here out of all these pressure belts, if you could see this subtropical high pressure belt, it is getting the descending air column from two sides. It means more intense high pressure is located here. So this particular subtropical high pressure belts which are there, they are referred as horse latitudes. They are referred as horse latitudes. Sir, why they are referred as horse latitudes? लंबा कहानी है. Arabs, they were having high grade of horses. So generally Arabs used to brand the horses A grade, B grade, C grade, D grade. So Arabs used to trade the horses all across the regions. So while they were trading, clear, whenever they used to reach this location, already ship has weight, it has horses in it, fodder in it. ऊपर से ये descending air column that used to make the ship to sink due to the air pressure. So what they used to do is, first they used to throw the fodder out. So बिना खाने का fasting कर करके horses मरते थे, horses को they used to throw in that particular region. So here you have found huge amount of dead bodies of horses along that belt. So as the horses bodies were thrown around this particular region, this region is considered historically as horse latitudes. Are you getting this point? Everyone clear with this? Everyone done? Shall we move further? Next, shall we move further? Next is wind system. Wind का मतलब है horizontal movement of air, and this horizontal movement of air in geographical language it is referred as advection. Okay. In general, three factors shall be acting this wind system on this particular wind system. One is pressure gradient force, second is frictional force, third is Coriolis force. एक हो गया प्रेशर ग्रेडियंट फोर्स, सेकेंड वन frictional force, third one Coriolis force. So what is pressure gradient force? In general, what will happen is winds whichever move, they move from high pressure to low pressure area. This is fixed, a blind point which you can remember. Why? Because the pressures which are present between them, the pressure difference which is present between them, उसको हम pressure gradient बोलेंगे. So those particular pressure difference which is there between the high pressure area and low pressure area, let's say here in this region we might have 1000 millibars of pressure, here we might have 900 millibars of pressure. So the difference between both the 100 millibars of pressure will generate a kind of attractive force, and that attracting force is nothing but pressure gradient force. That's the reason why winds tend to attract from high pressure to low pressure areas. Are you getting this point, everyone? Everyone. And this particular pressure gradient force influences the wind due on their origin and also on the basis of its movement, in which direction and in which area it has to move. More the pressure gradient force, the more the speed of the wind moves. Lesser the pressure gradient, less the wind speed would be. So the speed and origin are dependent upon pressure gradient force. This is one force which shall impact. Second is frictional force. What is frictional force? The resistant force which generally is applied. For example, if I take a globe and if I start rotating, you make this particular pen to come and touch that particular globe. Does the globe velocity or speed with which it is rotating, it would reduce? Or if the globe's speed is very high, then the pen which is there, that starts rotating. So this resistant force which is being generated, usko hum friction bolenge. As the wind is moving, earth is rotating, when the wind come in closer contact with the earth surface, there shall be friction generated in between both, where earth shall exert some frictional force on the wind. So frictional force on the wind will make the wind speed to be determined and direction. For example, we have heavy mountains, clear, and wind is coming in contact with the mountain. Don't you think the speed differs? If we have very plain region, no topographies, wind speed differs. In this way, the speed and direction of these particular winds, they are determined by this particular frictional force. Now coming to Coriolis force.
Sir,
Yes.
basically friction force is regulating the speed of the wind.
Yes, frictional force will regulate when the friction which is there. For example, let's say there is a rugged topography, like huge up and downs are there. The wind which is coming in contact with that rugged topography, it tends to reduce its speed. So the more pressure gradient, more the speed, the more frictional force attained, it shall determine the reduction of the speed. So the Siberian cold winds or any other winds which generally come, the topographical constraints which attain friction, that friction shall determine this. If the wind is flowing on the water will have the waves like structures which are generated, that is because of friction. So the higher the wind speed, the higher the wave. But in the similar way, wherever we have the rugged topography, these frictional forces determines the speed, reduces the speed, as well as it determines the change in direction also. But the change in direction is also very limited. It doesn't change completely. It just shows a way. It is very simple, like if I throw a water and वहाँ पे एक गड्ढा है, तो water obviously वो गड्ढे को पार नहीं होगा. So water takes some other direction, right? In this way, the winds will also have slight change in direction. Okay. Coming to Coriolis force. What do you mean by Coriolis force is the force, any moving body will attain some force. In the similar way, the rotation of earth which is happening, because of that, the force which is generated, the force generated because of the rotation of the earth, that is called as Coriolis force. Coriolis force is generated because of rotation of earth. So इसका एक train example बोलता हूँ, like you might understand it in a better way. ABC compartment, train number 1. ABC compartment, train number 2. Both the trains have started in the same direction with the same velocity. And गलती से आप train number 1 पकड़े. And now we are in compartment number B. Now you have to jump to train number 2 in a running train. तो आप तो खुद जंप नहीं करेंगे, रोबो नहीं है, बट जंप करेंगे इन एन एग्जाम्पल वे. तो आप कहाँ पे लैंड होंगे, ए में या बी में या नीचे? प्रैक्टिकली तो नीचे ही, बट एग्जाम्पल ग्राफिकल इंटरप्रिटेशन, वेयर डू यू लैंड? ए पे लैंड होंगे या बी पे? हाँ, ऑब्वियसली बी पे ही लैंड होंगे. आप जब हवा में हैं, द आगे का ट्रेन जो है दैट माइट हैव सरपास्ड यू, यू विल लैंड ऑन बी. यू हैव ए बैकवर्ड पुश. सेम रिटर्न में सोचेंगे, आप यहां से यू आर जंपिंग ऑन टू ट्रेन नंबर 1, कहां पे लैंड होंगे? यहां से फिर बैकवर्ड पुश. साउथ से अगर मूव हो रहे हैं तो लेफ्टवर्ड, नॉर्थ से मूव हो रहा है तो राइटवर्ड डिफ्लेक्शन दिखा रहा है. आर यू गेटिंग दिस? इन द सिमिलर वे, x, y, z, these are 3 locations. Wind has started from x to y. Wind अभी it is in the atmosphere, right, not on the land. तो earth wind आ रहा बोल के रुकेगा नहीं बस स्टॉप में, तो it moves further. So y tends to move here. So when the wind tends to reach this location, तब तक z आ चुका होगा. Are you getting this point? So there is no actual deflection, but the rate of deflection from x to z is been showing. Are you getting this point? x to y reach होने की जगह x से z reach हो रहा है. There is a backward deflection. So why this is happening? It is happening because of the moving earth, the backward push. So in the similar way, this Coriolis force which is there, that deflects the wind rightward in northern hemisphere, leftward in southern hemisphere. This Coriolis force doesn't only deflect these winds, it shall have its influence on oceanic currents, it shall have influence on aeroplanes, sniper bullet. स्नाइपर जो फायर करेगा उसका जो ट्रिगर का इंक्लिनेशन होगा वो थोड़ा बेंड होके रहेगा, सो ऑन दैट इंक्लिनेशन ही विल फायर. अगर आप फ्लाइट में ट्रैवल कर रहे हो हैदराबाद से लेके दिल्ली, तो मैं तो बहुत बार ये एक्सपीरियंस कर चुका हूँ. लाइक आई हैव ए हैबिट ऑफ आस्किंग द एयर होस्टेस फ्लाइट कहाँ पे है. मतलब 1 hour 45 minutes ऑल द क्लास पीपल हु सिट रीडिंग द बिजनेस मैगजीन मुझे पसंद नहीं है. मेरा राजधानी एक्सप्रेस में बातचीत जो चलेगा वो अच्छा लगेगा, बट व्हेन आई सिट इन फ्लाइट्स यू नो ऑल द पीपल, मतलब मैं अगर पूछूं कहाँ जा रहा है, मतलब जवाब भी नहीं देगा वो. सो एयर हॉस्टेस को पूछता हूँ. वन डे एयर हॉस्टेस हैव गिवन मी द ऐप इटसेल्फ, विस्तारा का. सर अब मत पूछो, उसमें देख लो. सो उसमें मैं देख रहा था एक्चुअली हैदराबाद से दिल्ली था विस्तारा फ्लाइट. सो फ्लाइट तो ऐसा जाना चाहिए ना, बट फ्लाइट वॉज नॉट मूविंग इन दैट वे. Flight was traveling in this way. There is a deflection because when the flight is in air, clear, Delhi already आगे जा चुका होगा, so इसीलिए 2 घंटे लगेंगे दिल्ली जाने में. वही कराची इस्लामाबाद जाओ वही 2 घंटे लगेंगे, दुबई जाओ वही 3 घंटे लगेंगे. Why? Because the pilot doesn't fly directly to Abu Dhabi. ये क्या करेगा, ये रूट लेगा. सो ऑलरेडी थोड़ा टाइम 3-4 घंटे का दुबई ऑलरेडी ट्रैवल कर चुका होगा. रादर देन रीचिंग दुबई टू दिस लोकेशन द पायलट टेक्स यू हियर. दैट्स वाई दुबई भी 3-4 घंटे की फ्लाइट है, आई थिंक सो 3 hour की फ्लाइट है, नॉट मोर देन दैट ऑल्सो. सो दिस सिग्निफिकेंस यू कैन ऑब्जर्व. द मिसाइल्स विच वी फायर, द रॉकेट्स विच वी सेंड, एवरीथिंग हैज कोरियोलिस फोर्स इम्पैक्ट. बट आपका कहानी यहाँ तक रोक दीजिए, है ना, उससे आगे आप स्नाइपर अभी पकड़ने वाले नहीं है. When you become an IPS, then आपको सिखाएंगे कैसे करना है, क्या करना है. So right and leftward deflection, and the same Coriolis force will make the cyclones to rotate in anti-clockwise direction in northern hemisphere, clockwise direction in southern hemisphere. That's why if you see the cyclones, they rotate in anti-clockwise in northern hemisphere, clockwise direction in southern hemisphere. The cyclones which we generally see. Are you getting this point, everyone? Everyone clear with this? Everyone? So very important, the Coriolis force impact which is there. And one more notable point, the Coriolis force is 0 at the equator. So moving from equator to poles, the Coriolis force increases and it is maximum at poles. But as polar regions doesn't have any significant aspects to check out, सबपोलर रीजन्स में हम देख सकते हैं आराम से, बिकॉज द विंड्स विच मूव अलोंग द सबपोलर रीजन दे डिफ्लेक्ट एट वेरी वास्ट रेट. सो समवेयर अराउंड विद इन द ट्रॉपिक्स एक 30% डिफ्लेक्शन, टेम्परेट में एक 70% डिफ्लेक्शन, पोलर रीजन्स में ऑलमोस्ट आपको 90% डिफ्लेक्शन ऑफ विंड्स मिलेंगे. आर यू गेटिंग दिस पॉइंट एवरीवन? दीज आर द 3 factors which you have to remember. So moving further to the types of winds. Is it becoming fast? Faster note है, pace is good. Okay. 3 types of winds: planetary winds, seasonal or periodic, and local winds. Planetary winds which are there, they are also called as prevailing winds, permanent winds also. Planetary winds जो भी हैं, they are also called as prevailing winds, permanent winds. Permanent winds और prevailing winds का मतलब है, like these winds move on that surface throughout the year, irrespective of the season. जो भी सीजन है दिस पर्टिकुलर विंड्स आर अवेलेबल. सो ये विंड्स में अगर आप देखेंगे प्लैनेटरी विंड्स में लो प्रेशर, हाई प्रेशर, हाई प्रेशर, लो प्रेशर, हाई प्रेशर, लो प्रेशर, हाई प्रेशर, यही पढ़े थे इतने टाइम पे, है ना. लो प्रेशर, हाई प्रेशर. सो विंड्स टेंड टू मूव फ्रॉम हाई प्रेशर टू लो प्रेशर. ओके, so wind tend to move from high pressure to low pressure, but wind does it go straight? No, it deflects. Why? Coriolis force. तो wind ऐसा deflect होगा rightward in northern hemisphere, leftward in southern hemisphere, rightward in northern hemisphere, leftward in southern hemisphere, rightward in northern hemisphere, leftward in southern hemisphere. So these winds which are being seen here, they are called as planetary winds or prevailing winds or permanent winds or primary winds. बहुत सारे नाम है इसको. Those winds which are present between these tropics, which are moving from subtropical high pressure belt to equatorial low pressure belt, these are called as trade winds or easterlies. On a simple note, they are called as trade winds or they are called as easterlies. Sir, why they are called as trade winds? Generally earlier तो GPS नहीं था, navigation, WhatsApp location कुछ नहीं था, है ना. So आजकल तो डायरेक्ट वेयर आर यू बोले तो बोल भी नहीं पा रहे, वेयर आर यू बोले तो डायरेक्ट करंट लोकेशन सेंड कर रहे हैं. मतलब पहले ये नहीं था. सो फॉर सी ट्रेडर्स इट वाज वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू ट्रैवल अलोंग द ओशंस. सो अर्लियर दे यूज्ड टू टेक द नेचुरल ज्योग्राफिकल हेल्प. These sea traders used to take the help of these winds and reach the locations. So as these particular winds have helped the sea traders in their maritime activities, sea traders have given the name called as trade winds. Sea traders have given the name called as trade winds. And these trade winds in northern hemisphere, they are called as northeastern trades. In the southern hemisphere, they are called as southeastern trades. नॉर्थन हेमिस्फीयर में उसको हम नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न ट्रेड विंड्स बोलेंगे, सदर्न हेमिस्फीयर में वी कॉल इट एज साउथ ईस्टर्न ट्रेड्स, क्योंकि साउथ ईस्ट से ओरिजिनेट हो रहा है साउथ में, यहाँ पे नॉर्थ ईस्ट से ओरिजिनेट हो रहा है. ओके, एंड मोस्ट इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग रिगार्डिंग विद दिस ट्रेड विंड्स इज दिस ट्रेड विंड्स whenever they tend to enter any country or continent, thinking this is Africa, northeast trade wind, southeast trade wind, right? Northeast, southeast, right? So this is Indian Ocean, Arabian Sea part. यहाँ पे moisture collect कर लिए, and when they enter the eastern part of Africa, and they tend to create precipitation in the eastern part of Africa. But moving to the western part of Africa, they doesn't create any precipitation. It means trade winds are onshore to eastern margin, offshore to western margin. Everyone is accepting this? Everyone is accepting this? Trade winds are onshore to eastern margin, offshore to western margin. Everyone is accepting this? Everyone? As they are offshore to western margin, the western margins of the tropics, they doesn't experience any rainfall. Eastern margins, at least they are experiencing rainfall from trade winds. Are you getting this point? Western margins, they are not experiencing rainfall because of this. This is the reason why, as we have offshore trades along the west, you observe hot and dry deserts on the western margins of countries or continents. Sahara desert west में, नामीब डेजर्ट, कालारी डेजर्ट, अटाकामा डेजर्ट, सोनारन मोजावे डेजर्ट, थार डेजर्ट, आप जितने भी हॉट एंड ड्राई डेजर्ट देखो वेस्टर्न मार्जिन्स में इसीलिए हैं. वन रीजन इज ऑफशोर ट्रेड विंड, सेकंड रीजन इज कोल्ड ओशनिक करंट. Yesterday while I was explaining the temperature, the eastern margins experience warm oceanic current movement, hence they experience good amount of humidity level and precipitation. But the western margins, they experience the cold oceanic current presence, resulting into formation of deserts. Are you getting this point? So आज आप deserts का location मार्क कर लीजिए डिफरेंट डेजर्ट्स जो भी हैं वर्ल्ड पे. द लोकेशन ऑफ डेजर्ट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड ऑल्सो ऑन द मैप वर्क सी द कंट्रीज विच आर बॉर्डरिंग मेडिटेरेनियन सी, ब्लैक सी, कैस्पियन सी. ये तीनों करके लाइए कल. वाई इट इज कौन सा? वाई इट इज नॉट प्रेसिपिटेटिंग ऑन वेस्ट साइड? दैट इज वॉट योर क्वेश्चन. ट्रेड विंड्स आर कैचिंग द मॉइस्चर हियर. यहां पे बारिश हो रहा है. These trade winds, after creating rainfall here, now they are moving on land. So on land, how could they catch moisture? Obviously, they would be dry. So hence, when they would be dry, they are offshore. So these offshore trade winds are not giving precipitation to west of tropics. East they are giving. That's why we don't find deserts in the east. We only find deserts in the west. Got this point, everyone? Clear with this? Deserts का location कर लीजिए. Mediterranean Sea, Caspian Sea, Black Sea. Okay, this is one. And one more aspect is important straits. Do you know about straits? A narrow water passage dividing two land masses. Park Strait divides India with Sri Lanka. ये क्वेश्चन तो पूछेंगे नहीं, आप याद रख के भी फायदा नहीं है. क्लियर. Magellan's Strait, Davis Strait, Bosphorus Strait, Strait of Hormuz, Malacca Strait, Bab el Mandab, Strait of Gibraltar. Have you heard these? Strait of Hormuz and Bosphorus Strait are very important. Strait of Bosphorus, which connects the Black Sea with that of Sea of Marmara. Strait of Kerch, which joins the Azov Sea with that of Black Sea. Strait of Hormuz, it will be merging Persian Gulf with that of Arabian Sea. Make sure that you mark these particular straits. Chances are very high that question is going to come. Mediterranean Sea, Black Sea, Caspian Sea, Straits, Deserts. ये मैप वर्क कर लीजिए आज. अगर कुछ डाउट है तो यू कैन आस्क डायरेक्टली इन द नेक्स्ट सेशन. ओके, इज दिस क्लियर फॉर एवरीवन? ट्रेड विंड की कहानी. नेक्स्ट जो विंड्स है इसको हम वेस्टर्लीज बोलेंगे, क्योंकि वेस्ट से ईस्ट मूव हो रहे हैं ऑब्वियसली. नॉर्थन वेस्टर्लीज और सदर्न वेस्टर्लीज और साउथ वेस्ट वेस्टर्लीज और नॉर्थ वेस्ट वेस्टर्लीज. सदर्न हेमिस्फीयर में इसको नॉर्थ वेस्ट वेस्टर्लीज बोलेंगे, नॉर्थन हेमिस्फीयर में साउथ वेस्ट वेस्टर्लीज बोलेंगे. इन जनरल वेस्टर्लीज आर स्ट्रॉन्गर देन ट्रेड विंड्स. वेस्टर्लीज आर stronger than trade winds. Do remember this point. Westerlies are stronger than trade winds, but southern westerlies are more stronger than northern westerlies. Why? Because we have homogeneity of hemisphere, open land, no land, open ocean. That's why the westerlies in southern hemisphere, they are called as roaring 40s, furious 50s, shrinking or striking 60s. These are the deadly terms given by the sailors to these westerlies. When they generally tend to move along these latitudes, these deadly terms have been given to the winds which furiously blow in this particular region. Okay. Trade winds are draining eastern margins of the continent, right? Westerlies shall drain. Trade winds are draining eastern margins of continent. Westerlies shall drain western margins of continent. Very simple. So westerlies, they generally tend to drain the western margins of the countries or continents. So it means like wherever they enter, for example, they enter west. So western margin of country will be drained. These winds moving interior to the eastern margin, they won't drain. So that's why westerlies, they enter the continents from western margins and they drain the western margins, opposite to that of trade winds. Got this point, everyone? Clear? Next, the third set of winds, polaris or polar easterlies. जो भी कहना है आप कह लीजिए, polaris or polar easterlies. So these polaris or polar easterlies, they are cold winds in general. Okay, so these particular cold polaris, they doesn't have much climatic influence apart from when they come in confluence with the westerlies. When they come in confluence with the westerlies, they tend to create front formation. Apart from that climatic significance, no other climatic significance it shall be showing. Got this point everyone? Clear with this? Clear everyone? So these three set of winds we are keeping under prevailing planetary or permanent winds. Next कौन सा है? Seasonal. Seasonal और periodic. सर इसका मतलब क्या है? Seasonal और periodic winds का मतलब it is very simple, like within the seasonal winds generally those winds which come along with the season and those winds which move along with the season, जो seasons के हिसाब से आएंगे, seasons के हिसाब से जाएंगे, उसको हम seasonal winds बोलते हैं. Monsoon is best example out of this. Why monsoon? What are the winds present here? Southeastern trade wind. What is the low pressure present here? ITCZ, equatorial low pressure belt. Is it permanent over here? During June 21st क्या होगा? It shifts to Tropic of Cancer location. So what will happen to these particular trade winds? They don't find low pressure here, but winds have to move from low high pressure to low pressure, under pressure gradient force to be noted. Yes or no? So in order to move towards low pressure, that is ITCZ, these particular winds, they cross the equator. Once they cross the equator, what will happen? The Coriolis force will make the winds to deflect rightward. The winds deflect rightward and these winds now they become southwest trades. अब तक क्या था? अभी क्या है? These southwest trades now they catch the moisture. Now they catch the moisture and enter India, creating southwest monsoon. Enter India, creating southwest monsoon. In this way, when ITCZ shifts back in the September, on September 23rd, ITCZ should be back to equator. So winds which came for ITCZ, अभी क्या काम है? जो ITCZ shift होगा, winds tend to shift seasonally. So they start shifting in the month of September. अक्टूबर नवंबर में शिफ्ट हो जाएंगे, फिर जून में आएंगे, फिर नवंबर में, फिर जून में, फिर नवंबर में. So seasonally they are coming, seasonally they are moving. That's why monsoonal winds which are there, they are considered as the best examples over the seasonal winds which are being created, which are being formed because of the shift in ITCZ. And monsoon is an Arabic term. मौसम से लिए थे. ये चूतिया क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछेंगे यूपीएससी. लोग ये सोच के बोलेंगे द वर्ड फंडामेंटल राइट इज डिराइव्ड फ्रॉम, डेमोक्रेसी इज डिराइव्ड फ्रॉम डेमोस एंड क्रेशिया. मतलब फालतू में क्वेश्चन वो पढ़ के लोग सोचेंगे मैं आईएएस बन गया. अभी बोलूंगा मेरा पापा को, पापा फॉर्च्यूनर कार ले आओ या बोलेरो. भाई तुम्हें मिलेगा. यूपीएससी अनएक्सपेक्टेड है, इवन आई कांट गेस इट. अगर मैं गेस कर लिया होता तो मैं खुद सॉल्व कर लेता, है ना. सो यूपीएससी इज अनप्रिडिक्टेबल सर्विस कमीशन, वो उसको गेस कर नहीं पाएंगे. बट यस्टरडे वाज सेइंग द रेशियो, राइट, 30-30 वाला. उस 30 रेशियो को कोई पकड़ेंगे, लाइक पीपल हु हैव ग्रेटर ग्रिप ऑन एनसीईआरटी, हु हैव सम ओके कॉन्सेप्चुअल नॉलेज, उतना डेप्थ भी नहीं है but at least minimum conceptual knowledge, they will crack this show. Clear? But my principal suggestion for you is अभी 27 days बाकी है, होता ही है ना, 26 days, right? मार्केट में नीचे जाइए, जितने सारे टेस्ट सीरीज मिलेंगे 7 सब्जेक्ट पकड़ के लाइए. 7 सब्जेक्ट. हिस्ट्री में एंशिएंट, मेडिवल, मॉडर्न, आर्ट एंड कल्चर. हिस्ट्री का 3, मॉडर्न का 2, आर्ट एंड कल्चर, एंशिएंट, मेडिवल का 1 बस है. ठीक है. पॉलिटी का 3, पॉलिटी, गवर्नेंस, ये हिसाब, गवर्नेंस भी उसमें इंक्लूडेड है. ज्योग्राफी का 2 बस है, इंडियन एंड वर्ल्ड का, डोंट गो बियॉन्ड इट. एनवायरनमेंट का 3, साइंस का 1-2, और क्या बचा है? इकोनॉमी का 3. एटलीस्ट ट्राई टू सॉल्व 100 क्वेश्चंस डेली. कैसे करेंगे, कब करेंगे, नींद में करेंगे, फोन में करेंगे, पता नहीं, कर लीजिए. एटलीस्ट ट्राई टू सॉल्व 2500 MCQs before you sit in examination hall. First, prior it will give confidence. Second, it will make you learn elimination techniques and option कौन सा अच्छा है कौन सा नहीं है वो देखने का मसला मिल जाएगा आपको. How to eliminate and how to solve. Point number 2. Point number 3, थोड़ा बहुत नॉलेज मिल जाएगा क्वेश्चन सॉल्व करके. इफ वी डोंट नो दैट टॉपिक तो उसमें से आंसर पता लग जाएगा. ऐसा नहीं कि यही क्वेश्चन यूपीएससी में आने वाले हैं. एंड मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरमेंट, फॉरेस्ट्री एंड क्लाइमेट चेंज का फेसबुक पेज है, उसको लाइक करिए. लास्ट 1 ईयर से जितने भी पोस्ट डाले उसको पढ़ो, ठीक है. प्रेस इंफॉर्मेशन ब्यूरो का फेसबुक पेज है, लाइक करो. लास्ट 1 साल में जितने भी पोस्ट है पढ़ो. prsindia.org का फेसबुक पेज है, लाइक करो. लास्ट 1 ईयर से जितने भी पोस्ट है पढ़ लो. ओके ये 25 डेज में आपको करना है. क्लास में 4 घंटे बैठना है, बाकी घर जाना है, 100 MCQ सॉल्व करना है. यही फालतू चीज करते रहनी है. अभी तो आप बुद्धिज्म पढ़ने वाले नहीं है. श्वेतांबर, दिगंबर है ना, वो बुद्धिज्म है कि जैनिज्म? जैनिज्म. इसमें मायाना ईनायाना अपने आना हो जाएगा उसमें. 25 डेज में डोंट डू एनीथिंग, फोकस ऑन MCQs, फॉलो दिस पेजेस, रिवाइज करंट अफेयर. करंट अफेयर पढ़ने का यू विल फाइंड द कंपाइलेशन, वो विजन का इनसाइट्स का कुछ भी मिलेगा. लाइक यू विल फाइंड द ईयरली कंपाइलेशन वाला 6 महीने का या ईयरली. तो उसको पढ़ने से क्या होगा, योर स्टैटिक विल ऑल्सो बी रिवाइज्ड ऑटोमेटिकली. सो फ्रॉम मंथ ऑफ जून, जुलाई, अगस्त, सितंबर, अक्टूबर, नवंबर, दिसंबर, जैन, फरवरी, मार्च, अंटिल मार्च ऑलरेडी पेपर प्रिपेयर हो चुका है यूपीएससी का. तो अभी मई में हिंदू न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है. हिंदू का टाइम इस्तेमाल करिए करंट अफेयर पढ़ने का. प्रेस इंफॉर्मेशन ब्यूरो मत छोड़िए. एंड एज ए नॉवल टाइम पास करने के लिए इंडिया ईयर बुक, 100% इंडिया ईयर बुक मत पढ़िए. जस्ट गो लाइक ए टेलीफोन डायरेक्टरी, दैट्स इट. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, इको सर्वे एंड बजट में जितने भी की टर्म्स हैव बीन गिवन, if you are not willing to read the entire story of survey and budget, you will find gist of any compilation material. तो gist तो बिना ये करके आप एग्जाम जाने मत जाइए. Without doing this, don't go and sit in examination hall. एग्जाम के दिन सुबह एक रेड बुल 0.5 mg कैफीन टैबलेट डाल के गो टू एग्जाम. चाहे जो भी हो जाए करेंगे. 100 का सॉल्व 50 हो रहा है ठीक है, नहीं तो सॉल्व 100 कम. कैसे भी दोस्तों आने वाले रूम पे शाम को 28 डेट के है ना. सो मेक श्योर दैट यू फोकस ऑन दीज थिंग्स. करंट अफेयर प्लीज डोंट मिस दिस ईयर. एंड कूनो नेशनल पार्क का क्वेश्चन आना ही आना है, बिकॉज एवरीवन हैज रेड इट. एवरीवन इज थिंकिंग कूनो नेशनल. बाइगन भी नहीं आएगा, चीता के ऊपर क्वेश्चन आएगा ही नहीं. 100% देखो, चीता के ऊपर क्वेश्चन आएगा ही नहीं. दे हैव डाइवर्टेड अवर माइंड्स टू कूनो नेशनल पार्क. बीच में टाइगर सेंसस रिलीज करके छोड़े अप्रैल 9 को. पता नहीं अब टाइगर पूछेंगे, चीता पूछेंगे, बीच में लायन भी आ सकता है गिर नेशनल पार्क से, बिकॉज कूनो नेशनल पार्क इज ऑल्सो फेवरेबल फॉर लायन. एक्चुअली लायन को इंट्रोड्यूस करने के लिए वो सेलेक्ट किए थे, बट मध्य प्रदेश गवर्नमेंट परमिशन नहीं दिया, तो चीता को लाके रखे. माउंटेन ड्यू 1 2 3 लगाएंगे, चीता आ गया वहां पे, है ना. सो मेक श्योर दैट यू बी वेरी डायनामिक दिस 25 डेज. मतलब रीड द माइंड ऑफ एग्जामिनर, यू विल क्वालिफाई. सो व्हाट एग्जामिनर विल गिव इन जनरल? डिफॉर्मेशन केस, रिप्रेजेंटेटिव ऑफ पीपल्स एक्ट, इलेक्शन के ऊपर, प्रेसिडेंट वाइस प्रेसिडेंट के ऊपर, कुछ तो कुछ देगा ही देगा. बी कॉन्शियस, यू विल विन द रेस. एंड ये 25 डेज जो भी आप करने वाले हैं, जो अपने चेक दे इंडिया में बोलेगा शाहरुख खान भाई, या 70 मिनट चाहे भले अब भगवान भी नहीं छीन सकता. भगवान छीन सकता है, ऐसा नहीं कि भगवान नहीं छीनेगा, बट दिस 25 डेज of time, 2500 MCQs have to be solved, no doubt. Daily 100 solve कर दीजिए. Daily take 2 hours of time. Make sure that you revise the current from June, every topic. What examiner tries to give, try to remember them. Because इतने सारे दिन बहुत पढ़ लिए, बुद्धिज्म, जैनिज्म, ये अभी खतरनाक कहानी है. अभी सतीश चंद्र, बिपिन चंद्र ये खोल के बैठ गए हैं, तो ये होने वाला नहीं है. इफ यू ओपन लक्ष्मीकांत नाउ, दिस इज दिस गोइंग टू हैपन टू फिनिश द लक्ष्मीकांत एटलीस्ट वंस? नहीं होगा. प्रेशर में और 2-3 बियर ज्यादा पी लेंगे वीकेंड पे. सो डोंट डू दैट. मेक श्योर यू बी कॉन्शियस. However you are putting your efforts, put the efforts in a right way. Okay, monsoon clear everyone? In a similar way like that of monsoon तो लंबा कहानी है 6 month का. We have some periodic winds. Periodic winds का मतलब हो गया like mountain and valley breeze. ये भी इस कॉलम में आएगा, mountain valley breezes. Generally what will happen is along the valley floor and mountainous slope, same insolation falls, but mountainous slopes are heated fastly, valley floors will be taking bit amount of time to heat and to radiate. So that's why during the day section these regions would be heated, air columns would be rising from here, and these air column tends to descend here, creating low pressure here, high pressure here. Now the pressure gradient is from valley to mountainous slope. It means वैली से ब्रीज निकल रहा है. सो हियर ड्यूरिंग द डे वी शैल एक्सपीरियंस वैली ब्रीज. रात में पूरा उल्टा हो जाएगा. माउंटेन हैज रेडिएटेड द हीट बैक, बट वैली स्टोर्स हीट इन इट नाउ. सो दिस पर्टिकुलर वैली हैज लो प्रेशर, एंड दैट लो प्रेशर से फिर यहाँ पे हाई प्रेशर, फिर माउंटेन से ब्रीज निकलेगा. सो रात में माउंटेन ब्रीज, सुबह वैली ब्रीज, ड्यू टू दैट प्रेशर डिफरेंसेस एंड हीटिंग. So every day morning you will find valley breeze, night you will find mountain breeze. Same story will happen along the coast. Land, water, which one will be heated firstly? Land. Intense heating, low pressure condition, ascending air column, descending on water, high pressure, pressure gradient, sea breeze. सुबह अगर बीच में बैठ जाएंगे sea bed पे, so you will face cool sea breezes hitting you. And in the nights the opposite will happen. Land has radiated the heat back, but water did not radiate. So now low pressure is here, high pressure is here. Now the surface advection would be from land to sea. वही position पे अगर बैठ जाएंगे, land breezes tend to hit your back. Are you getting this? So every day morning sea breeze, night land breeze. ये भी periodic winds में आ जाएंगे. ठीक है? Got this point? Next, coming to the local winds. Generally local winds are created because of sudden change in local temperature or pressure conditions or both. तो उसको हम local winds बोलेंगे. And these local winds generally they tend to impact the local climate. Planetary wind की तरह continent, country impact नहीं करेंगे. These local winds generally impact the regional climate of that area. So इस लोकल विंड में इंडिया में ऐसा एक लोकल विंड है विच इज कॉल्ड एज लू. समर में अर्ली लाइक मॉर्निंग 9 AM, लू एज अ विंड, हॉट एंड ड्राई विंड, starts from Rajasthan region and it enters into the Indo-Gangetic plains, and along the Indo-Gangetic plains it tends to raise the temperature by 2 to 3 degree centigrade. 2 degree centigrade से 3 degree centigrade जो है so increase करेगा average temperature. So this is impacting the regional climate within the Indian zone. In the similar way we have many local winds, like if you see अफ्रीका, सहारा डेजर्ट ऑफ अफ्रीका से एक विंड स्टार्ट होगा, उसको हम सिरक्को बोलेंगे. सो दिस सिरक्को विंड स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम सहारन डेजर्ट, इट कैचेस रेड सैंड, रेड मड, and once it enters the Mediterranean Sea, it reaches an island near Italy, नाम है Sicily, and reaching the Sicily region it has red sand moisture, hence it creates red color cloud and it creates rainfall in red color. So that is referred as blood rain. So it is Sicily which generally tends to have rainfall in red color due to presence of this sirocco. हाँ सर गिरेगा तो गिरेगा रेड कलर में, तो आपको क्या फर्क पड़ रहा है? क्लियर, रेनफॉल तो रेनफॉल है, बट इट विल डिटरमाइन द टेम्परेचर ऑफ दैट रीजन. रेड कलर क्लाउड का मतलब लेस एल्बिडो, लेस एल्बिडो का मतलब डिफरेंस इन इंसोलेशन रेट्स, difference in the local temperatures and pressures, difference in the wind formations. So everything is determined on this. That's why it impacts the regional climate of Sicily. In the similar way we have Chinook. ये रॉकी माउंटेन्स है, वी हैव मार्क दिस रॉकी माउंटेन्स. यहाँ से एक विंड निकलेगा चिनूक, इसको हम आइस ईटर बोलेंगे. निकनेम ऑफ चिनूक इज आइस ईटर. सो दिस विंड when it moves along the Rocky Mountains, it tends to melt the ice or snow cover which is present on it. When it tends to melt that particular ice sheet over there, the land shall be open for grazing lands, for the pasture lands, and also for the agriculture to happen in that region. So that's why this Chinook is determining the climate within the local region. In this way, across the world we have many local winds. अर्जेंटीना के पास में निक पॉम्पेरो, यूरोपियन रीजन्स इटली, फ्रांस, स्पेन में वी हैव लेवेंटर, मिस्ट्रल, फोइन, क्लियर, काराबुरन एंड बुरन अलोंग द रशियन लोकेशन, डॉक्टर विंड, हैरमेटन विंड, ब्रिकफील्डर. You have certain local winds. Make sure that you remember the location of them. No need to justify the impact of every local wind, but make sure that you remember the location of that. So within the world map which you might have drawn, make sure that you mark these local winds also. So हो सकता है चांस है like local wind का नाम देके pairing, match the following, ऐसा क्वेश्चन आने का चांसेस है. क्लियर. So maximum try to remember as many winds, as many local winds you can remember. जितने सारे local wind याद रख सकते हैं उतने सारे याद रख लीजिए. ठीक है. लू एक है, एलिफेंट विंड्स एक है, एलिफेंटा बोलेंगे केरला में, बट दे आर नॉट ऑपरेशनल एवरी ईयर. लू इज ऑपरेशनल एवरी ईयर. सो दैट्स वाई ये लोकल छोड़ दीजिए, लाइक दे डजंट हैव मच इम्पैक्ट. क्लियर. बट दीज आर ऑपरेशनल एवरी ईयर. जो ऑपरेशनल रहेंगे वो प्री मानसून शावर से इंडियन क्लाइमेट में आएंगे. सो ड्यूरिंग द समर सीजन एक्चुअली उसको प्री मानसून शावर बोलेंगे. सेंट्रल इंडिया में उसको मैंगो शावर, कर्नाटका में चेरी ब्लॉसम, अपना वेस्ट बंगाल में काल बैशाखीस, नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स में नॉर्वेस्टर्स, असम टी शावर्स. नहीं वो प्री मानसून शावर की पार्ट है. लू इज दैट इज नॉट अ लोकल विंड एक्चुअली. आप जो मैंगो शावर बोल रहे हैं दैट इज पार्ट ऑफ द प्रेसिपिटेशन ऑफ द वार्म विंड विच अकर्स. तो वो प्री मानसून शावर कैटेगरी में आएगा, लोकल विंड नहीं है. गॉट दिस पॉइंट क्लियर एवरीवन? शैल वी मूव फर्दर? Next is hydrological cycle, which includes evaporation, humidity, condensation and precipitation. So in general, evaporation refers to transformation of liquid into gaseous state, right? So for evaporation to happen in certain regions, high temperature, low pressure or fast moving winds, these are the essential requirements which we have. तो evaporation में fast moving winds, high temperature, low pressure जहाँ पे भी हैं वहाँ पे evaporation ज़्यादा होने का chances हैं. And during the evaporation, when the water converts into the gaseous state, the heat which shall enter into the system, that is called as latent heat of evaporation. The heat which generally tends to enter into that warm vapor. So उसी वजह whenever we take a steam, when we boil the water, the water converts into a steam, into a vapor state. That vapor state would be warm in nature and that warmness tend to reduce the cold. So ये अपने ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन था, कोविड के टाइम पे ज़्यादा लंबा यूज़ कर लिए लोग. डॉक्टर हैज सजेस्टेड टू टेक ए स्टीम वंस और ट्वाइस इन ए डे, हर एक 5 मिनट. मतलब कोविड गया भी आया भी फिर उल्टा. तो उसमें क्या होगा, लाइक वेपर जो भी है, इट डजंट allow the bacteria which is present in you that will help you in killing it. But इतना ज़्यादा बैक्टीरिया को मार मार के आप क्रिमिनल मत बनिए, है ना. सो इन दैट स्टेट द हीट विच इज प्रेजेंट इन इट, इन दैट वेपर, उसको हम लेटेंट हीट बोलेंगे. सो ड्यूरिंग एवापोरेशन वाटर स्टेट से गैशियस स्टेट जब कन्वर्ट होगा, latent heat of evaporation enters into it. Okay, and after the process of evaporation generally humidity comes into picture. Humidity का मतलब amount of water vapor present. So वो calculate करने के लिए we have specific humidity, absolute humidity, counting its weight, counting its number, but वो ज़रूरत नहीं है. आप सिर्फ relative humidity याद रख लो. Relative humidity is equals to amount of water vapor by capacity of air packet into 100. Relative humidity का मतलब है amount of water vapor by total capacity of the air packet or air parcel into 100, and it is denoted in percentages. For example, let's say this air packet has 4 capacity, it has 2 water molecules. Answer is 50%. Relative humidity is 50%. Does cloud formation happen here? Does cloud formation happen here? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Cloud formation? No. It will not happen. When the air parcel is rising upwards under adiabatic lapse rate, it will be cool down. उसका वॉल्यूम कम होगा. 2 water molecules by 3 into 100. Relative humidity आपका सी सेट मार्क. क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन होगा? नहीं. Relative humidity 100%. क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन होगा? Yes? No. This zone which is there, this is saturation point. The zone which is there, इसको हम saturation point बोलेंगे, and along the saturation point we don't experience any kind of cloud formation. The zone which is present above this saturation point, that is called as supersaturated zone. The zone is which is present above this particular zone, it is called as supersaturated zone. यहाँ पे क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन होगा, सैचुरेटेड पॉइंट के पास क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन नहीं होगा. सो अलोंग द सैचुरेशन पॉइंट एयर गॉट सैचुरेटेड, मतलब स्टमक हैज फुल, तो वॉमिटिंग ओनली जब होगा जब उससे ज्यादा खाएंगे, है ना. अगर 1 लीटर का वाटर बॉटल में 1 लीटर तक भरेगा ना, 1 लीटर के बाद में एक्सेस जितने भी डालेंगे दैट विल कम आउट, एंड फ्रॉम दिस एयर पैकेट सैचुरेशन के पॉइंट में जितने भी एक्स्ट्रा मॉइस्चर होगा, either addition of moisture or reduction of air parcel, then cloud formation will happen. Are you getting this point? And one more point is, every different location on the earth's surface may not have the same height at which the air might saturate. It might have different heights. So the height at which it shall be saturated, that height has some temperature. Yes or no? It might be at 2 km, 2.5, 2.6, 1.3, anywhere. The temperature at which the air got saturated, that is called as dew point of temperature. The temperature at which the air got saturated, उसको हम dew point of temperature बोलेंगे. We call it as dew point of temperature. Okay, and it depends upon dew point of temperature, either the rainfall will happen or snowfall. If the dew point of temperature is above the freezing point, then we shall have rainfall. If it is below the freezing point, then we shall have snowfall. Do remember this point. If the dew point of temperature is above freezing point, rainfall, below freezing point, snowfall. Okay, and for the rainfall to occur, it is relative humidity which shall be playing a most important role. Yes or no? Relative humidity shall be playing a most important role. Everyone is accepting. So how does we change relative humidity? How relative humidity shall be changed? How does relative humidity change? How does it change? Simply, either when there is addition of water vapor to this air packet, or when there is drop of temperature, there shall be increase in relative humidity. For example, if there is addition of water vapor, then obviously relative humidity increases, chances of rainfall which we are observing right now locally, the pre-monsoon showers. Or else during the winter season, let the evaporation might not happen, but the air parcel reducing the temperature will decrease its volume and condensation takes place. Are you getting this point? So relative humidity to be increased, either the water vapor has to be added with rapid evaporation, or the air parcel has to reduce its temperature so that the relative humidity reaches 100%. Everyone is accepting this? Everyone? So relative humidity is the determining factor. आपका हिंदू न्यूज़पेपर में डेली रिपोर्ट आएगा उसके ऊपर, वेदर रिपोर्ट. यू माइट हैव नॉट क्रॉस चेक्ड इट. सो उसके ऊपर जितने भी रिलेटिव ह्यूमिडिटी हैं, दैट मच हाई अमाउंट ऑफ चांसेस वुड बी देयर. So as closer the relative humidity reaches, that much high amount of precipitation can be judged. So Indian Meteorological Department, by calculating this relative humidity, it will give you the warning that बारिश होने वाला है. Yes, it might be true that it might not fall even, but in general, on basis of relative humidity, they will be giving. If it is 99% relative humidity, तो obviously IMD warning देगा ही, बारिश होने वाला है तो umbrella लेके जाओ. If it is 2%, it can't give the judgment, right? So on basis of relative humidity, it would be giving either the rainfall occurs or not. Got this point clear, everyone? Next, coming to the cloud formation, nothing to remember, no one will ask any question, but as a glimpse I will be saying you. So cloud formation, condensation refers to the process of transformation of gaseous state into liquid state. The process of transformation of gaseous state into liquid state, it is called as condensation. So whenever there is condensation, we shall have release of latent heat of condensation. We shall be having the release. Evaporation में क्या हो रहा था? Latent heat of vaporization was entering. Here what is happening? There is a release of latent heat of condensation. So generally, condensation, if it happens on ground, it will be dew or frost. Near ground, fog, mist, smog. Above the ground, cloud. ग्राउंड के ऊपर हो रहा है तो ड्यू, फ्रॉस्ट. नियर टू द ग्राउंड, फॉग, मिस्ट, स्मॉग. above in the atmosphere, cloud. We have different types of clouds. मतलब क्लाउड को अगर शेप के ऊपर डिवाइड करेंगे, हाइट के ऊपर डिवाइड करेंगे, सो शेप के ऊपर कॉटन शेप्ड स्ट्रक्चर को क्यूमुलस क्लाउड बोलेंगे, एंड लेयर्ड शेप स्ट्रक्चर को स्ट्रेटस क्लाउड बोलेंगे. कॉटन शेप्ड स्ट्रक्चर क्यूमुलस, लेयर शेप्ड स्ट्रक्चर स्ट्रेटस. ओके. हाइट के हिसाब से 2000 मीटर तक जो भी क्लाउड्स है उसको निम्बस बोला जाएगा, 2000 से लेके 4000 मीटर तक आल्टो, एंड फ्रॉम 4000 मीटर टू 6000 मीटर दे आर कॉल्ड एज सिरस। मतलब इसका कॉम्बिनेशन एंड प्रोबेबिलिटी मिलेगा आपको। लाइक इफ यू सी अप टू 2000 मीटर, up to 2000 meter we shall be having cumulus clouds only cotton shape, सिर्फ लेयर मिलेंगे स्ट्रेटस, क्यूमुलो स्ट्रेटस मिलेंगे, मतलब दोनों कॉम्बिनेशन। क्यूमुलो निम्बस क्लाउड मिलेंगे which are very dense, dark, thick, vertically uplifted in the atmosphere for certain kilometer, very dark, dense clouds which comes with huge lightning and thunderstorm, creating huge amount of rainfalls that you can observe over here. Okay, and you shall be finding stratonimbus clouds. Stratonimbus clouds मतलब लेयर शेप रहेंगे, उतना वर्टिकली अपलिफ्ट नहीं होगा, बट डार्क एंड डेंस, शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट रेनफॉल, दैट व्हाट वी आर एक्सपीरियंसिंग राइट नाउ इन Hyderabad. So these kind of clouds are present at lowest layers. Up to 4000 meter, alto cumulus, alto stratus. ना बारिश होगा ना कुछ होगा इससे, nothing is going to happen. Okay. Feathery shaped structure cirrus cloud, feathery with cumulonimbus cirrus plus cumulus, feathery with stratus cirrus plus stratus. ये भी कुछ नहीं करेंगे, फ्लाइट में जाते टाइम पे ट्रैवलिंग टू बेंगलोर तिरुपति बोल के विंडो सीट से जो लगाता है फेसबुक में फोटो, वो ये है, बारिश नहीं होगा इससे, है ना। ट्रैवलिंग टू बेंगलोर, न्यू दिल्ली, पर्सन हु विल टेक फ्लाइट फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम भिखारी की जैसा वो करेंगे। ट्रैवलिंग टू बैंकॉक, थाईलैंड, मतलब बैंकॉक जाना, मेरे जेब में 50,000 रुपये है तो मैं भी जाऊंगा बैंकॉक। मेरा फ्रेंड 3 दिन पहले फ़ोन कर रहा था थाईलैंड से, आई केम टू थाईलैंड थोड़ा काम से, तो ही वॉज मेकिंग मी फील जेलस। मैं बोला ठीक है, तो थाईलैंड गया ना, मैं फ्रांस जाता हूँ नेक्स्ट ईयर। पैसे है तो कुछ भी कर सकते हैं ना, बट यू पीपल विल नॉट इवन फाइंड टाइम वंस यू बिकम civil servants. Only time which you will enjoy is from the day of result. घर में 5-6 डब्बे के स्वीट मिलेंगे, है ना, जो खाने का मन है वो बनेगा घर में। उस दिन अगर दारू शारू पिया तो फिर पापा कुछ नहीं बोलेगा। Until you go to Mussoorie, you will enter like a जन्नत लाइफ। जो चाहे, बहुत सारे इंस्टीट्यूट वाले बुलाएंगे 50-50 हज़ार दे के, है ना। एक पासपोर्ट फोटो साइज का वैल्यू बढ़ेगा तब 50,000 रुपीज, रैंक के हिसाब से। टॉप 10 में है 2 लाख रुपए, तो यू विल अर्न, इफ यू आर इन द टॉप 10 और टॉप 50 लिस्ट, अंटिल यू गो मसूरी यू विल अर्न 30-40 लाख रुपीज। इंस्टीट्यूट वाले फोन करेंगे, सर आप एक बात बोल दीजिए, थोड़ा हमारा इंस्टीट्यूट में पढ़े, तो तुम्हारा दोस्त जो क्लोज फ्रेंड है वो पीए बन जाएगा, तब ही विल टेक द कॉल। हाँ, मैं सर से बात करके, मतलब ये आईएएस कल बना, मतलब ऑलरेडी सर। मेरा एक स्टूडेंट था, ही इज एन आईएएस इन अनंतपुर नाउ, प्रशांत। सो आफ्टर हिज रिजल्ट उसने मुझे कॉल किया, मैंने बोला अब तक बहुत एंजॉय किया बेटा, अभी तेरा वाट लगने वाला है, टेक केयर ऑफ योर थिंग्स, डोंट बी नटोरियस नाउ। ही वॉज बिट नटोरियस इन नेचर। तो एक 10 days or 15 days down the line, when he was supposed to reach Mussoorie, तो मैंने फ़ोन किया था, एक काम था एक्चुअली, उसका जो विलेज है, मतलब उसका गुंटूर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, सो हैड ए सम वर्क, एंड उसका फ्रेंड फ़ोन उठाया था। मैंने बोला प्रशांत नहीं है क्या? नहीं सर बिजी है। मतलब का कैबिनेट सेक्रेटरी बन गया, मतलब कौन सा सर बिजी है? विजय सर फ़ोन किए, दे दो उसको। मतलब वो बोले तो नहीं, मैं सर से पूछ के बोलता हूँ। मैंने पूछा तू कौन है बे? मैं सर का पीए हूँ। मतलब 15 दिन में पीए, you will enjoy the life of zenith. My friend एक था, I won't like, I'll not take his name, IPS बना, बहुत सारे इंस्टीट्यूट से फोन आए थे उसको, लाइक प्लीज कम एंड गिव ए सेमिनार, वील ऑफर यू सो एंड सो, आपका फोटो हमारा इंस्टीट्यूट के पॉम्पलेट पे छपेगा. इसने बोला ठीक है. टोटली 23 इंस्टीट्यूट में दिया साला, कहीं पे भी जाऊं इसका फोटो दिख रहा है. मतलब वेरेवर आई गो टू टीचिंग इसका फोटो दिख रहा है. बेंगलुरु में गया फोटो दिखा, पुणे में गया फोटो दिखा, जयपुर गया फोटो दिखा, विशाखापट्टनम गया फोटो दिखा, चेन्नई गया फोटो दिखा. मैंने उसको फोन किया, भाई कितने कमा लिया तू. बट इंस्टीट्यूट्स डू इट, बट ओरिजिनलिटी जो है वो पता है लाइक सबको. सी, इंस्टीट्यूट्स आर नॉट गोइंग टू मेक यू सिविल सर्वेंट्स, ये बात आप याद रख लो. दे आर गोइंग टू हेल्प यू आउट, like in solving some doubts, in teaching the concept in a right way. Everyone, सबको यही concept बोलूंगा ना, but सब लोग IAS थोड़ी बनेंगे. No, it depends upon you, your ability. But वो 6 महीने का जन्नत आप सोच भी नहीं सकते. All the hard work which you might have did in your preparation time, वो attitude के behavioralism से बाहर निकलेगा. योर इंग्लिश चेंज होगा, मतलब पूरा. तो पहले आप पानी पूछते थे, नाउ विल आस्क गेट मी सम ग्लास ऑफ वाटर. मतलब वंस यू रीच मसूरी, नाउ यू आर अ किड देयर, यू स्टार्ट लर्निंग द थिंग्स फ्रॉम डिफरेंट पीपल हु केम ऑल अक्रॉस इंडिया. व्हेन यू गो टू भारत दर्शन टू रीच डिफरेंट टू एट द ग्राउंड रियलिटीज, you will learn many things. When you would be posted as a field officer, if you are selected as an IPS or an IAS, you will be sent as an OSD, officer on special duty. My friend now is in Baramulla. Yesterday I was saying the same, right? So in this way, once you take position as an SDM, then actual challenge starts. You will find huge sleepless nights working for people. 5-6 घंटे भी आपको टाइम नहीं मिलेगा आपका फैमिली या स्लीप टाइम मैक्सिमम बाय मैक्सिमम 5 to 6 hours. तो सर इतने करने के लिए हम ये क्या पढ़े, अभी जाएंगे अमेजोन फ्लिपकार्ट में काम कर लेंगे. बट दिस जॉब विल थ्रो यू चैलेंजेस एंड दैट विल मेक योर बेस्ट टू कम आउट. Because like I heard the statement somewhere in Facebook, मतलब ये माइक टाइसन था कि शायद I don't know, it was Mike Tyson I hope. So generally we do push-ups, right? Whenever we go to gym, तो warm up करने के लिए push-ups करेंगे. So someone has asked him, sir how many push-ups you can do? तो उसने बोला मैं कभी काउंट नहीं किया. तो उसने पूछा क्यों? आई विल स्टार्ट काउंटिंग वंस आई स्टार्ट फॉलिंग डाउन. वंस आई कंप्लीट माई पुशअप, जब मेरा एनर्जी एग्जॉस्ट हो जाएगा तब से मैं काउंट करना शुरू करूंगा. वो मेरा एबिलिटी है. 100 तो काउंट विदाउट काउंटलेस तो मैं भी कर लूंगा. सो यूर बेस्ट विल ऑल्सो कम आउट वेन यू आर एट वेरी लोएस्ट पोजिशन, वेन यू हैव हाई प्रेशर, when there are huge obstacles around it, then only the best out of you will come. तो ये recently मैंने ट्राई किया था ये मेरे ऊपर. So बहुत सारा hectic schedule था. Morning somewhere around the class has started at 6 AM. So I have woke up somewhere at 5:15. So बहुत tired, before day बहुत tired था. 5:15 को मैंने तैयार होना शुरू किया. Somewhere around 5:45, हाफ एन आवर में तैयार होकर इंस्टीट्यूट पहुंचा. 6 AM आई स्टार्टेड टीचिंग. 6 to 8 क्लास था. क्लास 8:15 तक चला. ब्रेकफास्ट का टाइम नहीं था. नेक्स्ट क्लास वाज एट 8:30 इन द नेक्स्ट इंस्टीट्यूट. तो 15 मिनट तक तो ट्रैवलिंग मिल जाएगा. सो आई डिड नॉट हैड माई ब्रेकफास्ट. 8:30 को गया, फिर क्लास स्टार्ट किया. 10:30 तक था वो क्लास. मैंने सोचा 10:30 को ख़त्म हो जाएगा, आई विल गो हैव माई ब्रेकफास्ट, लंच थोड़ा लेट कर लेंगे. सो 10:30 को तुरंत क्लास हो गया. देर वॉज अ मीटिंग इन द इंस्टीट्यूट. तो वो मीटिंग अटेंड होना इम्पोर्टेंट था मेरे लिए, तो मैं बोल नहीं सकता ना 1-2 प्लेट इडली ला लो. सो मैंने सोचा आज ब्रेकफास्ट स्किप करेंगे, विल हैव डायरेक्टली लंच. 11 को मीटिंग एंड हुआ, 11:30 को फिर क्लास था, ब्रेक नहीं था, फिर ट्रैवलिंग टाइम ऑफ एन आवर. सो फ्रॉम ईयर आई ट्रैवल टू जुबली हिल्स. तो वहाँ पे क्लास 11:30 से लेके 2:30 तक था. मैंने सोचा 2:30 तक कैसे भी पानी पी के विल सस्टेन अवर सेल्फ, 2:30 को विल हैव लंच. तो वहाँ पे स्टूडेंट्स कुछ डाउट्स पूछ रहे थे. टाइम वॉज ऑलमोस्ट 2:45. नेक्स्ट क्लास था मेरा 3:30 को. दैट वॉज एट चैतन्यपुरी, जुबली हिल्स टू चैतन्यपुरी 45 मिनट ट्रैक गाड़ी पे, 2 व्हीलर. ऑलरेडी एग्जॉस्टेड माइंड. बीच में आई थॉट लाइक कहाँ पे भी स्ट्रीट फूड मिल जाएगा, कोई भी मिले खा लेंगे, निकल जाएंगे फर्स्ट. सो बीच में कुछ भी नहीं मिला. डायरेक्टली 3:30 पे मैंने गया, 20 रुपीज़ का माज़ा बॉटल मंगाया था, माज़ा पिया, 2 बिस्किट था टेबल के ऊपर, बिना पूछ के खा लिया. सो आई स्टार्टेड क्लास एट 3:30. 3 घंटे की क्लास था कंटिन्यूस. 6:30 को क्लास खत्म. तब मैं घर जाना था. सो 6:30 को मेरा बाइक मेरा दोस्त ने लेके गया. आई हैव कॉल्ड हिम, भाई मेरा क्लास ख़त्म हो गया, तू आजा पिकअप कर ले. सो ही सेड दैट मेरा कि 10-15 मिनट का काम है, आई एम कमिंग, यू वेट देयर एट द इंस्टीट्यूट. मैंने बोला नहीं ठीक है, मैं निकल के पैदल आ रहा हूँ, यू कम इन ऑपोजिट वे, तो पिकअप कर ले कहीं पे भी. आई वांटेड टू टेस्ट माई सेल्फ. इतना टेस्ट हो गया ऑलरेडी, 12 घंटे की ड्यूटी. सो 6:30 का टाइम था. आई स्टार्टेड वॉकिंग, माई फ्रेंड डिड नॉट रीच. मैंने उसका घर गया खुद 15 मिनट वॉकिंग में. सो मेरा फ्रेंड एक यूट्यूब चैनल स्टार्ट कर रहा था. सो ही वांटेड टू गिव मी सम इंट्रो विद दैट. ऑलरेडी मैंने बोला बहुत एग्जॉस्ट हो गया हूँ, अभी दे नहीं सकता हूँ. ही मोटिवेटेड मी, नहीं तू कर सकता है. तो मैं फिर फेस वॉश किया, पाउडर वाउडर लगाया, यूट्यूब में जाने का था, तो चिल्ला चिल्ला के बोल रहा था. हाफ एन आवर का कुछ इंट्रोडक्शन दिया उसके चैनल के ऊपर. वो ख़त्म. 8 o'clock घर से ऑलरेडी फ़ोन आना शुरू हुआ. फिर आई हैव टू ट्रैवल बैक 30 किलोमीटर्स. तो 8 को स्टार्ट हुआ, 9:15 को घर पहुंचा. 9:15 को ऑलमोस्ट आई वॉज ऑन सोफा. मतलब गया 2 दिन, अभी काम नहीं जाना, घर में सोना है. 9:15 को एक कॉल आया दैट माई ब्रदर हैज़ मेट विथ स्मॉल एक्सीडेंट एंड इट वॉज रेनिंग. तो उस मेंटल प्रेशर के अंडर 9:30 को फिर मैं स्टार्ट हुआ. 10:30-11 को हॉस्पिटल रीच्ड. 12:31 तक हॉस्पिटल में था. फिर 1:30 को घर आया. फाइनली एट 2 o'clock इन द नाइट आई कुकड एंड एट. रात को 2 बजे घर आया, कुछ खाया नहीं था. 2 o'clock मैं घर आया, नथिंग वॉज देयर. बाहर तो कुछ मिलेगा नहीं, वो तो जंगल है जहाँ पे मैं रहता हूँ. जोमेटो नहीं आएगा, स्विगी नहीं आएगा. 2 बजे आई हैव कुकड एंड ईट. सो उस दिन मुझे पता चला कि एग्जॉस्ट बॉडी फिजिकल अपीयरेंस से नहीं होता है, फिजिकल से नहीं होता है, मेंटल से होता है. सो इस मेंटल प्रेशर को जो कंट्रोल करेंगे ना, दे विल विन द रेस. एंड द सेम इज गोइंग टू हैपन इन यूपीएससी. जितना मेंटल प्रेशर आप झेल सकते हैं ना, many suffered people have cracked this exam. Still you have very good background. Background मतलब खाना पीना दो टाइम की खाना एंड पहनने को कपड़े एंड रहने को घर है, तो यू आर रिचर देन 90% इन द वर्ल्ड. स्टिल यू आर वेरी गुड इन द सोसाइटी, वेरी गुड इन द सोसाइटी. सो आपको बहुत बेहतर चांसेस हैं, बेटर अपॉर्चुनिटीज है. सो ट्राई टू change this mental action of yours. Every time whenever you read UPSC, many people say to refer to the previous year question, not because some question will come from that. That it has to be done to read the mind of the examiner. That's why the things which I was saying you, Facebook page, क्योंकि like UPSC started giving the questions on observation basis, है ना. तो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट, फॉरेस्ट्री, क्लाइमेट चेंज में जितने भी 1 साल का दिया, अगर वो पढ़ लिया ना, एनवायरनमेंट का 60% क्वेश्चंस आप सॉल्व कर लेंगे. अब चाहे तो देख लो, जस्ट गो एंड चेक द पोस्ट विच दे हैव ड्रॉप्ड, उसका बैकग्राउंड पढ़ लो बस, ठीक है. सो इसमें ओनली रिमेंबर क्यूमुलोनिम्बस क्लाउड विच कम्स अलोंग विद द ट्रॉपिकल साइक्लोन्स. जब मॉनसूनल हेवी डेंस रेनफॉल होगा, This comes with the thundering and light storm, and no other question is going to come from this. ये तो ग्रुप 2, ग्रुप 3, ग्रुप 4 एग्जाम में पूछा जाएगा. Which of the following clouds create high intensity of rainfall? Cumulonimbus. UPSC में least chances are there. Least chances are there. Okay, done, clear? Shall we move further? And types of rainfalls already I have said 2, right? Convectional and frontal rainfall, right? So now we will be reading about the third type of rainfall, orographic. And orographic rainfall का मतलब है, like for example, wind is coming from the sea towards the land, and if it is catching the moisture from this particular zone, and this particular wind has a mountain as an obstruction, and this obstruction will make the wind to raise upwards in the atmosphere, and as wind tends to raise upwards, adiabatic lapse rate, cloud formation, and this cloud formation which will happen, that shall result into precipitation. That shall result into precipitation. So this particular precipitation which shall happen, this precipitation which is going to happen, this type of rainfall is called as orographic rainfall. And this orographic rainfall has a feature, that is, this side of the mountain is windward side, and this portion back to the mountain is leeward side. The front face of the mountain is windward side, and the back portion of the mountain is leeward side. So this wind tends to create precipitation along the windward side. The same wind moving back to the mountain, it is dry. It doesn't create any precipitation. Everyone know this, right? So we shall be finding dry conditions over here. तो वो dry conditions की वजह से इसको हम rain shadow region भी बोलेंगे. Rain shadow region or zone. Okay. And this windward side location जो है, this we call it as seaward side location. Seaward side location. Windward side location and seaward side location. Okay. So this region experiences immense rainfall. This region experiences zero rainfall. Whenever you read this term of zero rainfall in any book, इसका मतलब कम precipitation, uncountable precipitation, मतलब वो काउंट नहीं कर सकते कब बारिश होगा कब नहीं होगा. There is no constant measurement of that particular rainfall. And in certain regards, अगर इसका लाइव एग्जाम्पल आप देखना चाहते हैं, मुंबई जाइए जून महीने में. Around Mumbai you will find huge amount of immense precipitation. 350 से लेके 450 सेंटीमीटर तक रेनफॉल गिरेगा. The railway stations change into roller coasters. The roads will change into swimming pools. Urban flooding का बेस्ट एग्जाम्पल दिख जाएगा आपको on the Mumbai. Same go to Pune. 70 सेंटीमीटर रेनफॉल. यहाँ पे 350, यहाँ पे 70. मतलब at very less distance between Mumbai and Pune, still we are experiencing this high rate of difference in rainfall. The reason behind it is Pune is located on the leeward side or rain shadow region. Goa जाइए and Belgaum जाइए. So Belgaum is back to the Western Ghats. Goa is located adjacently on the coast. So in the month of June, the person who goes to Goa, biggest fool on this planet. In the December, June में कभी गोवा नहीं जाना चाहिए. जून में गए तो बारिश गिरेगा, रोड पे घूमेंगे नहीं, रूम पे बैठना है. दिसंबर में बैठने को रूम नहीं मिलेगा, बीच पे बैठना है. सो दीज आर द 2 times यू शुड नॉट गो टू गोवा. आजकल तो हर लोग गोवा जा रहे हैं ना, लाइक वेयर आर यू गोइंग, ट्रैवलिंग टू गोवा, चिलिंग. कुछ भी नहीं है गोवा में. सेम यहाँ पे भी मिल रहा है ना, जो वहाँ पे मिलेगा, है ना. गोवा अर्लियर था टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन. एक्चुअली गोवा देखने का मतलब है पोर्चुगीज कल्चर देखना है, लाइक वो यूरोपियन कल्चर, वो चर्चेस, बीचेस. मतलब बियर पीना, चर्च घूम घूम के थक गया तो पीना बियर. बट लोग ऐसा नहीं कर रहे, डायरेक्ट बस स्टैंड पे उतर रहे, सीधा जाओ, चलो अब 4 टिन ले लो. दैट इज नॉट आवर कल्चर एट ऑल, है ना. दारू पीना इज गुड बट नॉट इन गोवा, है ना. अपने देसी दारू जो है ये पीना बहुत अच्छा है अपने लिए. एंड वन मोर पॉइंट हियर यू हैव टू नोटिस, आई हैव सेड द रीजंस फॉर डेजर्ट्स. व्हाट वेर दे? ऑफशोर ट्रेड विंड, continentality, descending air column, cold oceanic current. This is the next reason. So in the rain shadow region, wherever you see, either you shall find semi-arid climate or arid climate. That's why most of the mountains which are there, back to that particular mountainous regions, you shall be experiencing deserts. Ladakh, back to Himalayas. Taklamakan, back to Himalayas. Patagonian desert, back to Andes mountain ranges. So along the rain shadow region, it depends upon the height of the mountain. If the height of the mountain is very high, the wind doesn't even enter here. So complete dry in nature. So वो 60-70 भी नहीं गिरेगा वहाँ पे. So that's why we shall be finding deserts. Got this point clear everyone? Clear with this? And the next type of rainfall, तो रेनफॉल कंसिडर नहीं करूंगा, साइक्लोन के चैप्टर में बोल देता हूं. 3 टाइप ऑफ रेनफॉल क्लियर, कन्वेक्शनल, ओरोग्राफिक, फ्रंटल. नाउ वी शैल एंटर इनटू द टॉपिक ऑफ साइक्लोन. साइक्लोन डेफिनेशन क्या है? क्लोज्ड एयर सर्कुलेशन, क्लोज्ड आइसोबार, एटमॉस्फेरिक डिस्टर्बेंस, low pressure at center, surrounded by high pressure. यही है ना. Cyclone is a atmospheric disturbance which is a closed air circulation having closed isobars, having low pressure at the center, surrounded by high pressure. यही है cyclone, yes or no? So these particular cyclones generally move anti-clockwise in northern hemisphere, clockwise in southern hemisphere. Anti-clockwise in northern hemisphere, clockwise in southern hemisphere. Why? Under the Coriolis force impact. Very good. Under the Coriolis force impact. Generally for tropical cyclones, generally 2 types of cyclones are there. Tropical and temperate. So tropical cyclones generally occur in between the zone of 8 to 20 degree. Temperate cyclone occur at the zone of 35 to 45 degree. They origin at that particular locations. So for a tropical cyclone to happen, there are some ideal conditions or prerequisite conditions which when they are satisfied, we shall be having the tropical cyclones which shall form. So first is sea surface temperature more than 27 degrees centigrade. Second, Coriolis force. Third, pre-existing low pressure. Fourth, low wind shear. Fifth, upper divergence. ये 5 कंडीशन ऐसा है when they are satisfied tropical cyclones would be formed. What are the 5? डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन मिलेगा शायद. Which of the following conditions when they are satisfied then we shall be having the tropical cyclones which occur. So पहला क्या है? Why the sea surface temperature should be more than 27 degrees? For tropical cyclone, it is latent heat of condensation which is the driving force. So for latent heat of condensation to be released, evaporation should happen. Gaseous state has to convert into, liquid state has to first convert into gaseous state, yes or no? Then only later on cloud formation and then latent heat of condensation. So that latent heat of condensation only will happen when the temperatures which are above 27 degrees centigrade. That's why tropical cyclones originate along the tropical oceans where we shall experience the temperatures which are more than 27 degrees centigrade. Do remember this point. And this is the reason why when tropical cyclones tend to originate and tend to hit the land, when they enter the land, they tend to dismantle, they tend to like weaken its intensity. So that particular tropical cyclone which is stronger on the water body, when it enters onto the land, it weaken up, and that particular weaken up of tropical cyclone is called as landfall. Landfall का मतलब है tropical cyclone being stronger on the water body, once it enters the land, it is cut off from the moisture, hence it is cut off from the latent heat of condensation, hence that starts weakening up. That's why tropical cyclones are stronger on water body itself. This is the first thing which is very, very important. Condition number 2, Coriolis force. For any winds which are traveling from high pressures to low pressures, I will take the example of India. Generally, within the late summers, you can write this point as well. Generally, within the late summers, most of the tropical cyclones would occur. You can mention this point, like late summers include September, October, November. Late summers include September, October and November. Done. And why Coriolis force is actually required is, for example, winds are traveling from high pressure to low pressure, okay. Let's assume Bay of Bengal has low pressure in it. So these winds, to be attracted towards this low pressure should be having high intensity, point number 1, and this particular high intensity which is there, that has to transfer the winds to this location. So this deflection of winds concept itself is generated by the Coriolis force effect. So that's the reason why Coriolis force is the reason why we shall be having the closed air circulation. So the concept of closed air circulation which is there, that particular closed air circulation is just because of this particular Coriolis force. And this is the reason why, despite all the conditions satisfies at the equator, as there is absence of Coriolis force, we don't find tropical cyclones originating at the equator. Tropical cyclones generally originate between this particular range. At 0 degree, we won't find any kind of tropical cyclone formation. Reason is absence of Coriolis force in that particular region. Got this point, everyone? Clear with this, everyone? Next, third is pre-existing low pressure. Generally, the late summer concept has arrived from this. In the late summers, that is in the month of September, October and November, the land has radiated the heat, but is the water body which has trapped the heat that has radiated? No. So water bodies, when they have low pressures relatively to that of land, the winds from land to water body will attract, because the winds will move from land to high pressure to low pressure. So this pre-existing low pressure, when it would be there, that when it is added up with heat, that low pressure converts into extreme low pressure condition. That extreme low pressure condition is called as depression. Every low pressure, it is not necessary that it has to convert into tropical cyclone. Low pressure first converts into depression, it later on converts into a storm, it later on converts into a cyclone. Generally, those which have less than 63 kilometers per hour, it is called as depression. 63 to 119 kilometer per hour, it is called as tropical storm. More than 119 kilometer per hour, then it is called as tropical cyclone. So every time pre-existing low pressure will help in creating the depression, followed by storm, followed by tropical cyclone. So that's the reason why, if we have pre-existing low pressure, then the winds which are attracting from, if you take the case study of India, when the winds are attracting from high pressure to low pressure areas, So when there is pre-existing low pressure, this wind converts into depression. The winds, rather than attracting towards this low pressure, extreme low pressure wherever they would have, in that region they will be they will be moving, they will be attracting towards that. So here pre-existing low pressure condition, ये कहाँ गया? Pre-existing low pressure condition which is there, that is very very essential for the tropical cyclone formation. Are you getting this point? That's the reason why during summers we don't experience tropical cyclone. Summer में बाकी सारे factor रहेंगे, but pre-existing low pressure is not there because land is more heated when compared to the water. That's why tropical cyclones are not created during the summer. Are you getting this point, everyone? Next is low wind shear. Wind shear का मतलब है generally the difference in wind speed at different levels. For example, if this is the vertical structure of the tropical cyclone, wind at lower level, middle level, at higher level, generally they have differences in speed. The differences in speed at different altitudes at that region is called as wind shear, and that difference between these winds has to be very minimum. The differences which are there, that has to be very minimum. The differences which are there, that is minimum. For example, 6, 6.5, 6.8, 6.9, ठीक है. The difference is least. The wind shear is least. Then tropical cyclone can occur. If it is 6 here, 26 here, 46 here, then tropical cyclone नहीं रहेगा. This will fast, this will move very slowly. यहाँ पे जो fast move हो जाएगा, मतलब winds tend to segregate and move away. So that's why low wind shear is also one particular condition which is required for tropical cyclone to be present in that particular region. Do remember this point. Is this clear for everyone? Everyone? Next is upper air divergence. Generally from the region where the cyclone has originated, the winds have to rise upwards and those winds have to move away, so that the next position of winds which are rising, they will get enough space. Then only continuous accumulation of moisture would be there, and that moisture will give latent heat of condensation, which will make the tropical cyclone to survive and be alive. But when there shall be no upper air divergence, these winds create cloud formation and they stuck here. When they struck here, the wind which is coming, the next wind which is coming along with moisture, it doesn't find space. So no extra cloud formation, tropical cyclone stops raining there itself. That's why for tropical cyclone formation to occur, the upper air divergence winds are also essential. In this way, these particular 5 segregated conditions which are there, they are very very important for tropical cyclone to be formed. Got this point, everyone? And the question which generally tends to come from tropical cyclone, once in 2020, they have asked the question on eye of tropical cyclone. Everyone know about eye of tropical cyclone? Eye? Generally if you see, at the central portion of the tropical cyclone, there shall be some descending wind. So due to the descending nature of air, we shall have no cloud formation at the center. The cloud formation will be at the adjacent regions, but no cloud formations at the center. So this particular zone of tropical cyclone, इसको हम eye of tropical cyclone बोलेंगे. At the eye of the tropical cyclone, in general, the temperature of this eye is very high when compared to the adjacent region. That is true. Everyone know this. But at an altitude of 10-12 kilometers, the temperature of the eye is 10 to 15 degrees more higher when compared to the surroundings. नीचे जो है टेम्परेचर इज हाइयर व्हेन कंपेयर टू सराउंडिंग, 1, 2, 3 सेंटीग्रेड हाइयर है, बट 12, 13, 14 किलोमीटर के ऊपर, 10 किलोमीटर के पास में जो आई ऑफ ट्रॉपिकल साइक्लोन है, दैट हैज 10 to 15 degrees more temperature when compared to the surroundings. Are you getting this point? The same statement has been appeared in 2020 UPSC exam. If you want, go and check out the previous year question. सेम आई के ऊपर क्वेश्चन पूछे थे. आई के ऊपर ना क्लाउड रहेगा ना बारिश होगा, वेरी क्लीन काम स्टेबल एयर वुड बी देयर. सो वेर एवर देर इज आई ऑफ ट्रॉपिकल साइक्लोन, वहां पे बारिश नहीं होगा. but the adjacent region which is there, it is called as eye wall. And in the entire tropical cyclone, the maximum precipitation which will happen, that maximum precipitation you shall experience at eye wall. And the adjacent regions from this to this, the entire zone is rain band. So from the eye wall, slowly the rain decreases towards the outer bands. Slowly the rain decreases towards the outer bands. Got this point, everyone? Clear? Do remember the eye wall like structure. Done. And this particular tropical cyclone has life cycle. जैसे हमारा बचपना गुजरा है, प्री प्राइमरी, प्राइमरी, सेकेंडरी, हायर सेकेंडरी, ग्रेजुएशन, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन, सिविल सर्विसेज, डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर, मर गए, ये लाइफ साइकिल है हमारा, है ना. तो लाइफ साइकिल ट्रॉपिकल साइक्लोन का 7 to 14 days तक है. ट्रॉपिकल साइक्लोन हैज दिस लाइफ साइकिल. वन इज बर्थ, जुवेनाइल, premature, mature, dissipation. Birth, juvenile stage, premature, mature and dissipation phase. This is the life cycle which you can observe. In life cycle, the first stage where low pressure converts into depression, so that we shall call it as birth of a tropical cyclone. Whenever the low pressure converts into a depression, we call it as birth of tropical cyclone. Okay. In juvenile stage, winds start attracting towards this low pressure. Winds attract हो जाएंगे, low pressure जहाँ पे भी है, winds start moving towards the low pressure. And premature phase, scattered winds, clouds and rains. Scattered winds, clouds and rains are observed within this particular premature phase. Okay. So the rains which you observe over premature phase, they are slight rains. Clear? Just they give a notion of starting up of tropical cyclone and they tend to end up. No much creation of heavy rainfalls would be there. But in mature phase, intense winds, clouds, rain. बहुत ज़्यादा इंटेंसिटी से winds मिलेंगे. High intensity, even the wind starts sounding us. अंदर जाओ मैं आ रहा हूँ, है ना. Clouds, dense, dark, cumulonimbus clouds, heavy intensity of rainfall. जो मैं बचपन से देखता आ रहा था वो ETV न्यूज़ रहता है उसमें, है ना. उसमें हेडलाइंस देते हैं that तूफान is going to hit the Bay of Bengal region. उसमें वही वीडियो चला रहे since 1991. वही सेम वीडियो, कोकोनट ट्री, कोस्ट, कोकोनट ट्री ऐसा ऐसा होता जाएगा, वेव स्टार्ट हिटिंग इंटेंसली, वही सेम वीडियो आप देखो, चाहे तो आज भी जाके देखो, तूफान का मतलब वही वीडियो दिखाएंगे. मतलब एक प्री रिक्विजिट वीडियो बना के लगा दिया, जो भी साइक्लोन आएगा सेम वीडियो. क्लियर? सो इन दिस वे मेच्योर स्टेज, इंटेंसिटी winds, clouds, rains. Dissipation phase, slowly winds scatter up, divides, least rainfalls. This will happen. So it is these three stages where it hits the land. Either खत्म हुआ तो यहाँ पे खत्म हो जाएगा बर्थ में, whenever it doesn't convert into depression. Slowly juvenile stage में खत्म होगा. अगर premature stage में आ गया, it means it will hit the coast. If it is hitting at premature level, there shall be no destruction. or dissipation level, there shall be no destruction. If it hits in this mature phase, then only we shall be finding huge amount of destruction. So the high cyclones like cyclone Gulab, cyclone Fabad, cyclone Amphan, cyclone Hudud, cyclone Oki, cyclone Mendes, all these cyclones which are there, they have been hit with huge amount of this intensities with this maturity phase. And actually this is one reason why the cyclones which are formed in Arabian Sea, they generally enter the Central Asia in the dissipation phase. So उतना दूर जाते जाते पूरा जितने moisture है that will fall down. So reaching that it doesn't have any moisture. So Arabian Sea, which generally tends to move towards the Central Asia, they doesn't create high amount of precipitations in that particular zone. Would you remember this, everyone? Everyone?
He said that the cyclones occur in Arabian Sea is more disastrous than Bay of Bengal.
That is during the El Nino condition. So whenever we have El Nino, Arabian Sea experiences intense cyclonic formations, and those which shall hit in Arabian Sea, they catch lot and lot of moisture. So that's why it is more disastrous. But those cyclones which hit in Arabia, which originate in Arabian Sea, in general they don't enter into India. The reason here it is, we have path of tropical cyclone. Generally tropical cyclones move in this way, 8 degree, let's assume they have originated at 8 degree. So 8 degree से लेके 20 degree तक they travel to west, east to west travel करेंगे 20 degree तक. 20 से लेके 25 they turn north Coriolis force impact की वजह से. 25 से लेके 30 degree तक they turn north east. 30 के बाद में they turn east. मतलब एक parabolic shape जो भी है, in this particular parabolic shape the cyclone path is. So it depends where it is originating. अगर कन्याकुमारी के पास ओरिजिनेट हुआ, सीधा ऐसा जाएगा, ऐसा गुजरात गया. अगर यहाँ पे हुआ, ऐसा जाएगा, ऐसा वेस्ट बंगाल गया, ऐसा आया सीधा तमिलनाडु, आंध्र प्रदेश. So it depends where it is originating. पाथ तो सेम है, पैराबोलिक पाथ. So it depends. अगर like many cyclones which originate in Arabian Sea, they move towards the Central Asia. But Bay of Bengal में चांस नहीं है कहीं जाने का. Next to it, it is land. जो भी cyclone form हो रहा है, that enters in the states of Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha and West Bengal. So no chance. But इसको chance है escape होने का. This reaching the Central Asia, पानी खत्म, सब कुछ खत्म, कुछ नहीं जाएगा उसमें. But sometimes in Arabian Sea, when they originate here, like cyclone Oki, 2014 में hit हुआ था, तो ये सीधा पहुंचा. गुजरात वाले अच्छे नाच रहे थे ढोल बना के, साइक्लोन हिट नहीं होगा, साइक्लोन हिट नहीं होगा. सो दिस डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर्स डिड नॉट इवन प्रिपेयर डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट फॉर साइक्लोन्स. फाइनली साइक्लोन हैज हिट. तो यहाँ पे साइक्लोन की टेरर बहुत कम है. दिस पर्टिकुलर रीजन्स डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर हैव हायर ट्रेनिंग ऑन साइक्लोन्स. सुनामी, साइक्लोन बहुत ज़्यादा काम है. गंगा बेसिन पे फ्लड. सो ये रीजन में अगर आप पोस्टिंग आ जाएंगे तो आपका आधा दिमाग तो डिजास्टर में रहेगा. तमिलनाडु, आंध्र प्रदेश, उड़ीसा, वेस्ट बंगाल, क्योंकि सब डिजास्टर इसमें, फ्लड इसमें, सुनामी इसमें, साइक्लोन इसमें, ड्रॉट इसमें, सब कुछ. तो आपका पोस्टिंग आना चाहिए कहीं मध्य प्रदेश. डेकॉइट का प्रॉब्लम है ना, डेकॉइट का प्रॉब्लम. अंडमान निकोबार सुनामी, अर्थक्वेक. लक्षद्वीप पता नहीं. आंध्र प्रदेश तो काम करने थोड़ी देंगे, काम करने नहीं देंगे, दिमाग ज़्यादा खाएंगे. तेलंगाना में काम एक ही करेगा, है ना. तमिलनाडु में पता नहीं, हर बार धोनी के पीछे. सो कर्नाटका डोंट नो हु इज सीएम एट ऑल उस स्टेट में. महाराष्ट्र वड़ा पाव खा के जीना है. गुजरात ऊपर से फोन आएगा. राजस्थान, उदयपुर, विदयपुर सिटी, उदयपुर ठीक है वैसे, बट डेजर्टिफाइड कंडीशन. दिल्ली में स्मॉग, उत्तर प्रदेश में दंगे, बिहार में दंगे, छत्तीसगढ़ रांची में माइनिंग इश्यू, वेस्ट बंगाल में दीदी का, नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न में इंसर्जेंसी का, जम्मू में 370 वाला इश्यू, हिंदू मुस्लिम इश्यू, इंडिया पाकिस्तान इश्यू, केरला ओके फाइन, बट नहीं केरला इज ओके, बट खाना नहीं खा पाएंगे आप, तेल इधर से मंगाना पड़ेगा फिर। पंजाब ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन में डूबे, ड्रग्स में डूबे। हरियाणा ठीक है, बट हरियाणा में साफ सीधा कितना चाहिए, कितना लेना है, कितना देना है, रकम साफ है। पहले बोल देंगे भाई ये काम कर दे, 1 करोड़ भिजा रहा हो शाम को, नहीं करेगा तो तेरा पोजीशन में नेक्स्ट वाला रहेगा। सो इसका मतलब पोस्टिंग लेना ही नहीं है। सब स्टेट में कुछ ना कुछ प्रॉब्लम। छत्तीसगढ़ ये बेल्ट में पढ़ेंगे नक्सल, माओइज्म, लेफ्ट विंग एक्सट्रीमिज्म। गोवा में बैगन करेंगे आप जाके काम, आप बीच में बैठ जाएंगे। गोवा में क्या काम रहेगा, ड्रंक एंड ड्राइव तो रहेगा नहीं, है ना। लॉ एंड ऑर्डर इश्यू नहीं रहेगा, क्योंकि कोई भी इश्यू हुआ एक बियर चेयर्स मारो भाई, छोड़ दो लफड़े। गोवा पोस्टिंग नहीं मिलने वाला है आपको। वैसे द बेस्ट स्टेट विच आई फील अकॉर्डिंगली टू माई सेंसेस इज हिमाचल प्रदेश एंड उत्तराखंड। अगर डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट आपको आता है तो, अगर सब्जेक्ट अच्छे नहीं पढ़े तो लैंडस्लाइड आएगा, तो आपका काम बिगड़ेगा। सेंट्रल सेक्रेटेरिएट सर्विसेज में नो वन विल रिकॉग्नाइज यू दैट यू हैव क्रैक्ड सिविल सर्विसेज। इंडियन पोस्टल सर्विसेज करके क्या करेंगे आप? इफ यू गेट समवेयर अराउंड इंडियन रेलवे ट्रैफिक सर्विसेज, वुड एनीवन रिकॉग्नाइज यू? खुद बोलना पड़ेगा आईडी कार्ड दिखा के, देखो मैं सिविल सर्विसेज क्रैक किया हूं। बनेंगे तो 3 IAS, IPS और IRS। अगर ज्यादा मस्ती है तो फॉरेन सर्विस। फॉरेन सर्विसेज यू विल ऑलमोस्ट फील लाइक प्राइम मिनिस्टर, कॉनवे विनवे, वो अच्छा है, बट ओनली कम सीट रहेंगे उसमें। बट बेस्ट प्रायोरिटाइजली एनीवन वांट्स टू बिकम फॉरेस्ट सर्विस ऑफिसर, मतलब नो वन हैज ऑप्टेड फॉर इट, वन, ओनली वन। फॉर वुमेन द बेस्ट जॉब इज, मतलब मैं ये पैट्रियार्कल माइंडसेट से नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, फिर आप मुझे नहीं बोलना है। मतलब डिसेंट जॉब, डिसेंट रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, डिसेंट चैलेंज इज IAS और IRS। ये दोनों छोड़ के बाकी कुछ भी सर्विस आप मत लो, बिकॉज काम आप नहीं करेंगे ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, आपका लाइफ में इतना रिग्रेट फील हो जाएंगे ना, यू विल नॉट फाइंड। बट फॉर बॉयज करप्शन करना है तो डायरेक्ट IRS, असिस्टेंट कमिश्नर ऑफ इनकम टैक्स, जहाँ पे भी बैठो साफ सीधा अंदर जाओ, स्पेशल 26 मूवी देखे, सी व्हाट इज द टोकन अमाउंट, आधा आधा बांट लो, बिनामी लगा दो। इनकम टैक्स इंस्पेक्टर्स आर द रिचेस्ट पर्सन्स इन इंडिया, which no one will catch them. And the best option for everyone is Indian Forest Services. सैलरी मिलेगा, सब कुछ फ्री मिलेगा, जो भी खाना है। माई सब जूनियर इज इन पलामू टाइगर रिजर्व, झारखंड, मिस्टर अंशुमन राजहंस। ही इज एंजॉइंग हिज लाइफ हाइएस्ट मेमोरेबल जर्नी एज बीइंग द असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर फॉर दैट पर्टिकुलर टाइगर रिजर्व। काम करना कुछ नहीं है, टाइगर कहाँ पे देखेंगे? मॉनिटर में, फील्ड पे थोड़ी जाके देखेंगे। वेयर आर यू टाइगर, कम ऑन लेट्स हैव अ सेल्फी। तो राइट नो GPS रिमोट सेंसिंग, वो M स्ट्रिप्स का जो आया था उसमें GPS वाला सिस्टम से देख रहे हैं। बट द मोस्ट बेस्ट वर्क इफ यू वांट टू कंट्रीब्यूट टू द सोसाइटी, देन IAS। एंजॉय करना है लाइफ, IRS। पावर दिखाना है, IPS। किसी को भी पता नहीं होना चाहिए, सेंट्रल सेक्रेटेरिएट सर्विसेज। नो वन नोस यू अनलेस यू से दैट मैंने 2023 में क्रैक किया था। You have to download your PDF result copy and you have to keep safe with you, so that 10 साल के बाद कोई अगर पूछे आपसे तो you have to show the proof to it, paperwork। सबसे गंदा जॉब बैंक, SBI PO। जिंदगी में आपको इतना EMI के ऊपर गुस्सा आएगा, पूछो मत। माई मोस्ट ऑफ फ्रेंड्स दे आर इन दिस SBI फील्ड। I don't know why they drink daily. So जब I was traveling with one friend to Pondicherry, he was on leave but doing on job. Almost he has took some 50-60 phone calls रास्ते में. मैं बोला फोन अगर नेक्स्ट फोन आया ना भाई, फोन बाहर डालूंगा अब कार से. वन ऑफ द वर्स्ट जॉब्स विच आई हैव सीन. मतलब डोंट नो व्हाट चैलेंजिंग द टास्क इज, बट बैंक जॉब में तो आई हैव सीन वेरी क्लोजली. पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट में अबव एसीपी रैंक ठीक है, उसके नीचे सब इंस्पेक्टर विजिट गए आप काम से, ट्रैफिक पे खड़ा हो, जो सीएम ऊपर हेलीकॉप्टर से जा रहे, नीचे आप खड़े ट्रैफिक सिग्नल. वेस्ट. पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट में आप काम करना नहीं है. उससे बेहतर वर्क एज ए सोल्जर फॉर 5 years 10 years so that you will learn various things. Anyone from army background? Army? No one. No one. साउथ इंडिया को सॉफ्टवेयर बहुत पसंद है. अभी सॉफ्टवेयर रेसिशन में आने वाले है ना. आई थिंक रिसेंटली आई वाज सीइंग इन द न्यूज़पेपर. इट्स गोइंग ऑन. बहुत सारे लोग नौकरी निकल जाएंगे, फिर स्विगी जोमेटो बढ़ जाएगा तब, है ना. पीपल टेंड टू ऑप्ट दिस जॉब. सो path of tropical cyclone, and the last tropical cyclones which has hit in 2022. The last one hit, which was hit Tamil Nadu, was Mandus, MANDAUS, Mandus cyclone. So how the naming will happen? Hope everyone know. World Meteorological Department has divided the oceanic basins into North Indian Ocean, South Indian Ocean, North Pacific, South Pacific, North Atlantic, South Atlantic. And within the North Indian Ocean, India becomes the part of it. So India and rest of the countries which are part of North Indian Ocean basin, they have to give the list of different names to be given to the cyclone. India has given एक 16 list दे दिया. Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Maldives. And what they would be doing is they would be drawing the columns. Clear? तो पहले यहाँ से नाम ले लिया. नेक्स्ट साइक्लोन विल बी फ्रॉम ईयर, नेक्स्ट साइक्लोन, नेक्स्ट साइक्लोन, नेक्स्ट साइक्लोन. उसके बाद सेकंड कॉलम, उसके बाद थर्ड कॉलम. जब लास्ट कॉलम आ जाएगा फिर अगेन नाम देने के लिए बोलेंगे. एंड इंडिया विल बी एक्टिंग एज ए बिग ब्रदर टू कलेक्ट नेम्स. बचपन में जब चिट खेलते थे, बड़ा बच्चा चिट पकड़ता था. इन द सेम वे इंडिया इज द हेड ऑफ दिस नॉर्थ इंडियन ओशन बेसिन रीजन विच कलेक्ट्स द नेम्स. सो नेम तो आप आसान से याद रख नहीं पाएंगे. ओनली रिमेंबर द रिसेंट वंस. तिरुपति में बहुत ज़्यादा बारिश हुआ था. साइक्लोन गुलाब, साइक्लोन जवाद, एंड साइक्लोन मैंडस, एंड विच हैज हिट द साइक्लोन एम्फन विच हैड हिट द वेस्ट बंगाल. तो ये लास्ट जो 1 ईयर का साइक्लोन्स है उसका नाम याद रख लो, उससे ज़्यादा नहीं. ओके. एंड ट्रॉपिकल साइक्लोन डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन जो भी है वर्ल्ड लेवल पे, यू रिमेंबर द डिफरेंट नेम्स ऑफ ट्रॉपिकल साइक्लोन्स. इसका पूरा लिस्ट मत पढ़ो, गूगल में मिल जाएगा आपको. ओनली सी द लेटेस्ट वाला लिस्ट, दैट्स इट. एंड जनरली दिस ट्रॉपिकल साइक्लोन्स आर कॉल्ड एज टाइफून्स in and around Japan and China. Baigu in Philippines. Philin in Indonesia. Tropical cyclone in Indian Ocean, वो तो सबको पता है. Hurricanes around Gulf of Mexico, वो यूएसए, कैरेबियन आइलैंड्स उसके आसपास. विली विली इन ऑस्ट्रेलिया. विली विली ऑस्ट्रेलिया. And these are the zones which are hit with most of the cyclone. Generally 3 areas are there where tropical cyclones hit worst. Region number 1 South China Sea, region number 2 Bay of Bengal, region number 3 Gulf of Mexico. These are the 3 areas across the world which will hit with tropical cyclones very worstly. And why, मेरा डाउट ये है, well, like why they have to name these? ये जो नाम दिए हैं यहाँ पे, to identify the tropical cyclone which is trying to hit, to study in future regarding with the impact which that has created, and to avoid the clash of evidences of the tropical cyclones where multiple cyclones which occur in one region, to avoid the difference and to have a clear cut difference and to avoid the clash, generally they tend to name. Okay, got this point everyone? Clear? And temperate cyclone and tropical cyclone differences, if you see, just remember the differences. If you see tropical cyclones, they are formed because of increase in sea surface temperature. The same temperate cyclones, they are formed with the frontal cyclones. They are formed with the formation of front. No need to go deeper into the study of temperate cyclone. Just remember the overview, that's it. Okay. Tropical cyclones move from east to west in the first moment. Temperate cyclones move from west to east. Tropical cyclones, they generally are unpredictable because of the 17 to 14 days cycle. Tropical cyclones can't be predicted, but temperate cyclones can be predicted. Okay. Tropical cyclones occur in late summers. Temperate cyclones occur in winters. Tropical cyclones are stronger on water. Temperate cyclones are stronger on land and water. Land and water. Okay. So tropical cyclones generally are thermally induced. Temperate cyclones are dynamically induced because temperate cyclone has frontal aspect which has been involved. Tropical cyclones, they have the thermal aspect which has been involved. Are you getting this point everyone? So maximum 95% chances are there that they won't ask question on temperate. एक आधा line पूछ लिया तो हो जाएगा, but they won't ask it. So you don't give much emphasis on temperate. Focus only on tropical cyclone. Chances are there that this year again the question might strive again because it was in 2020 they have given the question. So last 2 years में question नहीं दिया है. Chances are there. Sir? Tornado. Tornado is nothing but on the land surface it is attached with the temperate cyclones where the pressure conditions will make the wind to attain the whirling motion. So those whirling motions which are attached with the cloud, from the base of the cloud with that of the surface, that is called as tornado. So that is associated with the temperate cyclone. And the same tornado, if it happens in tropical cyclone, least chances are there, but if it happens there, then it is called as water spout. Water spout. But in general, tropical cyclones doesn't have that intensity. And one more major difference is the low pressure, which we are calling it as eye of the tropical cyclone. It is just a pointal phenomena. In one point the eye is located, the central low pressure. But in temperate cyclone, the eye is located in a larger area. Okay. Here it is just a smaller area. There it is larger area, and tropical cyclone covers very smaller area as a whole. Temperate cyclone covers very larger area. Okay. Done. Hope this is clear. And everyone has an idea on climatic regions of the world. तो इसमें 11 climatic regions है. Zero to 10. These are the all climatic regions which we have on the Earth's surface. How many don't have least knowledge of this? Zero knowledge regarding with this. 0, 1, 2, only 2, 3. At least minimum base knowledge. Everyone has it, right? Okay. So I'll share the few important details regarding with it, so that any question attaining from this, I'm not going into details of every aspect. So I'm going to share the most out view of this, so that it will help you in solving the questions which appear in prelim examination. Okay, done? Everyone has drawn it. See, in general, people think that Mediterranean climate is only in Mediterranean region, British type of climate is only in Britain, but that will never happen. Generally, on the basis of the latitudinal extent of country, different climates are cropped and placed here. Like equator in North America, equator doesn't pass, equatorial climate is not there. Tropic of Cancer passes, so desert type of climate would be there in North America. Savanna type of climate would be there in North America. Monsoonal or marine type of climate would be there in North America. Mediterranean type, steppe type, China type. Laurentian type, Siberian type, British type, polar type. So if you crop this image and place it at any continent according with the latitudinal extent, you will find that particular climates. It doesn't mean that British type of climate is only extended in Britain, China type of climate is only extended in China, Mediterranean type of climate is only extended in Mediterranean region. So it extends in different parts of the world on the basis of latitudes, on the basis of margins. These are western margins, these are eastern margins, these are continental margins. Got this point, everyone? So whenever you try to remember this particular climatic divisions, try to remember 5 keywords. One is remember its distribution, remember its temperature, remember its rainfall, remember its vegetation, and fifth one is people and economy. अगर कुछ specifically हैं तो you remember, otherwise no. Okay, mostly they might ask you this question on distribution. तो distribution तो if you remember this block, distribution आधा आपका दिमाग में बैठ जाएगा when you have world map in your mind. Okay, so coming to first equatorial climate कहाँ पे रहेगा? From where equator passes? Very simple. Equator, Colombia, Brazil, Gabon, Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda, Kenya, Somalia, Maldives and Indonesia. Equator region जो है simply Amazon basin, Congo basin, Indonesia. 3 याद रख लो. Amazon, Congo, Indonesia. Amazon, Congo, Indonesia. वो जहाँ पे भी पास होगा वहाँ पे equatorial climate. इसका temperature is uniform throughout the year. No winter season because of maximum insolation falling on equator. आपको ज़्यादा seasons नहीं मिलेंगे. Maximum you will find uniform temperature throughout the year. Annual range of temperature is very least. Annual range का मतलब difference between maximum and minimum temperature within a given year. Diurnal range within a given day, maximum and minimum temperature within the given day. Yes or no? So you remember these, that equatorial region doesn't have any season. Maximum temperature. इतने ज़्यादा temperature. Evaporation. इतने ज़्यादा evaporation. Cloud. Rainfall. So rainfall would be throughout the year. Every day rainfall, 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Already I have commented. More than 320 days we shall be experiencing rainfalls. इतने ज़्यादा बारिश हो रहा है. Clear? Every day we have to carry umbrella in equatorial region. And maximum rainfall within the equatorial region, it shall occur with equinox phenomena, like during the month of April and during the month of October, which are followed by the equinoxes month. There we shall be experiencing maximum precipitation. Least precipitation during the solstice times, during the month of June and December. बहुत कम बारिश होगा इक्वेटोरियल रीजन में. ओके, इतने ज़्यादा बारिश होने के बाद वेजिटेशन वेरी हाई. सो वी शैल फाइंड लग्जरेंट वेजिटेशन. इसको हम ट्रॉपिकल रेन फॉरेस्ट्री बोलेंगे. एंड दैट पर्टिकुलर ट्रॉपिकल रेन फॉरेस्ट्री विच इज देयर, दैट इज ऑल्सो कॉल्ड एज एवरग्रीन. वाई? टुगेदर। फिर अगर से नहीं बोला तो ऊपर टावर चढ़ाता था आपको बलि की तरह। देर इज नो ट्री ऑन दिस प्लैनेट विच डजंट शेड। वो अपना गलती था क्लास नंबर 7 चैप्टर नंबर 6 पढ़ने का। उसमें क्या हुआ, एवरग्रीन फॉरेस्ट्रीज आर दोज विच डजंट शेड देयर लीव्स बोल के फुल स्टॉप नहीं दिया, वो फुल स्टॉप नेक्स्ट लाइन पे देता है टुगेदर बोल के। सो देर इज नो ट्री एट ऑल इन दिस वर्ल्ड, इवन फाइकस रेलूजिया जो वो अनुष्का जो उसमें बोलेगी कलेजा मूवी में, तो वो भी शेड होगा, ये भी शेड होगा। सिर्फ वो प्लास्टिक का पूल जो मिलता है वो शेड नहीं होगा। देर इज नो ट्री इन दिस वर्ल्ड विच डजंट शेड। एवरग्रीन इसीलिए बोला जाता है कि लाइक एज वी फाइंड मल्टीपल स्पीसी, बहुत सारा स्पीसी, थाउजेंड्स ऑफ स्पीसीज, एवरी ट्री डजंट शेड इन द सेम मंथ। एक शेड होगा जनवरी में, एक शेड होगा मार्च में, एक शेड होगा जून में। सो एज वी हैव this multiple species, the shading doesn't happen together. So when the shading doesn't happen together, what will happen? हर बार आप जब ऊपर से देखो evergreen forestries मिलेंगे. So tropical rain forestries are evergreen just because they doesn't shade their leaves together as they have multiple species growth. Point number 1. Point number 2. These are very dense that even sunlight doesn't reach. Anaconda movie देखे आपने? Anaconda. So उसमें when they will like they lost their boat and एक बंदे को बुलाएगा, फिर वो बोट ब्लास्ट होगा, दे टेंड टू वॉक इन द जंगल. डू यू सी द डार्कनेस विच यू वुड बी ऑब्जर्विंग? सो द डार्कनेस इज द रिजेंबलेंस ऑफ सनलाइट नॉट रीचिंग द ग्राउंड सरफेस. जब सनलाइट रीच नहीं होगा फोटोसिंथेसिस होगा, सो फोटोसिंथेसिस नहीं होगा. प्लांट जो नीचे रहेंगे छोटे मोटे, वुड दे ग्रो? नो. वी शैल हैव लेस प्लांट, वी शैल हैव प्लांट अंडर ग्रोथ. सो जो प्लांट को दिमाग है वो क्या करेगा? इट रिले अपॉन द नेक्स्ट ट्री, एपीफाइट्स, सो दैट इट कैन रीच टू सनलाइट. एंड वो एपीफाइट शाने, ट्री देड़ शाने. एज एपीफाइट इज क्लाइंबिंग, ट्री ऑल्सो स्टार्ट्स raising its height. The average height is 80 meter of the tree. They have different storages, like different heights, but average height is 80 meter. Are you getting this point, everyone? एग्रीकल्चर तो पॉसिबल नहीं है, ज़्यादा बारिश होगा, मार्शी लैंड. बट दोज ट्राइब्स हु लिव इन दिस रीजन, दे स्टिल प्रैक्टिस दिस शिफ्टिंग कल्टिवेशन. दैट इज द मोस्ट एडवांस्ड मेथड for those tribes who are living in this particular region. So the tribes who are located across different parts of the world, उसका नाम याद रख लीजिए. इंडिया में जितने भी ट्राइब्स है उसका रीजन्स याद रख लीजिए. चांसेस आर देयर क्वेश्चंस फ्रॉम ट्राइब्स माइट बी कमिंग. मेरा ये गेस है, लाइक क्वेश्चंस फ्रॉम डिफरेंट ट्राइब्स, लाइक बुशमैन ट्राइब, लाइक इंडियाना ट्राइब्स. ऐसे बहुत सारे ट्राइब्स है वर्ल्ड लेवल पे. Do remember the different tribes of world and exclusively India. Okay. And the vegetation which is present over here, that tends to give hardwood, but that hardwood is not commercially exploitable, because like as multiple species growth are found, एक एक काट के जाएंगे तो बहुत बन जाएंगे वहाँ पे मल्टीपल स्पीसीज. वहाँ मार्केट में डू यू थिंक लाइक जब हम उससे कुछ फर्नीचर बनाएंगे, बैट बनाएंगे, है ना, बैट का आधा हिस्सा एक ट्री से और एक आधा हिस्सा एक ट्री से, वैसे कभी डिमांड नहीं रहेगा उसको. व्हाट जनरली विल हैपन, दैट्स व्हाई दे अवॉइड द कमर्शियल एक्सप्लॉयटेशन. दे जनरली यूज द वुड फॉर लोकल डोमेस्टिक यूसेजेस एंड फॉर फ्यूल. दैट्स इट. वन इज मल्टीपल स्पीसी ग्रोथ अवेलेबल है, इसीलिए इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल फॉर कमर्शियल एक्सप्लॉयटेशन. पॉइंट नंबर 2, डेंस एरिया, लाइक अनाकोंडा विनाकोंडा मिल जाएगा बीच में काटते टाइम पे, तो इट इज़ वेरी रिस्की, पीपल डोंट गो देर. ट्राइबल्स लिव देर, वेरी स्पेर्सली डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड. वी डोंट फाइंड हाई अमाउंट ऑफ पॉपुलेशन, नो लेबर. इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर लेकर जाना बहुत मुश्किल है. लेके भी गया तो पुष्पा की जैसा रिवर तो नहीं मिलेगा उसको डालने के लिए, है ना. ट्रांसपोर्टेशन चाहिए ना, उसको उठाएंगे कैसे हार्डवुड को. सो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन बॉटलनेक्स. तो ऑल दीज रीजन्स मेड दिस पर्टिकुलर हार्डवुड नॉट टू बी कमर्शियली एक्सप्लॉयटेड. ओके. So ये इक्वेटोरियल की कहानी है. बट दिस इक्वेटोरियल रीजन्स when they are exploited, when they came under the aspect of Europeans, with the entry of Europeans, plantation agriculture started in European region, like coffee, tea, rubber. That's why if you see the equatorial countries are leading producers. Malaysia, they are leading producers of teak timber, clear, natural rubber. Brazil is leading producer of coffee, clear. So in this way, the plantation agriculture started with the entry of Europeans, otherwise it might not have been started. Is this clear for everyone? Done. Next, coming to desert type of climate. Desert का reasons बताओ जल्दी 5. What are the reasons? Fast. Continentality, very good. Next. Descending air column. Next. Offshore trade winds. Next. Cold oceanic current. Next. Rain shadow region. Sixth reason, human activity. Human activity. So, deserts generally they are located on the west. Generally we have two types of deserts. Hot and dry desert, mid latitude desert or cold desert. So, deserts में temperature का हिस्सा अगर देखें, generally many people calculate the desert on temperature basis itself, but that's not right. Deserts experience some unique things. Temperatures are uniquely driven over there, but many people don't know it. Desert में सुबह जितना गर्मी होगा, रात को उतना ठंडा लगेगा. So mornings are bright and sunny and hot, nights are cool. The reason behind it is the open deserts, as they take the insolation, they also radiate the heat back that fastly. That's why if you travel along the deserts in the nights, so you will find very less temperatures. मैं एक बहुत गंदा एक्सपीरियंस हुआ था डेजर्ट में, अभी वो शेयर नहीं करूँगा टाइम के हिसाब से, बट वन ऑफ द वर्स्ट एक्सपीरियंसेस अजमेर में. सो सुबह टेम्परेचर वॉज 46 डिग्री एंड नाइट टेम्परेचर वॉज समवेयर अराउंड 17-18 डिग्री. तो उतना ज़्यादा डिफरेंस का टेम्परेचर था. सो डेजर्टिफाइड रीजन्स जनरली एक्सपीरियंस हाईएस्ट डायरनल रेंजेस. ओके, रेनफॉल डेजर्ट में क्या ही रहेगा? नो रेनफॉल, लेस देन 25 सेंटीमीटर. वर्ल्ड में द ड्राइएस्ट डेजर्ट अटाकामा 5 सेंटीमीटर रेनफॉल. हाथ लगाए तो हाथ में बूंद गिरेंगे. 1 2 3 4. ड्राइएस्ट डेजर्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड अटाकामा डेजर्ट. सर व्हाई इट इज ड्राइएस्ट? व्हाट इज द रीजन? अटाकामा इज ब्लॉक्ड विथ एवरीथिंग. ट्रॉपिक ऑफ कैप्रिकॉर्न के ऊपर डिसेंडिंग एयर कॉलम, ऑफशोर ट्रेड विंड, वेस्टर्न मार्जिन, एटलीस्ट कोस्टल एरिया पे कुछ तो कुछ बारिश मिलने का चांस है. कोल्ड ओशनिक करंट, मतलब सब रूट्स आर ब्लॉक्ड, सो दैट्स व्हाई बारिश गिरेगा ही नहीं. द वर्ल्ड्स ड्राइएस्ट डेजर्ट अटाकामा डेजर्ट. क्लियर? सो इसका डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन तो मैंने बोला था आपको, टू मार्क द लोकेशंस सो दैट एनी क्वेश्चन विच इज कमिंग फ्रॉम दैट you can attempt it very effectively. Coming to the vegetation of desert, ज़्यादा बारिश नहीं है, ज़्यादा टेम्परेचर है, तो एडेप्टेशन चाहिए. सो एडेप्टेशन के लिए द ओनली प्रीडोमिनेंट वेजिटेशन इज ज़ेरोफाइट, विच इज अ ड्रॉट रेसिस्टेंट श्रब. मतलब जब ड्रॉट कंडीशंस आएंगे, नहीं तो ड्रॉट कंडीशंस रहेंगे वहां पे, द प्लांट मोल्ड्स इटसेल्फ ऑफ हैविंग डीपर रूट्स, ऑफ मोल्डिंग द लीव्स इनटू थॉर्न्स, so that much transpiration doesn't happen. Such kind of cactus, bubble, date palms generally grow within the desertified region. वो date palms जो मिलेंगे, कीमिया dates, ये पानी लेंगे ground water से. Those particular date palms generally will have the deeper roots, and वो deeper roots जो भी हैं अंदर जाके पानी उठा के लेके आएंगे. Clear? The drop by drop water they will try to create these particular date palms. Generally date palm plantation जो होगा, have you ever ate this कीमिया दुबई डेट? ये दुबई में नहीं है, बालापुर में है उसका कंपनी. उसको साफ सफाई करके सर्फ वर्फ में डाल के आपको शाइनी शाइनी देंगे. कीमिया डेट्स दे डजंट ओरिजिनली कम फ्रॉम दुबई. डू यू नो दिस? मेनी पीपल खाते हुए बोले कि लाइक वाओ डेट्स दुबई से आ रहे हैं. मतलब दुबई में कितने डेट्स बन रहे हैं टू डिस्ट्रीब्यूट ऑल अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड? दे आर नॉट फ्रॉम दुबई. बालापुर सिग्नल से राइट ले लो, थर्ड लेफ्ट में बिल्डिंग मिलेगा आपको, है ना. सो दोज पर्टिकुलर डेट्स इफ यू सी, दे हैव सॉफ्ट टेक्सचर, राइट. सो इनसाइड इट वी विल हैव द वाटरी नेचर. सो दैट पर्टिकुलर डेट palms जनरली आर ग्रोन अलोंग ओएसिस, जहाँ पे भी स्मॉल लेक्स और पॉन्ड्स विच आर अवेलेबल इन द डेजर्ट्स, वहाँ पे मिलेंगे. ठीक है, सो ये थोड़ा याद रख लीजिए. एंड डेजर्ट्स जनरली आर मिनरल रिसोर्स रिच जोन्स, बट एक्सप्लॉयटेशन बिकम्स डिफिकल्ट ड्यू टू हार्श क्लाइमेट्स. दैट्स इट. कमिंग टू सवाना, सवाना का मतलब है ये वेस्टर्न मार्जिन हो गया ट्रॉपिकल का, दिस इज कॉन्टिनेंटल मार्जिन। सवाना का मतलब है ग्रासलैंड, ट्रॉपिकल ग्रासलैंड। द सवाना टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट विच इज देयर, दैट इज ट्रॉपिकल ग्रासलैंड, एंड दिस सवाना टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट एक्ट्स एज ट्रांजिशन जोन between the desert type of climate and equatorial type of climate. Okay, so sir grassland ही क्यों? Because of continental nature, rainfall ज़्यादा गिरेगा नहीं, कम गिरेगा नहीं. So rainfall extends between 80 to 150 सेंटीमीटर. जो desert margin पे है वहाँ पे 80, जो इक्वेटोरियल मार्जिन पे है वहाँ पे 150. The rainfall varies between 80 to 150. That's why most dominantly we shall be finding huge amount of grasslands, and these savanna in and around Venezuela region, they are known as llanos. llanos वेनेजुएला में उसको llanos बोलेंगे, ब्राजील में कंपास बोलेंगे, ओके, अफ्रीका में सवाना बोलेंगे, इंडिया में इंडियन सवाना, ऑस्ट्रेलिया में ऑस्ट्रेलिया सवाना, ओके, ज़्यादा नाम नहीं है, इंडिया में इंडियन सवाना, अफ्रीका में सवाना, एंड यस सर, हाँ बर्निंग ग्रासलैंड, उसको सवाना नहीं बोलेंगे, सवाना प्लस कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ सेमी एरिड एबो, सो उसको कंप्लीट सवाना वी कांट से. इफ वी वांट टू से कंप्लीट सवाना देन वाइल्ड लाइफ हैव टू कम इनटू पिक्चर. सो कंप्लीट सवाना बोल नहीं सकते, इट इज कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ सेमी एरिड प्लस सवाना, ठीक है. एंड दिस सवाना टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट विच इज देयर across the world level, it is best extended in Sudan as a region. So that's why the savanna type of climate is also considered as Sudan type of climate. Savanna climate also considered as Sudan type of climate. Okay. And if you see the most interesting fact regarding with savanna, it is not only with savanna, it is with savanna, steppe and Siberian. 3S. 3S में सेम कहानी है, that is extremes of climate due to continentality. Yesterday I was discussing the continentality. तो वो continentality की वजह से सवाना, स्टेपी, साइबेरिया, these regions they generally experience extremes of climate. So this savanna experiences bit high diurnal ranges and high annual ranges also. Okay, extremes of climate का मतलब extreme diurnal range, extreme annual range of temperature. And this savanna having the open grasslands, mostly dominated with grasslands due to moderate rainfall. Here and there you shall be finding scattered trees. Okay, trees are there but only scattered trees are visible here. So in these regions we shall be having dry grasses which generally go under forest fires. So those forest fires doesn't allow the plant to germinate into a tree. So those plants are died at the base level itself. That's why most of these grasslands are known for the wildfires. Clear? Wildfires जो भी होंगे, so most of these particular grasslands are known for it. And this savanna in India is not separately distributed. It is having the correlation along with semi-arid climate in the Rajasthan, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Telangana and Karnataka. So these regions in India generally experiences semi-arid climates. So savanna is also attached with this semi-arid climates in India. So due to these particular grasslands which are there within savanna, they shall provide us open regions for hunting. That's the reason why most of the wildlife across the world, they are attached with this particular savanna grasslands. If you have seen the movie of that Life of Ram का movie क्या है वो जानू, so उसमें पागल की तरह घूमता रहता है, सब समानता है ना हीरोइन, so कितने पागल बनेंगे उसके पीछे. So in that the picturization of the introduction song, I think so Vijay Sethupathi has also did the same movie background में 96 है ना. So the same movie which you see in that introduction song जो है, so उसका पीछे everything what I have shot, that is completely savanna type of climate, entirely the grasslands and the scattered trees. Okay, usually known for wildlife. That's the reason why those countries which have savanna type of climate, those regions are called as big game countries also. Those regions which are having the savanna type of climate, those regions are called as big game countries. Okay, got this point everyone? Next, coming to monsoonal or marine type of climate. Sir, दो नाम क्यों लिखे? हाँ, only Indian subcontinent within the tropics will experience monsoon. Rest of the eastern margins of the world, eastern Brazil, eastern Africa, Caribbean group of island, they experience marine type of climate. Monsoon is only typical to India and it's a subcontinent, that's it. Why? Because the ITCZ shift, the monsoonal winds shifting and coming doesn't happen everywhere. That's why it is only attached to India. The rest eastern margins of the tropics, they generally tend to experience marine climate. Sir, अंतर क्या है? Difference. The major difference is monsoonal climate is seasonal. We shall have clear cut hot and dry seasons like wet seasons. क्रिस्टल क्लियर वेट सीजन है, समर सीजन है, विंटर है, रेनफॉल सीजन है. सो क्लियर कट मॉनसूनल सीजन्स आर देयर इन मॉनसून, बट इन मेराइन क्लाइमेट वी डोंट हैव क्लियर कट सीजन. Rainfalls almost are throughout the year because as they are eastern margins, they are under the influence of trade winds. So these trade winds generally make the rainfall to occur in this region. Only difference is the rainfall. As the rainfall differs, vegetation differs. In the monsoonal region, we have deciduous forestry. In the marine region, you shall be having, yes sir. So monsoon region में deciduous मिलेंगे, ज़्यादा deciduous, 65% deciduous मिलेंगे. Marine climate में bit more luxuriant vegetation because like rainfall is throughout the year. These are the only differences, the rest is same. In both, again agriculture become the primary economic activity, and these regions of monsoon and marine climate where they are present, they experience huge amount of density of population, and that high density of population has given huge amount of primary activities to thrive. Are you getting this point? So in this way, this monsoon and marine climate will behave. Got this point? Coming to this margin, the 30 to 45 degree latitude, ये इक्वेटोरियल बन गया, ये ट्रॉपिकल हो गया, and this region between 30 to 45, it is called as warm temperate region. जो 35 to 45 डिग्री लैटिट्यूड के बीच में है, that is called as warm temperate region. Are you getting this point? So this warm temperate region में तीन क्लाइमेट है, and हो सकता है डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन आ जाए, which of the following are western margin climates? ये तीन, continental, eastern, western warm temperate, cool temperate, tropical. डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन आ जाएगा. इतने सारे पढ़ने के बाद सिर्फ ओपन क्वेश्चन लाइक व्हाट इज ए फॉर एप्पल या बी फॉर बास्केट बोल के. सो हो सकता है समटाइम्स लक माइट फेवर अस, बट वी माइट फाइंड दीज क्वेश्चंस आल्सो. In this, the western margin which we are trying, that is Mediterranean type of climate. So within the Mediterranean type of climate, if you see, we shall be having huge amount of influence, like the Mediterranean region. I have given the assignment like to mark out the countries which are bordering the Mediterranean Sea. Mediterranean climate is distributed in and around Mediterranean Sea, वो तो 100% true. Apart from that, rest of the western margins of the world between 30 to 45 degree latitude. In North America में यहाँ पे कैलिफोर्निया, साउथ अमेरिका में चिली, सेंट्रल चिली में, थोड़ा बहुत ऑस्ट्रेलिया में, थोड़ा बहुत न्यूजीलैंड, ये रीजन्स में we shall be finding this particular Mediterranean type of climate. The most important point you have to remember regarding with this Mediterranean type of climate is these regions, they experience generally we shall have hot and wet summers, cool and dry winters in most of the climates of the world. But it is only Mediterranean region, this type of climate, which shall experience warm and dry winters, warm and dry summers, cool and wet winters. It means these regions experience winter maxima rainfall. These regions, they tend to experience winter maxima rainfall. Very, very important, sir. Winter maxima rainfall is experienced in this particular location. Winter maxima rainfall, very, very important, sir. Got this point, everyone clear with this? So due to this winter maxima rainfall in this region, vegetation is scattered, deciduous vegetation, same like monsoon. Rainfall winter में होगा तो seasonally हो रहा है, तो vegetation is obviously deciduous in nature. But यहाँ पे tropical deciduous, this is subtropical deciduous or temperate deciduous forest. मतलब subtropical और temperate we keep under the same category. So this Mediterranean type of climate में जो याद रखना है आपको, that is due to this winter maxima rainfall, huge amount of citrus plantation would be done. Grapes, lemon, oranges, olive, strawberry, most of the citrus fruits would be grown. So grapes खा खा के थक गए, फिर किशमिश बना दिए, किशमिश भी खा खा के थक गए, finally उसको wine बना दिए. So that process of grape into wine, that economic activity, उसको हम viticulture बोलते हैं. We call it as viticulture, which is the primary economic activity over here around the Mediterranean climate that you have to remember. ठीक है? So ज़्यादा कुछ याद रखने का नहीं है, सिर्फ वाइन बॉटल है, शैम्पेन, बोर्डक्स वाइन, पोर्ट वाइन, प्रिंस पोर्ट वाइन, वो जो भी वाइन है, ये सारे मेडिटेरेनियन टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट. इंडिया में सच टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट इज अवेलेबल इन नासिक, इसीलिए नासिक इज फेमस फॉर दैट मदिरा वाइन. जो इंडिया में एक ही वाइन मिलेगा मदिरा, बाहर से जो आता है श्रीलंका से वो सोला वाइन, लोकल देसी दारू मिलता है वो 200 रुपये बॉटल. सो दैट मैक्सिमम वाइन मैन्युफैक्चर हैपेंस इन नासिक बिकॉज ऑफ द ग्रेप कल्टिवेशन देयर. देन नेक्स्ट इज स्टेपी. फिर कॉन्टिनेंटल आया. कॉन्टिनेंटल मतलब एक्सट्रीम ऑफ क्लाइमेट, हॉट समर, कूल विंटर, ऐसा और नो. कॉन्टिनेंटल नेचर, बारिश ज्यादा गिरेगा, नो, moderate rainfall, and these particular steppes are distributed in various locations of the world, and these names which are there to these steppes, they have to be remembered. They are called as prairies in North America, pampas in Argentina, belts in South Africa, steppes in Russia, pustaj in Hungary, downs in Australia. Again I am repeating, नॉर्थ अमेरिका में प्रेरीज बोलेंगे, अर्जेंटीना में पंपास बोलेंगे उसको, साउथ अमेरिका में वेल्ट्स बोलेंगे, VLDTZ और S, रशिया में स्टेपीज बोलेंगे, हंगरी में पुस्ताज बोलेंगे, PUSTAZ, एंड ऑस्ट्रेलिया में डाउन्स. Got this point, everyone? Got this point clear? Everyone clear with this? So in this way, the steppes are distributed across the world. So same, steppes and savanna same, but thoda बहुत differences हैं. Savanna grass grows like elephant. This doesn't grow like elephant. They are very small, but they are nutritious. Steppe छोटा grass है, nutritious है. Savanna it grows very long, but not nutritious. Are you getting this? So due to this nutritional availability, ये जितने भी स्टेपी ग्रासेस हैं, they have been cut and converted into agricultural lands to grow wheat and maize. Wheat for human consumption, maize for fodder. ठीक है. अगर अमेरिका में ये प्रायरी बेल्ट जो में है, यहाँ पे देखेंगे wheat and maize cultivation is very very high. Wheat for human consumption, maize for fodder. So due to this excess production which happens in this steppe zone, we call this particular region as food baskets of the world. We call this particular region as food baskets of the world. The steppes, wherever they are there, they are called as food baskets of the world. Do remember this, very very important. Okay. नेक्स्ट इज चाइना गल्फ नटाल. सर 3 नाम क्यों? मॉनसून में 2 नाम क्यों? बिकॉज दे डिफर इन द क्लाइमेटिक एस्पेक्ट. हियर क्लाइमेट इज सेम, एवरीथिंग इज सेम. चाइना गल्फ नटाल which is eastern, warm temperate eastern margin, but the source of rainfall is different. China type of climate experiences in South China and most part of China and South Korea and South Japan. Gulf type of climate is experienced around Gulf of Mexico, North America. Natal type is experienced in South America. Natal actually is a province in South Africa region. So वो नटाल प्रोविंस जो है वहाँ पे थोड़ा ब्राज़ील में, थोड़ा ऑस्ट्रेलिया में नटाल टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट. एवरीथिंग इज सेम, ओनली सोर्स ऑफ रेनफॉल. सोर्स ऑफ रेनफॉल इन चाइना टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट, इफ यू सी, चाइना एक्सपीरियंसेस समर रेनफॉल थ्रू साउथ ईस्ट मानसून. मानसूनल विंड्स जो भी हैं वो चाइना तक रीच होंगे. लेट समर्स में चाइना एक्सपीरियंसेस रेनफॉल थ्रू टाइफून्स. एंड इन विंटर्स चाइना एक्सपीरियंसेस फ्रॉम टेम्परेट साइक्लोन, है ना. टेम्परेट साइक्लोन विंटर में फॉर्म होगा. सेम कमिंग टू गल्फ ऑफ मेक्सिको रीजन, द गल्फ टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट. दैट रीजन एक्सपीरियंसेस रेनफॉल इन समर from warm oceanic current called as Gulf Stream that you will learn once we start oceanography. If you know it, that's fine. Gulf Stream, and along with that particular Gulf Stream, it experiences cyclonic rainfalls during late summers from hurricanes, and same temperate cyclones will be creating rainfalls in the USA region around the Gulf of Mexico. So differ हो रहे हैं source of rain. In Natal region in the South America, the rainfall shall be experienced in the southern hemisphere throughout the year through trade winds. Through trade winds. Okay, through trade winds. So, ये trade winds है. This is from warm oceanic current, hurricanes and temperate cyclone. This is from typhoons, southeastern monsoon, temperate cyclone. है ना? So, rainfall is occurring throughout the year. Vegetation is luxuriant throughout the year. Every agricultural crop grows throughout the year. Economic activity is agriculture. Vegetation is luxuriant. Bamboo vegetation, deciduous forestry, evergreen forestry, everything is there. But only difference is source of rainfall. So that's why we have divided the name. That's it. Apart from that, nothing is there. Done? Is it clear until now? Now, यहाँ पे आ जाओ. British type of climate. Most of the northwestern Europe, British Columbia province in North America, southern Chile, and some portions of New Zealand and Australia, Tasmania region. They will experience British type of climate. Africa में नहीं रहेगा क्योंकि land नहीं है. Very simple logic. British type of climate will experience some clear-cut seasons, hot, warm summers, cool winters, and it is under the influence of westerlies. They generally tend to receive rainfall, and the vegetation is temperate deciduous forestry because of seasonal rainfall. Very simple. But one more interesting thing is primary economic activity. Here, as this particular region is located somewhat in cool temperate zone, post 45-50 degree latitude, every primary economic activity doesn't suit to that particular region. So what will happen in this particular Britain region is, we shall find the vegetation which is deciduous, which has social species growth. Social species growth का मतलब, we will only find one species for longer distances. Clear? So उसको हम social species growth और gregariousness बोलेंगे. Typical geographical term, gregariousness. Or social species growth, very simple. So you might have seen all the romantic songs which they shoot in Tollywood, Bollywood. तो उसके पीछे जो पेड़ देखते हैं, like all the trees, all will be in the same color. Allu Arjun the movie in the end, नी कालम पटकुंटे एलम पटकुंटा. So in that, have you seen the background? Ala Vaikuntapuram. That is what the movie of Mr. Allu Arjun, right? So in that movie, if you have observed, that has been shot in Europe. Many songs which they shoot in Europe, आप हीरो हीरोइन को मत देखो अब यूपीएससी प्रिपरेशन में, उसका पीछे देखो. deciduous forestry मिलेगा, social species growth मिलेगा. So that social species growth will give us commercially space for exploitation. So no. So what will happen is along this particular zone, rather than any other economic activity, this lumbering is important economic activity along all these zones. वो Siberian में, Laurentian में, you will find the lumbering as important economic activity. But Britain में lumbering becomes more effective because most of the population out of these three lives here. Because Britain type of climate जो है, that is the best suitable habitat for human beings to live. अगर आपका लास्ट डेज आपको कहीं गुजरना है तो जाके ब्रिटिश टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट में यू एंड योर लाइफ इफ यू वांट आफ्टर 60 ईयर जो पेंशन मिलेगा, पेंशन शायद अभी नहीं है, सो ऑल योर सेविंग्स यू स्पेंड देयर बिकॉज द मोस्ट ड्रास्टिक गुड क्लाइमेट. इंग्लैंड में हैव यू सीन अ क्रिकेट मैच, व्हेनेवर अ क्रिकेट मैच हैपेंस इन लॉर्ड्स व्हेन जेम्स एंडरसन बॉल्स, अजिंक्य रहाणे हिट्स, तो ऑलमोस्ट स्मूथ प्लेजेंट साउंड आएगा वो, मतलब you won't find any gusty sound rather than that. People tend to clap. वही वांकेड़े में देखिए, बॉल भी हवा में, हवा भी हवा में, लोग भी हवा में, हाँ प्लेयर्स भी हवा में, है ना. ऑल द डिस्टर्बेंसेस, गस्टी डिस्टर्बेंसेस यू ऑब्जर्व. श्रीलंका में देखो और पागल बन जाएंगे आप मैच देख देख. वो गणेश चतुर्थी के टंगे वो पी 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 लाएंगे तो वो बॉल से भी ज्यादा वो साउंड ज्यादा आएगा वो श्रीलंका में, प्रेमदासा स्टेडियम, वो स्टेडियम में. सो वेरी सुटेबल क्लाइमेट्स आर प्रेजेंट इन ब्रिटेन. दैट्स व्हाई मोस्ट ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन सेटल्ड देयर अराउंड ब्रिटेन टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट. लंबरिंग का मतलब है वुड कटिंग एंड वुड प्रोसेसिंग इनटू डिफरेंट गुड्स लाइक स्पोर्ट्स, फर्नीचर, पेपर. एज दे आर सॉफ्टवुड दे विल गिव पेपर. इंग्लिश विलो, क्रिकेट बैट्स, डू यू नो दैट? अपने पास कश्मीर विलो लोकल, अपने पास तो लोकल हैदराबाद विलो भी मिलेगा, है ना. सो लोकल लकड़ी से बनाएंगे, वो रईत बाजार के पास 30-40 रुपए का बैट, तो उससे बॉल मारेंगे तो बॉल भी गुस्सा में चले जाएगा, बैट को नहीं लगेगा, है ना. सो इंग्लिश विलो बैट्स जनरली इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर्स यूज ऑफ वेरी हाई कॉस्ट विच आर मेड फ्रॉम सॉफ्ट विलोज. सो हाई अमाउंट ऑफ डिमांड इज देयर एंड सिस्टमेटिक लंबरिंग इज डन. ऐसा नहीं कि जाओ पेड़ काट के आ जाओ. They cut in winters. Why? Because they will take the advantage of river. Generally, these regions being cooler regions, rivers tend to freeze. So, they will cut the wood in winter. They will place on frozen river. And once the summer starts, when the river melts, this wood slowly comes down the slope free of cost, no transportation. And directly here they will establish industry and they will process the goods during summer. Again winter वहाँ पे जाएंगे. इसको lumbering बोलेंगे and इसको जो करेगा इसको lumberjacks बोलेंगे. Systematic lumbering they will do. The number of trees they cut, the number of trees they reforest. Trees are cut only at specific ages and they will take the advantage of rivers. So this is the primary economic activity which happens in this region. Apart from that, as agriculture is not prominent, horticulture started here. That has distributed all across the world. Horticulture is a branch of agriculture which deals with the special design of cultivating plants, flowers, vegetable. जो कलर में चाहिए उस कलर में आम मिल जाएगा आपको, मतलब वो horticulture की branch है ना. So the same falls here. Siberian type of climate, it is not extended in southern hemisphere, land नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है. So Siberian type of climate, sometimes it is also referred as taiga type of climate also. So this Siberian type of climate दो regions में extended है. One is Canada, one is central Russia. कुछ भी नहीं है. Extremes of climate and these are the coldest regions. Nothing is there. Sparsely populated. Vegetation is there. Vegetation here is coniferous forestry. The reason why we have coniferous forestry is the common form of precipitation, the snowfall which generally occurs, that particular snowfall to have a slippery slope, the trees have molded themselves into a cone shaped structure. That single belt of coniferous forest trees in Russia, they are called as taiga. Taiga. There also lumbering is economic activity, but bad बनाएंगे तो खेलेंगे कौन? So sparsely populated extremes of climate, no other economic activity is possible. Most of the resources are untouched, unexploited. So one of the best biodiversity regions. Done. यहाँ पे भी same. But in Laurentian climate, if you see the distribution, Eastern Canada, Northeastern USA, Northern Japan, Northern Korea, Eastern Russia. Okay, world map के हिसाब से बोल रहा हूँ. So Laurentian में भी same. Rainfall, windfall सब कुछ same. But lumbering से भी बेहतर. They do fishing as important economic activity. Why they will be doing fishing? Once we discuss the oceanic currents, we shall discuss. Along the cold and warm oceanic currents, we have the confluence. And polar and tundra region में कुछ भी नहीं है. North pole, south pole, ice sheet covered, penguin. जाएंगे तो वही रिसीव करेंगे हारत कर पकड़ के. मतलब कोई नहीं है वहाँ पे. Yes or no? So no vegetation, desertified region. Mosses and lichens which grow on bare rocks, they are the primordial vegetation over there. अगर हम गए तो इग्लू में रहना पड़ेगा. So कुछ भी नहीं है, क्वेश्चन तो आएगा नहीं उसमें. So बाकी तो याद रख लो. Okay, everyone clear with this? Everyone? Shall we move further? Move further. What's the time? 35. Okay, we still have time. Oceanography जो भी है, every year they tend to ask at least one question from this particular oceanography. उसमें oceanic bottom relief is the first aspect which you have to learn. So the first relief feature under the water, where we walk into the beach, when we go to the beach, the place where we walk into the water, उसको हम continental shelf बोलेंगे. Continental shelf का मतलब है the first immediate offshore relief feature which is there, जिसमें हम पैर रख के walking कर सकते हैं, डेयरिंग से थोड़ा दूर तक, और आगे जाएंगे तो फोटो व्हाट्सएप पे लगेगा नेक्स्ट डे. Continental shelf. So this continental shelf which is there, it has very gentle slope. So ये gentle slope की वजह से somewhere around the slope would be between 1 degree to 2 degree. Due to this, we shall be having sedimental deposition. So sediments की deposition की वजह से what will happen in this particular zone is, minerals are mostly found along continental belt. Point number 1. Point number 2, continental shelves have average depth of 200 meter, which is called as photic zone. What is photic zone? The place where sunlight reaches. So sunlight reaching, photosynthetic activity. Photosynthetic activity, those who are dependent upon plants, herbivores, they come. So this region is highly rich in biodiversity. They constitute 60% of the total oceanic biodiversity. तो बायोडाइवर्सिटी इतना है तो मरेंगे तो उसके नीचे ही जाएंगे. सो ऑब्वियसली एनर्जी रिसोर्सेस, दैट्स व्हाई मोस्ट ऑफ द कॉन्टिनेंटल शेल्फ्स आर वेरी रिच इन ऑयल बेसिन्स. जहां पे भी देखो इन इंडिया में भी आलिया बेट, बेसिन, मुंबई हाई, ऑल दीज बेल्ट्स along the western coastal belts, they are rich in energy resources. Okay, the next belt which is attached adjacent to the continental shelf. So continental shelf width we can't say कितना width हो सकता है, we can't justify, because like the width of the continental shelf varies from place to place. अगर कोस्ट पे प्लेन है, width is broader. अगर कोस्ट पे प्लेन नहीं है, माउंटेन है, width is narrower. Are you getting this point, everyone? So the next aspect is continental slope. Do you think anything stops here? Sediments, इसका inclined angle, average angle is 45 degree. The sedimental deposition happens here? No, it is not rich in mineral resource. And it is beyond 200 meter. Sunlight will reach, photosynthetic activity, fishes would come. So that's why this region itself is not rich and not important for us. But it acts as transitional zone between continental area and oceanic basin. Continental basin and oceanic basin, it acts as a transitional area. That's it. Apart from that, nothing is going to happen here. But ये सारे sediment नीचे adjust हो जाएंगे. Yes or no? They tend to accumulate at the foot of continental slope. Foot of continental slope. Okay. So, and when they tend to deposit at the foot of continental slope, they resemble continental rays. This is again very rich in mineral resources. Like polymetallic nodules. Have you ever heard? Manganese nodules or polymetallic nodules. India has recently got the permission to dig the manganese nodules and polymetallic nodules from the deeper Indian Ocean. But infrastructure नहीं है, फिर रिलायंस को देना पड़ेगा, वो फिर जियो की तरह करेगा फिर, है ना. So in this regard, continental rays polymetallic nodules are available, but deep mining is not that commercially viable. It takes huge amount of infrastructure, investment, maintenance, ये सारे रहेंगे. But जब लैंड में खत्म होगा, then no choice बचेगा, we have to use that. Is this clear until now? Next is mid-oceanic ridge. Everyone know how mid-oceanic ridge is formed. Divergent plate boundary, volcanism, basaltic eruption, basic lava. Mid-oceanic ridge, Atlantic ridge कल हमने डिस्कस किया था. Island arc पता है सबको? At convergent plate boundary, oceanic collision, one collision subducts under the other plate. Volcanism onto the opposite slab. Islands like Japan, Indonesia, Philippine group of island arc. Sea mounts अभी अभी raise हो रहा है, पता नहीं क्या होगा. If we live for 1 million year, then we will come to know. अगर इसके ऊपर erode हुआ तो गयाउट, and अगर नीचे गया तो trench. Hope everyone know how the trenches are formed. Trenches, subduction margin, oceanic collision, oceanic continent collision. Does the trench formation happen in continental collision? No, very good. So this is how the oceanic bottom relief in general would be there. And the rest of the plain area which has been left out, it is called as abyssal plain, or simply it shall be called as deep sea plains. Simply it shall be called as deep sea plains, abyssal plains, or इसको हम क्या बोलेंगे, deep sea plains, which are very rich in rare earth elements and polymetallic nodules. ये क्लियर है. But this is different for different oceans. Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean. No need to remember. Just leave it off. Separate people who have geography as optional. Only those people remember the difference. Oceanic bottom reliefs in Pacific, Indian and Atlantic. Otherwise, only reading for general studies, leave it off. Okay. Is this clear for everyone? Done? Next, movements of oceanic water. तो इसमें waves, tides, ocean currents तीन हैं. तो how the waves would be formed is, if you see the surface water, when there shall be movement of wind on it, there shall be friction generated between them, and this friction will make the water molecules to circulate, and this circulation, it would be observed in a wavy format, where the highest portion is trough, the lowest portion is crest. Sorry, this is crest, this is trough. Reverse बोला था मैं, मेरा दिमाग उल्टा घुमा. सो क्रेस्ट एंड ट्रफ, एंड ये दोनों क्रेस्ट के बीच में जो डिस्टेंस है, दैट इज वेवलेंथ. क्रेस्ट एंड ट्रफ के बीच में जो हाइट है दैट इज वेव हाइट. वेव लेंथ इज इनवर्सली प्रोपोर्शनल टू वेव हाइट. अगर वेव हाइट ज्यादा है वेव लेंथ कम, वेव हाइट कम है वेव लेंथ ज्यादा. डन. So try to once concentrate on wave energy, okay? वेव एनर्जी उस मैकेनिज्म पे, वो हाइड्रोलिक मशीन्स जो घूमेंगे. डोंट गो डीपर, जस्ट ओवरव्यू. व्हाट काइंड ऑफ मैकेनिज्म, वो काइनेटिक एनर्जी, कौन सा एनर्जी है उसमें, वो एक बार देख लो आप. वेव एनर्जी में इंडिया का वेव एनर्जी पोटेंशियलिटी कितना है वो एक बार देख लो. ओके. Now, coming to the logic of waves and tides, what is the major difference between them? Is a high wave a tide or high tide a wave? High wave tide. No. What is the question I have asked? What is the relation between wave and tide? High wave a tide or high tide a wave? Nothing has no relation, wave and tide. अगर दोनों हाई हाई होता है तो why they will give two words? काम धंधा तो है ना, मतलब दो वर्ड देने का जरूरत नहीं था ना. Wave is not a tide, tide is not a wave. Wave is horizontal movement of water. Tide is vertical movement of water. Okay. So tide का definition है periodic rise and fall of sea level two times a day. Periodic rise and fall of sea level. Don't write two times a day, just write periodic rise and fall of sea level is called as tide. Is called as tide. Done. And these tides generally would occur due to gravitational pull of sun and moon, and also due to centrifugal force. Okay. So what is tide? उसका पीछे कहानी क्या है? ओशनिक करंट भी देखेंगे इन द नेक्स्ट लेक्चर. सेलेनिटी एक चैप्टर है बट उससे क्वेश्चंस निकलेगा नहीं, बट आई विल जस्ट गिव यू अ ग्लिम्स ऑफ सेलेनिटी ऑल्सो. दैट वी शैल कंटिन्यू द लेक्चर इन द नेक्स्ट सेशन. टुमारो फर्स्ट हाफ एन आवर we shall finish these things off, then we enter into Indian mapping, Indian physical setting, Indian drainage system, Indian climate, vegetation and soils, and different agricultural crops which are there. And I have also said that I will give you some articles which were in the news contemporarily since the last 1 year. तो उसके ऊपर आपको सेल्फ रीडिंग करना है, ठीक है. ग्रेविटेशनल पुल, बट इट इज ऑल्सो सेंट्रीफ्यूगल फोर्स विच जनरली टेंड्स टू help in the tidal impact. So here the most important aspect which you have to know is one region experiences tides 2 times a day. It shall experience the tide 2 times a day, every region, but it is not that visible. Every day we can't go and calculate what and how much exactly the tide has come. So for 2 times a day tide would be occurred. Okay, like for example, let's assume this is India, this is Africa, and what is the water body present in between them? Indian Ocean, that is Arabian Sea part is present over here. And along this Arabian Sea, if you experience tides, it would be in this way, like the water vertically increases towards the coast of India, which we are calling it as flood, or simply in a layman language we call it as high tide. And if there is a high tide on one margin of the ocean or the water body, On the other end, we shall be having low tide, that is on the African side. So this we would be calling it as ebb. And when Africa would be experiencing flood, India experiences ebb. And when again India experiences flood, Africa will be experiencing ebb. So in this way, at one particular margin on the earth's surface, we shall be experiencing tides for 2 times. We shall be experiencing tides for 2 times a day. అంటే హై టైడ్ లో టైడ్ కాదు, ఫ్లడ్ ఫర్ 2 times, ebb for 2 times. Sir, how is it possible? It is possible because of tidal bulge. We have a concept known as tidal bulge. Let's say there is gravitational pull of sun and moon. Because of that, this particular region has experienced the bulge, and because of that particular bulge, we started experiencing tide over there. But what do you think? The bulge will happen only on one side? No. For example, take a ball, press it from the top. One side from where you are applying the pressure, there obviously bulge would be there. But on the opposite side, automatically the ball will bulge. Yes or no? अगर आप स्माइली बॉल को प्रेस करेंगे ऊपर से, दोनों साइड बल्ज होगा, है ना? एक साइड बिकॉज ऑफ प्रेशर विच यू हैव अप्लाइड, and the opposite side because of the automatic pressure. In the similar way, on the earth's surface, one particular region, if it is experiencing tidal bulge because of gravitational pull of sun and moon, on the opposite side, automatically we shall be experiencing tidal bulge. And this side, the tidal bulge happens because of centrifugal force. If one portion of the earth, if it is experiencing tide because of gravitational pull of sun and moon, the opposite side shall experience the tide because of centrifugal force. It means this region, when it is experiencing tide, the same opposite face on the earth will also experience tide. For example, in India, we are experiencing tide. At the similar location, USA will also experience tide. But the tide in USA is because of centrifugal force. The tide in India is because of gravitational pull of sun and moon. Sun and moon. Okay. Next, when USA comes under the gravitational pull of sun and moon, then India will be experiencing centrifugal force. So it means India में सुबह 6 बजे टाइड आएगा, फिर शाम को 6 बजे टाइड आएगा, 12 घंटे के डिफरेंस में. Are you getting this point? Like for example, 6 AM फ्लड आया, 12 noon ebb, फिर 6 PM फ्लड, फिर 12 AM ebb, and again 6 AM flood. In this way, one particular region 4 times it experiences movement of water. The upward movement and the downward movement. We simply quote it as high tide and low tide in general terms, layman term. But in geographical language, we call it as flood and ebb. Is this concept clear? Everyone clear with this? Daily, you would experience tides. There would be no differentiation because gravitational pull of sun and moon would be there, but that might differ during different locations, but it would be there. Many idiotic people sitting in the TV9 debate during solar eclipse, lunar eclipse comment कि like ये राशि वाले बैठक पोदु है ना, कर्काटक राशि वाले बैठक बोते they shall face huge problems. Scorpio, who has the zodiac sign, if they go out, they will be meeting with accident. मतलब idiotic stuff. Moon रहे ना रहे, दिखे ना दिखे, if it is visible or not, still it experiences gravitational pull. These idiots don't know geography and they start speaking in the debate, sitting over there. But daily we shall experience tide. How many went to beach? 1, 2, many of you. Beach में कहाँ बैठेंगे? Room में? हाँ. We will sit adjacently next to the level where water is stopping. Yes or no? That is the area where we sit. So अगर आप एक आधा घंटे बैठ गए वहाँ पे, water starts hitting you. Have you observed it? Why? Is there any rainfall? Additional amount of water has happened in the ocean. Then why the water is hitting you? The reason behind it is tide. They are tides. So generally wave water tend to cross you also. Sometimes वहाँ पे जो patrolling रहेगा, it tends to give a warning sign that sea is moving back, please you come out from that particular water. That is nothing but low tide or ebb. So daily you will experience tide, चाहे वो मुंबई जाओ, गोवा जाओ, कहीं पे भी जाओ. But daily जाके measure थोड़ी करेंगे, आज 10 सेंटीमीटर का टाइड आया, क्लियर, आज 5 सेंटीमीटर का टाइड आया. So we can't measure it daily. We would be measuring it on specific days which is clearly visible. That is on the new moon day and full moon day. We shall be experiencing very good tides. So during that scenario, we shall be experiencing it very perfectly. This is one point which you have to remember. Coming to the time differentiation. Every day, the tide generally tends to delay by 52 minutes. Every day. Tide will be delayed by 52 minutes. मतलब आज अगर 6 AM को tide आया, tomorrow it is not true that it will come exactly at 6 AM. It will be coming at 6:52 AM. The tide is delayed daily by 52 minutes. Why? What is the reason? Let's say if this podium is Earth, let's say this is the portion of Gujarat. Gujarat to do one rotation and come back at this particular location, what is the time taken? 24 hours. But what do you think? The moon will stay constant waiting for Gujarat? No. Yesterday Gujarat Titans इसीलिए हार गए थे, है ना? So इसका मतलब क्या है? Moon is also rotating and revolving around this particular Earth. So moon will also travel some distance within that 24 hours. So moon generally takes 27.5 days for its one rotation and one revolution, approximately 28. Exact figure 27.5 days. मतलब एक दिन में moon might have traveled 1/27th portion. So now Gujarat, after its one rotation, is moon visible to it? Is moon exactly above it? No. So for Gujarat to come under moon, Gujarat has to travel some extra distance. So that extra distance which Gujarat travels, that is 52 minutes. So that's the reason why we shall be experiencing delay of tide by 52 minutes daily. अगर 24 आवर में 52 मिनट का डिफरेंस आ रहा है, so how about 12 hour? What shall be the difference? Half of it, 52 by half, 52 divided by 2, 26 minutes. Yes or no? It means morning if you are experiencing tide at 6 AM, evening you won't find the tide at 6 PM. Rather you will experience it at 6:26 PM. 6:26. मतलब दोनों टाइड्स के बीच में अंतर कितना है? What is the difference between two tides? It is not 12 hour, rather it is 12 hour 26 minute. 12 hour 26 minute is the diurnal frequency between two tides. 12 hour 26 minute is the diurnal frequency between two tides. Are you getting this point? Everyone? Everyone understood this? Everyone? Now, there is a concept called as tidal range, and we have many other key terms which you have to remember in tides, but you don't remember them. जितना जीएस का ज़रूरत है उतना पढ़ लीजिए, नहीं तो फिर आप ज्योतिष बन जाएंगे। टीवी ने डिबेट में बैठ के आप भी बोलेंगे कि लियो ज़ोडिएक साइन आज बाहर नहीं जाना है ना। सो वो डीप नॉलेज नहीं चाहिए, जितना क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे उतना पढ़ लीजिए, ठीक है। देयर इज अ कॉन्सेप्ट कॉल्ड एज टाइडल रेंज। What do you mean by tidal range? Tidal range is nothing but the difference of water level between flood and ebb. The difference जो flood and ebb के बीच में है, high tide and low tide के बीच में, that shall be called as tidal range. And tidal range shall differ from place to place. Tidal range shall differ from place to place, depends upon the coast, depends upon the coastal topography, amount of the water in seep, gravitational pull, ये सारे factors act करेंगे। वर्ल्ड में the highest tidal range is seen at Bay of Fundy, यहाँ पे highest tidal range मिलेगा आपको। So it is located somewhere along the eastern coast of USA, not exactly that location, सेंट लॉरेंस रिवर के नीचे। सो वहाँ पे यू फाइंड बे ऑफ फंडी। बाद में आप यूट्यूब खोल के द टाइडल टाइम लैप्स ऑफ बे ऑफ फंडी वीडियो एक बार देख लीजिए, आपको समझ में आ जाएगा लाइक टाइडल रेंज क्या होता है। लेटर ऑन वंस यू गेट टाइम यूट्यूब खोल लीजिए, टाइम लैप्स टाइड ऑफ बे ऑफ फंडी। इफ यू टाइप द फर्स्ट वीडियो विच यू विल गेट, वंस चेक इट आउट यू विल अंडरस्टैंड द क्लियर कॉन्सेप्ट। ओके, इंडिया में हाईएस्ट टाइडल रेंज happens at Gulf of Kambat, Gujarat location. Gujarat location. India में highest tidal range it occurs at Gulf of Kambat. Okay. गुजरात के नीचे जो गल्फ ऑफ कंबात है वहां पे हाईएस्ट टाइडल रेंज मिलेगा आपको। डन। यूपीएससी ने एक क्वेश्चन पूछा था, इन वन ऑफ द रीजन्स इन इंडिया the sea water recedes back and it recedes up to 5 kilometers. You can even walk on continental shelf. You can see the oceanic floor. In which of the following regions you shall experience such scenario? तो ऑप्शंस में भावनगर था, मछलीपट्टनम शायद, और एक कुछ लोकेशन था, चंडीपुर भी था। चंडीपुर is in Odisha. So many people have marked it as Bhavnagar, because feeling that obviously the tidal range is highest in Gujarat, Gulf of Kambat, तो भावनगर आंसर हो सकता है। So 95% of the population they have marked भावनगर, but मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ यूपीएससी में आपको जो आंसर लगे सही वो आंसर नहीं होता। This has happened many times. 1 or 2 questions you will find in this way. आंसर चंडीपुर था, इसको हम किटकैट क्वेश्चन बोलेंगे। तो बचपन में हम जब किटकैट खाते थे उसका व्रेपर लगा लेते थे, उसके ऊपर जीके क्वेश्चन आता था। अर्लियर व्हाट यूज्ड टू हैपन इज ही यूज्ड टू गिव ए क्वेश्चन ऑन द टॉप, आंसर इनसाइड, वो एल्यूमिनियम फॉइल जो एल्यूमिनियम का फॉइल जो है उसमें आंसर होता था। बाद में आंसर एंड क्वेश्चन सेम किटकैट के ऊपर, क्योंकि दुकान वाला कॉपी कर रहा था पूरा बिना खा के जीके क्वेश्चंस। सो वी हैड ए हैबिट ऑफ राइटिंग ऑल दिस। मुझे वो याद है लाइक चंडीपुर। So when I have given the attempt, so 2020 में शायद क्लियर वो मेरा लास्ट अटेम्प्ट था। So then I have marked भावनगर in the question paper, but OMR में मुझे कुछ इनसाइडल फीलिंग आ रहा था कि लाइक ये भावनगर आंसर नहीं हो सकता, इतना आसान तो देंगे नहीं। So somewhere एट नर्वस सिस्टम वो किटकैट का चुप गया था, वो बाहर निकला, चंडीपुर आंसर था। Clear. So Chandipur is the region which experiences highest tidal range, but Chandipur is only one location, one small position. So we can't say that it experiences highest tidal range. Region wise we calculate the tidal range. That region is Gulf of Kambat. Okay, you can see the both videos of Bay of Fundy and Gulf of Khambat. They are available in YouTube later on once you go, so that that image prints in your mind. Whenever the question comes, it becomes easy for you to solve. Okay, done. So flood and ebb के बीच में definition भी पूछेंगे थोड़े बहुत. Flood is the time span where the sea level is rising. Ebb is the time span where the sea level is decreasing. So which of the following best describes ebb? Which of the following best describes flood? मतलब ऐसे क्वेश्चन यूपीएससी में पूछा गया था ऑलरेडी सीडीएस एंड सीएपीएफ एग्जामिनेशन में, हो सकता है सिविल्स में भी पूछा जाए, है ना. नाउ कमिंग टू टाइप्स ऑफ टाइड्स. सो उसमें फॉर एग्जाम्पल दिस इज सन, moon, earth. This is a straight line position. When moon comes at this junction and this junction during the new moon day and full moon day, a straight line position को we call it as सिजगी position. सिजगी position. स्विगी मत लिखो उसको, सिजगी, the straight line position. This position is conjunction Sijgi and this position is opposite Sijgi. So during this opposite Sijgi or conjunction Sijgi, generally there shall be combined gravitational pull on earth from moon and sun. Hence, as the gravitational pull is very high on the earth from moon and sun, the tides which we would be experiencing during this particular phenomena, they are called as spring tides. The tides which we would be experiencing, they are called as spring tides. Okay. So these spring tides are generally 20% normal than higher than the normal tides, which we can observe at very highest rate. That's the reason why during new moon day and full moon day, the ports would be filled, because when the tide level would rise, the ships can allow themselves naturally into the natural harbors. Otherwise, बड़े बड़े ship वहाँ पे दूर में रुक जाते हैं. But during this new moon and full moon day, they tend to come in due to this high tide level rise. So during this particular spring tide, high tide is higher than normal, low tide is lower than normal. मतलब flood is higher than normal, ebb is lower than normal spring tide के time में. And one more position of moon would be there, that is sun, earth and moon. इस positions को हम quadrature positions बोलते हैं, like we call them as quadrature positions. And during this quadrature positions, there won't be combined gravitational pull. They are making right angle on the earth surface. Yes or no? During this, there is separate gravitational pull at different locations of the earth. Okay. So the tides which do occur during this quadrature position, they are called as neap tides. They are called as neap tides, which are 20% lower than normal. Okay. Within this neap tides, high tide would be lower than normal, low tide would be higher than normal. That is, flood will be lower, ebb will be higher. Hence, tidal range जो होगा, that shall be low. So the tidal range which we will experience during this particular neap tide, that is very low. Okay, got this point? इससे अलावा और दो टाइप के टाइड है. लाइक द नियरेस्ट पोजिशन ऑफ अर्थ टू सन इज कॉल्ड एज पेरिलियन. farthest position of earth to the sun, aphelion. Farthest position will happen on July 4th. Nearest location happens on Jan 3rd. Perihelion happens on Jan 3rd. So during the earth's closest and farthest positions, there shall be some deflection in the gravitational pull. So the tides which we would see during the perihelion and aphelion phenomena, they are called as perihelion tides and aphelion tides. Perihelion tides are higher, aphelion tides are lower. So these perihelion and aphelion tides, we generally give a name called as solar tides to it. So they are one more type of tides apart from spring and neap, perihelion and aphelion tides. There is one more type of tide, that is with respect to the earth and moon. Moon's nearest location to the earth is called as perigee. Farthest location of the moon is called as apogee. Nearest location is called as perigee. Farthest location is called as apogee. So when the moon is nearest to the earth, there shall be more gravitational pull than perigean tides. When the moon is far away from the sun, gravitational pull would be less. We shall be in relation with apogean tides. So this perigean and apogean tides together, they are considered as lunar tides. Would you remember them, everyone? Perigean, apogean, spring tides, neap tides, perihelion, aphelion tides, yes. Relatively lower to spring tides. नॉर्मल टाइड जो रोज होगा वो तो टाइड ही नहीं है, सिर्फ नॉर्मल लेवल ऑफ इंक्रीज. नीप टाइड्स ऑब्वियसली वुड बी मोर देन द डेली व्हाट यू ऑब्जर्व अलोंग द कोस्ट, बट रिलेटिवली 20% नॉर्मल, lesser than the spring tides which relatively occur. Okay, clear everyone? Clear with this? So do remember these types of tides. क्वेश्चन इसमें से ही निकलेगा. सिग्निफिकेंस ऑफ टाइड्स से तो पूछेंगे नहीं. शिप कमिंग टू द पोर्ट, टाइडल एनर्जी, फिशिंग, है ना, पानी में खेलना, ये सारे सिग्निफिकेंस है, उस पर तो क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछेंगे. बट टाइडल एनर्जी एज अ रिन्यूएबल रिसोर्स विच इज वन ऑफ द कॉम्पोनेंट. रिन्यूएबल रिसोर्सेस में सोलार, विंड, tidal energy, wave energy, hydel energy, geothermal energy, biomass energy. These concepts, as we are running to the renewable sources of energy, अपने मोदी भाई ने COP26 मीटिंग में जाके वादा करके आया 5 पटाखा, याद है? 500 गीगावाट, 33 to 45% of fossil fuel, net zero emission, increase the carbon sink to 1.5 to 2 billion. क्लियर. वो फिर COP27 में अपना फॉरेस्ट मिनिस्टर गया बड़े भाई, सो उसने कुछ बोला कि लाइक हम ये कर रहे हैं, नेशनली डिटरमाइंड कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशंस, ये सारे चुतिया पे कट के आए, तो उसमें से क्वेश्चन निकलेगा. वो एनवायरमेंटल कंसर्न है. सो ट्राई टू फोकस ऑन टाइडल, वेव, जियोथर्मल एनर्जीज. हाउएवर वो मेंस के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, प्रीलिम्स को लाइक दे आर वेरी लेस इंपॉर्टेंट. बट द इंजीनियरिंग लोकेटेड इन टाइडल एनर्जी, द इंजीनियरिंग विच हैपन्स, वो हाइड्रोलिक मशीनरीज जो है, वो जो रोटेट होते हैं, उस पर अगर क्वेश्चन पूछे छोड़ दो वो. दे आर नॉट दैट पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चंस विच जनरली आर टू बी एड्रेस्ड, क्योंकि उतना मैकेनिकल पढ़ लेंगे तो बीटेक ही कर लेते थे अच्छे, है ना. उतना वो मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग करने की जरूरत नहीं है. क्वेश्चन टाइड वाइड पे पूछे खेल लो, अदरवाइज छोड़ो. Every ball is not meant for hitting a 6. That's why Dhoni comes only for the last 2 balls, है ना, तो 6 मारने के लिए. So आप भी वही करिए, है ना. So significance, it is important for your mains perspective as a renewable source of energy. Done. Shall we move to the next component, oceanic currents? So oceanic currents which are there, they are bulk mass of water moving in a particular direction for a longer distance. जैसे रिवर फ्लोस ऑन लैंड, इन द सेम वे द वाटर इन द ओशंस टेंड टू मूव फॉर लॉन्गर डिस्टेंसेस इन ए पर्टिकुलर डायरेक्शन. उसको हम ओशनिक करंट्स बोलते हैं. मेनी फैक्टर्स शैल इन्फ्लुएंस दिस ओशनिक करंट्स लाइक टेम्परेचर, इंसोलेशन, सैलिनिटी ऑफ द वाटर, कोस्टल टोपोग्राफी, एक्सक्लूसिवली विंड सिस्टम्स, कोरियोलिस फोर्स. All these factors generally tend to influence the oceanic currents. But the most dominant factors which influence is winds, which actually drive these particular oceanic currents. सो इसका पूरा मैकेनिज्म अभी पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है, की फैक्ट्स बोलता हूं, यू रिमेंबर दोस की फैक्ट्स। क्वेश्चंस कहाँ से आएंगे? ग्रेड नंबर 1 क्वेश्चन, कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट रिगार्डिंग विथ गल्फ स्ट्रीम। सो गल्फ स्ट्रीम के बारे में, एक ओशनिक करंट के बारे में पूछेंगे। गल्फ स्ट्रीम्स फ्लोस अलोंग द वेस्टर्न कोस्ट ऑफ नॉर्थ अमेरिका। Gulf Stream is warm oceanic current. From that particular Gulf Stream, Californian oceanic current would be deriving. 1 and 2 correct, 2 and 3 correct, 1 and 3 correct, only 2 correct. So ऐसा एक oceanic current के ऊपर क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे। Grade 2 question. Which of the following are cold oceanic currents? Which of the following are warm oceanic currents? ये grade 2 की सवाल है। तो आपको जो भी कोल्ड ओशनिक करंट एंड वार्म ओशनिक करंट, एवरीवन नो अबाउट वार्म एंड कोल्ड ओशनिक करंट्स, राइट? सिंपल लॉजिक है, लोअर लैटिट्यूड से हायर लैटिट्यूड मूव करेंगे वार्म ओशनिक करंट, हायर लैटिट्यूड से लोअर लैटिट्यूड कोल्ड ओशनिक करंट, वेरी सिंपल लॉजिक। तो ग्रेड 2 का ऐसा सवाल पूछेंगे, यू हैव टू रिमेंबर डिफरेंट कोल्ड ओशनिक करंट का नाम एंड वार्म ओशनिक करंट का नाम याद रखना है। थर्ड, एक ओशन की ओशनिक करंट्स पूछेंगे, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग ओशनिक करंट्स दे आर प्रेजेंट इन पैसिफिक ओशन, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग ओशनिक करंट्स आर पार्ट ऑफ अटलांटिक ओशन, और विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग ओशनिक करंट्स आर पार्ट ऑफ इंडियन ओशन। ये ग्रेड 3 के सवाल है, तो उसमें आपको अलग अलग करना पड़ेगा। डिफरेंट ओशनिक करंट्स जब याद रखेंगे, ओशन बेसिन्स की टाइप में ओशनिक करंट्स को याद रखना पड़ेगा। ग्रेड 4 क्वेश्चन, which of the following are North Atlantic oceanic currents? Which of the following are South Atlantic oceanic currents? ये ग्रेड 4 की क्वेश्चन हो गया। ग्रेड 5 की क्वेश्चन, which of the following oceanic currents make a gyre circulation in the northern hemisphere, like within the North Atlantic Ocean? North Equatorial Current, Gulf Stream and Canaries Current। तो ये क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे। नहीं, नॉर्मल सीधा सा सवाल, कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट्स रिगार्डिंग विद द ओशनिक करंट्स। प्रेजेंस ऑफ वार्म ओशनिक करंट्स इन द लोअर लैटिट्यूड्स विल प्रेसिपिटेट। प्रेजेंस ऑफ कोल्ड ओशनिक करंट अंडर डेसिकेटिंग इफेक्ट, इट शैल create the desert formations, or along the confluence zone which are present in this particular region of warm and cold, fishing zones are developed। ऐसे सवाल पूछेंगे, साफ सीधा डायरेक्ट सवाल। ग्रेड 6 क्वेश्चन में, ग्रेड 7 क्वेश्चन में, गल्फ स्ट्रीम एंड नॉर्थ अटलांटिक ओशन, नॉर्थ अटलांटिक ड्रिफ्ट which are there in the Atlantic Ocean has the resemblance like that of which of the following two oceanic currents? Answer shall be Kuroshio and Oashio। मतलब ये रिजेम्बलेंस जो है कैनरीज, मतलब लैब्राडोर करंट एंड गल्फ स्ट्रीम, उसका रिजेम्बलेंस सेम और कौन सा ओशनिक करंट है ये पूछेंगे, ओएशियो कुरोशियो। ग्रेड 7 क्वेश्चन। ग्रेड 8 क्वेश्चन, मैप दे देंगे, एरो मार्क दे देंगे इसे, 6 1 2 3 4, मार्क द फॉलोइंग। ग्रेड 8 क्वेश्चन। ग्रेड 9 क्वेश्चन, गल्फ स्ट्रीम साउथ अटलांटिक, कुरोशियो करंट नॉर्थ पैसिफिक, and Californian current South Pacific. In the given pairs, how many are the pairs are correctly matched? 1 pair correct, 2 pair correct, 3 pair correct, 4 pair correct। ये ग्रेड 8 ग्रेड 9 की सवाल है। इतने सारे सवाल पूछने का चांसेस है, तो इतने सारे सवाल जो पूछेंगे उसके लिए एवोशनिक करंट्स याद रखना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। सो हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू डिड नॉट रीड दिस कॉन्सेप्ट अर्लियर? 1। तो आप तो स्टिल क्लासेस आपका हुआ नहीं, तो आप सुनेंगे नहीं, आपका क्लासेस जब होंगे। वर्ल्ड ज्योग्राफी का वी हैव लेफ्ट विथ ओशनोग्राफी एंड थोड़ा लास्ट पोर्शन ऑफ क्लाइमेटिक रीजन, दैट्स इट, राइट। एक 4-5 घंटे हो सकता है कि ये संडे क्लास ले लेता हूँ उसका, है ना। वी आर इंडियन ज्योग्राफी में कहाँ तक पहुँचे? इंडस्ट्रीज, ठीक है। तो आप वैसे भी नहीं सुने तो सुनेंगे, जो लोग ऑलरेडी सुने हैं, मेक श्योर दैट यू रिमेंबर द ओशनिक करंट्स एंड उसका सिग्निफिकेंस। सो पहले कहानी आता है यहाँ से, अटलांटिक ओशन में देखेंगे। विंड्स आर ड्राइविंग द वाटर टुवर्ड्स द ब्राजीलियन कोस्ट। तो एक हो गया नॉर्थ इक्वेटोरियल करंट, एक हो गया साउथ इक्वेटोरियल करंट। सो नॉर्थ इक्वेटोरियल करंट रीचिंग द Brazilian location, it slowly shifts north as north equatorial current. सो ये जैसे तुरंत शिफ्ट होगा, साउथ इक्वेटोरियल करंट विच इज देयर दैट शैल हिट द ब्राजीलियन कोस्ट एंड इट शैल बी डिवाइडेड इनटू 2 ब्रांचेस. ऐसे साउथ इक्वेटोरियल करंट ऐसा डिवाइड होगा, एक ब्रांच साउथ में मूव होगा, एक ब्रांच नॉर्थ में मूव होगा. एंड दिस नॉर्थर्न ब्रांच स्लोली मूव्स अलोंग दिस कैरिबियन आइलैंड्स. वहां पे उसको एंटेलिस करंट बोलेंगे, इसमें नाम नहीं है बट फिर भी याद रख लीजिए. एंड दैट एंटेलिस करंट मूविंग फर्दर एंटर्स गल्फ ऑफ मेक्सिको, कलेक्ट्स द वाटर from the Gulf of Mexico region, and from this Gulf of Mexico it joins the north equatorial current again, and here it is called as Florida current. नाम अलग है बस, region wise के नाम है बस. And this Florida current mixes with north equatorial current which is flowing in this direction, and when there shall be mix of all these waters at a single zone, from then it shall be called as Gulf Stream. So whenever you are remembering about different oceanic currents, आपको 3 वर्ड आएंगे उसमें, stream, current, drift. What is the major difference between these 3? Is bulkiness. Stream का मतलब larger bulk, current का मतलब moderate bulk, drift का मतलब very least bulkiness. So here as water are mixing at one particular zone, इसको हम Gulf Stream का नाम दे रहे हैं. This Gulf Stream being warm in nature, it moves further in this direction along the eastern North America. Somewhere around this location, it shall be coming in confluence with this Labrador current which is coming from north, which generally comes from Davis Strait region. So Labrador current being cold, Gulf Stream being warm, both won't mix. There we shall have confluence zone of these oceanic currents. And these confluence zones will result into fog conditions and development of phytoplanktons, which are some favorite food for the fishes. So obviously fishes tend to come to eat this phytoplankton here, and अपना fisherman waits here. बोलेगा तू पहले खा ले, बाद में मैं खाता हूँ, है ना. This is one of the world's largest fishing zone, Labrador and Gulf Stream की mixing zone पे. We found Newfoundland over there, and along that we have Grand Banks, one of the richest fishing zones. Do remember this. After this confluence, this particular branch shifts north as North Atlantic Drift, and from this particular one branch shifts south as Canaries current from Canary group of islands. And this North Atlantic Drift moving northward, it bypasses England, that is United Kingdom in that region, and when it bypasses this England region, England के पास में, England obviously it is located somewhat closer to the cool temperate region, right? So along that region we have cooler oceanic waters, and this warm oceanic current, North Atlantic Drift, still it is warmer, moving near to the England region, so it tends to create fishing zone over there. But England वाले fish ज़्यादा नहीं खाएंगे, इसीलिए that is not the best fishing zone. But उसका नाम याद रख लो, Dogger's Bank. कुत्ते की तरह पकड़ेंगे मछली को, Dogger's Bank. They won't eat fish. They generally, England people don't consume this fish at all. Don't know what is the climatic region and what is the reason behind it, but they won't eat fish. The most of the England fish would be exported. Clear? Finally, this Atlantic Drift moves still northward, and when it reaches Norwegian region, इसका नाम बदलेगा, इसका नाम बदलेगा, North Atlantic Drift का नाम बदलेगा. That shall be Norwegian current. It is still warmer, still warmer. Norwegian current reaching here. North Atlantic Drift का नाम ही Norwegian current है. So that particular current being warmer, generally Norway is located at 70-degree latitude. The ports of the Norway are frozen almost for maximum part of an year. So there won't be any economic activity which generally happens over there. But this Norwegian current presence at that particular zone will make the ports of Norway to open throughout the year, despite of being at subpolar location. So the ports of the Norway are open throughout the year. They can do trading. Yes or no? they can do trading, and once they do trading they will earn money, population come, investment in social sector, education free, health free, सब कुछ free, obviously they will stand rank number 1 in human development index. अगर सोचो नॉर्वेजियन करंट नहीं है, भिखारी तरह घूमते रहेंगे पूरे भीख मांगते हुए, ऐसा नो? So Norwegian current is giving the lifeline. Nature has given a lifeline to Norway. In this way, this particular oceanic currents, they generally tend to flow within the North Atlantic. South Atlantic में same. यहाँ से एक oceanic current निकलेगा, इसको Falkland current बोलेंगे. So generally at the Antarctic region we have movement of one cold oceanic water. उसको हम west wind drift बोलेंगे, या or you can call it as Antarctic circumpolar also. But the common term which is used, that is west wind drift here. So ये west wind drift, what it would be doing is, whenever it tries to reach the coastal regions in the southern continents, it tends to create different oceanic currents. यहाँ पे Peruvian Humboldt cold current, यहाँ पे Falkland current, यहाँ पे Benguela current, यहाँ पे West Australian current. West wind drift का रोल ही यही है. It tends to supply water towards the coast, creating cold oceanic currents. So in this way, the south equatorial current branch का Brazilian current being warmer, Falkland current being colder, confluence zone, foggy condition, phytoplankton, fishes come, fishermen waiting. This is also one of the richest fishing zone. But खाएंगे कितने? Export करेंगे किसको? Whom they will export? यहाँ पे हो रहा है तो it is exporting all to this nations. यहाँ पे क्या करेंगे? चाय पियेंगे साओ पोलो सैंटोस से, मच्छी खाएंगे, है ना? एक्सपोर्टिंग कुछ नहीं है वहां पे. So that's why this is not an important fishing zone. And out of this Falkland current, एक oceanic current जाएगा इस तरफ, along the African margin, called as Benguela current. ये Falkland, Brazil, Benguela cold है. Wherever we have presence of cold oceanic current, along those margins the temperatures would be least, cooler waters, evaporation wouldn't happen, and as evaporation don't happen, humidity or condensation wouldn't be there, hence that shall not result into precipitation. So despite some regions which are located along the coast, we shall be having deserts over there, and the cold oceanic current presence created deserts are created under desiccating effect. DESCIATING, desiccating effect, DESCICATING. Under the desiccating effect, we shall find deserts. यहाँ पे Namib desert, where the beach meets the desert. Namib desert, नामीबिया में, है ना? चीता भी पीता है. चीता आया था नामीबिया से, तो हो सकता है नामीबिया का ज्योग्राफी पूछ ले क्वेश्चन में, चीता का बारे में नहीं पूछे. सो नामीबिया से आए थे ना पहले चीते, बाद में साउथ अफ्रीका से. वेस्ट ऑस्ट्रेलियन कोल्ड करंट, आधा ऑस्ट्रेलिया डेजर्ट, कुछ नहीं है इसमें. हियर ग्रेट डिवाइडिंग रेंज, हियर ग्रेट बैरियर रीफ, डार्लिंग एंड मुर्रे रिवर, थोड़ा आयरन और यूरेनियम बॉक्साइट, एंड बाकी ब्रेटली, शेनवॉन, मेग्राथ, बस. ऑस्ट्रेलिया की प्लेयर क्रिकेट है. दैट्स वाई population is not there in the central Australia. Entire Australia is dominated along the coast. कोस्टल रीजन्स पे आपको जितने सारे सिटीज आपको पता है, सिडनी, पर्थ, एडिलेड, मेलबोर्न, और क्या है, कैनबेरा, जितने भी सिटीज आपको पता है, दे आर लोकेटेड अलोंग द कोस्ट. सो हाफ ऑफ द ऑस्ट्रेलिया इज डेजर्ट. ग्रेट ऑस्ट्रेलियन डेजर्ट, गिब्सन डेजर्ट, सैंडी डेजर्ट. यहाँ पे पेरुवियन हम्बोल्ट करंट है, अटाकामा डेजर्ट. यहाँ पे कैलिफोर्निया है, सोनारन मोजावे डेजर्ट. कैनरी करंट है, सहारन डेजर्ट. दैट्स व्हाई कोल्ड ओशनिक करंट्स आर एसोसिएटेड विद द डेजर्ट्स. सो ऐसा याद रखना है आपको. एंड दिस काइंड ऑफ सिमिलैरिटी यू कैन सी इन द जापान ऑल्सो. जापान में देखो, नॉर्थ इक्वेटोरियल करंट आ रहा है, दिस इज ड्राइविंग टुवर्ड्स जापान, दिस इज जापान. अकॉर्डिंग टू माई गेस, इस बार जापान का ज्योग्राफी के ऊपर क्वेश्चन आने का चांसेस है. होकाइडो, होन्शु, शिकोकू, क्यूशु, अरेंज द फॉलोइंग आइलैंड्स ऑफ जापान फ्रॉम नॉर्थ टू साउथ. तो नहीं पढ़े तो नहीं आएगा. इवन जापानीज पीपल डोंट नो वेयर इट इज, सो हाउ वी कुड, है ना? बट आप याद रख लो एग्जाम में क्लियर करने के लिए. सो जापान के पास क्या होगा, कुरुशियो करंट, सेम लाइक गल्फ स्ट्रीम. ओवाशियो करंट कम्स फ्रॉम नॉर्थ बेरिंग स्ट्रेट. अगेन जापान के पास कन्फ्लुएंस, फॉग, फाइटोप्लैंक्टन, फिशेस, फिशरमैन. जापान इज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ फिशेस इन द वर्ल्ड. Entire primary activity of Japan is dependent upon fishing. Huge fishing, highly mechanized fishing and heavy trawlers happens in Japan. Later on YouTube में देख लीजिए fishing in Japan. They will huge vessels, they go catch the fish, process into meat, package वहाँ पे होगा, directly delicious cost पे आ जाएगा. 200 ग्राम 500 ग्राम. आजकल वही चल रहा है ना, क्या चल रहा है, delicious. बहुत गंदा है वो, है ना. So marketing बहुत अच्छा है, but meat is very downgraded meat. Clear? So in that way, highly mechanized fishing. Japan is leading producer of fishes in the world. Grand Banks, Dogger Banks, Japan. These are the three zones where fishing is very important. So Japan is खाएंगे fish ज़्यादा. नाश्ते में fish, दोपहर में fish, शाम को snacks में fish, डिनर में फिश, इसीलिए उसका मुंह भी फिश की तरह होगा, है ना. जापान, हैव यू सीन द फेस ऑफ जापानीज, उसका मुंह देखो, मतलब किचपिच किचपिच किचपिच, है ना. सो जापान याद रख लो. हो सकता है जापान के ऊपर क्वेश्चन आ जाए, G20 G8 के ऊपर क्वेश्चन आ जाएगा, चांसेस आर देयर. समिट्स हुआ ना G20 G8 का, सो हो सकता है, चांसेस आर देयर. व्हिच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग कंट्रीज are part of G20 G8. So in this way you have to remember this separate cold oceanic currents and warm oceanic currents. Okay, so list आपको इंटरनेट पे मिल जाएगा, ज़्यादा कोशिश करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. But only thing which you have to remember is within the North Indian Ocean we won't find any kind of oceanic current, because in North Indian Ocean आधा तो साउथ वेस्ट मानसून है, आधा तो नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न मानसून. So when winds are not driving in a permanent way, we don't find any oceanic current in that. That's why this one circulation जो भी हो रहा है यहाँ पे, इस circulation को हम गैरी कहते हैं, GYRE. The circulation which is happening in different oceans, which is made by the oceanic current, that is called as gyre circulation. So North Indian Ocean doesn't have this gyre circulation. The reason behind it is the winds which are present within the North Indian Ocean, they doesn't move permanently in one stagnant manner. जब 80 से शिफ्ट होगा मानसून आएगा, तो मानसून की मूवमेंट से ओशनिक वाटर एक डायरेक्शन में मूव होंगे, फिर नॉर्थ ईस्ट मानसून की टाइम पे एक डायरेक्शन में मूव होंगे. सो परमानेंट ओशनिक करंट्स आर नॉट देयर इन नॉर्थ इंडियन ओशन. परमानेंट ओशनिक करंट्स आर नॉट देयर इन नॉर्थ इंडियन ओशन. ओके, गॉट दिस पॉइंट प्लीज, गॉट दिस पॉइंट एवरीवन. क्लियर, याद रहेंगे आपको सारे जितने भी ग्रेड क्वेश्चन मैंने बोला था, 8-9 ग्रेड क्वेश्चन बोला था, उसके ऊपर फोकस करिए. उसका लोकेशन, उसका सिग्निफिकेंस, उसका नेचर, उसका कैरेक्टरिस्टिक, फ्रॉम दिस क्वेश्चन इज गोइंग टू कम. सोच समझ के. क्लियर, एक क्वेश्चन आएगा इसमें से, चांसेस आर वेरी हाई. ओके, सो इस ओशनोग्राफी में और एक कॉन्सेप्ट है सैलिनिटी. क्वेश्चन तो नहीं पूछेंगे, बट एक क्वेश्चन मेरे माइंड में है, हो सकता है उससे क्वेश्चन आ जाए. देन दे आर नॉट गोइंग टू आस्क व्हाट आर द सॉल्ट्स विच आर प्रेजेंट इन द ओशन, सोडियम क्लोराइड, मैग्नीशियम क्लोराइड, मैग्नीशियम सल्फेट, कैल्शियम सल्फेट. ये छूतिया क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछेंगे. उसमें पूछेंगे तो एक सवाल पूछेंगे, अरेंज द फॉलोइंग वाटर बॉडीज अकॉर्डिंग टू देयर हाईएस्ट सैलिनिटी लेवल्स टू लोएस्ट सैलिनिटी लेवल्स. उतना. सो जनरली सैलिनिटी हाई कहाँ पे रहेगा? where we find high temperature, where we find less rainfall, where we find less influx of fresh water from the rivers, वहाँ पे salinity ज़्यादा रहेगा. where we find low salinity, high rainfall की region में, fresh water joining में, polar influx of fresh water पे salinity कम रहेगा. तो उस हिसाब से बोलिए, according to the latitudes, which region experiences highest salinity? Which region experiences highest salinity according to the latitudinal level? Highest salinity. नहीं, लैटिट्यूड के हिसाब से पूछा था मैं. Polar regions experience highest salinity. Subtropics will experience because बारिश नहीं गिरेगा, evaporation ज़्यादा है, less influx of fresh water. Many people think it as equator, but equator में rainfall ज़्यादा है, so उसके ऊपर हम compensate कर सकते हैं salinity को. So tropics have highest salinity, followed by equator, followed by poles. ये तीन चीज़ याद रख लो. Tropics have highest salinity, followed by equator, followed by poles. Tropics followed by इक्वेटर फॉलोड बाय पोल्स, ये याद रख लो. बट इतने आसान क्वेश्चन तो पूछेंगे नहीं, पूछेंगे तो लाइक थोड़ा डिफिकल्टी क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे. इफ दे आर गोइंग टू आस्क ए क्वेश्चन लाइक गल्फ ऑफ मेक्सिको, मेडिटेरेनियन सी, बाल्टिक सी, नॉर्वेजियन सी, अरेंज द फॉलोइंग ओशंस फ्रॉम हाईएस्ट सैलिनिटी लोएस्ट सैलिनिटी, ये फॉर्मूला से हो जाएगा. ट्रॉपिक्स ग्रेटर देन इक्वेटर ग्रेटर देन पोल्स, इस फॉर्मूला से हो जाएगा. व्हेन यू नो द वाटर बॉडीज ऑफ डिफरेंट लोकेशंस. यस्टरडे आई हैव गिवन यू समथिंग टू मार्क. हैव यू मार्क्ड इट? एवरीवन हैज मार्क्ड इट? नो. व्हाई? टाइम सफिशिएंट नहीं हो रहा था. मैंने दिया था ना मेडिटेरेनियन सी, कैस्पियन सी का वर्क करने के लिए. हैव यू स्टार्टेड सॉल्विंग द क्वेश्चंस? 2500 रीच हो जाएंगे लास्ट 25 डेज में. जनरली इतना सा आसान सा सवाल नहीं पूछेंगे. व्हाट दे वुड बी डूइंग इज दे विल गिव गल्फ ऑफ मेक्सिको, रेड सी, अरेबियन सी, बे ऑफ बंगाल. अरेंज करो इसको. अरेंज गल्फ ऑफ मेक्सिको, रेड सी, अरेबियन सी एंड बे ऑफ बंगाल इन हाईएस्ट सैलिनिटी टू लोएस्ट सैलिनिटी. गल्फ ऑफ मेक्सिको, रेड सी, अरेबियन सी, बे ऑफ बंगाल, हाईएस्ट टू लोएस्ट. गल्फ ऑफ मेक्सिको, रेड सी, अरेबियन सी, बे ऑफ बंगाल. अरेंज करो. रेड सी अरेंज करके पूरा आंसर बोल दो मुझे. Who have guts to say the answer, please say it within 20 seconds. Your time started. Yes, answer. Red Sea, Red Sea, Arabian Sea. Okay. नहीं. उल्टा पुल्टा मत करिए. LHS इज इक्वल टू RHS नहीं है. यही क्वेश्चन आएगा. 99% चांसेस आर देयर. पेपर देखने के बाद मुझे 28 मई को शाम को फोन करिए. किस नंबर पे फोन करेंगे? इस नंबर पे फोन या व्हाट्सअप करिए. फोन तो लिफ्ट करूंगा नहीं, आप करके फायदा नहीं है. 28 मई एग्जाम लिखने के बाद जितने ये 12 घंटा घस घस के गया था, यू गिव ए टेक्स्ट ऑन द डे. इस बार अगर टाइगर, प्रोजेक्ट टाइगर का क्वेश्चन नहीं आया, पेपर फाड़ के आ जाओ डायरेक्ट. प्रोजेक्ट टाइगर के ऊपर आएगा, नहीं तो सुंदरबन मैंग्रोव्स के ऊपर आएगा एनवायरनमेंट में. कूनो तो लीस्ट चांसेस है ना. यस्टरडे आई वाज सेइंग व्हाई कूनो हैज लीस्ट चांसेस. यस, अरेंजिंग ऑर्डर इज रेड सी पहला आएगा, उसके बाद पार्शियली ओपन गल्फ ऑफ मेक्सिको आएगा, उसके बाद में बे ऑफ बंगाल आएगा, अरेबियन सी आएगा. ये एक्चुअल ऑर्डर होना चाहिए, बट ये ऑर्डर नहीं है. रेड सी, गल्फ ऑफ मेक्सिको, then comes Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal. The reason why I have twisted in Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal is Bay of Bengal experiences more influx of fresh water from the rivers. Almost Indian river centers into Bay of Bengal. That's why there shall be less influx of high influx of fresh water, resulting into less salinity. Arabian Sea has high evaporation. That's why it has bit higher salinity. तो ऐसे कंपैरेटिवली क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे. ओके, सो ये वाटर बॉडीज आपको याद रहना होगा, है ना. सो सैलिनिटी में और कुछ ज्यादा पूछेंगे नहीं. डोंट वरी अबाउट सैलिनिटी. एंड कोरल रीफ्स यू रीड इट इन एनवायरमेंट. एनवायरमेंट में आपको कोरल रीफ्स एंड कोरल ब्लीचिंग, होप यू नो अबाउट द कोरल रीफ फॉर्मेशन, है ना. एनवायरमेंट में कैसे along with that you will have the repetition of coral bleaching. इसमें ज्योग्राफी पढ़ना है, उसमें उसका एनवायरनमेंट पढ़ना है, तो यू विल रीड इट इन द एनवायरनमेंट इटसेल्फ. सो वंस यू ट्राई टू फोकस ऑन कोरल रीफ्स ऑल्सो. क्लियर? एवरीवन क्लियर विद दिस? एवरीवन? Shall we move next? नेक्स्ट है इंडियन ज्योग्राफी. अच्छे अच्छे सवाल निकलेंगे जो हमने नहीं पढ़े फ्रॉम इंडियन ज्योग्राफी. जो भी हम पढ़े उसमें से नहीं निकलेंगे पक्का. वर्ल्ड ज्योग्राफी में थोड़ा वी कैन हैव सम कॉन्फिडेंस. हाँ, जियोमॉर्फोलॉजी में वी नो कॉन्सेप्ट्स, क्लाइमेट, ओशन, उसमें से अगर 5 क्वेश्चन आए, 3-4 क्वेश्चन वी विल बी इन दैट स्टेज ऑफ सॉल्विंग. इंडियन में पता नहीं कहाँ से पूछेंगे, बट वी विल ट्राई मैक्सिमम टू फोकस अपॉन मैक्सिमम पॉइंट्स जितने भी हैं उस पर फोकस करने की कोशिश करेंगे. ठीक है? तो इंडियन ज्योग्राफी में लोकेशनल एस्पेक्ट शायद आपको पता होगा. लैटिट्यूडनल एंड लॉन्गिट्यूडनल एक्सटेंट. कैन एनीवन से 8 डिग्री 4 मिनट नॉर्थ टू 37 डिग्री 6 मिनट नॉर्थ. लॉन्गिट्यूड का हिस्सा 68 डिग्री 7 मिनट ईस्ट टू 97 डिग्री 25 मिनट ईस्ट. ये तो कोई भी नहीं पूछने वाला. नो वन इज गोइंग टू आस्क यू दिस क्वेश्चन. नॉर्थन मोस्ट पॉइंट ऑफ इंडिया दफदूर और इंदिरा कोल. वेस्टर्न मोस्ट पॉइंट ऑफ इंडिया गौरमोटा. ईस्टर्न मोस्ट पॉइंट ऑफ इंडिया किबूतू. सदर्न मोस्ट पॉइंट ऑफ इंडिया इंदिरा पॉइंट. ये नहीं पूछेंगे, ये नहीं पूछेंगे, पूछेंगे तो ये दो पूछेंगे, बिकॉज एवरीवन नो व्हाट इज द सदर्न मोस्ट पॉइंट ऑफ इंडिया. 6th क्लास बच्चे को पूछ लिया तो भी वो भी इंदिरा पॉइंट बोलेगा, बट इंदिरा पॉइंट अभी फिलहाल नहीं है, वो सबमर्ज्ड अंडर वाटर है. इट इज लोकेटेड इन ग्रेट निकोबार, कन्याकुमारी के आसपास में नहीं है ना. इंदिरा पॉइंट इज लोकेटेड इन ग्रेट निकोबार. ये लद्दाख में है, ये गुजरात में, ये अरुणाचल प्रदेश में. ओके, गो दिस पॉइंट एवरीवन. So India's north-south extension is larger than east-west extension. This everyone know. No need to remember the fact of 3214 kilometer. North-south 2933 kilometer. East-west. ये भी याद मत रखो, छोड़ दो, memory waste. No one will ask a question. The bordering countries of India: Pakistan, China, Afghanistan, Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar, Bangladesh. And the neighboring countries also include Sri Lanka as well as Maldives. But what shall be the questions which generally tends to ask from this particular location? कौन सा क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे? क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे arrange the following countries which are sharing border with India from its longest sharing to shortest sharing. Bangladesh, China, पाकिस्तान, नेपाल, म्यांमार, भूटान, रशीद खान. बीसी कैंडिडेट अगर एमबीए कर लिए तो पंजाब नेशनल बैंक में जॉब मिलेगा, ऐसा याद रखो, है ना. बीसी कैंडिडेट, बैकवर्ड क्लास की कैंडिडेट अगर एमबीए कर लिए तो पंजाब नेशनल बैंक में जॉब मिलेगा. मैं तो आई विल रिमेंबर इन दिस वे इटसेल्फ. याद नहीं है तो आपका मर्जी, कैसे याद रखो, लाइक यू बाय हार्टेड डायरेक्टली. मेनी पीपल थिंक इंडिया शेयर्स इज लॉन्गेस्ट बॉर्डर विद चाइना, बट नो. बांग्लादेश 4096 किलोमीटर, ये भी याद मत रखो. एंड विथ अफगानिस्तान 106. बाकी छोड़ दो, बाकी छोड़ दो. नो नीड टू रिमेंबर, नो नीड टू रिमेंबर फॉर एग्जाम पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू. बट इसमें से क्वेश्चन ज्यादा कम निकलेंगे. क्वेश्चन निकलेगा विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग स्टेट्स बॉर्डर विद बांग्लादेश. विच स्टेट शेयर्स बॉर्डर विद बांग्लादेश? वेस्ट बंगाल, असम, असम, मेघालय, त्रिपुरा, मिजोरम डाउट है, बट मिजोरम विल ऑल्सो शेयर. नीचे से शेयर होगा. So state sharing border with Bangladesh very important because longest border है. State sharing with Myanmar, Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Manipur, Mizoram. Very good. With Bhutan, भूटान से सिक्किम, असम, वेस्ट बंगाल, अरुणाचल प्रदेश. नेपाल से उत्तराखंड, उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार, वेस्ट बंगाल एंड सिक्किम. याद रखो. पाकिस्तान से मैं पूछूंगा नहीं, आप बोलेंगे नहीं, सबको पता है. पंजाब, राजस्थान, गुजरात, जम्मू, थोड़ा बहुत लद्दाख, लाइट पोर्शन, बट वो कैलकुलेटिव अफगानिस्तान से ज्यादा होगा. चाइना से लद्दाख, हिमाचल, उत्तराखंड, अरुणाचल प्रदेश, सिक्किम. याद रहेंगे ये. ऐसा क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे तो सॉल्व कर लेंगे. इफ दे आस्क यू दिस क्वेश्चन, ट्राई टू मेक श्योर दैट यू रिमेंबर दिस की पॉइंट्स. मैप के ऊपर बहुत ज्यादा एम्फोसिस दे रहे हैं यूपीएससी. ट्राई टू फोकस ऑन इंडियन मैप. एक बार ऐसे चूतिया क्वेश्चन पूछे थे जो कोई भी किताब में नहीं था. इफ यू आर ट्रैवलिंग फ्रॉम कोहिमा टू कोट्टायम, व्हाट इज द अमाउंट ऑफ स्टेट्स यू विल बी कमिंग अक्रॉस विथ, इंक्लूडिंग द ओरिजिन एंड डेस्टिनेशन. उसके लिए इंडियन मैप का पॉइंटिंग रहना इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज यू हैव टू नो विच स्टेट्स बॉर्डर विद द अदर स्टेट्स, राइट. इफ यू नो नागालैंड इज बॉर्डरिंग विथ असम, नागालैंड से पहुंचेंगे असम, असम से वेस्ट बंगाल, वेस्ट बंगाल में खाएंगे रसगुल्ला, उड़ीसा, आंध्र प्रदेश, तमिलनाडु, केरला. केरला, कोट्टायम केरला में है ना. सो कोट्टायम वाज इन न्यूज़, आई डोंट नो व्हाई. दैट्स द रीजन दे हैव आस्क्ड दिस क्वेश्चन. This time they might ask you a question of while you're traveling from Jaipur to some other location. If you are traveling from Itanagar or if you are traveling from this location, कोई भी क्वेश्चन पूछ सकते हैं. इंडिया के ऊपर आपको ज़्यादा ग्रिप रहना चाहिए. स्टेट्स शेयरिंग बॉर्डर विथ स्टेट्स, मध्य प्रदेश शेयरिंग बॉर्डर विथ राजस्थान, गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र, छत्तीसगढ़, उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार शेयरिंग, दिल्ली शेयरिंग, पंजाब शेयरिंग भी याद रखना चाहिए. क्लियर. Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, the state which you belong, that however you know, most probably, Maharashtra or any other states which you are bordering. So, यहाँ से पूछो. And my guess of question is, the latitude which passes through Jaipur also passes through which of the following important cities? ये क्वेश्चन मेरा मन में 2 साल से था, but इस बार भी chances है, because already they have asked a question like the longitude which passes through Delhi, that is closest to which of the following cities. उसमें हैदराबाद, नागपुर, नांदेड़ या बेंगलुरु कुछ ऑप्शंस दिए थे. आंसर बेंगलुरु था, बट सब लोग कुछ और आंसर लिख के आए. वो बिना वी हैव ए ग्रिप ऑन इंडियन मैप, दैट इज नॉट गोइंग टू हैपन. ओके. ट्रॉपिक ऑफ कैंसर सबको पता है, विच पासेस थ्रू इंडिया. फ्रॉम हाउ मेनी स्टेट्स डज इट पास? ईस्ट टू वेस्ट बोलो. ईस्ट टू वेस्ट गुजरात आएगा ईस्ट में. सो जनरली ईस्ट टू वेस्ट या वेस्ट टू ईस्ट सीक्वेंस याद रख लो. गुजरात, राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़, झारखंड, वेस्ट बंगाल, त्रिपुरा एंड मिजोरम. यू डू रिमेंबर दिस सीक्वेंस आइदर फ्रॉम ईस्ट टू वेस्ट और वेस्ट टू ईस्ट. बट इससे क्वेश्चन नहीं निकलेगा बिकॉज एवरीवन विल रीड. क्योंकि मैं खुद 10,000 लोगों को पढ़ाया था, 10,000 लोगों को यही पॉइंट बोला. फिर वो 10,000 लोग प्रीलिम्स क्लियर करेंगे एक क्वेश्चन आए तो ये क्वेश्चन आने वाला नहीं है. बिकॉज यूपीएससी वांट्स टू गिव वन क्वेश्चन विच कोचिंग सेंटर डजंट एक्सपेक्ट. UPSC doesn't want a candidate to take a coaching in any institute and crack this exam. That's why the questions which they give, even if I give you book also you can't write. So ऐसा क्वेश्चन देंगे. तो मैं यूपीएससी का एग्जामिनर माइंड पढ़ के ये बोल रहा हूँ. They might ask you this question like which of the following cities are closer to Tropic of Cancer? Which of the following river passes through Tropic of Cancer? ये क्वेश्चन पूछने का चांसेस ज़्यादा है. और they will give you 4 cities and they will ask you to arrange them from north to south. And ये मत सोचो कि वो लोग 4 cities श्रीनगर, लखनऊ, हैदराबाद, चेन्नई देंगे. They are going to give you the cities which are very very closer. तो आपको अभी भी पता नहीं है. विदाउट सीइंग मैप यू कांट से इज लखनऊ नॉर्थ और इलाहाबाद नॉर्थ, बिकॉज आपको इंडियन मैप पे ग्रिप नहीं है. सो इंडियन मैप पे जितना ग्रिप हो सकता है, जितना आप देख सकते हैं इंडियन मैप को, दैट्स द रीजन वाई जनरल एस्पिरेंट्स स्टिक इंडियन मैप टू द रूम। तो आधे लोग तो पढ़ने के लिए, आधे लोग तो बिल्डअप इंस्टाग्राम में मीम वो लगाने के लिए लगाएंगे, बट यू मेक श्योर दैट यू डू इट इन अ प्रैक्टिकल वे, हैव ए ग्रेटर ग्रिप ऑन इंडियन मैप। और ज्यादा क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे इसमें से, मैपिंग से क्वेश्चन आएगा, द फॉलोइंग स्टेट्स बॉर्डर विथ नेपाल, बोल के खुद स्टेट्स लिस्ट दे देंगे, सिक्किम, वेस्ट बंगाल, बिहार, उत्तर प्रदेश, उत्तराखंड। अरेंज द फॉलोइंग स्टेट्स फ्रॉम इट्स हाईएस्ट बॉर्डरिंग विथ नेपाल टू लोएस्ट बॉर्डरिंग। सो एक क्वेश्चन तो आई डोंट थिंक सो दैट यू शुड अटेम्प्ट दिस काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चन, बिकॉज एक आधा स्टेट का याद रखना तो ठीक है, बट सबका स्टेट याद रखना, देन हम रेड क्लिफ बन जाएंगे खुद, है ना, जो बॉर्डर लाइन ड्रॉ किया था। सो नो नीड टू अटेम्प्ट दिस काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चन। अगर आप अटेम्प्ट करना चाहते हैं देन रिस्क लेके अटेम्प्ट करो, ओके। सो इंपॉर्टेंट सिटीज, इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स, लोकेशन, इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड टाइम पासेस थ्रू अलाहाबाद, अलाहाबाद नहीं है एग्जैक्टली, मिर्जापुर है, 82.5 डिग्री ईस्ट लॉन्गिट्यूड से पास होगा, वो याद रख लो। इट पासेस थ्रू उत्तर प्रदेश मिर्जापुर, छत्तीसगढ़, मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़, ओडिशा, पार्ट ऑफ आंध्र प्रदेश, है ना, तमिलनाडु से पास नहीं होगा। 2014 में CDS एग्जाम में क्वेश्चन आया था, मैं तमिलनाडु भी मार्क करके आया, 2014 या 15 आई थिंक, नहीं 14 में CDS एग्जाम दिया था, कंबाइंड डिफेंस सर्विस, उसमें एक क्वेश्चन आया, मैं सीधा ड्रॉ कर रहा था लॉन्गिट्यूड को। सो ऑब्वियसली सीधा जब ड्रॉ करेंगे तो तमिलनाडु से भी पास होगा, बट इट डजंट पास थ्रू तमिलनाडु, यानम से पास होगा इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड टाइम। सो वो एक याद रख लो, है ना। बॉर्डर लाइंस तो सबको पता है, इंडिया पाकिस्तान के बीच में रेड क्लिफ, चाइना इंडिया मैकमोहन लाइन, इंडिया बांग्लादेश रेड क्लिफ है, बिकॉज बांग्लादेश वॉज ईस्ट पाकिस्तान, राइट। LOC लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल, पता है लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल, व्हाट इज लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल, फुल फॉर्म नहीं पूछ रहा हूं मैं। LOC, देन रेड क्लिफ, रेड क्लिफ भी सेम। सी एक्चुअली रेड क्लिफ ने डिवाइड किया था, एक्चुअली हिस्सा ये हुआ था, ब्रिटिश इंडिया में वी हैड ब्रिटिश इंडियन स्टेट्स, प्रिंसली स्टेट, ब्रिटिश इंडियन स्टेट्स वेर गवर्नड बाय वाइसरॉय एंड गवर्नर जनरल, प्रिंसली स्टेट्स इंडिपेंडेंट किंग्स थे, दे वर रिस्पॉन्सिबल डायरेक्टली टू द किंग और क्वीन इन इंग्लैंड, है ना। सो प्रिंसली स्टेट्स को एक ऑप्शन दिया था माउंट बैटन ने, इधर तुम पाकिस्तान ज्वाइन हो जाओ, इंडिया ज्वाइन हो जाओ, तुम खुद इंडिपेंडेंट रहो। Out of geographical sense, most of the princely states joined India except Junagadh, Hyderabad and Kashmir. Through process of operation, polo, annexation, military action, compensation, Article 370, everything got merged into India. So कश्मीर में हरि सिंह था, so हरि सिंह को पता नहीं था कि इतना बड़ा लफड़ा हो रहा है, but it is Muslim majority district, actually it has to go to Pakistan. As a patriot I can't say, but इस हिसाब से प्लेबिसाइट अगर लगाए तो मोस्ट ऑफ द मुस्लिम्स दे जनरली टेंड टू वोट टुवर्ड्स द पाकिस्तान, इसीलिए प्लेबिसाइट नहीं लगाए, बट लगाए बोल के बोले, बस इतना ही। सो पाकिस्तान वाले को ये पता था कि लाइक दिस रीजन हैड मुस्लिम मेजॉरिटी, सो स्लोली पाकिस्तान स्टार्टेड ऑक्यूपाइंग, द आर्मी टेंड टू क्रॉस द बॉर्डर एंड इंडिया में एंटर हो रहा था। तब यहाँ पे बैठे जवाहरलाल नेहरू, तब भी इंटरनेशनल पीस प्रोक्लेम किया था, नाउ ही कांट डू वॉर विथ हिम डायरेक्टली, तो ही वेंट टू UN, 2 आदमी को लेके आया, परोठा खाए, चाय पिए, निकले, ये कार में निकले, इतने तक पाकिस्तान आर्मी यहाँ तक पहुंचे, दे वर हैविंग AK-47, तो जवाहरलाल नेहरू कार में बैठ के बोला तुम लोग जाके बात करो। सो 2 लोग गए, दे डोंट नो हिंदी, दे डोंट नो इंग्लिश, है ना, दोनों के बीच में पता नहीं क्या अंडरस्टैंडिंग हुआ, बट दे केम बैक एंड सेड जवाहरलाल नेहरू भाई तुम ये सोचो, तुम तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर बाकी इंडिया को हो, वो लोग मार देंगे अब तुझे, तो व्हाट यू वांट टू डू सर, फिर ड्रॉ कर लो रेड क्लिफ लाइन दोबारा, Then this Redcliffe line जो भी है, that got disintegrated, that got modified. The redrawn line of Redcliffe in Kashmir region, the redrawn line of Redcliffe in Jammu Kashmir region is LOC. इसको हम LOC बोलते हैं, लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल. इसका जो हिस्सा है वो पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर, बट स्टिल वी थिंक दैट इट इज इंटीग्रल पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया एंड इट इज. दैट्स व्हाई वी ड्रॉ इट इन इंडियन मैप ऑल्सो. पाकिस्तान पूरा कश्मीर को वो मैप में ड्रॉ करेगा, है ना. ये मसला तो सिंस 70 ईयर्स हो रहा है एंड ये विल कंटिन्यू. तो अगर वो कश्मीर चाहते हैं, हम बलूचिस्तान भी चाहते हैं इस इंडिया में. अगर नेक्स्ट बार नाटक किए पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर छोड़ो, इंडिया ऑक्यूपाइड इस्लामाबाद, ये होगा. सो दिस काइंड ऑफ क्रिटिकल क्वेश्चंस माइट कम एलओसी के ऊपर. चाइना का बॉर्डर जो है मैकमोन लाइन, वो भी रीड्रॉन है. चाइना हैव ड्रॉन द रोड ओवर देयर. द प्रोविंस इज अक्साई चीन रीजन. तो ये जो है LAC, लाइन ऑफ एक्चुअल कंट्रोल, यहाँ पे सियाचिन ग्लेशियर है. ऑलरेडी UPSC हैज आस्क्ड अ क्वेश्चन ऑन सियाचिन ग्लेशियर. सो वो जोग्राफिकल नेचर पे कुछ तो कुछ क्वेश्चन आने का चांसेस है. सो मेक श्योर दैट यू रिमेंबर दिस क्रिटिकल की पॉइंट्स. एवरीवन क्लियर विद दिस? एवरीवन. एंड नेपाल से भूटान से तो कुछ बॉर्डर लाइन नहीं है, डायरेक्टली विद आधार कार्ड हम जा सकते हैं नेपाल को, भूटान को. कुछ बॉर्डर लाइन नहीं है. दे आर फ्रेंडली नेशंस एंड फ्रेंडली एलाई फॉर अस. म्यांमार एंड इंडिया के बीच में बॉर्डर लाइन नहीं है. Physiographic divisions like forests, mountains and rivers, they have divided automatically. श्रीलंका इंडिया के बीच में पाक स्ट्रेट, नथिंग इज देयर टू डिवाइड देयर. सो ये चीजें याद रख लो आप. इंडिया का एक्सक्लूसिव इकोनॉमिक जोन याद रख लो, 200 नॉटिकल माइल. इंडिया का टेरिटोरियल वाटर्स 12 नॉटिकल माइल. इंडिया 7th लार्जेस्ट कंट्री इन द वर्ल्ड, 2.4% कवरेज, 32,87,263 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर. याद रखना है तो ये चूतिया फैक्ट्स याद रख लो, अदरवाइज लिव इट ऑफ, वेस्ट ऑफ मेमोरी. ओके, क्लियर? शैल वी मूव इनटू द फिजिकल सेटिंग. फिजिकल सेटिंग में क्या क्या आएंगे? हिमालयस आएगा, ग्रेट प्लेन्स, peninsular plateau, coastal plains, islands. How Himalayas are formed? Himalayas, Indian plate collision with Eurasian plate, continental collision, उसके बीच में geosyncline, Tethys geosyncline got submerged. Himalayas were formed, right? So these Himalayas are 3 parallel chain of mountains. उसमें north हिमाद्री, हिमाचल, शिवालिक्स. Himadri is also called as Greater Himalayas or Inner Himalayas. So first chain of mountain Himadri, extending from Kashmir to Arunachal Pradesh. Exact location Nanga Parbat to Namcha Barwa. You know these 2 peak points, Nanga Parbat to Namcha Barwa, with an extension of 2,400 kilometer, with an average elevation of 6,100 meter. Yes or no? Continuous chain of mountains having an average width between 25 to 50 kilometer approximately. And these Himadri are known for some important passes, loftiest peaks and passes. इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा loftiest peaks हैं. What are they? Mount Everest. What else? Annapurna, Dhaulagiri, नंदा देवी, मकालू, नंगा पर्वत, कांचनजंगा. So all these are highest peaks. Mount Everest height 8850, it has increased 2 meters. Why only Mount Everest? Because people will climb Mount Everest. Who will climb Dhaulagiri? So no, that's why they came to know about the increase of the height within the Mount Everest region. That's it. Okay. Is this clear, everyone? So how questions would be coming? They will be giving these mountain peaks and they will be asking you to arrange from north to south, east to west, west to east. So map work कर लीजिए इसका, है ना? So you have to do the map work. Mount Everest, धौलागिरी कहाँ पे हैं? You have to mark it. मैं तो examples लिखा था, इससे भी ज़्यादा peaks रहेंगे. You can note it those peaks also. Okay. North to south, east to west, याद रख लो. Which are in India, which are not in India. Which of the following peaks are part of Indian Himalayas? Which of the following are not part of Indian Himalayas? ये क्वेश्चन भी आने का चांसेस है ना? लास्ट टाइम ऑलरेडी क्वेश्चन पूछे थे शायद. माउंटेन इंपॉर्टेंट पीक एंड उसका रेंज, कौन सा रेंज पे अटैच्ड है. दिस इज फर्स्ट थिंग विच हैव टू रिमेंबर इन हिमाद्री. ये तो लास्ट टाइम ऑलरेडी पूछ लिए, बट इस बार हो सकता है लाइक दे माइट आस्क यू इंपॉर्टेंट पासेस. This Himadri mountain ranges, as they are continuous mountains, between them we shall be having some passes which are present. So passes याद रखना भी बहुत important है sir. Like you know the important passes like Jojila, Baralapchala, like Burzil Pass, Jelapla, Nathula, लीपुले, तागला, बोमडीला. इस पासेस का स्टेट्स एंड इस पासेस का सिग्निफिकेंस. शिपकिला. इंपॉर्टेंट पासेस जितने भी हैं उसका स्टेट्स. पेयरिंग में यही पूछेंगे, पास एंड स्टेट, पास एंड स्टेट पूछेंगे, है ना? नहीं तो they might ask you this question. You are traveling above Himalayas. Which of the you are traveling from Kashmir to Arunachal Pradesh. Which of the following passes come from first to last? मतलब ईस्ट टू वेस्ट पूछने की जगह ऐसा कंफ्यूज करके पूछेंगे. If you are traveling on Himalayas, what you will be coming across with? If you are traveling on a helicopter on Himalayas, what is the vegetation which you will come across with? ये सारे पूछते जाएंगे, है ना? Or if you are passing on Himalayas, what are the landforms which you will be coming across with? Geomorphology में पूछेंगे, है ना? So make sure that passes, important peaks, उसका हाइट मत याद रखो, केबीसी में नहीं पूछेंगे. So वेस्ट करोड़ रुपए जीतेंगे नहीं, ये पूछेंगे नहीं, है ना? So करोड़ रुपए जीतने के बाद फिर 30% टैक्स, 70 लाख रुपए हाथ में आएंगे. 70 लाख में दोस्त 5-6 लाख ले लेंगे, है ना? तो बाकी 50 लाख के लिए उतना टेंशन लेना ज़रूरी नहीं है. आईएएस बन जाएंगे तो रात में सूटकेस मिल जाएगा, है ना? सो 50 लाख से ऊपर मिलेंगे आपको. करप्शन करेंगे आप? अगर करेंगे तो मुझे फ़ोन कर दीजिए, ठीक है? मैं बिनामी रह लूँगा आपको, क्योंकि मेरा उम्र तो हो गया यूपीएससी देने का. अभी तो मैं, आप आईएएस बनेंगे तो मैं तो एटलीस्ट खा लूँगा ना, आप खा नहीं पाएंगे. मैं एक You give that my person will call you and he will take the suitcase. ये काम मैं बहुत अच्छा तरह कर सकता हूँ, गैंगस्टर की काम, क्योंकि born and brought up in police department, I have seen all the criminals from my child. जितने सारे क्रिमिनल एक्टिविटीज़ कर सकते हैं वो मुझे पता है. तो आपको अगर करप्शन करने का मन है फ़ोन कर दीजिए, ठीक है? पकड़ा गया तो नाम नहीं बोलूँगा, उसको भी करप्ट कर दूंगा. 1, 10, 50 लाख. I'll increase the zero count. Some or the other where he will fall, है ना? पैसे जिंदगी को बनाता है, बट मोर देन मनी वैल्यूज आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. ऐसा नहीं कि करप्शन आप करो, बट थोड़ा बहुत कॉन्ट्रैक्ट तो दिलाएंगे ना? नहीं, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट भी नहीं दिलाएंगे. यू विल गिव मी 100%. ऑन रिकॉर्ड बोल रहे हैं ना? इधर आके बोलो थोड़ा. हाँ, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दिलाएंगे ना, गाड़ी तो भेजेंगे ना एयरपोर्ट को, नहीं? यू बी हैप्पी, आप हैप्पी है तो मैं बहुत खुश हूँ। मैं आपका नाम बोल बोल के और ज़्यादा पैसे लूँगा इंस्टीट्यूट से, माई स्टूडेंट इज एन IAS, है ना? तब मेरा डिमांड बढ़ेगा ना। ऑलरेडी 23 कैंडिडेट्स ऑफ माइन हैव बीन इन सिविल सर्विसेज, मतलब डिफरेंट ग्रेड्स में। सो एक अनंतपुर में अभी ट्रेनिंग ले रहा है प्रशांत, 23 हैं। अगर ये 50 काउंट इंक्रीज हो गया ना, तब मैं इंस्टीट्यूट से और ज़्यादा पैसे लूँगा। मतलब जैसे आप बढ़ते जाएंगे मेरा भी पब्लिसिटी होता जाएगा। सो आई विल रोम इन बेंज कार देन, है ना? आप दिलाएंगे बेंज कार? नहीं सर, हमारा खुद को बोलेरो मिल रहा है, आपको बेंज कार से दिलाएंगे। 2 लाख रुपए तक मिलेंगे आपको, मोर देन एनफ आई थिंक। 2 लाख रुपीज, ऑल द फ्री फैसिलिटीज, मोबाइल फ्री। 2 लाख रुपए से ज़्यादा खर्च करेंगे। द इंडियन ट्रेडिशन ऑफ टेकिंग बर्थ आफ्टर अवर डेथ comes when we do this kind of services to the people. बट ऐसा नहीं है अंबानी को पकड़ेंगे तो पैसे ले सकते हैं उसके पास से। महात्मा गांधी की जरूरत नहीं है। वी आर इन ए मॉडर्न गांधी एन एरा, है ना? वी आर सोशो रिलीजियस रिफॉर्मर्स पार्ट 2.0। पहले तो ऑलरेडी वो थे ईश्वर चंद्र विद्यासागर, स्वामी विवेकानंदा, रामकृष्ण परमहंसा, who else were there? So Guru Nanak, all these were reformers during our historical times, right? So now in this society, जिसके पास है उसके पास लूट लो, नहीं है उसको दे दो, तब CM बन जाएंगे अरविंद केजरीवाल के जैसा, है ना? So most probably make sure that you remember as many facts as possible in this, okay? Coming to the second section, that is along the Himachal. Himachal is not a continuous mountain, but almost it is extended from the same Nanga Parbat to Namcha Barwa. But along this particular region, Himachal region, we shall be experiencing, this Himachal are called as middle Himalayas and they are also sometimes referred as lesser Himalayas. तो इसमें ज़्यादा discontinuities रहेंगे. The discontinuities just because they are located at the central zone. Applied compressional force have broken. River Katna is not the logic there. In many books they have given the rivers have cut down the मतलब रिवर सिर्फ हिमाचल को क्यों कटेगा भाई, हिमाद्री को भी कटेगा। वेरी सिंपल लॉजिक। तो इसमें ही क्यों? सेंट्रल कोर माउंटेन। तो उसमें 5 रेंज मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट है, पीर पंजल, धौलाधर, नागटिब्बा, मसूरी, महाभारत रेंज। 5 रेंज याद रख लो। पार्ट ऑफ हिमाचल रेंजेस, पीर पंजल, धौलाधर, मसूरी, वेर यू गो, नागटिब्बा, महाभारत। पीर पंजल रेंजेस इन जम्मू कश्मीर, धौलाधर रेंज हिमाचल प्रदेश, मसूरी एंड नागटिब्बा रेंज उत्तराखंड, महाभारत रेंज नेपाल में। इतना याद रखो, ओके? सो विद इन द हिमाचल रेंज मे बी दैट प्रोबेबिलिटी इज देयर that question might come. इसका extension भी 2400 किलोमीटर। and within the Himachal the most interesting thing is hill stations because of its elevation, because like हिमाद्री में 6100 मीटर के हिल स्टेशन में रहेंगे तो उसमें मैगी बनाएंगे तो वो बर्फ मैगी हो जाएगा, है ना? सो हिल स्टेशन इज नॉट एट ऑल पॉसिबल इन हिमाद्री। इन हिमाचल इट इज पॉसिबल बिकॉज इसका एलिवेशन 3500 से लेके 4500 मीटर तक है। Yes or no? The elevation of this region is possible for hill station. That's why most of the hill stations in Himalayas they are associated with this. You do remember this. Hill stations याद रखो, important hill stations जितने भी हैं इंडिया में, उसका mountain range and state. Until now they did not ask question on this hill station. Lake के ऊपर पूछे, mountain के ऊपर पूछे, but hill stations which are one of the important geographical locations they did not ask question on this. So हो सकता है questions पूछा जाए like शिमला, मनाली, नैनीताल, डलहौजी, दार्जिलिंग, all these are hill stations which you can find. Not only don't remember the hill stations which are located only here, also remember the hill stations located all over India itself. So probability of chances of getting the question from hill station is very very high. Do remember this logical point, very very important. Okay, next coming with the section of the Shivaliks. So Shivaliks have an extension from Potwar Plateau in Pakistan up to Brahmaputra Valley. Same extension 2400 किलोमीटर, एवरेज एलिवेशन 800 से लेके 1100 मीटर, 800 to 1100 मीटर. Shivaliks elevation. Shivaliks are continuous chain of mountain, but they have some discontinuity at the Tista, like at the Sikkim range, created by river Tista. So वहाँ पे 80 किलोमीटर का discontinuity आप देख सकते हैं, like you can find it near the Sikkim region, that is created by river Tista. You do remember this particular point. And within the Shivaliks, the outer Himalayas which we have. So ये Shivaliks का एक logical point है, you remember it. First of all, what has happened is Himadri, Himachal were formed. Rivers started coming down, collected the sediments, those sediments deposited here, and these sediments they got folded as Shivaliks. Continental crust ki upliftment, along with that, the sediments which were brought down by the rivers from Himadri and Himachal, they also got folded and formed Shivaliks. So वो Shivaliks raise होने से पहले these sediments used to block these rivers, okay, and यहाँ पे lake बनता था. There we had huge lake formations, and once the river has got the capacity to break down the lake, they have left a plain region where the sediments which were deposited on the lake, that has left out like a plain region. So that plain like structures which are the remnant portions of the lakes between Himachal and Shivaliks, they are called as dunes. And right now Dehradun, the capital of Uttarakhand, is of this nature itself, which is located between Himachal and Shivalik ranges. Got this point, everyone? Clear? Everyone clear with this? Dehradun, the best example which we have. So Shivaliks are called up with like different names locally. जम्मू में जम्मू हिल्स बोलेंगे उसको, उत्तर प्रदेश में they are called as Dudhwa Hills. In Bihar they are called as Churiagat Hills. Bihar में we call them as Churiagat Hills. Churiagat, Churiagat Hills. Bihar में. Okay. In Arunachal Pradesh, Assam region, they are called as Mishmi, Dafla, Abor. Abor, Mishmi, Dafla. You will find it in the atlas directly. Later on you mark it. Mark it from one sequence to other sequence. Don't mark randomly. Whenever you try to read geography, try to go it in a sequence. Randomly, wo, ye, yahan. Matlab, it tends to appear like there shall be a process for everything. For cooking also there shall be process. सब्जी बनने के बाद प्याज नहीं डालेंगे ना ऊपर से, धनिया डालेंगे. So everything has a process. Geography also has a process. So you understand geography in that process itself, in a sequential order itself. So these things you remember. Done. Apart from these Himalayas, the things you have to remember is those mountains which are present north to Himadri, उसको हम ट्रांस हिमालयस बोलेंगे. काराकोरम, Ladakh, Jaskar, Kailash range. These four mountainous ranges together are called as Trans Himalayas. क्या बोलते हैं इसको? Trans Himalayas. Karakoram, Ladakh, Jaskar, Kailash. This is Himadri. यहाँ पे काराकोरम, लद्दाख, Jaskar, and Ladakh extension into Tibet, Kailash range, where highest peak is Mount Kailash. इस mountain का highest peak Mount Kailash है, where it is expected that Lord Shiva meditates. No one can reach there. Mythologically, geographically, it has steep slope and extreme climates. काराकोरम रेंज में इंडिया का हाईएस्ट पीक है K2. इसको गॉडविन ऑस्टिन बोलेंगे, और it is also called as Khagir, K2. Godwin Austen, Khagir. Siachen Glacier is located in this Karakoram range itself, the highest elevated battlefield. So उसका geography बहुत important. And Ladakh and Jaskar range के बीच में से Indus River enters into India. From between Ladakh and Jaskar ranges, Indus River enters into India. Between Jaskar and Pir Panjal range, we have Great Valley of Kashmir. Great Valley of Kashmir. Okay. Next. These Himadri, Himachal Shivaliks जो भी हैं, they tend to meet at Namcha Barwa. From that particular Namcha Barwa location, the Himalayas tend to extend in northeastern states, which are called as Purvanchals. तो इसको हम Purvanchals बोलेंगे. We call them as Purvanchals. These Purvanchals generally have been formed with Indian plate hitting the Burma plate. So when Indian plate has hit the Burma plate, these Purvanchals were formed. Purvanchals decrease their height from north to south. They are extended from north to south. They decrease their height from north to south. These Purvanchals, they have different names locally there. These Purvanchals which are there, these Purvanchals, they have different names. अरुणाचल प्रदेश में उसको पटकाई बाम हिल्स बोलेंगे, नागालैंड में नागा हिल्स, मणिपुर में मणिपुरी हिल्स, मिजोरम में मिजो हिल्स और लुशाई हिल्स. सो दे हैव डिफरेंट नेम्स देयर. एंड जो गारो खासी जैंतिया हिल्स हैं प्रेजेंट इन मेघालय, दे आर नॉट पार्ट ऑफ पूर्वांचल्स. गारो खासी जैंतिया, they are not part of Purvanchal mountain ranges. Okay. And these Purvanchals enter into Myanmar location, which are called as Arakaniomas. तो उसको हम Arakaniomas बोलेंगे. Purvanchal's extension into Myanmar, Arakaniomas. Okay, Arakaniomas. And these Arakaniomas extension into Bay of Bengal that has resulted in formation of Andaman Nicobar group of islands. यही Arakaniomas Bay of Bengal में extend होंगे. There they are called as Arakaniomas. Sorry, there they are called as Andaman and Nicobar islands. Done? Would you remember this Purvanchals? Chances are very high that we might get a question regarding with this. Got this point, everyone? Clear? Do remember this. This will be sufficing the game in the northern mountains. Shall we move further? The Great Plains. What is a plain? A flatland topography. And the Great Plains in India which are there, they are extended in this particular zone. North में Himalayas हैं, साउथ में डेक्कन प्लेट्यू हैं, पाकिस्तान में पोटवार प्लेट्यू हैं, यहाँ पे पूर्वांचल से. दिस इज द ज्योग्राफिकल लोकेशन ऑफ द ग्रेट प्लेन्स. ग्रेट प्लेन्स, जनरली दिस ग्रेट प्लेन्स आर द एग्जांपल्स ऑफ डिपोजिशनल प्लेन्स. बहुत सारे प्लेन्स रहेंगे, एरोजनल प्लेन्स, डिपोजिशनल प्लेन्स, स्ट्रक्चरल प्लेन्स. तो इसमें ये ग्रेट प्लेन्स इंडिया में जो भी हैं, they are depositional plains example, which are deposited by three important rivers of India. What are the? Indus, Ganga, Brahmaputra along with its tributaries. And this Indus, Ganga, Brahmaputra along with its tributaries, they have given the world's largest alluvial tracts. ये सबको याद है? And some peninsular rivers also contributed towards this Great Plains. And these Great Plains extend from mouth of Indus to mouth of Ganga. Yes or no? And these Great Plains have four belts: बाबर, तेराई, बांगर. बाबर का मतलब along the foot of the mountains river tends to deposit huge boulder like structure. बड़े बड़े पत्थर deposit करेंगे. So they are called as Babar belt of this Great Plains, located to the north of it, exactly at the foot of the mountains. तो इतने बड़े पत्थर पोरोसिटी इज वेरी हाई, रिवर डिसअपियर। वेजिटेशन होगा नहीं, एग्रीकल्चर होगा नहीं, फिर पढ़ क्यों रहे? इट इज देयर इन द स्ट्रक्चर, दैट्स इट। एंड दिस पर्टिकुलर बाबर बेल्ट इज bit broader in the west, narrower in the east। बाबर बेल्ट थोड़ा ब्रॉडर है वेस्ट में, नैरोवर इन द ईस्ट। ओके, क्लियर? तराई बेल्ट में छोटे मोटे सेडिमेंट्स, वेरी माइन्यूट सेडिमेंट्स, सिल्ट लाइक स्ट्रक्चर्स, वेरी स्मॉल सेडिमेंट्स आर देयर। So what will happen? River re-emerge. When river re-emerges, it mixes with small soil and marshy tracts are created. Marshy lands lead to swamp vegetation. Swamp vegetation है तो agriculture possible नहीं है. So terai lands have waterlogging situation, river re-emerging, marshy lands, swampy vegetation. So इतना vegetation है कि like wildlife is very high. So these regions have huge national parks. Jim Corbett National Park, Manas National Park, Kaziranga National Park, all these are located along this particular Terai belt itself. Then what is Bhangar belt? Within this particular Great Plains, जो world's largest alluvial tract है, the old alluvial soil tract which is present in this, either river might have deep cutted itself or river might have changed its course. So जो पुराना alluvial soil belt था वो उसको छोड़ दिया. So that old alluvial soil belt is called as Bhangar belt. New alluvial soil belt, Khadar belt. This is more fertile comparatively to this. Okay, and within Bhangar belt you shall find more fossil fuels. Do remember this point. So, more कंकर बोल के लिखिए, more fossils and more कंकर, more fossils and more कंकर. कादर में लेस फॉसिल्स एंड लेस कंकर. कंकर का मतलब इंग्लिश में पॉश वर्ड कैल्शियरियस कॉन्सेंट्रेशंस, तो उसको साफ सीधा लैंग्वेज में कंकर बोलेंगे. बड़े बड़े पत्थर रहेंगे उसमें, एग्रीकल्चर उतना ज्यादा पॉसिबल नहीं होगा. खादर बेल्ट में वी फाइंड लेस कंकर. तो इसको रीजनल डिवीजन में, इफ यू सी दिस ग्रेट प्लेन्स, रीजनली इट कैन बी डिवाइडेड एज Rajasthan plains, Rajasthan plains. So these particular Rajasthan plains, completely Rajasthan का मतलब सिर्फ desert नहीं है. Only western part of Rajasthan is desert. The desert land is मरुस्थली. Geography में उसको मरुस्थली बोलेंगे. And वो मरुस्थली desert के आगे जो land है राजस्थान में, that is grassland, the savanna and semi-arid mixed type of grassland, where agriculture is possible, vegetation is possible. उसको हम राजस्थान भागर बोलेंगे. We call them as राजस्थान भागर, राजस्थान भागर. And we shall find some sand dunes in Rajasthan region, shifting sand dunes, उसको drains बोलेंगे. So do remember these three particular points. मरुस्थली, done. मरुस्थली का मतलब desert, राजस्थान भागर semi-arid grassland type, drains, shifting sand dunes. And इसका ऊपर जो plain है पंजाब हरियाणा plain. This पंजाब हरियाणा plain is dominated by दोआब. दोआब का मतलब land between two rivers which is the most fertile area in the world. एक जो two rivers के बीच में जो land रहेगा उसको दोआब, दो river के बीच में land, दोआब. एंटायर पंजाब लैंड ऑफ 5 रिवर्स. आप मतलब 5 रिवर्स के लैंड पंजाब है. झेलम, चेनाब, रावी, बियास, सतलज. झेलम, चेनाब, रावी, बियास, सतलज. सो विद इन दिस पंजाब रीजन दिस 5 रिवर स्ट्रीम्स फ्लो and entire Punjab is known for huge doab locations. That's why Punjab has huge fertile soil and heavy production and productivity of different agricultural crops. That's why Green Revolution was started. Faulty agriculture, farmer suicide. Yes or no? पंजाब फार्मर बहुत रिच है, रेंज रोवर में जाएंगे खेत को. हमारा फार्मर पैदल जाएगा, पंजाब के फार्मर रेंज रोवर में जाएंगे. एंड वो लोग फाइट कर रहे किसके लिए? टेकिंग ऑफ फार्म बिल. हाँ, वो फार्म बिल का रिप्लिकेशन के लिए. सो दे वर फाइटिंग, ईटिंग तंदूरी नान, पनीर बटर मसाला, है ना। वो गाजियाबाद में दे हैव टुक वन सेंटर, वहां पे मसाज पार्लर, सब पार्किंग एरिया रेंज रोवर जैगवर कार रुक रहे थे एंड दे वर सिटिंग इन आंदोलन अगेंस्ट बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट, है ना, पंजाब रीजन. बट राइट नाउ द लैंड ऑफ पंजाब इज लूजिंग इट्स फर्टिलिटी बिकॉज ऑफ द फॉल्टी एग्रीकल्चरल प्रैक्टिसेस which got practiced. Clear? Punjab, land of 5 rivers, Punjab and Haryana belt very important, Annadata of India, high productivity, but slowly it will deplete. The rest is Ganga plain, deposited by Ganga and its tributaries. Out of all the plains, this is the largest one. Ganga plain has regional names: Mithila plain, Rohilkhand plain, Awadh plain, Magad plain. Do remember these 4 names: Mithila plain, Rohilkhand plain, Awadh plain, Magad plain. ये रीजनल नाम है गंगा प्लेन का. These are the regional names. है ना, regional names. And Brahmaputra plain, Assam में deposited by Brahmaputra and its tributaries. असम में ज़्यादा डिपोजिशन है, तो दे आर ऑल्सो कॉल्ड एज असम प्लेन्स. सो ऑल दीज प्लेन्स टुगेदर वी कॉल इट एज ग्रेट प्लेन्स ऑफ इंडिया. इज दिस क्लियर एवरीवन? सेकेंड फिजियोग्राफिक डिवीजन, नो डाउट इसमें, नो डाउट. थर्ड में जाएंगे, पेनिनसुलर प्लेट्यू. पेनिनसुलर प्लेट्यू को वी कैन डिवाइड इट एज सेंट्रल हाईलैंड्स एंड डेक्कन प्लेट्यू. वी कैन डिवाइड इट इनटू 2. एंड इस सेंट्रल प्लेट्यूस में यहाँ पे मारवाड़ प्लेट्यू, यहाँ पे बुंदेलखंड प्लेट्यू, यहाँ पे भागेलखंड प्लेट्यू, यहाँ पे मालवा प्लेट्यू, यहाँ पे छोटा नागपुर प्लेट्यू, रांची प्लेट्यू, राजमाल हिल्स, मेघालय प्लेट्यू. All these become part of the central highlands. इसका स्टेट्स याद रख लो, कहाँ पे इसका लोकेशन है. इसका सिग्निफिकेंस कुछ नहीं है, मिनरल्स मिलेंगे, उसमें कॉपर मिलेगा, इसमें लाइमस्टोन मिलेगा, इसका सैंडस्टोन मिलेगा. सो वो याद रख के फायदा नहीं है. डोंट रिमेंबर दैट इज इट इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर दिस, इज इट इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर दिस. बट मालवा एक याद रख लो, इट इज कंप्लीटली लावा बेस्ड प्लेट्यू नोन फॉर ब्लैक सॉइल, मध्य प्रदेश में है. मारवाड़ प्लेट्यू राजस्थान में है. बुंदेलखंड प्लेट्यू मध्य प्रदेश उत्तर प्रदेश में है. उसके साउथ मध्य प्रदेश एंड उत्तर प्रदेश लोकेशन में भागेलखंड प्लेट्यू. उसके नीचे छोटा नागपुर प्लेट्यू, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, मिनरल हार्टलैंड ऑफ इंडिया. 80% ऑफ इंडियन मिनरल रिजर्व्स आर फाउंड हियर, उसीलिए उसको हम मिनरल हार्टलैंड बोलेंगे. उसकी जस्ट बगल में राजमाल हिल्स एंड उसका उस तरफ ऑफशूट ऑफ पेनिनसुलर प्लेट्यू वी हैव मेघालय प्लेट्यू. एक्चुअली मेघालय प्लेट्यू पेनिनसुलर प्लेट्यू का प्लेट ही था. But when Indian plate was colliding with the Burmese plate, there was gap created between that, rift valley created, a gap, fault which got created. That fault was filled by sediments brought from Ganga, its tributaries, Brahmaputra, its tributaries. Now there is no fault there, just a plain area that has divided Meghalaya plateau, but it is an offshoot of peninsular plateau. And this Meghalaya plateau being alone, feeling alone, it has divided again, dissected. So that has divided into Garo, Khasi and Jaintia hills. These are the dissected hills from Meghalaya plateau. Okay, they are not part of Purvanchals, they are part of peninsular plateau. And easternmost region of Meghalaya plateau is called as Karbi Anglong plateau. ये भी याद रख लो. The easternmost part of Meghalaya plateau, उसको हम Karbi Anglong plateau बोलेंगे. Got this point everyone? Clear? Everyone clear with this? Everyone? एंड इस हिस्सा में आपको आरावलिस मिलेंगे. द ओल्डेस्ट फोल्ड माउंटेन्स ऑफ इंडिया, वन ऑफ द ओल्डेस्ट फोल्ड माउंटेन्स ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, एक्सटेंडिंग राइट अवे फ्रॉम नॉर्थन पोर्शन ऑफ गुजरात टू सदर्न दिल्ली जेएनयू कैंपस 800 किलोमीटर एंड उसका एवरेज एलिवेशन 300 से 500 मीटर. व्हेन आरावलिस वेर फॉर्म्ड देयर हाइट वाज मोर देन दैट ऑफ हिमालयास, बट दे हैव रिड्यूस्ड देयर हाइट्स, नाउ दे आर रेसिडियल माउंटेन्स. उसका हाईएस्ट पीक खुद गुरु शिखर इज 1722 मीटर. गुरु शिखर हाईएस्ट पीक ऑफ आरावलिस. आरावलिस में एक हिल स्टेशन भी है, माउंट अबू, वेयर वी हैव फेमस दिलवारा जैन टेम्पल. एंड इस साल यूनेस्को वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज साइट लिस्ट के ऊपर क्वेश्चन आने का चांसेस है. सो मेक श्योर दैट यू रिमेंबर यूनेस्को वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज साइट लिस्ट. देयर ज्योग्राफी माइट बी आस्क्ड. They might give you some UNESCO's World Heritage Site list and ask you to arrange them from north to south or south to north or east to west or west to east. So वो थोड़ा याद रख लो, UNESCO World Heritage Site list. And here you find Vindhyas and उसके साउथ में सतपुरास. Vindhyas extend right away from Gujarat up to Bihar. बिहार में उसको कायमूर हिल्स भी बोलते हैं. Vindhyas regionally in the Bihar location, we call them as Kaimur Hills. Okay, very very important. These Vindhyas earlier were fold, later became residual. Now they are block. The best example of all. First fold mountain था, फिर residual बना, कुछ नहीं था वहाँ पे, बीच में rift valley आया. Then it started appear like mountain. Now Vindhyas and Satpuras, they are block mountain. नीचे सातपुरास जो है 7 ग्रुप ऑफ माउंटेन्स, अजंता, माइकाल रेंजेस, महादेव रेंजेस, गविलगढ़ हिल्स, गर्जत हिल्स. सो इन दिस वे टू द साउथ ऑफ विंध्यास यू फाइंड ग्रुप ऑफ 7 माउंटेन्स विच आर टुगेदर रिफर्ड एज सतपुरन रेंजेस. एंड छोटा नागपुर प्लेट्यू में और एक इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है, मिनरल हार्टलैंड के जगह. इन दैट रीजन वी हैव रेडियल ड्रेनेज पैटर्न. जनरली रेडियल ड्रेनेज पैटर्न का मतलब है, फॉर एग्जांपल एनी एलिवेटेड रीजन, फ्रॉम दिस एलिवेटेड रीजन rivers start radiating into different routes. So from Chota Nagpur plateau we can observe that particular radiating of different streams. So that radiating drainage pattern जो भी है, that is present along this particular Chota Nagpur plateau. Okay. So in which of the following regions you can see the radiating drainage pattern? Answer is Chota Nagpur plateau. Okay. And coming to the next Deccan Plateau. Deccan Plateau is a lava based plateau completely located to the south of Satpuras, completely lava based plateau. So this Deccan Plateau has association with Reunion Island. Have spoken regarding with the hotspot volcanism, right? So along that particular hotspot volcanism this Deccan Plateau has its creation. So completely lava. इसको जो ऊपर का पोर्शन है Deccan Plateau का उसको महाराष्ट्र प्लेट्यू बोलेंगे, मोस्टली डोमिनेटेड विद बसाल्ट एंड ग्रेनाइट रॉक्स, सो हेंस ब्लैक सॉइल एलिवेशंस. क्लियर. सो रीजनली महाराष्ट्र में ब्लैक सॉइल्स को हम रेगुर सॉइल्स बोलेंगे. दिस कीवर्ड यू रिमेंबर, मोस्टली कॉटन बेस्ड सॉइल. इसका साउथ में जो है कर्नाटका प्लेट्यू. कर्नाटका प्लेट्यू इज डिवाइडेड इनटू 2 रीजन्स. वन इज मैदान, वन इज मलनाड. मैदान एंड मलनाड. मैदान एंड मलनाड. मैदान का मतलब कर्नाटका में प्लेन रीजन है, मैदान का मतलब. मलनाड इज ए हिली रीजन इन कर्नाटका. सो उस हिली रीजन्स में वी हैव द मोस्ट फेमस बाबा बुदान हिल्स लोकेटेड ओवर देयर अराउंड द मलनाड रीजन. सो वेयर द कॉफी प्लांटेशंस आर वेरी फेमस इन चिकमगलूर डिस्ट्रिक्ट एंड आयरन ओर इज वेरी फेमस. एंड इसका इस तरफ की रीजन है तेलंगाना प्लेट्यू, एज एवरीवन नो. एंड उसका नॉर्थ पोर्शन है छत्तीसगढ़ प्लेन, छत्तीसगढ़ बेसिन बोलेंगे इसको. सो दिस ग्रुप ऑफ स्मॉलर फिजियोग्राफिक डिवीजन दे बिकम द पार्ट ऑफ द लार्जर फिजियोग्राफिक डिवीजन कॉल्ड एज डेक्कन प्लेट्यू. ओके. सो एसोसिएटेड विद दिस डेक्कन प्लेट्यू इटसेल्फ we have western and eastern ghats. Hope everyone know regarding with that. Western ghats block mountains, eastern ghats examples of fold. Eastern ghats are example of fold mountains, western ghats are example of block mountains. Western Ghats are also called as Sahyadris, Block Mountains. Eastern Ghats जो भी हैं, they are examples of fold mountains. Okay. Western Ghats are continuous chain of mountains extending in Gujarat, Maharashtra, Goa, Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu. Okay. Eastern Ghats जो fold mountains हैं, they are discontinued mountain ranges extending from Mahanadi Valley region up to Nilgiri Hills. Up to Nilgiri Hills, this particular Eastern Ghats shall be extended. So, ये location जो है Nilgiri is very very important. In this particular region, Western Ghats and Eastern Ghats, they generally tend to merge with each other along the Nilgiris, and after Nilgiris we don't find Eastern Ghats. This Western Ghats, they radiate into different states. एक branch radiate होगा तमिलनाडु में, एक branch radiate होगा केरला में, एक branch radiates towards the कन्याकुमारी. जो branch तमिलनाडु में radiate होगा उसको पलानी हिल्स बोलेंगे. जो ब्रांच केरला में रेडिएट होगा उसको अन्नामलाई हिल्स बोलेंगे. जो ब्रांच कार्डमम हिल्स के पास रेडिएट होगा, लाइक कन्याकुमारी रीजन के पास रेडिएट होगा, दैट इज कार्डमम हिल्स. सो केरला एंड कर्नाटका रीजन नियर टू कन्याकुमारी लोकेशन, देयर एक्सटेंशन बेल्ट एक्सटेंड्स फ्रॉम केरला टुवर्ड्स द कन्याकुमारी बेल्ट, द सदर्न मोस्ट टिप ऑफ द मेनलैंड ऑफ इंडिया. सो नीलगिरीस, पलानी, अन्नामलाई, Cardamom Hills, and within the Nilgiri Hills we find Ooty, which is the hill station. So just now I was speaking regarding with the marking of hill stations. So make sure that you mark such an hill stations like Ooty located in Nilgiri, and Kodaikanal located in Palani Hills, Munnar located in Annamalai Hills in the Kerala region. So you have certain hill stations. Make sure that you please do a background work regarding with the hill stations whichever are there. And here, despite this Western Ghats continuous chain of mountain ranges and their height is more than Eastern Ghats, they have some gaps in between them, same like the passes in the Himadri. And within that, in the Maharashtra region, we have Thalgat and Borgat gaps. Within the Maharashtra, we have two gaps. One is Thalgat, one is Borgat. These are the two gaps. And in Kerala, between Kerala and Tamil Nadu, we have one gap here, that is Palgat gap. Thalgat gap, Borgat gap. ये महाराष्ट्र में Thalgat and Borgat. इधर केरला एंड तमिलनाडु के बीच में we find Palgat gap. Kerala and Tamil Nadu के बीच में, where most of the transportation which generally happens between them, that happens here. Are you getting this, everyone? Clear? So make sure that you remember them. Apart from that, the rest physiographic division, if you see, between the Western Ghats and the West Coast, between the Eastern Ghats and East Coast, we have the fourth physiographic division of India, and that fourth physiographic division is coastal plains. And here we find West Coastal Plain, East Coastal Plain. West Coastal Plain is longer but narrower in its width. East Coastal Plain is shorter but broader in its width. This is the reason why along the East Coastal Plain we have deltaic formations. Along the West Coastal Plains we shall find estuary formations. Do remember this point. Please make a note and write even. So the West Coastal Plains being narrower, they have estuaries. East coastal plains, they have deltaic formations. Okay, got this point everyone? Clear with this? Everyone clear with this? And these west coastal plains which are there, they are regionally called up with different names. Kathiawar plain, which is known for natural harbors and tides mostly. Maharashtra and Goa plain, known as Konkan plain. Clear? Maharashtra and Goa, known for huge amount of commercial activities. Canara plain, located in Karnataka. Malabar coastal plain, Malabar plain. So out of these west coastal plains, these first three which are there, they are examples of submergent coast. They are the examples of submergent coast. Only the Malabar coastal plain is the example of emergent coast. The coast got emerged there. But the entire eastern coast of India, they are known for emergent coast. The entire eastern coast, right away from the Odisha to Tamil Nadu, they are examples of emergent coast. Generally, coast might emerge or it might submerge. Got this point, everyone? Clear? And if you see, this Malabar coastal plain which is there, that is known for huge amount of backwaters. Okay, and those particular backwaters which are there along this particular Kerala region, regionally they are called as kayals. The backwaters and lagoons which you can see within the Kerala region, known for backwaters, there regionally usko hum kayals bolenge. We call them as kayals. Okay, and if you see this particular region, the emergent coast, east coastal plain, यहाँ पे Odisha coast, Utkal coast. So near to the Utkal coast, Mahanadi river creates delta. This everyone know. Near to Utkal coast, we have one island. उसका नाम है Wheeler Island. And recently they have changed their name to APJ Abdul Kalam Island. Clear? It is a missile testing center for DRDO. जो भी DRDO missile testing करना है, they tend to do it over there. And along this Odisha coast, we find Lake Chilka, which is very, very important. It is the largest saline water lake in India. Lake Chilka, the largest saline water lake, and it is the first Ramsar site to be declared. The largest saline lake and first Ramsar site to be declared. Okay. And in this Odisha coast, something interesting happens. Actually, along the eastern coast, from the Pacific Oceans and from these backwaters, we generally tend to have the movement of the olive ridley turtles, which generally come. उसको हम Pacific ridley turtles बोलेंगे. But along this Odisha coast, we have a coast by name called as Ganjam coast, where Rushikalya river opens its mouth along this Ganjam coast. So the beach name is Gahirmata Beach and Sanctuary. So along this region, olive ridley turtles, they come thousands in number every year for mass nesting to hatch the eggs, and they hatch the eggs and they go away. Slowly, when the small turtles come out, they tend to swim back into the water. So this is the breeding site for this particular olive ridley turtles. That is a natural site, not an artificial one created. So Odishan government recently they have declared it as the protected area, eco-sensitive zone. So this year might be question might come on eco-sensitive zones. ये थोड़ा देख लो, eco-sensitive zones के ऊपर क्वेश्चन आने का चांसेस है. साइट्स, कन्वेंशन ऑफ इंटरनेशनल ट्रेड ऑफ एंडेंजर्ड स्पीसीज ऑफ फ्लोरा एंड फौना, इसके ऊपर क्वेश्चन आने का चांसेस है, साइट्स के ऊपर एंड इसके ऊपर, एंड WPA 1972 अमेंडमेंट इन 2022 में अमेंडमेंट हुआ। ये भी आर्टिकल्स थोड़ा बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, उसमें ऑलिव रिडली टर्टल्स का क्वेश्चन भी आने का चांसेस है। सो दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट साइट विच यू हैव टू रिमेंबर। पोस्ट डाउन द लाइन, इसको हम आंध्रा कोस्ट और नॉर्थर्न सरकार्स बोलेंगे, वी कॉल देम एज आंध्रा कोस्ट और नॉर्थर्न सरकार्स। इसमें गोदावरी एंड कृष्णा रिवर टेंड टू क्रिएट डेल्टा, and between these two deltas we have Lake Kolleru, which was earlier a lagoon but now it is a freshwater lake. Lake Kolleru earlier lagoon था but अभी freshwater lake है। And to the south of Krishna Delta we have Lake Pulicat, which is also important, and to the south of that we have Coromandel coast. तमिलनाडु कोस्ट को हम कोरोमंडल कोस्ट बोलते हैं। कावेरी रिवर क्रिएट्स डेल्टा एट दिस कोरोमंडल कोस्ट, वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। कोरोमंडल कोस्ट में कावेरी रिवर जो है वो डेल्टा क्रिएट करेगा। एंड दिस कोरोमंडल कोस्ट का इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग है, लाइक इट रिसीव्स रेनफॉल, मैक्सिमम रेनफॉल ड्यूरिंग द विंटर सीजन्स। ये पॉइंट याद रख लो, मैक्सिमम yes retreating monsoon and northeastern monsoon. So Coromandel coast they receives maximum rainfalls during winter seasons. So winter season में इसमें ज़्यादा बारिश होने का chances है। Maximum rainfalls occur during winter seasons over here. Got this point clear everyone? Clear with this? सो इतना याद रख लो, कोस्टल प्लेन में बस है। एंड कमिंग टू द आइलैंड्स, बोथ द आइलैंड्स अंडमान निकोबार एक्सटेंशन ऑफ अराकान नियोमास, लक्षद्वीप फॉर्म्ड बिकॉज ऑफ कोरल रीफ, उसमें डिफरेंट आइलैंड्स है, देख लो। डंकन्स पैसेज 10 डिग्री चैनल, 9 डिग्री चैनल, 8 डिग्री चैनल, डू यू रिमेंबर? डंकन्स पैसेज डिवाइड्स लिटिल निकोबार विथ साउथ अंडमान, लिटिल अंडमान विथ साउथ अंडमान, 10 डिग्री चैनल विथ निकोबार विथ अंडमान, Barren Island, Norcondam, Port Blair, Kavaratti, 8 degree channel, 9 degree channel, 9 degree channel divides Lakshadweep with the main Minicoy. Minicoy is divided with Maldives with 8 degree channel. ये याद है ना सबको, everyone? Most important topic out of this Indian geography range is river systems. So river systems पे questions आना है, in that Himalayan river systems and peninsular river systems. तो उसमें first Indus river system के बारे में key points which you have to remember every time. So generally whenever you are reading the river systems, questions exclusively in preliminary examination, they are going to come in this regard. They will appear from the tributaries of those particular river streams or their origin points or merging points. ये ज़्यादा याद रखने की ज़रूरत है ना? So Indus River अगर key points whatever you will remember they include, like Indus River का origin point जो भी है, it originates somewhere near to Mansarovar Lake, and Indus River is joined by Dhar River at India-China border. Then it enters into Indian northwestern direction and it flows between two mountain ranges. What are they? Ladakh and Jaskar ranges, as I have said. Do remember that key point. And slowly this particular Indus River moves further to the north, and from the north it shall be joined by Shok River at Skardu location, and at Nanga Parbat it is joined by Gilgit River. ये सारे नॉर्थ का थोड़ा बहुत ट्रिब्यूटरीज है विच यू हैव टू रिमेंबर. एंड हियर एट द ले लद्दाख लोकेशन, दिस इज द रीजन ऑफ ले, Here Jaskar river would be joining it. Jaskar river generally joins this particular Indus river. Do remember this point, very very important. So many people generally tend to leave these things off. मतलब ये पढ़ने का मन नहीं करेगा. Generally they tend to read only Jhelum, Chenab, Ravi, Bias, Satluj. But इससे क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे तो फंस जाएंगे उसमें. You wouldn't be in a position that you can able to take out the option. तो इंडिया चाइना बॉर्डर के पास जस्कर, ले के पास सॉरी धार रिवर, ले के पास जस्कर, स्कर्दू के पास शोक रिवर एंड नंगा पर्वत के पास गिलगिट रिवर जॉइन होने के बाद स्लोली इंडस रिवर एंटर्स इनटू पाकिस्तान एंड वंस इट एंटर्स इनटू पाकिस्तान इसमें भी यू शैल बी हैविंग सम ट्रिब्यूटरीज विच शैल बी जॉइंड. मतलब इधर अगर आप देखेंगे काबुल रिवर इज जॉइनिंग, यू कैन सी हियर. तोचिकुरम रिवर इज जॉइनिंग, जियोब गोमल इज जॉइनिंग. बट ये उतना ज्यादा नेसेसिटी नहीं है. बट एटलीस्ट यू हैव टू रिमेंबर दैट यस दीज आर ट्रिब्यूटरीज ऑफ इंडस, दैट्स इट. उससे ज्यादा इन्फ्लुएंस करने की जरूरत नहीं है. ओके, सो इफ यू गो बैक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट ट्रिब्यूटरीज विच यू हैव टू मार्क रिगार्डिंग विद दिस पर्टिकुलर इंडस रिवर इज झेलम. तो ये झेलम का अगर आप देखो, सो झेलम रिवर वेरीनाग श्रीनगर से ओरिजिनेट होता है. एवरीवन नो इन विच लेक डज इट फ्लो. झेलम रिवर ओरिजिनेट होने के बाद कौन सा लेक में फ्लो होगा? वूलर लेक, इंडियाज लार्जेस्ट फ्रेश वाटर लेक, वूलर लेक. उसमें फ्लो होने के बाद स्लोली इट टर्न्स साउथ वेस्ट. It tends to create a gorge at Pir Panjal range and it tends to create a borderline between India and Pakistan for approximately 170 kilometer. Natural boundary line create करेगा. But this Jhelum river जो भी है, it is not going to merge with Indus directly. So this Jhelum river slowly enters Pakistan and it joins the Chenab river and this location is Trimmu location. So पाकिस्तान में जो भी ट्रिम्मो लोकेशन है along that particular zone we shall be having the Jhelum as a tributary which shall be joining. And Jhelum which joins in Chenab, this Chenab originates from two locations, Jojila Pass and Bara-Lapchola Pass. So Jojila Pass से चंद्रा start होगा, Bara-Lapchola के पास से Bara-Lapchola will start. Both will meet and then we call it as Chenab river. And slowly this Chenab river flows down south and it mixes the Jhelum waters first. Then Ravi river water will also mix into Chenab. इधर आप देख सकते हैं like. So finally Ravi river water are also meeting with Chenab. Are you getting this point, everyone? So from where Ravi would be originating, it originates from Rohtang Pass, Himachal Pradesh. ये याद रखने की चीज है. एंड नियर टू दिस रोहतांग पास इटसेल्फ वी वुड बी हैविंग ओरिजिन ऑफ बियास रिवर एंड इट इज ओनली पैट्रियोटिक रिवर, ओनली फ्लोस इन इंडिया. बाकी रिवर तो इंडिया पाकिस्तान में फ्लो हो रहे हैं. सो इट ओनली फ्लोस इन इंडिया. दो रिवर जो पास स्टार्ट हो रहा है रोहतांग पास से, चेनाब रिवर, बियास रिवर. दिस बियास रिवर डायरेक्टली डजंट मर्ज अगेन विथ इंडस, इट मर्जेस विथ सतलज. And this Satluj river is almost originating near from Mansarovar lake and this Satluj river enters into India through one important pass. Can anyone name them? शिपकिला पास से एंटर होगा एंड वो शिपकिला पास से एंटर होने के बाद में इसके ऊपर डैम बनेगा, बाकरा नंगल डैम, इंडियाज हाईएस्ट मैसनरी डैम. देन बियास रिवर मर्जेस, स्लोली इट एंटर्स इनटू पाकिस्तान. एंड दिस पर्टिकुलर पाकिस्तान रीजन जो है along this particular zone, this Chenab river which has mixed Jhelum and Chenab Ravi waters that merges with Satluj river, and that Satluj river when it is merged with these rivers, now there has been culmination of 5 rivers, right? So these particular 5 rivers together now they are called as Panjnad. Panjnad, land of 5 rivers, Panjnad. This Panjnad will go and directly join into Indus. And that joins the Indus near to Mithankot location. Mithankot location near to the Karachi region. We have the Mithankot location. Along that particular zone, we shall be having the joining of Indus river with that of, sorry, Sutlej river with that of Indus river. Got this point, everyone? Clear with this, everyone? Everyone clear with this? Everyone? So every critical point has to be remembered here. बहुत सारे लोग सोचेंगे every river of tributary of Indus, Jhelum, Chenab, Ravi, Bias, Sutlej directly merges with Indus, but ये नहीं है कहानी. One river merges into another and the third, second merges into third. The same question was asked in UPSC 2020, 2021. In 2021, the question was asked. Are you getting this? So in this way, the tributaries have to be remembered. And there has been Indus Water Treaty. ये mains का concept है. आपको वैसे ज़रूरत नहीं है. But once revise कर लो. So according to the Indus Water Treaty, what actually has happened is, there was a treaty on this particular river stream where Chenab, Indus, Jhelum, Chenab went to Pakistan. Ravi, Bias, Sutlej rights have been rested with India. So इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि like we can't use the water of Indus, Jhelum, Chenab. We can utilize the water of Indus, Jhelum, Chenab for irrigation and for drinking water up to 20%. Beyond that, we can't construct a dam or we can't divert the waters of Indus, Jhelum, Chenab. So इंडिया ने वैसा कुछ नहीं किया था, बट झेलम रिवर जो ट्रिब्यूटरी है झेलम का, किशन गंगा और नीलम रिवर, उसके ऊपर कंस्ट्रक्शन किए थे. So then there was a tussle between India and Pakistan again. So it went to International Court of Arbitration, case file किए, फिर अपना Attorney General गया and he scolded Pakistan. तो ये सारे issues हुए फिर. India however has won the case. पाकिस्तान को ये आदत है for losing the things, है ना. So on and often जब भी इंडिया पाकिस्तान का इश्यू होगा, ये जनरली these things would be in news. That's why वहाँ पे कुछ मतलब ट्रीटी या इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी या उसका ट्रिब्यूटरीज पे क्वेश्चंस आने का चांस मिलेगा. सो इंडस रिवर के ऊपर प्लीज थोड़ा ध्यान लगा दीजिए. मेक श्योर दैट यू रिमेंबर द ट्रिब्यूटरीज, यू रिमेंबर द लोकेशंस, क्योंकि इंडिया पाकिस्तान का इश्यू है ना, तो टू नो as much as possible is our maximum course of concern which is present in it. So make sure that you remember these particular aspects. Done. So Indus River याद रहेगा सबको. मानसरोवर लेक से it finally enters into Arabian Sea by merging these tributaries. Next is Ganga River, the holy river for India. Every year people try to read Ganga River as it is important, but गंगा के ऊपर क्वेश्चन नहीं आएगा. But इस बार chances are very high because Ganga River has been used many times. पार्लियामेंट में, बाहर गंगा पोल्यूशन के ऊपर, गंगा रिवर का क्लीनिंग के ऊपर, एंड रिसेंटली सम टूरिज्म सर्क्यूट हैज स्टार्टेड इन गंगा रिवर. सो वो सर्क्यूट के हिसाब से मतलब गंगा रिवर बहुत ज़्यादा न्यूज़ में था. सो हो सकता है लाइक गंगा रिवर के ऊपर क्वेश्चंस आने का चांसेस ज़्यादा है. दिस टाइम इट इज़ वेरी वेरी हाई. So generally this is the pattern of the Ganga river system. Initially Ganga river which is going to originate, it is not going to originate as one stream. Ganga is going to originate as multiple streams, and from a location Devprayag it is called as river Ganga. तो उसके ऊपर का जो कहानी है, like from that chances are there that question might come. See, this is the location. From Badrinath, which is located in Uttarakhand location, we shall be having origin of Alaknanda river. Okay. So what happens to this Alaknanda river is, after it starts its journey from Badrinath, Dhauli Ganga river will be merging with this particular Badrinath river, the Dhauli Ganga river stream जो भी है. And that particular Dhauli Ganga river stream which generally is there, उसको क्या होगा, विष्णु प्रयाग के पास this Dhauli Ganga merges with Alaknanda. So first प्रयाग जो आएगा बद्रीनाथ से स्टार्ट होने के बाद विष्णु प्रयाग, देन दिस अलकनंदा मूव्स फर्दर, देन नंदाकिनी रिवर shall join the Alaknanda river at Nand Prayag. This is the second Prayag while you travel. Then moving further, Pindar Ganga river, it merges with Alaknanda at Karna Prayag. Okay, पहला हो गया विष्णु प्रयाग, then Nand Prayag, then Karna Prayag. Then from Kedarnath, which recently was stopped, yesterday snowfall has happened. Many people who went to विजिट केदारनाथ, जनरली May 1 को ओपन होगा, बट क्लाइमेट चेंज जो नेचर को दिया ऊपर लात मार रहे, फिर नेचर इज रिटर्निंग बैक, टेक इट नाउ. सो दे वेंट टू केदारनाथ, दे हैव स्ट्रक. सो वहां से मंदाकिनी रिवर स्टार्ट होगा, दैट जनरली इज मर्ज्ड विद दिस पर्टिकुलर अलकनंदा रिवर एट रुद्रप्रयाग. क्लियर? एंड दिस पर्टिकुलर अलकनंदा रिवर मूव्स फर्दर, गंगोत्री रीजन से जो भागीरथी निकलेगा, and that particular Alaknanda joins Bhagirathi at Dev Prayag. So from this particular location we call it as river Ganga. तो इतने सारे कहानी है, जितना याद रखो उतना बेहतर होगा इस बार, बिकॉज यही क्वेश्चंस आने वाले, बिकॉज नो वन इज गोइंग टू आस्क द डाउन स्ट्रीम. सबको पता है यमुना जॉइंस गंगा एट प्रयागराज इलाहाबाद, मतलब वो इवन ए किड विल बी रीडिंग इस. सो ये पढ़ने का मतलब है अभी. So make sure that you read it. Gangotri जो है, clear, it is joining the Bhagirathi river is joining the Alaknanda at Dev Prayag. थोड़ा key points mark कर लीजिए आप. विष्णु प्रयाग के पास कौन सा रिवर ज्वाइन हो रहा है अलकनंदा को, देन नंद प्रयाग के पास कौन सा रिवर ज्वाइन हो रहा है. सो ये थोड़ा प्लीज डू रिमेंबर. विष्णु प्रयाग, नंद प्रयाग, कर्ण प्रयाग, रुद्र प्रयाग, देव प्रयाग, 5 प्रयाग हैं. क्वेश्चन इससे ही आने वाला है 100%, नो डाउट बता रहा हूं 100%. सो वी कैन विजिट ऑल दिस प्लेसेस इफ वी विजिट वन. उत्तराखंड में वी कैन गो टू बद्रीनाथ, अगर बद्रीनाथ गए केदारनाथ जा सकते हैं, एंड गंगोत्री, यमुनोत्री वी कैन गो इट. क्लियर? याद रहेंगे ये? अपर स्ट्रीम याद रहेगा? This is lower stream of Ganga. So Ganga slowly what it would be doing is, after this particular Haridwar location, ये ऊपर देव प्रयाग के पास, slowly it enters the plain region, and it enters the plain region near to that of Haridwar location. Do remember this point. So from Haridwar, Ganga flows along the plain. So slowly after this Haridwar, this Ganga river moves along different cities, and again at this Farakka location along this West Bengal, it divides into 2 branches. One branch goes into Bangladesh as Padma, one branch flows into West Bengal as Hooghly river. Okay, this is the outline story. Hope everyone know it. So here what are the important right bank tributaries में? यमुनोत्री से यमुना निकलेगा. Clear? Yamuna river would be joining somewhere near closer to Allahabad region, and Yamuna has further tributaries: Chambal, Betwa, Sindh, Ken. All these shall be the tributaries of Yamuna, and this Chambal again has tributaries Banas. So please only don't remember the tributaries of the main river streams. Remember the tributaries of tributaries, because now they are not going to file up the question or ask you a question like, is Gomti the tributary of Ganga or not? UPSC इतना आसान क्वेश्चन तो पूछेगा नहीं. So कुछ तो कुछ अलग करके रहेगा UPSC, Unpredictable Service Commission. What they would be doing is, which of the tributaries flows along the गंगा रिवर बेसिन, ये क्वेश्चन पूछने का ज्यादा चांसेस है. सो ट्रिब्यूटरीज ऑफ द ट्रिब्यूटरीज शुड ऑल्सो बी रिमेंबर्ड फॉर श्योर. सो अगर यमुना पढ़ रहे हो, इफ यू आर रीडिंग यमुना, यमुना इज मर्जिंग एट अलाहाबाद, देन यू ऑल्सो रीड द ट्रिब्यूटरीज ऑफ यमुना. चंबल is tributary, Betwa is tributary, Ken is tributary, Sindh is tributary. ऑफ यमुना, एंड चंबल रिवर अगर पढ़ रहे हो उसका बनास भी पढ़ना पड़ेगा अब। बनास रिवर ओरिजिनेट फ्रॉम आरावली रिवर, आरावली रीजन, एंड चंबल रिवर के ऊपर जनरली डैम है, जवाहर सागर डैम, गांधी सागर डैम, कोटा बैरेज। सो ये सारे डैम्स चंबल रिवर के ऊपर हैं। सो दोस पर्टिकुलर 4 डैम्स के हिसाब से लास्ट टाइम यूपीएससी में एक डैम के ऊपर क्वेश्चन पूछा गया था, आई थिंक सो राणा प्रताप सागर डैम, उस लाइक आई थिंक सो दैट क्वेश्चन, और जवाहर सागर डैम, ये दोनों में एक क्वेश्चन आया था उसमें। सो मेक श्योर दैट इफ यू आर रीडिंग चंबल रिवर, उसका कंटेम्पररी में जितने भी है वो भी पढ़ना पड़ेगा। समटाइम्स दे माइट आस्क यू दिस क्वेश्चन, चंबल रिवर generally gives the water supply to the Kiyoladiyo Ghana National Park. So environment plus geography interlinked question. Chambal River Kiyoladiyo Ghana National Park को water supply करेगा. So which of the following river generally supplies the water to Kiyoladiyo Ghana National Park? मतलब ये किसी को पता नहीं है that Chambal River is supplying the water unless and until you are born and brought up in Chambal region. टिटला मिलेगा वहाँ पे, है ना? So वो चंबल रीजन जो है that is already a dacoit region that has gully erosion, very badland topography, खुद उसके पास पानी नहीं है, that is giving पानी to Kiyoladiyo Ghana National Park. So ऐसा कुछ ट्रिक विक लगा के याद रखा। So you have to do or follow some or the other trick, because now the question of standard of UPSC is not at that level that they are not going to give a statement that is Yamuna joining at Allahabad, no or yes, true or false, ऐसा क्वेश्चन नहीं देंगे अब। So beyond that expectations, the questions are going to come. So make sure that if you are reading Son River, Son is the next tributary, where it is joining. सब लोग अलाहाबाद पढ़ के वहां पे अलाहाबाद में रुक जाएंगे कुंभ मेला देखने, but Son River is also merging at some location, right? Patna. And if you see the Gagda river, which is originating from Gurla Mandata peak in Tibet, this Gagda river has tributaries like Sarda, Saryu, Kali river, and on that Sarda river, Saryu river, we have Ayodhya which is located, जो राम मंदिर कंस्ट्रक्ट कर रहे हैं, तो उसके ऊपर क्वेश्चन बनेगा अब। सो सिर्फ पढ़ के हाँ गंगा रिवर ओरिजिनेट्स एट गंगोत्री ग्लेशियर, इट मर्जेस विद वे, ये पढ़ने से काम नहीं चलेगा अभी, वो दिन गए। आर यू गेटिंग माई पॉइंट एवरीवन? एवरी की पॉइंट, गोमती कहां पे मर्ज हो रहा है? कोसी रिवर सौर ऑफ बिहार पढ़ के हम खुश हो जाएंगे, बट कोसी रिवर की ओरिजिन इट स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम टिबेट, सप्तकोसी रीजन। सो सप्तकोसी में 7 डिफरेंट स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट होंगे, एंटरिंग द टिबेट इट कन्वर्ट्स एज वन स्ट्रीम, वन रिवर स्ट्रीम, that is Kosi, that joins Ganga at Mongir town near to that location, Kursela location. So in this way every key point of understanding has to be there. Damodar river, Soar of Bengal, joining Hooghly stream, not the main Ganga stream. We read Damodar river as tributary of Ganga, but directly it is merging with Hooghly. उसका origin point किसी को पता है? Many people don't know this. Chota Nagpur plateau. And Damodar Valley region is called as Ruhr region because उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा coal field belts है. Damodar has one tributary, that is Barakar river. They might ask question on Barakar also. And Son river origin happens from Amarkantak plateau, from where the same Narmada river also starts. They might ask Amarkantak plateau question. ये question नहीं पूछेंगे what is the length of Ganga, who inaugurated clean Ganga mission, ये क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछेंगे, ये 6th स्टैंडर्ड में भी नहीं पूछ रहे। सो गो बियॉन्ड व्हाट इज एक्सपेक्टेशन, गो बियॉन्ड व्हाट इज एक्सपेक्टेशन। तो ऐसे क्वेश्चन मिलेंगे आपको। फॉर एग्जाम्पल लेट्स से if Ganga has completely become navigable river, you will start your journey from Badrinath. Okay, so which of the following cities you will be coming across with from first to last? पागल बन जाएंगे देख देख के। so उसके लिए ये इमेज, हरिद्वार, मुजफ्फरनगर, मीरठ, बरेली, अलीगढ़, ये सारे क्लोज है। देखो कानपुर डायरेक्टली ऑन गंगा रिवर, अलाहाबाद मिर्जापुर, वाराणसी, पाटना, भागलपुर, बहरमपुर, कोलकाता, इस पे से क्वेश्चन निकलेगा। ये सब पढ़ने के लिए वी शुड हैव मोर एंड मोर टाइम, बट मैं गाइड कर रहा हूं आपको क्या क्या पढ़ना है, क्या क्या नहीं पढ़ना है। सिर्फ आगरा पढ़ेंगे हम, यमुना रिवर लोकेटेड ऑन आगरा बैंक। ताजमहल देखेंगे, ताजमहल टी पी के बैठ जाएंगे, ये नहीं होता है। बियॉन्ड द एक्सपेक्टेशन वी हैव टू रीड, बियॉन्ड द एक्सपेक्टेशन। क्वेश्चन सिंपल रहेगा, ऑप्शन विल मेक द डिफिकल्ट द क्वेश्चन मच डिफिकल्ट, that doesn't allow us to answer the question. That's why make sure that you remember this particular task very effectively. Remember all the cities, important cities याद रख लो at least. And one more question क्या पूछेंगे, which of the following tributaries of Ganga origin in India? So many people, unless and until you read the origin, you are not going to read about the origin of that particular region. So where you are finding the origin, that you have to read. For example, out of the left bank tributaries of Ganga, I'm sorry, in left bank tributaries of Ganga, only Ram Ganga river originates in India. Rest rivers doesn't originate in India. In right bank tributaries of Ganga, everything originates in India. मतलब ऐसा ट्रिक लगा के याद रखना है। Only Ram Ganga river origins from some near to Gadwal district. बाकी सारे नेपाल, तिब्बत, इंडिया नेपाल बॉर्डर, नेपाल तिब्बत बॉर्डर, वहां से ओरिजिनेट हो जाएंगे। So in this way you have to remember the tricky aspect. So वो tricky aspect जब याद रहेगा आपको, मैक्सिमम चांसेस आर देयर, जो भी क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे दैट दे विल बी काउंटिंग अस। एंड वन मोर इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन, इफ यू आर ट्रैवलिंग अलोंग द गंगा रिवर, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग ट्रिब्यूटरीज जॉइन द गंगा रिवर फ्रॉम लेफ्ट एंड राइट बैंक फ्रॉम फर्स्ट टू लास्ट? दिस नो वन हैज रेड, क्वेश्चन यही आएगा। मोस्ट प्रोबेबली व्हाट यू माइट हैव रेड हियर, you might have read left bank tributary, right bank tributary, origin of Ganga, where Ganga merges, ये पढ़े होंगे आप। This you might have read, yes or no? But you might have not read this, like पहला गोमती यमुना जॉइन हो रहा है, उसके बाद में गोमती, उसके बाद में गागड़ा, उसके बाद में सोन गंडक, उसके बाद में कोसी। ये सीक्वेंस तो नहीं पढ़े होंगे ना, यूपीएससी एग्जामिनर यही सीक्वेंस पकड़ेगा। Arrange the following tributaries joined to the Ganga river from its left and right bank. Arrange them from the first joining to the last joining. एग्जामिनर को क्वेश्चन पेपर प्रिपेयर करने का अधिकार दिया है। If he has given up with the authority of preparing question paper, obviously he will think to give a question which is tricky, so that UPSC will praise him, because somewhat direct question doesn't give him the pricing mark. One question was, which was very, very brilliant, I think so it was in 2021 itself. Which of the following crops are least water efficient crop? Which of the following crops are least water efficient crop? Sugarcane, sunflower, groundnut, millets. Millets is the answer, right? Everyone has marked the same. Answer is sugarcane. Why? Because he did not ask you about water efficient crop. He asked you about least water efficient crop. Their students got confused. Water efficient crop का मतलब कम पानी में ग्रो होना। Least water efficient crop मतलब ज्यादा पानी में ग्रो होना। Sugarcane requires maximum amount of water. So उसमें confuse कर देंगे आपको। So that's the reason why you have to make sure that you remember this. The same you have to remember for Brahmaputra. Brahmaputra originates from Chemayangdung glacier in the Tibet, and it flows east along Namcha Barwa. It enters into India with the name of Dihang. Reaching the Sadia location in Assam, it is called as Brahmaputra. and following in Bangladesh, it is called as Jamuna. Yes or no? And when it merges with Ganga river in Bangladesh, it is called as Padma. And when it is added up with Meghna, it is called as Meghna Padma. बट क्वेश्चन इसमें से नहीं पूछेंगे कहाँ से उसको ब्रह्मपुत्रा बोलेंगे, क्या क्या नाम है, इसको अलग अलग नाम है, सैंगपो, यारलुंगजैंगबो, ब्रह्मपुत्रा को ये नहीं पूछेंगे बिकॉज एवरीवन रीड्स दिस. सेम क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे, अरेंज द फॉलोइंग ट्रिब्यूटरीज जॉइंड टू द ब्रह्मपुत्रा रिवर फ्रॉम इट्स फर्स्ट टू लास्ट, और विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग नेशनल पार्क्स आर अटैच्ड विद ब्रह्मपुत्रा रिवर, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग आर द प्रोटेक्टेड एरियाज अलोंग दिस ब्रह्मपुत्रा बेसिन. सेम गंगा रिवर को भी यही क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे, which of the following protected areas are part of Ganga basin. So whenever you read this, if you see the tributaries joining from right to Brahmaputra, first you have to remember right and left, then first to last, then important key points where they are merging, and important cities, and if there are any pilgrimage centers that you have to remember, cultural centers, historical places, important political cities, you have to remember them. Everyone is getting this point? Everyone. So आजकल कॉफ आ रहा है तो फिर कोरोना याद आ रहा है ना? इसीलिए स्मोकिंग इज इंजूरियस टू हेल्थ. माई डैड यूज्ड टू से मी, बट मैंने कभी सुना नहीं. सो आई जनरली स्मोक 5-6 cigarettes a day, 5 to 6. एंड वीकेंड्स में जब पार्टी में दोस्तों के साथ तो 7-8 बन जाएंगे. माई फैमिली हैज़ टुक ए प्रॉमिस फ्रॉम मी दैट 2023 में आप स्मोकिंग छोड़ेंगे, तो मैंने प्रॉमिस भी किया. बट स्मोकिंग कम कर सकते, बंद नहीं कर सकते, है ना? सो मैंने बोला we belong to लिंगायत कम्युनिटी, तो लॉर्ड शिवा इज अवर भगवान है, तो लॉर्ड शिवा खुद गंजा पी रहे हैं, तो मैं सिगरेट पीने में ऐतरस क्या है ना? बट स्मोकिंग इज नॉट दैट गुड. बट वंस पीपल गेट हैबिचुएटेड टू इट, दे कैन रिड्यूस इट. मतलब काम वाम कर करके कुछ रिड्यूस कर सकते हैं. बट स्मोकिंग किल्स कैंसर, वो मुकेश का एडवर्टाइजमेंट देखने के बाद में तो और मन नहीं लगेगा, है ना? आर यू गेटिंग दिस पॉइंट्स विच यू हैव टू फोकस? रिवर का मतलब सिर्फ ये नहीं पढ़ना कि हाँ रिवर स्टार्ट हुआ बंद हुआ बस, ये टैप नहीं है. रिवर बेसिन, उसमें प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया क्या है, कल्चरल सेंटर क्या है, इंपॉर्टेंट सिटी क्या है, what are the tributaries joining, where it is joining, first क्या join हो रहा है, last क्या join हो रहा है, what are the important projects, तेहरी डैम है where it is, सरदार सरोवर डैम where it is. मतलब ये सारे चीज आपको करना पड़ता है every river stream में. Are you going to do this everyone? Because like don't expect an easiest question from UPSC. Okay. So same you have to do it for the peninsular rivers also. Mahanadi originates from Dandakaranya region of Chhattisgarh. Yes, yes. अगर रिवर ऐसा जा रहा है, क्लियर, इफ रिवर इट इज लेफ्ट, इट इज राइट. ब्रह्मपुत्र ऐसा आ रहा है, इट इज राइट, इट इज लेफ्ट. ओके, द वे विच इट इज मूविंग उसका हिसाब से राइट एंड लेफ्ट बनेगा. ओके. पेनिनसुलर रिवर्स में भी लाइक देर आर चांसेस, डोंट लीव पेनिनसुलर रिवर्स, मतलब कुछ ज्यादा पढ़ने की नहीं है ऐसा छोड़ के मत जाइए. चांसेस आर देर पेनिनसुलर रिवर सिस्टम में भी क्वेश्चंस आने का. So Mahanadi river originates from Dandakaranya region in Raipur district of Chhattisgarh, and slowly from that particular region Mahanadi river starts. It flows in the states of Chhattisgarh and Odisha. But if you remember only the states, UPSC is not going to ask the question. Remember its basin. इन वेयर इट इज एक्सटेंडेड. बेसिन का मतलब है, फॉर एग्जाम्पल इसका ट्रिब्यूटरी मध्य प्रदेश से आ रहा है. सो महानदी बेसिन इज ऑल्सो फॉलोइंग इन मध्य प्रदेश. गोदावरी बेसिन एक्सटेंड्स इन मध्य प्रदेश ऑल्सो. डू यू नो? Because Kanha and Pench rivers, they originate from Madhya Pradesh and enters the Godavari river stream. So उसका basin area याद रखो. Flowing तो बच्चा भी बोलेगा. You have to remember the basin area. Okay. So उसका tributaries देखो याद रखो थोड़ा. हस्दियो, मांड, ईब लेफ्ट बैंक में, राइट बैंक में सियोनाथ, हस्दियो, मांड, ईब लेफ्ट बैंक हो गया. लाइक जोंक, ओंग, तेल, थोड़ा ये ट्राइबल नेम्स है. Because the Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh regions mostly dominated with tribal, तो वो regional languages से ये नाम उठाया गया था. It might be difficult but you can remember them. Okay, so उसका tributaries याद रखो, basin area and the city, like if you go down south, Bhubaneswar, and इसका city के ऊपर like the from Chhattisgarh to Odisha, this particular Mahanadi river enters into Odisha at Cuttack. That is very important location. Hirakud Dam is located on it, the one of the longest dams in India. So all these aspects you have to remember. But इसमें उतना deep अंतर जाने की जरूरत नहीं है. So there is no necessity that you remember the Eb where it is joining. इसका tributary river याद रखना बहुत हो गया. Tributary से याद रखना like is more than enough for it. So no need to remember. It is like a friendly figure for it. Open question मिलेगा अगर इसमें से मिलेगा. But the questions from peninsular rivers are only going to come when they would be in the news. उससे अलावा क्वेश्चन आने का चांसेस नहीं है. कावेरी रिवर न्यूज में था 2019 से, तो कावेरी बेसिन के ऊपर क्वेश्चन पूछा था. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग प्रोटेक्टेड एरियाज फॉल्स इन द कावेरी रिवर बेसिन. मतलब क्वेश्चन उठाया ज्योग्राफी से, क्वेश्चन पूछा एनवायरमेंट से. इंटरलिंक्ड बेस्ड क्वेश्चंस. सो इन द सिमिलर वे गोदावरी, कृष्णा rivers have their tributaries. Where does Godavari river start? Godavari river. Nasik Trambakeshwar plateau. Godavari river generally originates from Nasik Trambakeshwar plateau. इसका बेसिन एरिया जो है दैट शेल बी एक्सटेंडिंग इन दैट पर्टिकुलर रीजन. बेसिन एरिया फ्लोइंग तो बेसिन है ही, महाराष्ट्र, तेलंगाना, आंध्र प्रदेश, बट इट्स बेसिन एरिया इज एक्सटेंडेड इन छत्तीसगढ़, पार्ट ऑफ ओडिशा, मध्य प्रदेश ऑल्सो, बिकॉज द ट्रिब्यूटरीज कम फ्रॉम दिस पर्टिकुलर लोकेशंस. And this Godavari, it is an intended river. It is called as Dakshin Ganga because of its length which it has, right? So it is resemble like almost like a Ganga river, yes or no? So this Godavari has very high tributaries like Dharna, Pen Ganga, Wardha, Ven Ganga, Kanha, Pench, Upper Ganga. So ये तीनों मिला के we call it as Pranahita river. And that Pranahita river merges with this particular Godavari near the Kaleshwaram location, so which is regionally very important. Clear? And if you see the right banks, Pravara, Mula, Manjira, Peddavagu, Maner, all these tributaries come into picture. So इसमें उसका मतलब जो Indus river, Ganga and Brahmaputra rivers, how we are striving to know about everything, क्योंकि उसमें ज़्यादा points हैं. पॉइंट इज लाइक कौन सा लोकेशन पे ज्वाइन हो रहा है, बिकॉज वो इंटरनेशनल रिवर है. दे आर मर्जिंग टू कंट्रीज एंड दे आर फ्लोइंग अलोंग टू कंट्रीज. ये तो स्टेट्स के बीच में फ्लो रहा है. सो रीजनल वाइज फॉर स्टेट पीसीएस वेयर गोदावरी रिवर एंटर्स इनटू तेलंगाना इज इंपॉर्टेंट. यूपीएससी को कुछ करना नहीं है तेलंगाना में एंटर हुए कि नहीं, ये यूपीएससी पकड़ के फायदा नहीं है. दैट्स व्हाई दे वोंट आस्क. इसका ट्रिब्यूटरी से याद रखो बस है. एंड इसके ऊपर जितने भी इंपॉर्टेंट सिटीज हैं, अर्बन सेंटर्स, गोदावरी बेसिन पे अगर आप देखेंगे, राजमंड्री एक इंपॉर्टेंट सिटी हो गया. क्लियर? गोदावरी बेसिन में और कौन सा सिटीज मिलेंगे आपको? नागपुर मिलेगा उसका बेसिन में, नांदेड़ मिलेगा, है ना. नांदेड़ इज नोन फॉर ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री. राजमंड्री, नागपुर आर नोन फॉर फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्रीज. So in this way, the Godavari river, and one most important point is the Polavaram project. So पता नहीं जगन मोहन रेड्डी भाई कंप्लीट करता कि नहीं. So अगर वो कंप्लीट कर लिया तो वो इश्यू थोड़ा चलेगा तेलंगाना एंड आंध्रा के बीच में. सो पोलवरम प्रोजेक्ट के बाद में थोड़ा साउथ गए तो राजमंड्री लोकेशन पे द स्ट्रीम डिवाइड्स into two streams, Vashisht Godavari and Gautami Godavari, and it tends to create a deltaic formation. And Godavari जो delta create करेगा ना, so the delta is called as lobate delta, lobate structure. Generally delta triangle shape में मिलेगा, but Godavari delta whichever it would be created, that shall be in a triangular based structure. Okay, triangular based structure. Do remember this point. Got this? कृष्णा रिवर के बारे में बात करेंगे. सो कृष्णा रिवर ओरिजिनेट्स फ्रॉम कृष्णा रिवर. जनरली पीपल थिंक इट एज महाबलेश्वर, बट एक्चुअली कृष्णा रिवर ओरिजिनेट्स फ्रॉम जोर विलेज इन सतारा डिस्ट्रिक्ट. Sorry. So Krishna river, it originates from Jor village, Satara district, near to Mahabaleshwar. Exactly Mahabaleshwar से start नहीं होगा ये, है ना. So slowly it flows along Maharashtra, Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh. And its basin area is also within the 4 states, and it is also joined by few tributaries like Koina, Bhima and Munneru. They are the left bank tributaries. Pune, Hyderabad, the most important cities along this basin. इसका right bank tributaries में घाट प्रभा, माल प्रभा, Tungabhadra being the most important tributary. Musi, one of the most important tributary on which Hyderabad is located, वो वहाँ से join होगा north से, है ना. So these tributaries are very important. Nagarjun Sagar Dam, Srisailam project, both are very very important on this particular river basin. Okay. So पता नहीं, एक बार मेरा सर ने बोला था UPSC में शायद क्वेश्चन पूछा कि like they have asked in interview. I think so they have asked it in interview itself. क्वेश्चन ये था कि like महानदी बेसिन का ऐसा पिक्चर ड्रॉ किए एंड दे हैव केप्ट इन फ्रंट ऑफ हिम. मतलब यू हैव सीन द महानदी बेसिन राइट, द लीफ शेप स्ट्रक्चर, वो ड्रॉ करके सामने लगाया. कैन यू से व्हाट इज दिस? तो इंटरव्यू में शायद मेरा फैकल्टी ने बोला था एक 10-15 साल पहले. तो वो लोग पूछे कि लाइक ये क्या है बताइए. सो जनरल ह्यूमन परसेप्शन that he will not think the river basin, right? So by seeing that for 5 to 10 seconds उसने आंसर दिया, सर ये तो महानदी रिवर बेसिन रिजेंबल कर रहा है. And with that one particular answer itself, most probable of interview which he got selected, so he has secured 196 marks in interview. मतलब परसेप्शन देखना चाहते थे वो लोग by drawing that particular figure. So in that way sometimes ये 4 फिगर, मतलब जो फिगर्स में दिखा रहा हूँ, ट्रायंगुलर शेप और जो भी शेप आप मान सकते हैं, this might also help you by seeing the images. That's why I'm showing the images so that you can resemble it perfectly. Next, Kaveri river, the most important river of South India. इसको भी दक्षिण गंगा बोलेंगे, but on spiritual note. Kaveri river is also called as Dakshin Ganga. Can anyone say where does Kaveri river originate? You know about Coorg, Kodagu district. So there we have Brahmagiri hills. So along that we have Tal Kaveri location. So along that Tal Kaveri location in Brahmagiri hills of Western Ghats, we generally have this particular Kaveri river which originates, which enters in the states of Karnataka, Tamil Nadu mostly, but its basin area is located in Kerala and Puducherry also. Okay, very important. So every time there shall be huge dispute, every time Supreme Court, different tribunals, different commissions, committees, water tribunals, they generally are established to solve these particular disputes. So Kaveri river का tributaries याद रख लो. Left bank में if you see Harangi, हेमावती, अर्कावती, ये तीनों मेजर ट्रिब्यूटरीज बनेंगे. राइट बैंक में लक्ष्मण तीर्था, कबानी, सुवर्णवती, भवानी, नोएल, अमरावती, ये याद रख लो. Sivassamudram waterfall is one location which you have to remember on Kaveri river. That is the place where Kaveri river jumps into Tamil Nadu. Sivassamudram waterfall. And Grand Anicut, historically भी ये very important है. So this Grand Anicut is also very important. Do remember this. This is very important point. The Grand Anicut जो है. And this Kaveri river, obviously it will create delta. It is not only Kaveri river, Mahanadi, Krishna, Godavari, Kaveri, all these rivers, they generally tend to create delta. But Godavari creates low bed type. This Kaveri river, interestingly, it creates quadrilateral type delta. What do you mean by quadrilateral? जो 4 साइड्स है उसको हम क्वाड्रिलेटरल बोलेंगे. सो यहाँ पे देखो कावेरी रिवर विल सेट अप दैट क्वाड्रिलेटरल टाइप ऑफ डेल्टा. सो दे माइट आस्क दीस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चंस आल्सो. एंड कल्चरल सेंटर्स आर very हाई इन कावेरी रिवर. इंडस्ट्रियल सेंटर्स लाइक कोयम्बतूर, सेलम, तिरुचिरापल्ली, so all these centers are very important. Bangalore is just located outside this basin. So important cities, cultural centers. And this Kaveri basin is also very well known for protected areas. The Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, Mukurti National Parks, the Bandipur National Park. So in this way, this particular Kaveri river, it has high amount of protected areas. जब भी आप environment पढ़ेंगे, उसका location जब देखेंगे National Park and Biosphere Reserve का, make sure that you remember the river stream which is attached with that. Are you getting this point? So Kaveri river के ऊपर हो सकता है like on and off and questions will come, because contemporary note में Kaveri river will be in news. Coming to the west flowing rivers, तो वेस्ट फ्लोइंग रिवर्स में 2 ही हैं जो याद रखना है आपको. बट माई गेस इज लाइक दिस टाइम वेस्ट फ्लोइंग रिवर्स के ऊपर क्वेश्चन आने का चांसेस 99% है, 50 भी नहीं है, 99%. रीजन इज all these rivers at some point of time they were in news. You take Narmada river, it was in news. Tapti river, it was in news. Sabarmati, Mahi river were in news. Luni river was in news. So हो सकता है, chances are great that question from this aspect might come. मेरा तो 99% भरोसा है कि लाइक वेस्ट फ्लोइंग रिवर्स बहुत सारे लोग छोड़ देंगे एंड यूपीएससी वही पॉइंट को पकड़ेगा. सो मेक श्योर दैट यू ऑल्सो फोकस ऑन वेस्ट फ्लोइंग रिवर्स. नर्मदा रिवर ओरिजिनेट्स नियर टू द सोन रिवर ओरिजिन, अमरकंटक प्लेट्यू. इट फ्लोस along मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र एंड गुजरात. इट्स बेसिन एरिया. सो एंड दिस नर्मदा रिवर जनरली डजंट क्रिएट वैली. वेस्ट फ्लोइंग रिवर्स दे डोंट क्रिएट वैलीज, rather they flow in fault or trough or rift valleys. So Narmada river flows between Vindhyas and Satpuras. We have a rift valley, and this particular Narmada river flows within this particular rift valley itself. You do remember this particular point. Narmada river flows along the rift valley between Vindhyas and Satpuras. ताप्ती रिवर फ्लोज बिटवीन सतपुरास एंड अजंता हिल्स। सातपुरा जो ताप्ती रिवर है, सो सातपुरास एंड अजंता हिल्स के बीच में जो रिफ्ट वैली बना है, दैट फ्लोस इन इट। इन इंडिया 3 रिवर हैं जो रिफ्ट वैली में फ्लो होंगे, नर्मदा, ताप्ती, दामोदर। These are the 3 rivers which generally flow in Rift Valley. Make sure that you remember these 3. What are they? Narmada, Tapti, Damodar. So where does Tapti river originate? It originates from Betul plateau in Madhya Pradesh. Around Maikal ranges we have Betul plateau. So वहाँ पे originate होगा. It is called as twin of Narmada. And this Tapti river also has the basin extension in Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra and Gujarat. And both these Narmada and Tapti rivers enters into Gulf of Kambat. This is the Gulf of Kambat location. यहाँ पे enter होंगे. So this is the location where Gulf of Kambat location, where Narmada and Tapti river generally tends to enter. Are you getting this point, everyone? And on Narmada river we have one waterfall, recently वो भी न्यूज़ में था. That waterfall is called as धुआंधार waterfall, like near to Jabalpur, not exactly at Jabalpur, near to Jabalpur we have that धुआंधार waterfall. So ये याद रख लो थोड़ा नर्मदा river पे. And if you see Mahi river originates from Vindhyas, and this Mahi river flows through Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, again Gujarat, again Gulf of Kambat. So see Gulf of Kambat tidal range के लिए important था. 3 river already merge हो चुके हैं. माही रिवर इंपॉर्टेंट, इसका सिटीज जो अर्बन सेंटर्स है वो एक बार देख लो. साबरमती रिवर ओरिजिनेट फ्रॉम आरावलीज and Ahmedabad is located exactly on the bank of Sabarmati river. So that Sabarmati river also flows into Gulf of Kambat. Gulf of Kambat में 4 river merge हो रहा है सेम लोकेशन पे, नर्मदा, ताप्ती, माही, साबरमती. एंड ये नर्मदा रिवर जो गल्फ ऑफ कंबात में एस्चुरी बनाएगा, उस एस्चुरी के पास में एक आइलैंड है दैट इज कॉल्ड एज एलियाबेट. एलियाबेट बोल के मत लिखिए, एलियाबेट, ALIABET, which is one of the most important petroleum reserve zone for India. So this zone is important for tides, ports, reverse merging, estuaries, estuarine vegetation, petroleum, everything. That's why ये location बहुत important है आपके लिए. And now comes the Luni river. It also originates from Aravallis. It originates somewhere near closer to the Ajmer district in Rajasthan, जहाँ पे दरगाह मिलेगा आपको. So which is constructed by Sheikh Moinuddin Chishti. चिश्ती order जो है सूफिज्म में. So वो दरगाह के पास में से ये लूनी रिवर निकलेगा. It is a only river flowing in the desertified region, flows only during the rainy season. Rest dry seasons में ये पूरा dry मिलेगा आपको. And this particular लूनी river जो है, it tends to लूनी river जो है, it tends to move along the desertified region. But पाप बेचारा अरेबियन सी जाने का उसका पैसा नहीं है, तो salty marshes of the Kutch, run of Kutch location, Luni river tends to merge. तो वो जाएगा नहीं आगे, है ना. सो रामलीला मूवी देखे आपने, रणवीर सिंह एंड दीपिका भाभी का. अभी तो भाभी बन गया, पहले तो ड्रीम्स में आती थी, है ना. तो द रामलीला मूवी विच हैज बीन शॉट, मोस्ट पोर्शन ऑफ इट हैज बीन मार्च लाइक हैज बीन शॉट इन दिस पर्टिकुलर रीजन, रन ऑफ कच्छ लोकेशन. पूरा साल्ट मार्च लोकेशन है गुजरात का. सो डू रिमेंबर दिस. इससे अलावा अगर कोई लोकल में कंटेम्प्ररी में एक आधा बार बकवास क्वेश्चन पूछा जाता है, लाइक नागवल्ली एंड वंशधारा रिवर्स कहाँ से ओरिजिनेट हो रहा है, मतलब एक आधा बार पेन्ना रिवर के बारे में पूछा जाता है. सो यू शुड नॉट निग्लेक्ट इट, यू शुड एटलीस्ट गो बाईपास इनटू इट. मतलब 90% ऑफ टाइम यू स्पेंड ऑन इट, बाकी 10% इससे अलावा कौन सा है उसके ऊपर स्पेंड करिए. सो इट इज वेरी सिंपल, लाइक when we play roulette, सो रोलेट में हाउ मेनी नंबर्स वुड बी देयर? 36 या 37 नंबर्स रहेंगे। तो एक नंबर के ऊपर तो नहीं लगाएंगे ना पैसे। वी हैव कॉन्फिडेंस दैट 9 नंबर निकलेगा, 7 नंबर निकलेगा, 7 नंबर के ऊपर लगाएंगे। बट व्हाट वी विल बी डूइंग, वी विल बी एडिंग सम मोर मनी टू द एडजेसेंट नंबर्स ऑफ 7 ऑल्सो। इट इज वेरी सिंपल। फॉर एग्जाम्पल MRF टायर में इन्वेस्ट कर दिए, 100 रुपीज में शेयर खरीदे, सोचा कि 200 जब बनेंगे तब वी विल मेक द प्रॉफिट, बट स्लोली इट हैज ग्रॉस डाउन टू 30 रुपीज। तब क्या करेंगे? कैसे भी डूबे 100 रुपए से करके 30 रुपीज पे भी खरीद लो ना। एटलीस्ट जो आप 200 में बेचने का चाहते हैं 120 में भी बेचे तो ग्रॉस मिल जाएगा आपको। सो इन दिस वे वेन एवर यू रीड यू शुड नॉट लीव एनी कॉन्सेप्ट, you should invest less time in it. That is where it will be helping you. Are you getting this point, everyone? Shall we move to the next aspect? So Indian climate, so it can be said as subtropical monsoonal climate. Indian climate जो भी है, clear, it can be said as subtropical monsoonal type of climate. Do remember this point, it is very, very important. So it is called as monsoonal subtropical climate. Why subtropical, why monsoonal? Because Tropic of Cancer passes India में, नॉर्थ में सबट्रॉपिकल मिलेगा, साउथ में ट्रॉपिकल, इसीलिए सबट्रॉपिकल मॉनसूनल क्लाइमेट बोलेंगे उसको, है ना। सो मॉनसूनल क्यों बोलेंगे? मॉनसून विल इंपैक्ट इंडिया फॉर मैक्सिमम स्पैन ऑफ टाइम। 4 सीजन है इंडिया में, रेनी और साउथ वेस्ट मॉनसून, दिस एवरीवन नो राइट, रिट्रीटिंग मॉनसून, विंटर, समर सीजन, yes or no? So रेनी सीजन में मॉनसून इंडिया में एंटर होगा, yes or no? It enters India into 2 branches. What are they? Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal branch. So division of 2 branches is called as monsoonal trough or monsoonal burst. So if they are going to ask you a question, which of the following best describes the monsoonal burst, what you are going to do? Which of the following are going to describe the monsoonal burst, what you are going to do? So you are going to mark that option which will have this particular aspect of the branch which generally tends to divide into 2 branches and enter suddenly into India, उसको हम monsoonal burst बोलेंगे. So generally monsoonal aspect have some characteristics. वो characteristics है sudden onset, gradual progress and gradual retreat. And seasonal reversal. These are general characteristics of monsoon. Sudden onset, gradual progress, gradually move होता जाएगा, gradual onset, gradual retreat and seasonal reversal. So out of these 2 branches, Bay of Bengal reaches very fastly, clear, towards the Kolkata region. Arabian Sea branch bit takes time because it enters at every location, and this Arabian Sea branch tends to enter from Western Ghats location. तो Western Ghats से enter होने का कोशिश करेगा, and Western Ghats being perpendicular to it provides orographic obstruction, and as it provides orographic obstruction, this region would be hugely facing heavy amount of rainfall. Orographic rainfall में पता है windward side will have extensive rainfall, and this is the rain shadow region of the Western Ghats, semi-arid location. वही बोला था ना orographic rainfall में. So Arabian Sea branch which enters from Western Ghats, heavy rainfall on west side of Western Ghats, and it tries to enter from Narmada Tapti river, but Narmada Tapti river के पास Vindhyas and जो Satpuras है, they are running parallelly to the wind. तो parallelly wind जब move होगा, clear, it don't find orographic obstruction, So due to absence of orographic obstruction from Vindhyas and Satpuras, they are not going to create precipitation, zero rainfall. Zero का मतलब क्या है? Less or zero. Less or zero. Yesterday I was saying that. One more branch tries to enter from Aravalis. तो Aravalis भी parallel. They are not going to create any rainfall. तो इसमें जो Western Ghats का branch है, that creates dense and dense precipitation. So जो cities यहाँ पे हैं, that shall experience very high rainfall, 350, 400, 500 centimeter of rainfall. Kochi, Goa, Mangalore, Ratnagiri, all these regions, they face heavy amount of precipitations. Got this point, everyone? And once, I think so, it was in UPSC CAPF exam, they have asked a question, in which of the following regions of India you shall find two types of vegetations on two slopes of the mountains. So answer was Western Ghats, because on one side of Western Ghats you will find evergreen, on one side of Western Ghats you will find dry deciduous. Yes or no? On the basis of climate itself, the vegetation shall be determined, right? So the Bay of Bengal branch, it is running parallelly to the Tamil Nadu coast. High by भी नहीं बोलेगा, आंध्र प्रदेश में भी नहीं. हो सकता है थोड़ा बहुत तमिलनाडु में एंट्री हो सकता है, चांसेस आर देयर. एंड इफ इट टेंड्स टू एंटर इनटू आंध्र प्रदेश, अगर डर गए जगन मोहन रेड्डी से, फिर भी एंटर हुआ. बट ईस्टर्न घाट्स आर डिसकंटिन्यूड माउंटेन रेंजेस. व्हाई डू दे एंटर? एंटर होने के बाद भी ओरोग्राफिक obstruction absence. So this Bay of Bengal branch is not going to give excess rainfall to Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh or Odisha. Agar if rainfall happens, that too less precipitation. But it enters into Bay of Bengal, West Bengal. West Bengal में enter होते ही, like the Himalayan foothills, this wind tends to deflect westward, creating rainfall all along the Indo-Gangetic plain. West Bengal में 150 centimeter, बिहार में 120, उत्तर प्रदेश में 80, दिल्ली में 50, राजस्थान में 25. The rainfall tends to reduce from east to west, the branch which enters. And इसमें से एक branch घुसेगा मेघालय में. Garo Khasi Jaintia, orographic obstruction will be given, but not that high that it can create 1000 centimeter of rainfall. Then why did Meghalaya receive 1000 centimeter of rainfall? Answer is, between the Garo Khasi and Jaintia, we have very small narrow gaps. The winds generally struck there. And due to that strucking aspect, we call it as funneling effect. And that funneling effect doesn't allow the wind to escape. तो बेचारा विंड वहाँ पे फंस गया. फंस जाने के बाद it tends to create heavy cloud formation that tends to create precipitation. That's why Meghalaya receives more than 1000 centimeters of average annual rainfall. Mawsynram, the wettest place. Cherrapunji, the ex-champion. So these two locations are there within the Meghalaya region. The reason behind it is funneling effect. So Meghalaya में बारिश होने के बाद यही विंड थोड़ा असम में, थोड़ा अरुणाचल प्रदेश में भी it tends to create precipitation. ये है कहानी जून जुलाई की. Slowly in the month of August, all the winds would be dried up. Moisture खत्म उसमें, है ना? So these winds generally tend to mix up at Indo-Gangetic plain. They don't have moisture in it. That's why in the second week of August or third week of August, we shall have break in monsoon. Monsoon में break मिलेगा, बारिश रुकेगा. We don't find any rainfall there. But slowly when this particular winds tend to meet at Indo-Gangetic plain, उसमें जितने भी lucky drops बचे है ना, they make lucky drops to meet at once at Indo-Gangetic plain. Again rainfall starts in August itself, but that will again break in September. वो second break in monsoon है, वहाँ पे खत्म, बारिश नहीं होगा. जब ITC is back to equator, then monsoonal winds also start retreating back in the September. In September, October and November, we shall be facing the second season retreating monsoon. उससे बारिश गिरेगा नहीं. Retreating monsoon land से सी है ना, बारिश नहीं होगा. But one of the branches bypasses Bay of Bengal and enters Tamil Nadu. And Tamil Nadu में Eastern Ghats की extension की hills, we have Chevroy and Javedi hills. That will give the orographic obstruction and Tamil Nadu starts experiencing rainfall from retreating monsoon during the month of October, November, December, January. That's why I was saying the Coromandel coast जो भी है that tends to experience precipitation during the winter season. Okay. Sir, only Tamil Nadu, थोड़ा बहुत आंध्र प्रदेश also, नेल्लूर डिस्ट्रिक्ट. Sir, only these two, थोड़ा बहुत अगर बच गया तो केरला. But Tamil Nadu compulsion. Tamil Nadu compulsion. It experiences rainfall through retreating monsoon during the winter season. वही है ना winter season starting अपने लिए. October is the transitional phase. North India में तो already winter start हुआ होगा, है ना? दिल्ली में तो already people started wearing woolen clothes. तो वही season winter season होगा. Early winters बोलेंगे उसको. Coming to winter season, what is winter season? ठंड लगेगा तो winter, गर्मी लगेगा तो summer. Very simple. उसमें ज़्यादा पूछने की बात नहीं है. विंटर में बारिश नहीं होगा, समर में बारिश नहीं होगा, बिकॉज विंटर में कंडीशन कूल विंड्स मूव, लो एवापोरेशन, लो ह्यूमिडिटी, लो क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन, लो प्रेसिपिटेशन. समर में हॉट, हाई एवापोरेशन, लो ह्यूमिडिटी, लो कंडेंसेशन, लो प्रेसिपिटेशन. बट दिस विंटर सीजन इन इंडिया will experience rainfalls in states of Haryana and Punjab. They will be experiencing these particular rainfalls from the western disturbances which come from Mediterranean climate. Yesterday मैं Mediterranean climate के बारे में बोल रहा था, winter maximum rainfall बोल के. So that Mediterranean type of climate in general would experience winter maximum rainfall. In general it would experience winter maxima rainfall. So that winter maximum moisture latent winds are brought by high level jet streams towards India, and in the states of Haryana and Punjab we shall experience the precipitation. Okay, and during that season we shall be having rabi crops which generally grow. That particular rabi crops would be benefited from that western disturbances. So western disturbances कहाँ से आएंगे? And who will bring it? Subtropical westerly jet. Where they would be bringing it? Punjab and Haryana mostly, but somewhat in the Himalayan states also the influence would be there. So winter में इस तरह का बारिश होगा. And अभी जो बारिश हम देख रहे हैं, this is one is cyclonic storm, second is pre-monsoon shower. Generally within India, we shall be having huge heating up of land during summer months, April and May. Due to that intense heating, warm air masses, hot air masses rise. These hot air masses, while they are traveling along the local regional water bodies, they catch little bit amount of moisture and they tend to precipitate. That's why we are not finding heaviest rainfalls. We are finding slight rainfalls. These kind of rainfalls which we observe in the month of April and May, they are called as pre-monsoon showers. These pre-monsoon showers, they are actually the indicators of the best arrival of monsoon. But these pre-monsoon showers are called up with different names. तो ये कर्नाटका में कॉफी प्लांटेशन को हेल्प करेगा, चेरी ब्लॉसम बोलेंगे वहां पे. केरला में रबर प्लांटेशन को हेल्प करेगा, रबर शवर. यहाँ पे मैंगो शवर्स, बिकॉज इट हेल्प्स इन राइपनिंग ऑफ मैंगो. असम में टी शवर, टी प्लांटेशन में हेल्प करेगा. उत्तर प्रदेश में अंधी ब्लाइंड, बिकॉज इट हेल्प्स इन द ब्लाइंड ग्रोथ ऑफ शुगर केन. वेस्ट बंगाल में काल बैशाखीस, एंड यहाँ पे नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स में दे आर कॉल्ड एज नॉर्वेस्टर्स. सो इन दिस वे दे हैव डिफरेंट नेम्स. वो सब मिला के हम प्री मॉनसून शवर्स बोलेंगे उसको. दे आर द बेस्ट इंडिकेटर्स ऑफ द perfect arrival of monsoon, because intense heating up of land will make the ITCZ to come. So intense heating up of land is giving pre-monsoon shower, obviously it will also invite ITCZ. So this year we are going to have a perfect monsoonal phase. So no much farmer suicides we will face. Is this clear everyone? And on Indian climate mains perspective में बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन मिलेंगे आपको. Factors affecting Indian climate, Himalayas would be impacting Indian climate, shifting of ITCZ, El Nino, heating up of Tibetan plateau, tropical easterly jet, subtropical westerly jet, La Nina condition. So this is mains related aspect, but you know the factors which affect Indian climate, right? Outline तो पता है ना? El Nino आया तो बारिश खत्म, La Nina आया तो ज्यादा बारिश, एंड एल नीनो के टाइम पे वी विल फेस ड्रॉट्स, ला नीना के टाइम पे वी फेस फ्लड्स। एल नीनो के टाइम पे अरेबियन सी में ज्यादा साइक्लोन बनेंगे, बे ऑफ बंगाल में कम साइक्लोन बनेंगे। ला नीना के टाइम पे ज्यादा साइक्लोन्स बे ऑफ बंगाल में बनेंगे, अरेबियन सी में कम साइक्लोन्स बनेंगे। नॉर्मल पोजीशन, वॉकर सर्कुलेशन, वॉकर सेल, ये आइडिया है ना, एल नीनो ला नीना कंडीशन, बट दैट इज मोर मेंस बायस्ड टॉपिक। तो उसका हेडलाइन विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग फैक्टर्स, उसमें से अगर क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग फैक्टर्स इन्फ्लुएंस द इंडियन क्लाइमेट, एक क्वेश्चन ये पूछेंगे, नहीं तो एल नीनो के बारे में पूछेंगे। व्हाट हैपेंस व्हेन एल नीनो कम्स, डू यू नो? एल नीनो आए तो ऑस्ट्रेलियन कोस्ट पे क्या होगा? ड्रॉट। साउथ अमेरिकन कोस्ट पे बारिश, यस और नो? ला नीना आए तो व्हाट हैपेंस, यू नो? व्हाट ओशनिक करंट्स ट्रांसफॉर्म, यू नो? ज्यादा से ज्यादा एक क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे ला नीना एल नीनो। You know about heating up of Tibetan plateau because of which we shall be having the arrival of monsoon. So उसमें deeper मत जाइए. While you read for mains, focus much on that particular factors which are influencing. Okay? Clear until now? Clear everyone? So ये climate के हिसाब से ही natural vegetation रहेगा. What is natural vegetation? जो फॉरेस्ट्री ह्यूमन इंटरवेंशन, बिना ह्यूमन इंटरवेंशन के जो ग्रो होगा उसको हम वी कॉल इट एज नेचुरल वेजिटेशन। सो वेरी सिंपल, नेचुरल वेजिटेशन इंडिया में सीजनल रेनफॉल है। इंडिया में जनरली वी हैव डिफरेंट नेचुरल वेजिटेशंस, उसमें ट्रॉपिकल एवरग्रीन फॉरेस्ट्री, ट्रॉपिकल moist deciduous, littoral और swamp forestry, dry evergreen forestry, tropical dry deciduous forestry, दिस थिंग्स ऑलरेडी हम कल क्लाइमेट रीजन्स में जो देख रहे थे, आउटलाइन आइडिया तो आपको पता है, एवरग्रीन क्या है, डेसिडियस क्या है। जहां पे भी 250 सेंटीमीटर से भी ज्यादा बारिश है वहां पे एवरग्रीन मिलेगा। रेस्ट पॉइंट्स आर सेम विच आई हैव डिस्कस्ड यस्टरडे, एवरग्रीन इक्वेटोरियल रीजन, कैनोपी, मल्टीपल स्पीसी ग्रोथ, हार्डवुड कमर्शियल एक्सप्लॉयटेशन नहीं है, ये सब कुछ सेम है। इंडिया में कहां पे मिलेगा एवरग्रीन? वेस्टर्न साइड ऑफ वेस्टर्न घाट्स, नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स, अंडमान निकोबार ग्रुप ऑफ आइलैंड्स। बाकी एस्टरडे जो बोला था मैंने द सेम। ट्रॉपिकल मॉइस्ट डेसिडियस कहां पे मिलेगा? व्हाट इज डेसिडियस? दोस विच शेड देयर लीव्स इन ऑर्डर टू ओवरकम द ड्राई सीजन। सो थोड़ा बहुत मॉइस्चर ज्यादा है तो मॉइस्ट डेसिडियस। सो यू विल फाइंड इन वेस्टर्न घाट्स, ईस्टर्न घाट्स, इन द माउंटेनियस रीजन्स। This particular moist deciduous is also found along the foot of the Himalayas. Many people will miss this point. Himalayas का जो foot है वहां पे भी मिलेगा, यही क्वेश्चन यूपीएससी में पूछे थे, foot of the Himalayas पे। ठीक है, बाकी रैंडम डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, झारखंड, उड़ीसा, अंडमान निकोबार, वेस्टर्न घाट, ईस्टर्न घाट। लिटोरल एंड स्वैम्प फॉरेस्ट्री का मतलब कोस्टल रीजन में जो मैंग्रोव फॉरेस्ट्रीज ग्रो होंगे, डेल्टास, एस्चुरीज, क्रीक जोन्स, मड फ्लैट्स, रिवर स्वैम्पी रीजन्स, उसको हम लिटोरल और स्वैम्प फॉरेस्ट्री बोलेंगे। लिटोरल इज अवेलेबल ऑल अलोंग द कोस्ट, बट स्वैम्प इज ओनली अवेलेबल अलोंग द डेल्टाइक रीजन्स, गंगा, गोदावरी, कृष्णा, महानदी, कावेरी डेल्टा, वहां पे मैंग्रोव फॉरेस्ट्रीज यू नो राइट, अपरूटेड वेजिटेशन। मैंग्रोव का सिग्निफिकेंस एंड मैंग्रोव इकोसिस्टम का सिग्निफिकेंस, while you read environment, read it for mains, prelims में mangrove ka key important aspects, what mangroves can do. So whenever you read the environment subject, make sure that mangroves you read it for sure. So India में largest mangrove, world's largest mangrove belt है सुंदरबन डेल्टा रीजन में. उसका खुद का नाम मैंग्रोव से बना, सुंदरी ट्री, है ना. ड्राई एवरग्रीन only found in Tamil Nadu, because Tamil Nadu is the only region which experiences rainfall during dry season. So that's why Tamil Nadu में dry evergreen forestry. But interesting है, like Tamil Nadu में most of this forestry has been cut for agriculture first, second for Kasirina plantations. So हो सकता है like this year question from Kasirina plantations might come. When you go to beach areas, you will find certain cone shaped trees which have feathery structures, right? So those are called as Kasirina plantations, and you might have seen it already. So you can just Google it later on regarding with the Kasirina plantations. Those Kasirina plantations are very, very important. They are nitrogen fixating aspects. They help in stopping the wind force. They help in stopping the storm surges. They help in stopping the tsunamis. The mangrove forestries as well as Kasirina plantations, they help in stopping these particular aspects. Okay, so make sure that you give emphasis on Kasirina plantations. Okay, so tropical dry deciduous same hai, but tropical dry deciduous grows in the region where rainfall is 75 to 100. India में most of the regions have the same rainfall 75 से लेके 100 तक, है ना. So India में right away from the foot of Himalayas up to Kanyakumari we find tropical dry deciduous, except around western Rajasthan, western Ghats and West Bengal. ये तीन लोकेशन छोड़ के right away from foot of Himalayas up to Kanyakumari हर एक लोकेशन में आपको ड्राई deciduous मिलेगा. And difference between moist and dry is presence of moisture. So dry is like the presence itself is dry, completely they become bare during the summer seasons. And deciduous का nature तो same, they shed their leaves. India में these two forestries मिला के 65%. This is 37%, this is 28%. So इंडिया ईयर बुक में आपको सारे चिट्टा मिल जाएगा. What are the different percentages of different vegetations in India? याद रखेंगे तो it is good. If you can remember it for sure. इंडिया ईयर बुक में हो सकता है they might give the vegetation and they might ask you arrange the following vegetations in India from its highest percentage cover to lowest percentage cover. इधर एक क्वेश्चन आ सकता है इसमें से. Otherwise, they might give you these vegetations and ask you to arrange them accordingly with its highest requirement of rainfall to lowest requirement of rainfall. Point number 2. Or else, ये question पूछ सकता है कि like you are traveling from one location to another location. What are the types of forestries you will come across? For example, let's say अगर question ये पूछेंगे, you are traveling from the plain region of Haridwar to Badrinath. What are the vegetations you would be coming across? ये क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे. And one more point which you have to do it on a self notice, ईस्टर्न घाट्स का लोकल नेम्स मिलेंगे आपको. पालकोंडा हिल्स, सिम्हाचलम हिल्स, नल्लामल्ला हिल्स. सो उसका लोकल नेम्स याद रख लीजिए. बिकॉज आई हैव वन क्वेश्चन इन माई माइंड, वो क्वेश्चन आने का चांसेस हैं. द क्वेश्चन इज लाइक while you are traveling from Chennai to Kolkata, you will find important mountainous ranges along eastern Ghats. Arrange them from first to last, or north to south, or south to north. कौन सा भी क्वेश्चन आ सकता है. ईस्टर्न घाट्स का डिफरेंट नेम्स जो मिलेंगे आपको, सो वो नेम्स याद रख लीजिए एंड मेक श्योर दैट यू रिमेंबर इट इन ए सीक्वेंस अगेन. ओके. एंड कमिंग टू दिस थॉर्न फॉरेस्ट्री, जहां पे भी रेनफॉल 50 सेंटीमीटर से भी कम है, वी फाइंड थॉर्न फॉरेस्ट्री. मोस्टली अराउंड गुजरात, राजस्थान रीजन you shall find this thorn forestry, but this thorn forestry is also found in Vidarbha region of Maharashtra, Telangana region, Eastern Karnataka, Rayalaseema and parts of Tamil Nadu. क्योंकि ये रेन शैडो रीजन बेल्ट है ना, सो इन दिस रेन शैडो रीजन बेल्ट वेयर द रेनफॉल डजंट एक्सीड दिस पर्टिकुलर मार्क, दिस थॉर्न फॉरेस्ट ट्रीज आर प्रेजेंट. ओके, so these are the 6 vegetations you have to remember. And in mountainous region you shall find different vegetations. वो एक सिंपल सा ट्रिक बताता हूं आपको, वो ट्रिक याद रखो. 1000 से लेके 2000 मीटर्स तक you will find subtropical mountain. 2000 मीटर से 3000 मीटर तक you will find temperate mountain. And 3000 meters से above alpine mountain, alpine forestry. Somewhere around closer to 6000 meter you shall find mosses and lichens. Bare trees में जो grass like structure grow होगा उसको हम mosses and lichens बोलेंगे. Got this point? Done? Got this point everyone? Clear with this? So ये थोड़ा vegetation you give a revision again. And coming to soils also you once check it out. Soil पे question नहीं पूछेंगे, but alluvial soil how they are formed? River deposition, most fertile soil. Black soil, volcanic rocks. Laterite soils, leaching. You know about leaching, right? Red soils from metamorphic rocks, iron oxide. Why black soils are black in color? Titaniferous titaniferous magnetite. Black soils are clay in nature, that's why wet holding capacity is self-cracking. Alluvial soil due to its recent formation, they are immature. Red soils are under high impact of soil erosion. Laterite soil में कुछ grow होगा नहीं, except tea, coffee, like special kind of crops, areca nut, cashew nut, coconuts, rubber, ये छोड़ के बाकी general crops grow नहीं होगा. Black soil में cotton अच्छे से grow होगा. Alluvial soil में सब कुछ grow होगा. Red soil में irrigation and fertilizer दिए तो अच्छा होगा. And subsoils में nitrogen deficient है. And बाकी सैंडी विंडी सॉइल्स छोड़ दीजिए, है ना. सो वाइल यू रीड द एग्रीकल्चर, इकोनॉमी अभी नहीं हुआ ना आपको, आरआरपी में इकोनॉमी नहीं हुआ. इकोनॉमी में व्हेन यू रीड द एग्रीकल्चर एस्पेक्ट, लाइक एग्रीकल्चर सेगमेंट जब पढ़ेंगे इकोनॉमी में, यू विल रीड अबाउट डिफरेंट सेक्टर्स ऑफ इकोनॉमी. उसमें एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर पढ़ेंगे. एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में जब आप पढ़ेंगे यू विल रीड अबाउट इकोनॉमिक पर्सपेक्टिव ओनली, मतलब ये कंट्रीब्यूशन, ये उसमें खारीफ राबी क्रॉप्स पढ़ेंगे. whenever you read that, make sure that while you read them, read rice, wheat, cotton, jute, sugarcane, tea, coffee, millets. इसका क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशन क्या है, कौन सा स्टेट लीडिंग है. However you will read economic survey, the agriculture segment, right? तो उसमें ये रिपीटेशन होगा. So what are the conditions required for the growth of that particular crop and what are its contributions, what state is leading, इतना याद रख लो. If you are unable to compensate it from India yearbook, the different agricultural crops. Kharif, Rabi, Zaid season everyone know, right? Which runs along with monsoon Kharif, runs along with winter Rabi, runs along with summer Zaid. कौन सा crops grow होंगे? What are the Kharif crops? They might ask direct question. So lose question पूछेंगे इसमें, direct impacting question तो नहीं पूछेंगे. And revolutions in Indian agriculture जो हुआ था, that they are not going to ask in prelims, they will ask you in mains. But इसमें agriculture segment में current affair ज़्यादा पूछेंगे आपसे. रिसेंटली वो जीएम क्रॉप, ए जीएम क्रॉप, इसको उससे मिक्स किया, इसको उससे मिक्स किया, इक्रिसैट में वो किए थे, वो उसमें वो किए थे. दिमाग खराब की क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे. लंबा जो स्टेटमेंट देंगे उस क्वेश्चन को पहले छोड़ दो, लास्ट में करो, वो टाइम वेस्ट की चीज़ है. रीडिंग कॉम्प्रिहेंशन जैसा लगता है एक बार यूपीएससी जीएस पेपर में. यू विल फाइंड द ऑप्शंस लाइक रीडिंग कॉम्प्रिहेंशन. मैं तो वो क्वेश्चन छोड़ ही देता हूँ पहले. अरे छोड़ो, पहले डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन सॉल्व करो ना. इन पिन सेट पिन टेलीफोन नंबर 1 2 3 बोल के एक आधा क्वेश्चन निकल लो उसमें से. सो मिनरल्स इसमें से भी ज़्यादा क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछेंगे. पॉपुलेशन सेंसस डोंट फोकस बिकॉज अभी नया नहीं आया, पुराना तो बहुत दूर है. 2011 से ऑलरेडी 12 ईयर्स हैव बीन कंप्लीटेड. सो पॉपुलेशन सेंसस नहीं पूछेंगे. बट इफ दे आर गोइंग टू आस्क, मेरे हिसाब से नेशनल हाईवेज के ऊपर कुछ क्वेश्चन पूछने का चांसेस है. लाइक रिसेंटली पेंच टाइगर रिजर्व न्यूज में था, नेशनल हाईवे 44 इज पासिंग थ्रू इट, तो उसका इश्यू हुआ. लाइक माइट बी ए क्वेश्चन coming on it. Recently an expressway got started in Uttar Pradesh. So from Uttar Pradesh to Kolkata I hope. So they have started an expressway. So वो national highways का contemporary. Do you know about Golden Quadrilateral? Golden Quadrilateral, have you heard? The roads which connect Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Kolkata, Delhi. उसको हम Golden Quadrilateral बोलेंगे ना. Do you know from where question comes? Many people only read this and leave this there. But question will be coming from which of the following cities will be under Golden Quadrilateral. तो जितने भी cities उस लिस्ट में है ना, वो लिस्ट आपको याद रखना जरूरी है. Do you know about भारतमाला project? भारतमाला, what is that? वो सागरमाला है. National highways connecting efficiently along with the rail networks. So once go and cross check Bharatmala and Sagarmala project also. So जो contemporary schemes government का है जो भी segment में, try to focus them effectively. Okay. So map work थोड़ा you focus on it. आज India map के ऊपर बोला था. World में भी some critical issues you have to check out. Israel and Palestine हर साल न्यूज़ में है. So you have to focus on it. So make sure that you try to learn the things in a geographical way. So to give a right answer. But geography questions are getting reduced year by year because the prior focus they started giving on environment, right? So geography से भले वो questions कम दिए, but geography becomes emphasis for environment. Unless and until you understand geography, you are not going to check out with the environment session. Done.